Chapter 1. Wrongfully accused and silenced. Do not panic. Just send her to prison. Chen Zhao gazed at the trending topics on his phone, his weary eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment and helplessness. What kind of situation is this? He reaped no benefits, yet bore the brunt of the criticism. In his previous life, he should never have attempted to sing while simultaneously performing a stunt swallowing a piglet. Otherwise, he would not have found himself inhabiting the misfortunate persona he currently embodies. Setting his phone aside, Chen Zhao rubbed his cheeks in frustration. How troubling. At present, apart from not being explicitly labeled a scandalous star by the official media, he was entirely ostracized by the entertainment industry's capital. He was also burdened with a staggering debt. Due to a series of setbacks, his company suffered significant losses, which led to a demand for him to pay a breach of contract penalty amounting to $120 million. Consequently, various brand partners began to terminate their contracts with him. Once a top-tier celebrity, he had signed contracts of the highest caliber within the industry, earning substantial sums, yet the penalties were equally exorbitant. When all the brand partners were accounted for, he faced a minimum liability of $10 billion. He had only been in the industry for 5 years. To outsiders, he appeared to bask in endless glory. However, the financial split between him and the company was heavily skewed in favor of the latter, with a 7,030 division. Most of the earnings ended up in the company's coffers. After 5 years, he had managed to save a mere $1 to $2 billion. All his savings, along with his house and car, had been pledged to settle the debts, which were still woefully insufficient. The remaining funds were entirely inaccessible to him. Even during his peak, it would take him several years to earn such an amount. Now, being blacklisted, it was inconceivable that he could ever accumulate that sum again. The timeline for repayment loomed ominously. Only a month remained. Failing to repay within that period would brand him a defaulter. Suddenly, his phone rang. Chen Zhao looked up, and upon recognizing the caller, his expression darkened. Chen Yingjing. As he pondered the reason for his sudden surge of emotion, a flood of memories surged into his mind, and the confusion in his eyes swiftly morphed into indignation. His current predicament was entirely the result of this phone call's owner, Chen Yingjing, his girlfriend, the leading flower of the Four Little Flowers of Daxia, and a top artist in the music industry. He had caught her entwined with the chairman of his management company, leading to their collusion against him and culminating in his current plight. The revelations circulating online were predominantly fabrications. However, his voice held little sway in the face of public opinion. In his relentless pursuit of advancement, he had previously engaged in flattery and sycophancy towards seniors while suppressing juniors, which had tarnished his reputation among the masses. These two scoundrels orchestrated a campaign against him, and public sentiment turned overwhelmingly against him. Scoundrel! Chen Zhao spat furiously. Seizing the phone, he was determined to discover what this wretch wanted. The call connected. After 2 seconds of silence, a cold voice emanated from the other end. Chen Zhao, how does it feel to be blacklisted and pursued for debts? Chen Zhao's tone was frigid. What do you wish to convey? His silence was a testament to his immense restraint against his simmering rage. Consider me your behind-the-scenes music producer. In light of our past relationship, I shall offer you a song for $1 million. Chen Yingjing's tone was almost patronizing as she issued her command. Upon hearing her words, Chen Zhao recalled that the original persona possessed considerable talent. He had penned numerous high-quality songs, which led to his discovery by Tienda Company, as they recognized his songwriting prowess. Initially, the company had crafted his image as the Prince of Music, the deity of the Chinese music scene. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the company rebranded him as a delicate young man. He became nothing more than a decorative figure, relying solely on his looks to ascend to stardom. Then, that wretched Chen Yingjing wormed her way into his life. In the past, he was oblivious. Now, he comprehends the sordid truths of infidelity. He has become a mere tool, a means to elevate that contemptible woman. It can be said that Chen Yingjing's rise to prominence in the music industry was not solely due to her efforts, but also because he propelled her into the limelight with his original compositions. This remains unknown to the public. The original persona was infatuated, utterly captivated by Chen Yingjing's charm. He left no evidence of his authorship or any acknowledgement of his songs, giving everything privately to her. Had he not stumbled upon Chen Yingjing's disgraceful secrets, she would never have dared to part ways with him. However, She did not anticipate his resolve. She had the audacity to betray him. Moreover, she had the gall to command him to write songs. 1 million per song. Even if he were to leap from a building, he would not comply. If you publicly declare yourself as the third party, I might consider writing you a song, Chen Zhao jested. Impossible. Chen Zhao, I'm telling you plainly, you cannot survive in the entertainment industry. Write me songs at 1 million each, that's already generous of me. Don't be ungrateful. Get lost. Chen Zhao hung up the phone. Chen Yingjing was not wrong. 1 million per song was indeed exorbitant. For someone in dire need of funds, it was significant. But so what? To be betrayed and then compose songs to elevate her? What a farce! Even a fool would not stoop so low. Chen Yingjing's call had awakened him. Writing songs for profit, reclaiming his place at the pinnacle. In his past life, he was merely a resident singer. He knew nearly all of the classic hits from his previous existence. Presenting these songs in this world would undoubtedly create a sensation. What if the entertainment industry had blacklisted him? The official media had not silenced him. He could sing new songs while exposing the dark secrets of that wretched Chen Yingjing. With her millions of devoted fans and his own legion of detractors, surely a fraction of their contributions would amount to a substantial sum. With this thought in mind, Chen Zhao hurriedly rummaged for paper and pen. Yet, as soon as the pen touched the paper, he found himself at a loss. What were the lyrics? His mind was a blank. He could not recall the songs from his past life, despite ruminating for quite some time. No worries. I am a genius. I can compose a song myself. Chen Zhao reassured himself, preparing to rely on the original persona's songwriting talent. However, after an extended period of effort, the pen remained still. With a sigh, he tossed the pen aside, questioning his own harshness. Forgetting the songs of his past was one thing, but failing to inherit the original songwriting talent was simply unacceptable. What was the point of it all? Keyword detected. The exposure enhancement system activated. Mission objective: ensure Chen Yingjing is banned across the internet and compel her to publicly apologize to the host. Mission progress: 0 mission rewards. 50 completion grants 1 original song, 100 completion grants 2 original songs and 1 dossier of exposure material, 200 completion grants specified exposure material, 2 original songs, and an increase in skills by 1. Chapter 1. The newcomer's gift pack original song, What a Pity, if only has been sent. Chen Zhao abruptly lifted his head, his gaze burning with the intensity of a famished wolf that has just spotted a lamb. Suddenly, he burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha! In that moment, it seemed as though Chen Zhao had shed all his burdens a debt of 7 to 800 million. It hardly mattered anymore. After venting his mirth for a full minute, he began to familiarize himself with the system at hand. This system would issue tasks, and all he needed to do was to divulge information according to these assignments, receiving rewards commensurate with the completion rate of his disclosures. The rewards were numerous and varied, but the most crucial were the skills. To acquire skills, however, one must achieve a completion rate of 200%. Chen Zhao pondered that attaining such a completion rate might necessitate incarcerating someone. This would require him to validate this theory with Chen Yingjing. In addition to this, the system possessed 2 more features: extraction and publishing of information. Extraction. This allowed him to glean explosive information about the disclosed targets provided by the system. Naturally, the explosive information supplied by the system was contingent upon his prior knowledge of the informants, whether through evidence or hearsay. Only after receiving a task from the system could he extract this information. Publishing information. The information disseminated by the system could not be deleted by anyone. It would merely diminish in relevance over time. Now, that is a splendid feature. Let us put to the test. Chen Zhao murmured with anticipation before employing the extraction function of the system. Extract target Chen Yingjing. Chapter 2. Madness Unleashed. Extract target Chen Yingjing. Chen Zhao commanded. In no time, his phone vibrated with urgency. Upon unlocking it, he noticed a newly appeared file folder on his home screen, labeled simply Chen Yingjing. Opening the folder, a torrent of pages filled with text and images flooded his view, revealing a multitude of undisclosed transgressions committed by Chen Yingjing. Damn, she's involved with more than one person, 2 abortions, and she even hosts wild parties. How audacious. Chen Zhao gazed at these sensational revelations, his mind reeling in disbelief. Chen Yingjing, who appeared to be aloof and unapproachable, led such a scandalous private life. How was it that he, her boyfriend for a year, was completely unaware? No wonder there were no paparazzi leaks. Her secrecy was indeed impressive. After perusing the folder, Chen Zhao felt that the system's inclusion of information about undermining juniors, fawning over seniors, and lip-syncing was an affront to the gravity of the other evidence. Was this even comparable? He closed his phone with a heavy sigh. The contents of this folder were utterly shocking, even to him, a man who had been her boyfriend for a year. If this information were to be released, her rabid fans might well be driven to despair. But that was of no concern to him. If they were to perish, so be it. It would only serve to overshadow his own trending topics. Wait, why would he want to overshadow his own trends? By exposing Chen Yingjing, his own scandals would become irrelevant. Chen Zhao felt invigorated. He pulled out his phone and opened Douyin. His previous account, boasting tens of millions of followers, had been reclaimed by the company, and his identity had been blacklisted by Weibo.it is utterly impossible to register. The clarification video I created has been submitted dozens of times through Douyin, yet each attempt has been met with rejection. This is precisely why he has not clarified the matter. He cannot voice his concerns. However, this time, with a system in place, he does not feel the inability to produce a video. He opens the recording. Hello everyone, I am Chen Zhao. This evening at 7:30, I will commence a live broadcast on this account to address the trending topics surrounding me online. Additionally, I will divulge some explosive revelations about a certain celebrity whose name begins with the letter C. It promises to be sensational, and missing it would be a lifelong regret. Having spoken, he clicks to publish. As expected, this time it is released instantaneously. After completing this task, Chen Zhao tosses aside his phone and strides toward the bathroom. He wishes to present himself in the best possible state for the online broadcast. After all, following this revelation, it is only natural that a wave of attention will come crashing upon him. Several companies, television stations, and program directors, undeterred by his management company, Tinder Group, are likely to extend invitations to him. He is ready to capitalize on the dark traffic surrounding him. Minutes later, Chen Zhao gazes at his reflection in the mirror, taking in a handsome visage with striking features, only slightly less impressive than that of the readers. He nods in satisfaction. What a remarkable face! If it weren't for the dark circles under his eyes and the bloodshot appearance, he can only imagine how striking he would appear. Dazzlingly handsome. At such a level of attractiveness, one can only ponder the astounding beauty of the readers. After drying his hair, Chen Zhao emerges from the bathroom and returns to the sofa to check his phone. Upon opening Douyin, his device vibrates furiously with notifications. He glances at the bottom right corner. 999 messages. He clicks on my profile. As anticipated, it has exploded. Over 2 million likes, more than 2 million shares, and 3 million comments. It ranks first on Douyin's trending entertainment list. He opens the comments section. Alas, it is a sight unworthy of his eyes. He dares not even type them out for fear of being banned. Not a single supportive comment exists. It is either insults directed at him or welfare girls congregating in his comment section. Viewing the derogatory remarks directed at him, Chen Zhao remains unfazed. In fact, he relishes the thought of these individuals discovering that their beloved idol leads a rather extravagant life behind the scenes, which would undoubtedly shatter their illusions, and he cannot help but smile. He wishes time would hasten to 7:30. Glancing at the clock, he notes it is 5:30, only 2 hours remain, a brief wait. He shuts off his phone and rises to prepare for the live stream at 7:30. Let the online tempest come. The title Chen Zhao's 7:30 Live apology reigns supreme on Weibo's trending list, with comments reaching into the hundreds of thousands. Let the insults begin. An apology is feudal jail time is what he deserves. See? Chen? Is he exposing himself? This is intriguing. Serial Group 256, a single video from Chen Zhao has stirred a significant uproar online, captivating many in the entertainment industry. Backstage at the North Capitol Sports Center, in the dressing room, Chen Yingjing is meditating, striving to remain unaffected by Chen Zhao's words. Yingjing, Chen Zhao is about to go live to address the matters online. He is already trending. Furthermore, he claims he will expose a celebrity whose name starts with C. Do you think it's true? At that moment, a middle-aged woman with short hair, Chen Yingjing's manager, approaches her, a mocking smile on her face. Startled, Chen Yingjing opens her eyes and instinctively checks her phone, asking, on which platform? She was completely unaware that her voice had taken on a tremulous quality. Douyin, the agent replied, only to realize that something was amiss. See, Chun. Her heart suddenly raced. You all leave, the agent instructed, glancing at the others in the makeup room. Once everyone had departed, the agent quietly inquired of Chen Yingjing, does Chen Zhao have any leverage over you? Chen Yingjing immediately bristled. How could that be? What leverage could I possibly have? My progress has been solely due to my own diligence. Over the years, with those haters and paparazzi constantly scrutinizing me, they haven't managed to expose any dirt on me. What could I have to worry about? The agent's skepticism began to dissipate. Indeed, she spent every day with Chen Yingjing. If there were any issues, she would surely be aware. It seemed that the threat came from elsewhere. What she failed to notice was the evasive glint in Chen Yingjing's eyes. He couldn't possibly possess any evidence against me. Impossible. It must be someone else. Chen Yingjing reassured herself internally, though the rapid beating of her heart betrayed her anxiety. Everyone come back in, the agent called out. Yingjing, prepare yourself, you'll be on stage shortly. Don't let Chen Zhao distract you. Understood, Chen Yingjing replied, taking a deep breath to bolster her resolve. Chen Zhao had already been blacklisted. He had no evidence against her. He was merely posturing, attempting to intimidate her with baseless threats. She refused to fall for it. Chen Yingjing gradually regained her composure as the makeup artist continued her work. Time trickled by. Meanwhile, the online atmosphere was charged. Countless netizens flocked to Douyin, eagerly awaiting Chen Zhao's homepage. At 7:30, the moment arrived. Chen Zhao watched as his followers surged from 0 to over 5 million, and without hesitation, he entered the live stream. Instantly, the viewer count skyrocketed. In an instant, the backend indicated that the viewer numbers had reached 1 million and were still climbing rapidly. He estimated at least 5 to 6 million were online simultaneously. Hello everyone, I am Chen Zhao, the one who has been blacklisted across the internet, who has been vilified as a criminal and accused of manipulating fans, yet has not been censored by official media or imprisoned a top-tier celebrity, he declared. Chen Zhao's words left countless netizens momentarily speechless. While the trending topics were accurate, the connections he made seemed rather absurd. Yet, these thoughts were fleeting. They would not cease their criticism of Chen Zhao based on his statements alone. After all, Chen Zhao was the scoundrel who had been juggling multiple relationships while dating their beloved diva and had exploited her resources to curry favor with seniors while undermining juniors. Scoundrels are adept at masquerading and can argue their way out of anything, which was entirely plausible. The barrage of derogatory comments flooded the screen, overwhelming to behold. Were it not for the system's fixed streaming room, no one could silence him. Fearful of being removed, he initiated the stream without delay. A user by the name of Che Bao 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 asked if it's true that I juggled multiple relationships during my time with Chen Yingjing and that I exploited her resources to curry favor with seniors while belittling juniors. Is this accurate? Chen Zhao stroked his chin and smiled. Is this something many of you wish to know? If so, please indicate by pressing 1. As his words hung in the air, the screen was flooded with ones. It can be said that the majority of viewers in Chen Zhao's livestream are fans of Chen Yingjing. Their presence is not motivated by a desire to support Chen Zhao, who has been silenced. Rather, they seek to ascertain whether he truly has been unfaithful to their idol. Even if they are aware of Chen Zhao's betrayal, they yearn to hear his confession firsthand, eager to unleash their indignation. Spend half an hour in my live stream, and you will discern the truth. Now let us say no more. The Expo's live stream begins, targeting the celebrity known as C. She is the beacon of hope in the music industry, referred to by fans as a little diva, having attained legendary status through 10 original songs. She shines brightly in the public eye, yet remains distant to strangers. Behind the scenes, however, she is sullied and wretched, begging for sympathy while appropriating the works of others as her own. Whether this is true or not, dear viewers, you may inquire yourselves, is she not holding a concert today? Ask her to clarify, for I possess evidence. Chen Zhao paused for a moment before continuing. Are there any representatives from Tiana Company watching my live stream? If you wish to settle this privately, I am amenable, considering she was my former girlfriend and you were my previous management. 20 million, I begrudgingly refrain from discussing how many of my songs she has taken. What a useless individual she is. A smile spread across his face, as if he were unjustly conceding to a private settlement, and Tiana Company had gained a significant advantage. His words ignited a frenzy within the live stream, drawing countless netizens to join, with the viewer count soaring past 10 million. Chapter 3. The exposure of the video scandal. A turmoil in the entertainment industry. It has erupted, completely exploded. Countless fans of Chen Yingjing are seething with rage. Their outbursts are akin to a cataclysm. How dare you tarnish the reputation of our little diva? Such a beast, with your sycophantic demeanor. How could you possibly possess any genuine talent? Do you even dare to touch upon the artistry of our little diva? Are you worthy? The sun and moon bear witness. I believe in Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao's words have invoked the wrath of the heavens, and the barrage of comments has surged, filled with phrases unfit for the ears of the innocent, igniting excitement among countless onlookers. They clamored for a confrontation. Chen Zhao was unfazed by this uproar. However, he raised an eyebrow at one supportive comment among the sea of negativity. How is it possible that loyal fans still exist amid such chaos? A perplexing warmth fills his heart. At the North Capitol Olympic Sports Center, the atmosphere during Chen Yingjing's concert is electric, with a cacophony of voices and melodies filling the air, and every seat occupied by an audience of 100,000. As the most sensational female singer of the moment, Chen Yingjing's popularity is undeniable. Just as she steps off the stage after a song, a voice pierces through the crowd. Little diva. Chen Zhao claims all your songs are written by him. Is that true? The stage falls silent. The speaker's voice carries, and many ears hear it. The fans below are momentarily stunned, but soon those who have been watching Chen Zhao's livestream begin to shout in unison, one after another. Those unaware of the situation quickly grasp what has transpired, expressing their fury toward Chen Zhao while demanding a response from Chen Yingjing to counter this shameless attempt at gaining notoriety. Backstage, her manager urgently advises Yingjing, refrain from responding on your own. Let the company handle it. As Chen Yingjing's manager and a top agent of the company, she understands the origins of Chen Yingjing's songs well. The more Chen Yingjing speaks now, the greater the peril. The best course of action is to remain silent. The company will take decisive measures to eliminate Chen Zhao, silencing the trolls and fans alike, redirecting public opinion entirely in their favor. I understand, Chen Yingjing nods, acknowledging her manager's wisdom. Watching Chen Zhao in the live stream, she grips her phone tightly, her fingers turning pale with anger. Is this rage born from humiliation? Does she loathe herself? Chen Zhao, you remain so naive, thinking you can drag me down with you. Not in this lifetime. Chen Zhao, with a swift motion, she slams her phone onto the table and strides out from backstage. The Tianda company promptly issues a robust response. Observers, fellow celebrities, and fans of Chen Yingjing are taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment. In their eyes, this is a display of unyielding confidence, a bold assertion of power. In a live stream, the Tianda company has responded. Chen Zhao, in a fit of rage, seeks to take others down with him, but they have already initiated legal action against him. Indeed, this is how it should be. Such individuals deserve to be imprisoned, bringing such immense trouble to the company. Yet without facing any repercussions, you audaciously seek to defame the little diva. You are nothing short of despicable. How could such a loathsome individual exist? It would be best for someone like you to exit the entertainment industry altogether. As Chen Zhao gazed at the comments on the screen, enlightenment dawned upon him. A smile graced his face, for he had finally responded. Then perish, he thought. Chen Zhao, wielding his second phone, played a voice recording for the audience in the live stream. Yingjing, I have completed the song Little Apple and sent it to you. Chen Zhao, please compose another theme song for me. I need it immediately. All right. Chen Zhao, I am about to participate in the Hello Singer program. Please write me a few original songs. Kisses. I love you. Yingjing, why have you wronged me? As the comments in the live stream dwindled, millions listened to the familiar voice emanating from Chen Zhao's phone, entranced. This voice, was it not that of the little diva? Was this dialogue genuine? Could it be that the little diva's original songs were indeed penned by Chen Zhao? Their disbelief was palpable, yet the recording was irrefutable. For a moment, their minds were in disarray. However, soon someone interjected, claiming, this is all fabricated, Chen Zhao slanders, and his words are devoid of truth. If he truly possessed talent, the company would have already elevated him to stardom. Let us not forget his song Big Bowl Noodles. Upon reading these words, The remaining skeptical netizens shivered, their convictions solidified. Chen Zhao's Big Bowl Noodles had once dominated the new song charts, remaining in the top 10 for an entire month. Few had not heard it. Those who had recalled the day when their homes were without power. For Chen Zhao's Big Bowl Noodles had illuminated their abodes. The online community playfully dubbed him the pioneer of electronic music. If Chen Zhao's songs were akin to excrement, then Chen Yingjing's melodies were celestial harmonies, both in tone and essence, immensely captivating. Such a stark contrast could hardly be attributed to a single individual. Could it be that Chen Zhao was suffering from a split personality? Upon realizing this, their fury intensified, and they furiously typed away at their keyboards. Do you take us for fools? Are we unaware of the quality of your music? You are both foolish and malevolent. Why not just vanish? Disgusting sisters. Let us report this live stream. At the concert, Chen Yingjing's gentle voice, akin to a soft breeze caressing one's ear, resonated throughout the venue as she performed her renowned piece. Night. Before she even began to sing, the audience bombarded her with queries about the events in Chen Zhao's live stream. After pondering for several seconds, she grasped the microphone and stated, "I will make a singular response. Every song is my original work, and I do not understand why he seeks to defame me. I hope he reflects on his actions, exits the entertainment industry to lead a proper life, and ceases to harm others in this field, including myself. Otherwise, I shall resort to legal measures to protect my rights. Thank you." With that, Chen Yingjing turned and exited the stage. Below, her fans erupted in fervor, each one excitedly tapping their screens and denouncing Chen Zhao's live stream. "Oh, how noble you sound." Chen Zhao gazed at the comments from Chen Yingjing's fans with a smile. "I welcome her to wield the weapon of law against me. If she chooses not to, then let us proceed with the revelations. Next, fasten your seatbelts, for the ensuing ride may be rather swift." Chen Yingjing's fans should prepare their emergency heart pills. Do not be overly excited, lest you faint, for I bear no responsibility for the aftermath. Chen Zhao's cryptic remarks left the audience in the live stream momentarily stunned. Was he about to unveil something significant? Could it be that Chen Yingjing had yet another secret? With such thoughts, everyone eagerly secured their seatbelts, while some of Chen Yingjing's fans sensed an ominous turn of events. Backstage at the concert, Chen Yingjing's heart raced. Surely he wouldn't have more about me. It cannot be. She silently screamed in trepidation, her gaze fixed intently on the live stream, under the collective, breath-holding anticipation of the crowd. Chen Zhao unveiled the video of Chen Yingjing rehearsing her acting skills at the private residence of the chairman of Tienda Company. You often wonder why I possess talent, yet the company does not support me. I too have pondered this conundrum, but recently, I have come to a realization. It is time to elevate Chen Yingjing, for she is indeed at a loss for words, and my sister has endured hardships as well. Chen Zhao's words resonated alongside the high-definition footage. The live stream fell into profound silence. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Chapter 4. The Video Scandal. Chen Yingjing announces her withdrawal from the industry. For approximately a minute, no comments appeared. Just as Chen Zhao believed he was experiencing a technical glitch, an overwhelming tide of comments surged forth like a tsunami. "No, this cannot be my goddess. This cannot be real." Alas, the video featuring my goddess has ultimately been exposed. I admit, the man in the video is indeed me. It's explosive, utterly sensational. The live stream is bustling, and the download is nearly complete. This is madness, complete and utter madness. In an instant, every social media platform erupted with trending headlines regarding the Chen Yingjing video scandal. The intensity of interest skyrocketed, as the number of viewers in the live stream suddenly surged to 30 million. Bystanders shouted in excitement, eagerly downloading the content. Chen Yingjing's fans, however, were livid, filled with despair, fiercely defending her. They could no longer dismiss it as mere editing. It is well known that such videos cannot be fabricated. Moreover, as devoted fans, they were well aware of her distinctive birthmarks. They recognized that it was indeed Chen Yingjing. In a flash, Chen Yingjing collapsed, overwhelmed with rage, and was rushed to the hospital. The entire internet was left in shock and turmoil by the evidence Chen Zhao had presented. Paparazzi were filled with regret. lamenting that they had not uncovered the evidence of Chen Yingjing's infidelity themselves. They could have extorted millions from this video. What a loss. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this scandal, Chen Yingjing, had already fainted once. With her manager's assistance, she was forcefully revived. Yet, her once brilliant and aloof eyes now appeared clouded with despair. Her body trembled, and her lips quivered. How could this happen? How could he have this video? Chen Zhao, I despise you. Do you wish to ruin me? Why? Why would you do this? She murmured in regret. Beside her, her manager was both shocked and anxious. Yingjing, you must be strong. There should still be a chance for a turnaround. Yet, the manager's confidence wavered. The evidence presented by Chen Zhao was overwhelmingly compelling, especially given the public nature of the live stream. They sought to extricate themselves from the situation, yet found no opportunity for redemption. It was a deadlock. However, she was unwilling to succumb to defeat. Their fates were intertwined. Her success was tied to Chen Yingjing's. If Chen Yingjing faltered, so too would she. At that moment, she truly wished she could slap Chen Yingjing across the face. You engage in affairs with the big boss without considering the surveillance? You film intimate moments without ensuring their security? How did this material end up in Chen Zhao's hands? Utterly foolish. I must call the company. The manager said in a flurry, hastily retrieving her phone and stepping aside to make the call. Presently, the only entity capable of rescuing Chen Yingjing was Tina Company, her big boss. She did not doubt that he would intervene, for the other individual in the video was indeed the big boss. Tina Company was in complete disarray. The conference room was in chaos. The public relations department, what are you doing? Remove everything. Instruct them to take down all the videos. And contact Douyin to immediately shut down the live stream. Hurry up. The CEO, Luo Zhen, stood with his hands on his hips, pacing anxiously back and forth, occasionally stopping to loudly urge the head of the public relations department. The agents contacted the online influencers and their affiliated artists, with fans stepping forward to clarify that this matter was baseless and false. Yes. The executives in the conference room were frantically busy like spinning tops. Luo sat in his seat with a gloomy face, eyes fixed on Chen Zhao's live stream, filled with fury and wrath. Sleep, Chen Yingjing. Green, Chen Zhao. He regarded Chen Zhao as an ant to be easily crushed, ensuring he bore a hefty penalty for breach of contract. He felt no regret, only lamenting that he hadn't imprisoned Chen Zhao, leaving him utterly powerless, granting him a fleeting opportunity. That very opportunity had unexpectedly bitten back at him. Chairman, Douyin said, they can't shut down Chen Zhao's live stream. Only a portion of the trending topics has been taken down, while others remain. The head of the public relations department spoke with a trembling voice. Luo squinted, his eyes flashing with cold light, his expression dark and furious as he exclaimed, "A bunch of worthless fools. You'll inevitably perish from the weight of your own traffic." He didn't believe for a second that it couldn't be shut down. It was evident they were reluctant to lose such significant viewership. Chairman, the artists have spoken out, but it seems ineffective, the agents added. Luo nodded, remaining silent. Suddenly, the conference room was filled with the incessant ringing of phones. One by one, the executives answered, their expressions turning grave. Chairman, Chen Yingjing's brand partners have called to cancel their collaborations, demanding compensation for losses estimated at $1.3 billion. Chairman, some of our artist programs and films have also been unilaterally canceled, with estimated losses around $300 million. Chairman, Penguin Music has removed all of Chen Yingjing's songs. One video did not solely affect Chen Yingjing. It impacted their entire company. Had it been an exposure of Chen Yingjing's indiscretions with others, they would have severed ties and labeled it a personal issue, shifting all losses onto her to minimize the company's damages. But the man involved with Chen Yingjing was Luo Zhen, the chairman of the company. They could not decipher Luo's intentions and opted for silence. Luo remained mute, his expression still dark. At that moment, the chairman's secretary hurried towards him, whispering, "Chairman, a call from Feng Li." Feng Li, Chen Yingjing's manager. Luo took the phone and, after a tense silence of several seconds, spoke decisively. "Have Chen Yingjing publicly apologize, announce her withdrawal from the entertainment industry, and return to the company immediately." After saying this, he hung up. The legal department was tasked with drafting a termination contract for Chen Yingjing, stipulating a 1-month deadline for her to compensate the company for breach of contract. The Public Relations Department was ordered to sever ties with Chen Zhao, with the company absorbing 30% of the resultant losses, followed by drafting a statement of apology. The meeting was adjourned. Indeed, the immediate course of action was to acknowledge the error, apologize, compensate, and mitigate losses. He was a businessman, not a benevolent soul. The matter has not yet been exposed. He provided resources to Chen Zhao, who exchanged her body for mutual benefit. Now that it has been revealed, does he still expect to bear the entire burden? The company does not belong to him alone. Such a significant loss is beyond his capacity to endure. It is Chen Zhao who must shoulder the consequences. He is aware that he will incur some blame, but he is not a celebrity. He operates behind the scenes. Let the fans criticize. Their indignation will fade with time. Once this turmoil subsides, he will turn his attention to Chen Zhao, that despicable creature. Backstage at the concert, Feng Li, lost in thought, set her phone down and looked at Chen Zhao, who sat there like a soulless being. She approached, struggling to speak. The company requires you to apologize and withdraw from the industry. Chen Zhao's body trembled, her previous pride and confidence evaporating. After a silence of several seconds, she rose. I understand. With that, she stepped out of the backstage area. Watching Chen Zhao's retreating figure, Feng Li felt a wave of despair. Chen Zhao's career was over. Her own prospects were dimmed as well. Chen Zhao, how deeply do you despise Zhao? After all, you were once lovers for several years. Yes, she may have betrayed you, but you merely donned an ephemeral green hat, while she sacrificed her brilliant future and faces a compensation of over $1 billion. How ruthless you are. In the corridor leading to the stage, the staff observed Chen Zhao in silence, their expressions varying. Chen Zhao's eyes were vacant as she walked, propelled by instinct. As she approached the stage, the deafening noise jolted her back to reality. Taking a deep breath, she forced a bitter smile. With her skirt lifted and microphone in hand, she ascended the stage. Chen Zhao appeared. The tumult gradually subsided, and countless eyes focused on her. In the past, she had gazed at her fans with pride and confidence, relishing their admiration. Now, however, she perceived their eyes as glimmering with greed, repulsion, and unnaturalness. In response to the circulating video, I apologize to the brands I represent, my fans and my admirers. I have betrayed your trust. From this day forth, I officially withdraw from the entertainment industry. Thank you. With that declaration, disregarding the chaos behind her, Chen Zhao descended the stage. The news of her retirement swept across the internet like a tempest, leaving netizens in shock. Firstly, the video was indeed authentic. Secondly, Chen Zhao was retiring. Onlookers expressed their regret briefly before turning to the restroom to watch the video. Chen Zhao's fans wailed in despair, while others, having turned against her, vented their frustration over the crumbling idol, their hearts simmering with jealousy at the goddess being exploited. In a live stream, Chen Zhao also came across the news of Chen Zhao's retirement. Yet, why was he being criticized even more harshly now than when she had not retired? One cannot sleep in the same bed with two different people. He deserved to be betrayed for toying with the emotions of a rising star. Her current state was a consequence of his actions. Never had he encountered such pettiness in a man. He had merely been betrayed, while she had withdrawn from the industry. Is he not to blame? Perhaps he should reflect on his own shortcomings instead of placing blame elsewhere. Serial kicked out of the live broadcast. Chen Zhao, seething with rage, chuckled ironically. If I've been wronged, shouldn't you reflect on your own issues? When your goddess is indulging with another, why not contemplate your own shortcomings? Your wife has left you for someone else, and the child isn't yours. Have you considered your own faults? You're unable to secure a job, and your boss dismisses you. Perhaps it's time to introspect as well. Always blaming oneself. Isn't it? Chen Zhao's outburst left the millions in the live stream dumbfounded. No, my friend, that was merely a jest. You just hit me with a heavy blow. The impact of such words was staggering. My failing lies solely in not having ensured that those despicable artists are incarcerated. Do you truly believe this is the end? The viewers in the live stream were taken aback. What else could Chen Zhao possibly have? In an instant, countless bystanders found their curiosity piqued. News spread like wildfire, drawing in more spectators eager to witness the unfolding drama. Chen Zhao had no intention of holding back. He was prepared to reveal all the evidence regarding Chen Yingjing's tax evasion. Just then, a phone call interrupted him. Chapter 5. Chen Yingjing's bamboo pole worth 30 million. Permanently banned. A noble's call, answering the phone. Chen Zhao glanced at the caller ID, instantly recognizing the familiar number belonging to Chen Yingjing's secondary phone. Just the thought of it made him aware of the significance of her call. He promptly informed the viewers in the live stream, picked up the phone, and distanced himself. The anxious netizens in the chat began to speculate about the identity of the caller. This speculation swiftly propelled the Title 10 company prepares to offer a high price for disaster relief to the 4th spot on trending topics. Upon answering the call, a voice filled with desperation and tears emerged from the other end. Chen Zhao, why won't you let me go? What do you want from me to be satisfied? Do you want me to die? Indeed, Chen Zhao replied with a chuckle. Chen Yingjing was taken aback, falling silent for several seconds before finally responding. I will buy all the evidence you have against me. Just name your price. Huh, you should have said so earlier. 30 million. And we can proceed with a cash transaction to destroy the evidence. Chen Zhao's tone softened instantly. After all, when money was involved, she was his employer, deserving of respect. Are you out of your mind? 30 million is unreasonable. Provide me with the evidence from your group chat. Give me your account details. Chen Yingjing spoke with a tone of submission. Wait, first sign this contract, Chen Zhao said, sending over a pre-prepared agreement. He understood that without complete preparation, he couldn't risk taking her money, for she might very well turn the tables on him. He was not foolish enough to jeopardize his promising future for 30 million. As Chen Yingjing gazed at the song copyright settlement contract that Chen Zhao had sent, her expression shifted from pale to a deep frown, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. This cunning man had been thoroughly prepared. I will consider this 30 million as a fee for hiring a male model, she thought, signing her name. Once the money is transferred, I will immediately destroy the evidence, Chen Zhao assured her with unwavering confidence. The 30 million would alleviate his pressing financial concerns. Soon enough, the funds were transferred. Chen Zhao opened the video, observing the weary, gritting teeth of Chen Yingjing, and he smiled, promptly deleting the evidence from her group chat right before her eyes. Chen Yingjing visibly relaxed. Chen Zhao, she began to express her thoughts, but he hung up the phone without further ado. Once the money was in, emotions were rendered irrelevant. What more was there to discuss? He charged by the second. Seated in her chauffeur-driven car, Chen Yingjing watched as Chen Zhao ended the video call, her breath quickening with anger. How much evidence do you truly have? What have you been doing behind the scenes? Fengli skulda, exasperata. I was merely taking a gamble. I didn't expect him to possess such evidence, Chen Yingjing replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty. I have no idea how he found out, but 30 million is worth it. This matter must not come to light otherwise. She left her sentence hanging. It didn't matter if she exited the industry. It was inconsequential if she owed so much money. At least she was still out in the world with the possibility of a resurgence. But if the evidence from that group chat were to be exposed, the identities would be revealed, and Luo Zhan would realize that he had been deceived. In such a situation, redemption seems utterly unattainable, and one may as well languish in prison until death. Fengli shook her head, disregarding Chen Yingjing's presence. In the live broadcast room, Chen Zhao returned to his seat, observing the increasing number of viewers. He waved his hand, announcing the conclusion of today's session. Please follow me. I will later reveal the intricacies of this circle. With those words, he ended the stream, sighing with relief at the 30 million in his account. Chen Zhao hurriedly logged into his Douyin backend to check the earnings from this live session. A mere 14 million, such a paltry sum. Chen Zhao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. It is worth noting that he had nearly 50 million viewers watching live, a record in Douyin's history. However, with such high viewership, the earnings were only in the low tens of millions, with taxes and splits leaving him with just 7 to 8 million, which paled in comparison to other top influencers. He muttered to himself, I must turn my public image around. Otherwise, no one will pay for my content. The whispers of rumors spread like wildfire, while the clarifications required considerable effort. He had already been branded as a scoundrel, a C-list celebrity, and a two-timer in the minds of netizens. To alter this impression and clarify his reputation would take time. As he withdrew the funds, Chen Zhao pondered, the system should release the illicit evidence concerning Chen Yingjing. Aside from the group party evidence, he had not intended to reveal the group party evidence just yet. It was a trump card he wished to preserve. After all, this evidence pertained not only to Chen Yingjing, but also implicated several top-tier celebrities. He needed to hold on to it until the system issued him a task, allowing him to earn greater rewards and strike harder blows. Revealing it now would yield insufficient returns. The remaining evidence was sufficient to ensure Chen Yingjing's total downfall, resulting in significant losses for Tianda Company, thus avenging himself. While the entire internet speculated that Chen Zhao had indeed accepted bribes and was now afraid, the remaining evidence regarding Chen Yingjing surged to the trending searches, effectively silencing critics. Observers lamented the chaos of the entertainment industry, while many of Chen Yingjing's fans defected, though a few diehard supporters remained. At this juncture, state media released a statement to further regulate the broadcasting, television, and online entertainment industries, and in accordance with legal statutes. We hereby blacklist the notorious artist Chen Yingjing. Effective immediately, she is prohibited from participating in any activities, announcements, shows, television, films, etc. The tax authorities announced, concerning artist Chen Yingjing, there are allegations of tax evasion amounting to 300 million. Please rectify this within 3 working days. Overnight, these events dominated several trending topics. Chen Yingjing found herself in dire straits. The once celebrated star had become a relic of the past. As for Chen Zhao, the question arose as to why he wasn't facing a similar fate, as they were of the same ilk. Campaigns to boycott the notorious artist Chen Zhao began to circulate. Meanwhile, Luo Zhen looked at Chen Yingjing, presenting her with 2 documents. The document on the left allows you to leave the company immediately upon signing, provided you remit the penalty of 110 million within a month. In the document on the right, after 5 years, an 80-20 revenue split is proposed, with a penalty for breach of contract set at 500 million. The company is offering to send you to the esteemed CCC institution in the land of cherry blossoms for a fresh start. Choose wisely. Luo Zhen crossed his arms, his sharp gaze locked onto Chen Yingjing's eyes. According to the recent analysis from the marketing department, following the scandal, Chen Yingjing's reputation at home has plummeted, rendering her unable to continue her career. However, in the land of cherry blossoms, she has unexpectedly gained popularity. Her fame and value are steadily rising. With a mindset aimed at extracting the utmost value, he prepared 2 contracts. Either option would enable Tianda Company to recoup losses and mitigate the damages caused by Chen Yingjing. CCC institution? What is that? Chen Yingjing inquired. Having thoroughly examined the contract on the right, her curiosity piqued. The penalty for breach of contract was indeed substantial, but the revenue share for the first 3 years was favorable, with future adjustments contingent upon circumstances. The company pledged to invest its maximum resources into her development. Aside from the high penalty, the terms were not dissimilar to her previous contract, and she found it quite satisfactory. Although she faced a permanent ban in her home country and would no longer grace the screens, the prospect of the company's support for her development was appealing. She relished being in the limelight. Yet, she had never heard of this institution. Luo Zhen replied nonchalantly, AV Entertainment Base. Chen Yingjing's expression stiffened. She felt a profound insult. A part of her wished to hurl the contract at Luo Zhen's head. However, the overwhelming compensation weighed heavily on her. After a minute of silence, she picked up the pen and signed her name. Luo Zhen collected the contract with a smile, stating, from this day forth, you shall be known as the Cherry Blossom Star, Ling Nai. The brand's penalty will be advanced by the company, which you will repay later. Chen Yingjing remained silent. What meant to transition from a rising diva to a softcore film actress, no one could fathom. Meanwhile, in his rented room, Chen Zhao was oblivious to Chen Yingjing's intention to formally step into the spotlight as a mistress. He was busy concluding his tasks. Task completion rate, 200, task completed. Reward, golden voice skill, 1 specified disclosure document can be retained, 2 original songs. Golden voice skill, your voice resonates with divine quality, capable of mastering any song and immersing the audience in its essence. Would you like to draw the original songs? Yes, Chen Zhao thought. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the songs Wan Jing and Youth of China. As if a seal had been lifted, the lyrics of the two songs flooded Chen Zhao's mind. He was momentarily taken aback. These songs? They were indeed classics, excellent in quality, but perhaps a bit too nationalistic. Still, he consoled himself inwardly. Having such iconic songs now paired with his golden voice was undoubtedly a winning combination. In the light of China, Chen Zhao softly hummed a couple of lines, like a celestial melody. With a satisfied expression, he glanced at the disclosure document, but soon closed the system. There was nothing of interest, only blank pages that would yield evidence once he targeted the right individuals. Just then, the phone rang. The sudden ringtone of his mobile phone jolted Chen Zhao back to reality. He glanced at the screen, noting the unfamiliar number, and, intrigued, answered the call. Chapter 6. After the collapse, I found it easier to trend online. It is quite challenging to find you. Came the steady voice of a middle-aged man from across the line. Chen Zhao maintained a composed demeanor. Having frequently been harassed, he had long since changed his phone number, known only to a select few. The fact that this individual had managed to obtain it suggested he had acquired it through someone within Chen's circle. Yet, the identity of a director remained a mystery. Who are you? Forgive my lack of introduction. My name is Li Zhao, director of the Showzingers Sing Sing. I would like to invite you to be a contestant in our third episode. Li Zhao revealed his intentions. Chen Zhao was taken aback. It was indeed this program. The show presented its challenges on the day of competition, compelling singers to create on-the-spot compositions, be they adaptations of classic songs or unreleased tracks. The format involved live broadcasts with head-to-head confrontations, determining the victor through a combination of mentor votes, audience votes, and online ballots. The winner advanced while the loser was eliminated. This innovative and exhilarating format had garnered immense popularity, sweeping across the nation and shattering records in the realm of singing competitions, becoming a staple for countless viewers who eagerly anticipated each weekly episode. Many singers aspired to partake in this program to gain exposure. Why had Li Zhao approached him? Chen Zhao speculated that after the scandal involving Chen Jing, he had garnered significant attention, albeit negative. It was conceivable that a once glorious program, now in decline, sought to capitalize on his notoriety for a resurgence. Yet, Singers Sing did not require that. Fine. If I cannot comprehend it, I shall not dwell on it. After all, I have already reached this point. Regardless, the losses will not be mine. He refrained from inquiring about the appearance fee. Li Zhao cheerfully responded, I value the opportunity more. A fee of several $100,000 is but a drop in the bucket compared to my current debts. However, if I seize this opportunity, the returns could be exponential. I'll look forward to your performance. The appearance fee is $500,000 per episode. I will send you the electronic contract shortly. By the way, when will you arrive in Huqing? I will arrange for someone to pick you up. Li Zhao meticulously finalized the details. Chen Zhao glanced at the flight schedule from Magic City to Huqing and replied, I will arrive tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Good. Do you mind if I use you for some pre-show promotion? Although Chen could not see Li Zhao, he imagined a beaming smile on the director's face. That is acceptable. It poses no harm to me. I anticipate your performance on the show. With that, Li Zhao ended the call. Chen Zhao exhaled, a smile breaking across his face as he quickly opened WeChat to add Li Zhao as a contact. Within seconds, Li Zhao sent a document. Chen Zhao opened the file, reviewed the contract thoroughly, and finding no issues, signed it and returned it to Li Zhao. Li Zhao responded with an image confirming receipt. No further communication followed. I hope the proposed challenges fall within the scope of my 3 songs, Chen Zhao murmured. Otherwise, relying solely on my current abilities to compose original songs would be a gamble. At Mango TV, in the backstage area of Singers Sing Sing, a stocky middle-aged man with a thick head of hair called out, Xiao Zhang. Yes, director. A charming young woman, adorned with an intern badge, hurriedly approached Li Zhao. In a moment, you'll accept Chen Zhao's friend request. Tomorrow, you'll be at the airport to welcome him. During this episode, you'll serve as his assistant. Li Zhao instructed Zhang Zhishi. Chen Zhao is also joining our program? Zhang Zhishi exclaimed, her large eyes wide with surprise. The others turned their attention as well. The man who created Big Bowl Noodles was to be part of their show? Wasn't that tantamount to a predetermined elimination? What was he thinking? After all, he was a musical genius, a formidable competitor among the singers this episode. Li Zhao spoke with a serious tone. Yet the smile that crept onto his face betrayed him. Haha, director, you've been watching the live stream, haven't you? Indeed, this is a musical prodigy. Our singers now have a rival. The staff joked back and forth. Stop the banter. Focus on creating a promotional poster, Li Zhao snapped, before turning his gaze to the anxious Zhang Zhishi. What are you still doing standing there? Go book the tickets and make preparations. Yes, yes, Zhang Zhishi replied, hastily scurrying away. Li Zhao remained seated, his eyes filled with anticipation for the invited singer. His reasons for inviting Chen Zhao were threefold. Firstly, he was cost-effective, serving as a backdrop for the top-tier singers of this episode. Secondly, the Tianda group and first-class singer Hua Yi would be participating, creating an intense rivalry that required little promotion, an explosive point of interest. Was it true that Chen Zhao was merely a decorative figure, with his songs being used to elevate Chening Jing, or was he merely boasting? Li Zhao envisioned the showdown between the two, pondering who would be eliminated. This would be the episode's main highlight. Indeed, he planned to orchestrate a behind-the-scenes confrontation between Hua Yi and Chen Zhao. Thirdly, Chen Zhao's current popularity was substantial, and Li Zhao was eager to capitalize on it. Half an hour later, two individuals approached Li Zhao briskly. Director, the poster is ready. Take a look, one bespectacled staff member said, presenting his laptop to Li Zhao. Li Zhao examined the poster featuring 8 singers, with Chen Zhao positioned prominently at the center, accompanied by the caption, musical prodigy or decorative figure. Let the singers sing to reveal the truth. King Changde remarked that Chen Zhao possessed the finest voice and creative ability he had ever encountered, predicting he would become a titan in the Chinese music scene. Queen Ai Hong expressed her desire to collaborate with Chen Zhao. Li Zhao regarded the self-satisfied staff member with an odd expression, saying, "You, my friend, are truly a genius. You are wasting your talents on my modest production team. You should be at UC's shock department. Should I go ahead and publish this?" The bespectacled man asked, grinning with pride. "Publish it?" Li Zhao gestured dismissively. "Great." The man hurried back to his station. "Director, which of these topics should we choose?" Another man inquired, handing Li Zhao a notepad containing 5 proposed themes. Li Zhao cast a glance, contemplating for a brief moment before a mischievous smile illuminated his face as he circled majestic opera with his pen. "Director, are you serious?" The staff exclaimed in astonishment. "You assigned me this theme. Did you not have the same intention?" Li Zhao's eyes seemed to penetrate the innermost thoughts of the staff. The staff, caught off guard, smiled sheepishly and hastily departed. "This is getting interesting," Li Zhao mused to himself, sensing that this episode would shatter the viewership records of variety shows. As the workers finished their shifts and indulged in the virtual realm of social media, TikTok, Weibo, slow hand. 91. A promotional poster for a certain singer ascended to the top of trending searches. "Wait, buddy, is this poster accurate? Did King Chong say so? Is Queen Ai even aware of this promotion? King? Queen? What do they know about music? It's Chen Zhao at the forefront. Why hasn't this dog been blacklisted yet? Serial. Brothers, I've discovered a blind spot. Hua is actually participating. This is hilarious. If the production team doesn't arrange for them to battle it out, then the director might as well resign. What can that scoundrel Chen Zhao possibly compare to our floral wonder? He is merely a floor tile in the Chinese music scene, purely a bystander. Is Chen Zhao even a singer? He is merely a walking flower stand. In the northern capital, at a certain villa, a loud clap echoed. Hua slammed the table, exclaiming, "What kind of worthless being is Chen Zhao, that anyone would dare say, I am inferior to him?" Have their eyes grown to the back of their heads? The stunning manager replied, "No matter how much they say, does it matter who you're better than? They aren't the ones awarding you. You simply need to outshine Chen Zhao on the program." Hua scoffed. "This waste doesn't even deserve to be compared to me. Even given another few decades, he wouldn't reach half of my caliber. By the way, do you know what the theme for this episode is? I must ensure he doesn't get even a sliver of an opportunity." The manager's lips twitched slightly as they responded. The company has decided on Majestic Opera and is already having the creative department drafted. They stated that Chen Zhao must not advance. They will manipulate the votes accordingly. Does the company not trust me? Hua expressed his dissatisfaction. The manager remained silent. After a brief pause, the manager spoke. You don't have any illegal or scandalous secrets tied to Chen Zhao, do you? If so, tell me immediately. We rise and fall together. I'll handle it discreetly. Otherwise, if it gets exposed, your future could be ruined, and you might even incur hefty compensation. You wouldn't want to end up like Chuning Jing, would you? Huai, visibly agitated, retorted, how could I possibly have anything? I'm either writing songs or on my way to participate in the program. When have I ever strayed from you for long? The paparazzi can't find any dirt on me. How could Chen Zhao have any? Let us hope so. The manager nodded, then added, I'll head to the company now. You should rest. Huai responded with an impatient mem. After the agent departed, Huai retrieved her phone and logged into her Weibo account. After a brief moment of contemplation, she began to compose a message, subsequently sending it and tagging I am really not Chen Zhao, the new Weibo account registered by Chen Zhao, singer Sing Sing Sing, and Mango TV. I fail to comprehend what qualifications a disgraced artist possesses to occupy a central position. If it were merely myself, it would not matter. However, with these esteemed predecessors present, what right does Chen Zhao have? As soon as the message was released, a chorus of responses ensued. Chapter 7. Is the troubled artist making a comeback? Chen Zhao records a variety show. Bravo, Huahua. Stay spirited, Huahua. Let us see what this disgraced artist has to say. We stand behind you, ready to support at any moment. Chen Zhao, despite his downfall, remains unperturbed. Could he not just exit the scene sooner? How much money did he funnel to the production team for such excessive promotion? Singer Sing Sing, surely you do not wish for me to abandon your program entirely? Swiftly ban Chen Zhao and pen me an apology letter, and I shall consider forgiving you. Fans of Hawaii, witnessing their idol charge forth, donned helmets and wielded weapons, unleashing a torrent of organized fire against Mango TV and the Singer Sing Sing program, targeting Chen Zhao. The brunt of the criticism fell upon him. With merely a few 100,000 followers on Weibo, a system-generated post stating, I registered on Weibo today, garnered over 1 million comments. A post humorously titled Why fans have completely exposed Chen Zhao trended on hot searches, fueled by fans emerging in response to his revelations. In that moment, they retreated into anonymity. Chen Zhao found himself precariously teetering, as if one were unfit for the entertainment industry unless they joined in the condemnation of him. The internet erupted in outrage against Chen Zhao. At home, Chen Zhao was engaged in a conversation with Zhang Zhishi about the Singer Sing Sing program when a flurry of urgent messages arrived. Zhang Zhishi shared a frantic photo, exclaiming, Something has happened. Zhao Ge, it seems you have once again become the target of widespread criticism. Chen Zhao stared blankly at the message before exiting WeChat and opening Weibo, where he observed the trending topics in entertainment. Out of the top 10 trending items, 8 were about him, with the other 2 also related to his persona. Upon clicking the newly trending post and reading it through, he grasped the situation. He was left speechless. How could this be attributed to him? It was glaringly evident that the production team was orchestrating this for the sake of publicity. Netizens, engage your minds. In a mere 1,111 seconds, Chen Zhao accepted the reality that the public relished in criticizing him. They were, after all, his source of fame and fortune, yet he could not retaliate. Nevertheless, why, you wretched being, prepare to face my wrath? Chen Zhao unleashed a barrage of responses. Soon after, a message was released, drawing countless netizens who, after reading, found themselves momentarily bewildered before erupting in excitement. How dare you, a perennial second fiddle, flaunt your authority here? With the emperor absent, you believe you can rise to power. Forgetting how you once wagged your tail before me? Allow me to refresh your memory. Images, images, images. Tend to your hounds. Do not let them bark, prince. The saga unfolded, revealing past instances where Chen Zhao had fawned over senior artists while Huai had similarly venerated him. It circulated that Huai had once idolized Chen Zhao. A song titled Big Bowl of Noodles had eclipsed the combined sales of several of Huai's tracks. This scoundrel possesses formidable resilience. No wonder he attracts the favor of female celebrities. In Baidu, within a villa, the atmosphere was thick with disbelief. How dare he speak so boldly? Who does he think he is? Lies inflict no harm, but the truth delivers a staggering blow. Huai, trembling with rage, furiously berated his situation. His hands shook as he clutched his phone, revising his retort to Chen Zhao numerous times, yet he could not conceive a suitable counterargument. The truth of the matter was indisputable. He found himself utterly unable to refute it. His few song sales were overshadowed by that very track he had mocked and scorned, deeming it unworthy of the title music. Suddenly, a sharp click resonated as the door was unlocked. The rapid sound of high heels echoed on the floor as the stunning agent snatched the phone from Hua Yi, her beautiful face contorted with anger as she confronted him. Who authorized your post? Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? You have become a laughingstock. Do you understand? Hua Yi opened his mouth to protest, but found himself speechless. In a fit of anger, he overturned the ashtray on the coffee table, sending it crashing to the ground. Am I to let his words linger on trending topics, allowing others to think I am inferior to Chen Zhao? The agent shook her head. No matter how much you argue, Chen Zhao can always leverage your words against you. The only opportunity for you to utterly crush him lies in the upcoming competition, Singer Sings. With that, she took Hua Yi's phone and composed a message for release. See you at Singer Sings. After sending it, she tossed the phone back to him and warned, the company is quite displeased with your unauthorized remarks. If you continue to disregard company protocols, they may consider revoking some of your endorsements. Please, I will adhere to the company's regulations, Hua Yi quickly assured, realizing the implications for his financial prospects. The agent lit a cigarette, and Hua Yi followed suit, both inhaling deeply. She remarked, the buzz is already building. This could be an opportunity for you. If you manage to eliminate Chen Zhao from Singer Sings, your popularity and career will see a significant boost. But if you're the one eliminated, I will never be outperformed by him, Hua Yi interjected firmly. The agent nodded in agreement, confident in his resolve. Online, the post crafted by the agent stirred excitement among netizens. They eagerly anticipated the commencement of Singer Sings, curious to see who would face elimination. Some even created a poll, speculating on who would be ousted and who they most wanted to see compete against him. Unsurprisingly, Chen Zhao emerged as the overwhelming favorite. Upon seeing the post, Chen Zhao could not help but suspect that it was a ploy by the Singer Sings staff using a fake account to incite drama. The voting results indicated a staggering 99 predicted he would be eliminated, and 100 expressed a desire to witness a showdown between him and Hua Yi. Yet, he reassured himself, this is not a source of shame. It is a badge of honor. At this moment, I stand above the kings and queens of the industry in terms of popularity. Chen Zhao turned off his phone, took a warm shower, and retired for the night. Unbeknownst to him, deep in the night, a flight from the Fog City landed in Crane City. At the airport, 3 striking young men, some with long hair, others clad in form-fitting black jeans, and all sporting rugged yet handsome features, gathered and took a taxi to Mango TV. The trio checked into a hotel near the station. Having ordered barbecue, they reminisced while indulging in their meal. After the disbandment of their group, they had not seen one another since. The captain was unjustly slandered by that woman, leading to his fall from grace, and they felt helpless, burdened by regret. Indeed, the sentiment was palpable as the 3 of them expressed their indignation and remorse, though only they understood the truth behind their words. With the captain making a comeback on stage, they vowed not to bring shame upon him. They would give their utmost performance the following day. Having agreed upon their plan, they forewent bathing and went to bed in their clothes. The next morning, sunlight flooded the room. At 9:30, a flight from the bustling metropolis departed for Crane City. By 11, the plane landed at Crane City Airport. Chen Zhao, dragging his suitcase and donning a blue felt hat and sunglasses, exited the airport. He scanned the area and soon spotted a slightly plump girl holding a sign that read Mango TV. He approached her, and as he drew near, Zhang Zhishi tentatively spoke. Chou Yi. Lin Zhao lowered his sunglasses to glance at Zhang Zhishi and inquired, where's the car you arranged? Zhao Gu, is it just you? She asked, looking behind her as if expecting others. Stop looking. It's just me, Chen Zhao chuckled, gently turning her head away. Let us go. He strode ahead to the roadside and paused, glancing back at Zhang Zhishi, who was following closely. Which vehicle is it? Her face flushed. She pointed towards the distance. Chen Zhao looked over and was taken aback. A bus. I assumed your team would have many members. Who would have thought that a top star like you, Zhang Zhishi, quickly attempted to explain, her voice dwindling. Well, a bus is a bus. Chen Zhao remarked as he walked towards it and boarded. Zhang Zishi followed closely behind. Half an hour later, the bus arrived at the entrance of Mango TV. Zhang Zishi led Chen Zhao to meet Li Zhao. Chapter 8. The Celestial Thigh, the emergence of the second illicit artist in the broadcast room. Li Zhao beamed with enthusiasm upon the arrival of Chen Zhao. Ah, Chen Zhao, how eagerly we have awaited your presence. You are indeed a beacon of fortune and a star of popularity, effortlessly trending on social media. His excitement was palpable. For the number of times Chen Zhao had graced the trending topics surpassed the promotional efforts of the previous 2 episodes combined, achieved with merely 1% of the budget previously spent. The impact was nothing short of explosive, all thanks to Chen Zhao. If it weren't for Chen Zhao's gender, Li Zhao would have been tempted to embrace him affectionately. His admiration was boundless. Directorly, Chen Zhao replied with a restrained smile. Cool me. Allow me to escort you to the contestants' room. Li Zhao led the way with fervor, explaining as they walked. The competition commences at 5 o'clock, with the official start at 7:30. Contestants will have 2 hours to compose their songs, followed by the last half hour to present their lyrics and melodies to our accompaniment team. May I inquire about the theme? Chen Zhao asked, maintaining a calm demeanor, though his heart raced with anticipation. Traditional opera, Li Zhao responded with a smile. Do you find it daunting? Fear not. I have faith in your abilities. Opera? How splendid. Chen Zhao thought to himself, feeling a surge of confidence. As long as you believe in me, that suffices, Li Zhao remarked, patting Chen Zhao reassuringly on the shoulder. They soon arrived at the contestants' room. Chen Zhao observed that it was unoccupied. The space was modest, approximately 20 square meters, with a semicircular arrangement of sofas at its center. On either side, there were singers enjoying milk and Red Bull provided by sponsors. A 75-inch LCD television adorned the wall near the entrance. Take your time to rest and contemplate the general direction of your lyrics, Li Zhao suggested, gesturing casually towards the refreshments in the room. Feel free to indulge in the milk, drinks, and snacks. Very well, Chen Zhao nodded, grabbing a can of Red Bull and settling into the far left corner of the sofa. I shall not disturb you further, Li Zhao said, glancing at Zhang Ziqi. Little Zhang, please take good care of teacher Chen. Of course, director, Zhang Ziqi replied, nodding vigorously. Li Zhao exited the contestants' room and closed the door behind him. Zhang Ziqi approached Chen Zhao from behind, her eyes widening as she saw him engrossed in a game of Genshin Impact. Teacher Chen, shouldn't you be using this time to focus on composing your song? All right, later, Chen Zhao replied lightly, chuckling at her concern. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Zhang Ziqi felt a pang of anxiety, recalling Li Zhao's words about her potential promotion hinging on her ability to support Chen Zhao well. She leaned closer, whispering, Teacher Chen, there are cameras in the contestants' room, I fear. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhao lifted his gaze and scanned the room, noticing that the camera in the upper left corner was not activated. Oh, he murmured, returning his attention to the game. Zhang Ziqi, seeing his indifference, could only feel a sense of urgency within her, praying that the director would not hold this against her, despite her attempts to persuade him. Less than half an hour later, the door swung open once more. Chen Zhao looked up to see 2 women entering the room. The leading lady possessed enchanting, fox-like eyes, a delicate face devoid of any blemish, a prominent nose, and cherry-red lips. She was adorned in a gown of white lace embellished with diamonds, the hem reaching just above her knees, and her feet were elegantly encased in a pair of limited-edition high heels. The woman following her bore the appearance of a middle-aged matron, exuding a certain refined grace. In ordinary circumstances, this woman would undoubtedly capture the attention of men. However, in the presence of the former, she seemed but a mere shadow. How beautiful, murmured Xiao Zhang dreamily. Chen Zhao snapped back to reality after a few moments. He recognized her, Xu Dai, the second of the 4 little flowers, a formidable rival to Chen Yingjing, cloaked in mystery with boundless resources. Yet, due to her own capabilities, she had remained in the second position for some time. Hurry, bring it in, the middle-aged woman beckoned as she entered the room. Soon, a bodyguard appeared, carrying a soft cushion and a bottle of evidently high-end mineral water. Once everything was set, Shu Dai took her seat. Does it pinch, Xiao Dai? Her manager inquired with concern. Feng Jia, you can leave now. I can manage on my own, Shu Dai replied, casting a fleeting glance at Chen Zhao. Her face flushing as she urged her manager to depart in a hushed tone. All right, the manager acquiesced. Remember what I told you. No beverages except for French imports. Avoid junk food. Only consume healthy and nutritious meals. Refrain from using random skincare products. Don't I know? How many times do I have to say it? Are you leaving or not? If you don't, I'll be upset. Shu Dai snapped, her pride bruised. The manager repeatedly apologized, casting a glance at Chen Zhao before leaning closer to Shu Dai and whispering, Xiao Dai, avoid conversing with artists of questionable repute. Do not allow them to siphon off your influence. Message me after the show, and I will come to collect you. Chen Zhao, unable to contain himself, remarked softly, Isn't it rather inappropriate to speak ill of others in front of the person involved? Who does she think she is? He couldn't help but wonder if Shu Dai had someone to attend to her every need, even in the restroom. Shu Dai glared at Chen Zhao, indignant. Mind your own business. The manager shot back at Chen Zhao before offering a few comforting words to Shu Dai. Glancing back at Chen Zhao as if guarding against a thief. Silence enveloped the room until, moments later, Xiao Zhang departed, leaving only Chen Zhao and Shu Dai behind. The oppressive atmosphere was shattered by a hesitant, curious voice. Is it good? Chen Zhao inquired, meeting Shu Dai's inquisitive gaze as he gestured towards the Red Bull in his hand, exclaiming in surprise, You've never tried it? I only drink mineral water flown in from France, Shu Dai stated, her tone unwavering. Indeed, she embodies the essence of a diva, Chen Zhao muttered under his breath. Yet, recalling the mysterious background she was rumored to possess, he found it quite understandable. If he had Shu Dai's extraordinary connections, he would think nothing of using million-yuan bottles of water for his daily needs. Chen Zhao's eyes glimmered as he cast a sidelong glance at Shu Dai. She appeared somewhat naive, and he mused that if he could secure her favor, he would be unafraid of any potential repercussions that might arise from revealing secrets in the future. After finding profit, Chen Zhao felt invigorated, shaking a can of Red Bull. Words failed to capture the experience. One must drink it to truly comprehend. The sound of the tab popping open echoed in the air. Chen Zhao handed the open Red Bull to Shu Dai, urging, give it a try. Shu Dai hesitated. Her curiosity piqued, but her hand remained still. It's just the two of us here, and the cameras aren't on. What are you afraid of? Chen Zhao pointed at the inactive surveillance. After a brief glance, Shu Dai lowered her guard, cautiously taking the can from Chen Zhao and sipping it. Instantly, her eyes closed in bliss. Chen Zhao, you are quite different from Chen Jing. Is it true what they say online, that your exposure of scandals stems from resentment? Shu Dai inquired, scrutinizing Chen Zhao with intrigue. Shouldn't it be exposed? Chen Zhao leaned back against the sofa, adopting a relaxed posture while observing Shu Dai. It should. I'm just curious about how you unearthed those scandals. Did you follow and investigate like a paparazzo? Was it thrilling? Can you take me along next time? Shu Dai gazed at Chen Zhao with her enchanting eyes, a hint of pleading in her expression. If you take me, I'll share my fame with you. Ahem. Chen Zhao diverted his gaze and pulled out his phone. Let us add each other as friends and discuss it later. All right. After adding Shu Dai, Chen Zhao noted her as wealthy lady aspiring to be a paparazzo. At that moment, the door swung open again, and Hua Yi stepped inside. Chen Zhao and Hua Yi's eyes met. What bad luck. Hua Yi scoffed, settling into the far-right seat. I wonder what some people are thinking participating in a singing competition. Do you even deserve it? Why not just enjoy your ex-girlfriend's blood buns instead of humiliating yourself further? Forever the second rate. Chen Zhao didn't look up, speaking slowly and unhurriedly. Hua Yi, irritated, quickly composed herself and retorted, at least that's better than someone becoming a pariah, relying on their ex-girlfriend's fame to sustain their own. Forever the second rate, Chen Zhao repeated calmly. This time, you'll realize that I can crush you with a single finger. Your songs are unheard. Detected a provocation from a controversial artist. Please teach them a lesson. Mission objective. Make Hawaii the first artist to go to jail. Mission duration, 1 month. Mission rewards, 50, 1 original song, 102 songs, a million level traffic card, 202 songs, skill 1, Performance card 1. Chen Zhao suddenly raised his head to look at Hua Yi. His eyes sparkled with fiery intensity, a grin spreading across his face. He strode over to Hua Yi, gripping her hand tightly, and exclaimed, "You're a good person. I'll definitely eliminate you, and then surprise you as a reward." With that, Chen Zhao pulled Hua Yi into an embrace, as if their relationship were exceptionally close. Shu Dai watched wide-eyed. The door opened once more, and Li Zhao entered with several middle-aged men and women, laughing. Upon seeing the scene in the room, they all froze in place. Did the sun rise in the west? The two individuals embraced one another. Is this appropriate? Certainly not. Ahem, it appears that the age-old adage, seeing is believing, holds true. Changde chuckled with a dry cough. As his words lingered in the air, everyone regained their focus. Hua Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, and she promptly exclaimed with a piercing voice, "Step away from me." She attempted to push Chen Zhao aside, only to be met with a force that sent her staggering backward, her feet colliding with the sofa, causing her to lose her balance and tumble. Chang de is faltered. Chapter 9. Scandals are the main business. Singing is merely a side hustle. In the contestants' room, following the commotion instigated by Chen Zhao and Hua Yi, the atmosphere had grown somewhat delicate. Yet, Li Zhao wore a radiant smile. These two are indeed at odds with one another. The competition has yet to commence, and they are already embroiled in conflict. One can only imagine the chaos that will ensue once the competition concludes. There is no need for him to promote anything. The viewership will undoubtedly surge on its own, leaving him with a surplus of promotional funds. Li Zhao cleared his throat and spoke cheerfully. "Ladies and gentlemen, after we finish filming the behind-the-scenes segments, you will have 2 hours for creative work, which will be broadcast live. I kindly ask each of you to approach the stage with a serious attitude. If there are no objections, let us proceed to the behind-the-scenes room." Li Zhao glanced around, noting the silence, nodded, and turned to exit the room, followed closely by Chen Zhao and the others. The so-called behind-the-scenes segment consisted of simple interviews conducted by the staff, which could more directly be described as idle chatter. Naturally, all the participants were veterans of the music scene, familiar with one another, and none would truly offend another to the point of engaging in malicious gossip. It was precisely for this reason that the behind-the-scenes interviews of the previous 2 episodes had received considerable criticism. However, this time, Li Zhao was confident that with Chen Zhao and Hua Yi present, the segment would not be as dull as its predecessors. Indeed, as he anticipated, no guidance was necessary from the staff. Hua Yi relentlessly critiqued Chen Zhao in the studio. Chen Zhao responded in kind. Half an hour later, the group was led to the creative room. The creative space was modest, merely 10 square meters in size, furnished with a table laden with fruits, Red Bull, and writing materials, lacking anything else. The moment Chen Zhao and the others entered, the live broadcast commenced. An influx of viewers flocked to their respective streams, eager to witness what remarkable song Chen Zhao might compose. "Chen Zhao, don't write. Let us watch your ex-girlfriend's debut press conference instead." Anticipating the little diva's work, it would be splendid if Chen Zhao could collaborate with her on a piece. Unperturbed by the barrage of comments, Chen Zhao sat in his chair, eyes closed, immersing himself in the system. Designated target, Hua Yi. Extracting scandalous information on Hua Yi. As Chen Zhao issued the command, the designated scandal information began to manifest on the previously blank page within the system. He wrote tirelessly for over 20 sheets, a volume that was double that of Chen Yingjing's. Had Hua Yi committed so many offenses? Chen Zhao muttered in shock. He had initially thought it would be challenging to imprison Hua Yi, but it now seemed exceedingly effortless. Engrossed in the scandalous materials, Chen Zhao meticulously examined Hua Yi's transgressions, unaware that he was not merely thinking them silently, but vocalizing them in front of an audience of hundreds of thousands in the live stream. The chat room experienced a fleeting pause before erupting with fervor. Did Chen Zhao just say Hua Yi has committed offenses? Please pass it on. Chen Go has been imprisoned. Pass it on. Hua Yi has been executed, all at the hands of Chen Go. How dare you, a disreputable artist, accuse my Hua of wrongdoing? Apologize, or we shall make your life unbearable. Enough already. The higher-ups have not labeled Chen Zhao as a disreputable artist, and they still favor him. Chen Zhao has crumbled into ruins and is burdened with immense debt. Who among you is truly benefiting from the situation? The live stream exploded. A headline stating Chen Zhao claims Hua Yi is in trouble surged to the top of Weibo and Douyin's trending topics. Countless onlookers, idling at work or school, suddenly perked up, eager to consume the gossip. The entertainment industry, which had been quiet for hours, erupted once again due to Chen Zhao's utterance. In the director's room, Li Zhao's laughter echoed through the corridor. Do you see? This is what it means to be the king of traffic. A single statement achieves what we have spent over 100 million on in promotions. Hurry, hurry, let's pick up the pace. Stoke the flames of this fire even brighter. Li Zhao urged his assistant. Yes, the assistant replied, hastily departing. Seated, Li Zhao pondered, quickly dialing Xiao Zhang to relay his instructions before finally relaxing, awaiting the unfolding drama. In Hua Yi's creative studio, he was pretending to memorize lyrics he had already committed to memory the day before, to appear convincing. He occasionally furrowed his brow and moved his body as if in epiphany. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone interrupted him. Annoyed, Hua Yi frowned, prepared to see who was calling at such a disruptive moment. Upon realizing it was his manager, his anger subsided somewhat, and he answered the call. Hello, I'm in the midst of creating. Can we discuss this after the recording? He said. Check online and call me back after you've seen it. The manager replied before abruptly hanging up. The grave tone of his manager's voice made Hua Yi realize something was amiss. He quickly opened Weibo and was met with the trending topics in entertainment. His head buzzed and his eyes reddened. Yet, a sense of panic gripped him. How could Chen Zhao possibly know what he had done? He had concealed it so well that even his manager was unaware, let alone the paparazzi. How could someone he had barely interacted with know his secrets? Once he grasped this, Hua Yi felt a surge of certainty, though he maintained a facade of fury. He turned to the camera facing his desk and stated solemnly, Chen Zhao's actions are nothing but slander, an attempt to disrupt my creative process. To employ such despicable tactics, to try and outmaneuver me? Dream on. I will not be swayed in the slightest. I hereby declare that I have committed no wrongdoing. I abide by the law and am a model citizen of Daxia. I warn certain individuals. Should you continue to slander me, I will pursue legal action. With a decisive clang, Hua Yi rose and exited the creative studio. His response was quickly noted by netizens online. Critics spoke. Fans of Chen Zhao chimed in, asserting, how could Hua, so steadfast, possibly be in trouble? I believe it is Chen Zhao who is the real culprit. Chen Zhao is truly despicable, unable to win through legitimate means, resorting instead to such underhanded tactics to achieve victory. Utter trash. Throughout his life, Chen has been a despicable creature, a mere beast. The so-called scandal surrounding Ying merely involves her donning a few metaphorical green hats, yet he dares to expose her dark secrets, tarnishing her reputation and bullying her, utterly repugnant. To the gentleman above, a true man who cherishes women would never fault them for their actions, nor would he seek to ruin them. Chen is indeed a base animal. The tide of public opinion has shifted online, though it is hardly a transformation. It is merely a shift from 2/3 of the internet condemning him to an absolute outcry. Chen Zhao, upon exhaling a heavy breath, slowly opened his eyes, anger flickering within them. After witnessing the actions of Hua Yi, he felt an overwhelming urge to confront him violently. He could not fathom how someone like Hua Yi had yet to face justice. Delving deeper, he sensed that matters were far more complex than they appeared. Knock, knock. Come in, Chen Zhao called out. Mr. Chen, we have a situation. Xiao Zhang said anxiously as he opened the door. What is it? Chen Zhao inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. The entire internet is criticizing you, Xiao Zhang replied, handing his phone to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao was left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? I have done nothing wrong. No foul language, no smoking, no violence, no insults. I have simply sat here, quietly observing Hua Yi's misdeeds. How could this possibly incite such widespread outrage? Was it truly the case that no matter his actions, he would be vilified? He was eager to understand the basis for this outcry. If it was unreasonable, he could not allow these fans to continue their tirade. Damn it! Did they truly believe he could not survive without the music industry? Singing was merely a side endeavor. Revealing the truth was his true vocation. If they insisted on mindlessly projecting their opinions, he would not hesitate to transform their beloved idol into a pariah. However, upon realizing the reason behind his trending status and the ensuing backlash, Chen Zhao awkwardly touched his nose. Could a single statement of his truly provoke such a commotion? He pondered for a moment, then addressed the camera directly. I imagine there are numerous fans of Hua Yi in the live stream berating me right now. I wish to pose a question to you. Do you truly know the idol you so fervently support? Are you aware of his actions behind closed doors? It seems you are not, but fear not. I shall enlighten you. Chen Zhao glanced at the time. With an hour remaining, he had ample opportunity to discuss the reality of this ostentatious figure, hailed as a rising star in the Mandarin music scene, and what he is truly up to in private. Stay tuned to my Douyin livestream. I expect to see you all there. In his heart, Chen Zhao resolved. Commence the live stream and extract Hua Yi's secrets to my phone. P.S. Although these revelations will unfold, they will not transition immediately from one plot point to another. Instead, there will be 2 or 3 chapters of daily life, songwriting, and possibly even film projects, as well as conversations with female celebrities about life. Revelations will undoubtedly take precedence, while discussions with female stars will occupy a portion of the narrative. Chapter 10. Can you resist the temptation of this 5-year prison record? The fervor of rage surged within him, yet he dared not display it, lest he appear flustered before the audience in the live stream, as if the truth were about to unravel. Chen Zhao accused me of wrongdoing. Very well. I shall seize this moment to reveal the illicit deeds of Chen Zhao. The transgressions he committed, I dare say, are far more scandalous than those of Chen Yingjing. With a steely resolve, Hua Yi thought to himself, you wish to slander me without evidence, Chen Zhao? Then let us confront each other directly. Who is to fear whom? I possess a formidable team behind me, while you stand alone. In terms of defamation, orchestrating public opinion, can you truly compete with me? A cold smile crept across his face, recalling the strategy his manager had just shared over the phone. The company was orchestrating a comprehensive campaign to tarnish Chen Zhao's reputation, rendering him incapable of surviving within the entertainment industry. With the backing of a top-tier entertainment firm, he would ensure Chen Zhao's downfall. The two adversaries clashed, igniting a fervor in the online community. Anyone with even a mild interest in entertainment, regardless of their activities, hastily opened their phones to join the live streams of the two. Anticipation for the impending showdown surged. In the director's room, Xiao Chun, Li Zhao bellowed as he burst through the door, calling for his assistant. Come here. The assistant, Xiao Chun, sprinted down the corridor to stand before Li Zhao. Quickly, arranged for 2 soundproof, transparent rooms, allowing Chen Zhao and Hua Yi to conduct their live streams separately. Inform the host and other contestants to delay the competition. Notify the promotions team to create new posters immediately. I want this event's buzz to be integrated with our program. Hurry, run, and implement this. Li Zhao spoke in a rapid-fire manner, and Xiao Chun nodded repeatedly, jotting down notes before hastily departing. Before long, an eye-catching headline surfaced online. Shocking. Hua Yi and Chen Zhao clash in singing competition. Someone may end up in prison. Many intrigued netizens and celebrities, eager for the spectacle, clicked into the live stream of the two. Unbeknownst to Chen Zhao and Hua Yi, the online atmosphere was electric. They were placed in a designated room, originally intended as a single space, now divided by a transparent glass barrier, rendering the area a mere 10 square meters. However, it was well equipped, resembling an influencer's live streaming studio. Exchanging glances with Chen Zhao, Hua Yi noted the calmness in Chen Zhao's demeanor, though his lips twitched slightly. The director was indeed a talent. A life-and-death expos had been transformed into a veritable arena. What next? Would they engage in a round-based format? Hua Yi found the arrangement quite reasonable. He yearned to witness Chen Zhao's unraveling, his despair akin to that of a defeated creature. The online audience erupted in excitement, acknowledging the director's astuteness. It was not merely a singing competition, but a battle of dark secrets, an exhilarating clash. Curiosity piqued. They wondered what further scandals Chen Zhao could possibly possess, considering he was already reduced to ruins. I sense that it may be over. After all, Chen's management agency is not to be trifled with. If there were any incriminating evidence, they would never allow him to ruin Chen Jing. They had already dealt with Chen long ago. Regardless, as long as Chen remains in my sights, I find joy in that. It would be best if he were to be eliminated, allowing him to debut as a cherry blossom adult film star. Clatter, clatter. Chen Zhao sat in his room, organizing the damning information on his phone, contemplating how to manipulate Huai and toy with his fans, driving them to despair. Revealing one's cards immediately is a grave mistake. However, the sound that reached his ears caused him to rein in his wandering thoughts and gaze out the window. The corners of his mouth twitched. Outside, 2 long benches were set up, with Li Zhao and others seated upon them. What the hell? Are there live spectators? Is this a revelation or a debate conference? At that moment, Xiao Zhang entered, carrying a stool. What are you doing? Chen Zhao inquired, puzzled, as Xiao Zhang took a seat beside him. I came to support you, Xiao Zhang whispered nervously. The director is truly talented, Chen Zhao thought, thoroughly impressed. Xiao Zhang nodded in agreement. Chen Zhao did not dismiss him. Instead, he focused on the large screen mounted on the wall, where clear bullet comments flowed alongside over 30 million viewers online. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Hawaii and cleared his throat to speak. The grand lecture on celebrity scandals is now officially in session. Let us begin with an appetizer. Chen Zhao mused inwardly. The system has just released the news of Hawaii's tax evasion, plastic surgery, and his use of 10-centimeter height-increasing insoles. With a mere thought, a video instantly appeared across all his platform accounts. The video was published. Viewers were invited to watch, with images as evidence. I wish to tag the National Tax Bureau. Does evading over 100 million in taxes not classify one as a disreputable artist? Shouldn't this lead to a ban? Minutes later, netizens returned after viewing. Hawaii is actually only 165 centimeters tall. He cannot hold it together. Wasn't his official height claimed to be 180 centimeters? Over 100 million in tax evasion? This scoundrel earns so much yet pays no taxes, spending it instead on keeping mistresses. What a slap in the face for Hawaii's fans, who previously swore there was no tax evasion. The fans attempted to argue back, but their voices were soon drowned out by the outcry of netizens. Xiao Zhang remarked, Teacher Chen, there are bullet comments asking if this is all fabricated by you. Chen Zhao chuckled. Height is easily verifiable. As for the plastic surgery, there's no need for further explanation. The records of Hawaii's surgeries, including the dates and procedures, are all documented by the clinic. Chen Zhao produced solid evidence. The truth of the tax evasion will be revealed once the Tax Bureau issues a notification. He glanced at Hawaii, whose mouth was moving rapidly in agitation, and chuckled, hoping that the management agency behind him could withstand the pressure. On Hawaii's side, he feigned humility, declaring, I will promptly rectify the unpaid taxes. His demeanor suggested a willingness to admit fault. The army of internet trolls and fans immediately rallied to cleanse his image. Comments that were initially aimed at criticizing Hawaii fell silent, leaving only jests about his height and plastic surgery. This infuriated Hawaii, as these were his Achilles heel, his sensitive spots. Yet before the live audience, he could not express his fury and could only turn a blind eye. Lowering her gaze at the evidence presented by the company, her eyes sparkled with realization. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, I cannot fathom how an individual who has extorted and bullied former team members remains in the entertainment industry. Is our entertainment circle truly a refuse pit, accepting all manner of detritus? Her words resonated, provoking a tumultuous reaction. Huai's statement escalated Chen Zhao's lackluster reputation, which barely affected Hawaii, to a matter of criminality, striking a chord with countless viewers. Bullying, this is a plight many have endured, an abomination that evokes widespread disdain. The online community buzzed with inquiries directed at Hawaii for evidence. Though they held animosity towards Chen Zhao, they believed his prior misdeeds were merely ethical transgressions. However, in the face of such grave allegations, they could not simply accept unfounded accusations. If true, this could lead to imprisonment. Evidence, of course, was at hand. Hawaii promptly produced a series of irrefutable proofs, including recorded phone conversations wherein Chen Zhao extorted 30 million from Chen Zhao, alongside footage of Chen Zhao ruthlessly assaulting 3 individuals on the ground, delivering kicks to their legs and backs. The high-definition, unedited footage was strikingly clear, and even the most discerning viewers could discern reality from fabrication. Anger surged among the online audience, their frustrations boiling over as they typed furiously. Chen Zhao has been accused of bullying and extortion. Xiao Zhang looked at Chen Zhao with a mixture of anxiety and confusion. Chen Zhao did not seem to embody such a persona. Yet, the evidence presented by Hua Yi was irrefutable, leaving no room for rebuttal. Was it truly the case that one should not judge a book by its cover? Perhaps the faade was just too convincing. Outside, the sentiment lingered. One can indeed be deceived by appearances. Changde reflected, not out of pity for Chen Zhao, but rather lamenting his own inability to see through Chen Zhao's character sooner. Decades of experience wasted. The entertainment industry was spiraling into chaos, allowing all manner of individuals to enter and persist. It was high time for reform. Otherwise, it might as well be dubbed a waste circle. And Ai Hong, the esteemed diva, coldly remarked, "Director Lee, your Mango TV holds significant weight. I hope you will consider joining in a petition for change. I will bring this to the attention of higher authorities." Li Zhao's prior mirth had vanished. He was not concerned about Chen Zhao facing imprisonment. He would not shed a tear for him. His focus lay solely on the pursuit of profit, relishing the spectacle of conflict between parties, striving to maximize the fervor built around this situation rather than allowing it to fizzle out prematurely. Chen Zhao, you claim to lack such incriminating evidence and capability. Why the pretense? I invested considerable effort into promoting you. Li Zhao expressed his disappointment. Suddenly, a resolute female voice interrupted. Chen Zhao would never engage in such actions. Li Zhao and his companions turned toward Xu Dai. Why? Li Zhao's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Perhaps this young lady possessed some insider knowledge. Given her connections to a friend who had been scrutinized online for over 30 accounts and was well-versed in the latest gossip. After all, Chen Zhao had issued a rebuttal. Xu Dai pointed out, gesturing toward her phone. The expressions of Li Zhao and the others darkened, their foreheads twitching with frustration. Forget it. This is too much to handle. They cast their gaze towards Chen Zhao's live broadcast room. Extorting 30 million? It seems I must consider suing Chen Jing. However, that is a matter for another time. Since Tiana Company and Chen Jing have acted unjustly, violating the contract first, they shall not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Chen Zhao shook his phone. Can they endure the burden of 5 years in prison? Chapter 11. The top-tier stars plea for mercy. Huai claims defamation amidst threats from Tiana Company. The barrage of comments halted abruptly. Huai turned his head. Xiao Zhang opened his mouth. Xu Dai anticipated. A 5-year prison contract, a hush fee of 30 million? Is there truly more to this story? Xiao Zhang snapped back to attention and inquired, Teacher Chen, is this genuine? If it weren't true, why would Chen Jing offer me 30 million as a hush fee? Chen Zhao retorted. The netizens were taken aback. Indeed, if it were not authentic, why provide such a substantial hush fee? Such an enormous sum must entail shocking revelations. Chindog, hurry up and divulge this sensational scoop. Let me critique it. The netizens urged impatiently. With but a single statement, Chen Zhao managed to quell the torrent of vitriol from the online community, though some continued to pursue allegations of bullying. Their voices were drowned out by an overwhelming curiosity. Huai, on the other hand, was seething, veins throbbing at his temples. Damn it, can't you nosy netizens be any more gossipy? Chen Zhao was accused of criminal acts. He essayed bully, scold him, report him, rally against him on official platforms. A baseless claim from Chen Zhao, and they took it as truth. Were they all just dogs trained by him, so obediently following his every word? Such thoughts, Huai could only harbor within, too timid to voice them aloud. If he were to confront Chen Zhao directly, even with tenfold courage, he would hesitate. After all, he relied on these very netizens for a few coins to toss into his own bowl. He reined in his scattered thoughts and gazed at the barrage, preparing to respond. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Huai glanced down to see a message from his manager. Do not speak. Wait for the company's orders. The words he had nearly uttered were swallowed back, his face reddening, yet he dared not defy the command, merely watching as the relentless comments poured in. Cursing the audience in his heart. Send in the gifts. Let me prepare this astonishing revelation. Though Chen Zhao said so, the reality was that he merely bowed his head and launched Genshin Impact, embarking on a quest. Did he really expect to release dirt? What a farce. Didn't he owe a staggering debt of 7 to 800 million? He needed to exploit the value of the dirt in his possession to repay his debts, as the system certainly wouldn't reward him with billions outright. Thus, he had to extract every ounce of worth from the dirt he held. Moreover, the group video he possessed involved not just one, but several top-tier stars, including Hawaii and 3 or 4 other A-listers. With so many celebrities at stake, merely one small revelation about Hawaii could result in him losing valuable opportunities. That would indeed be a significant loss. He had to give Tina Company a reason to provide him with hush money. 30 million was hardly excessive, 100 million was average, and $1 billion was just fine. He had no qualms about it. Teacher Chen. Xiaozhang hesitated, words unspoken. The barrage of comments lambasted Chen Zhao for his lack of filial piety. Yet gifts flooded the screen. At Tina Company, in the conference room, executives were engaged in a video meeting. At the center of the screen sat Chen Yingjing. What exactly is the dirt in Chen Zhao's possession? Explain it clearly. Luo Zhen pressed coldly, veins bulging at his temples. Chen Yingjing offered a hush money of 30 million, a fact he learned from Chen Yingjing's former manager. The evidence was also provided by this ex-manager. As for the rationale behind such a substantial sum, it seems to stem from the possession of incriminating evidence against Chen Yingjing that could potentially lead to imprisonment. Fearing the consequences, she acquiesced to such a hefty payout. However, observing Chen Zhao's audacious demeanor, it is evident that the matter extends beyond Chen Yingjing alone. It also implicates Hawaii. He harbors a deep resentment towards these troublesome celebrities, each one more vexing than the last. Not only did they engage in reckless behavior, but they also allowed evidence of it to fall into others' hands without informing the company, resulting in their current predicament. Chen Yingjing's fingers turned pale as she hesitated for several seconds before finally stammering, "Group party video." The conference room fell into stunned silence, each person wide-eyed as they gazed at Chen Yingjing. With a thunderous bang, Luo Zhen's fury erupted from within, causing him to slam his hand on the table. "How dare you? Who gave you the audacity to hold a group party? You mere actor?" Luo Zhen, the chairman of one of the top 3 entertainment companies in the industry, seethed with rage. He presided over assets worth hundreds of billions and countless beautiful artists under his wing. Yet, he only indulged in private affairs with them. You, a mere artist, a pet I raised, are hosting a group gathering? He now deeply regretted sending Chen Yingjing to debut in the AV industry in Sakura country. She should have been incarcerated instead. Who else is involved? Luo Zhen, suppressing his anger, inquired of his staff. The priority was to identify the management companies behind the other artists and devise a strategy to placate Chen Zhao. He was acutely aware of Chen Zhao's financial struggles, and the fact that his exposure had not yet occurred was merely a bargaining chip for silence. Chen Yingjing swiftly named the stars involved, 6 individuals. Besides Hawaii and Chen Yingjing, there were 3 men and 1 woman, 3 first-tier celebrities, one of whom was a top male star. Only a group party? Luo Zhen asked cautiously. Chen Yingjing, now devoid of color, replied, "They also engaged in substance use." "Get out!" Luo Zhen barked, veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted. After terminating the video call, it took him a full minute to calm his fury before reaching out to the management companies of these stars. They, too, were incensed by the actions of their artists. However, they all understood that this was not the time for outrage, but rather for discretion. Otherwise, their lucrative cash cows would vanish, resulting in catastrophic financial losses. Meanwhile, at Chen Zhao's location, he impatiently glanced at the time, wondering why no agreement had been reached yet. Just then, a message from an unfamiliar number appeared on his phone. "Please do not leak this information. I am willing to pay to keep my scandal under wraps." Chen Zhao chuckled, intrigued. Who is this? He pondered. In the presence of a system, these unknown and anonymous numbers had nowhere to hide. The system responded, Zhou Zhao. Chen Zhao raised an eyebrow, recognizing the name. That made sense. Zhou Zhao, a rising star in the entertainment industry, had solidified his top-tier status with a single historical drama, securing endorsements left and right. In just 1 year, he had released songs, albums, and acted in films, becoming an undeniable sensation and firmly establishing himself at the pinnacle of fame. His fan base consists predominantly of a younger demographic, exhibiting remarkable fervor. Some extreme admirers regard Zhou Zhao as their personal possession. Not only do they vehemently oppose any romantic involvement, but they also relentlessly pursue any interaction he may have with other female stars, subjecting them to a torrent of insults for days on end, labeling them as promiscuous and vile, while fabricating slanderous accusations without a shred of evidence. Zhou Zhao himself has faced offline threats. Ultimately, after a female star issued an apology, Zhou Zhao declared his intention to focus solely on his career for the next decade. Were his fans to discover his private dealings, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Chen Zhao wore a bemused smile, contemplating the potential fallout. He refrained from responding, needing to appease the subsequent capital's demands for leniency. Chen Zhao remained silent, while Zhou Zhao, like an ant on a hot pan, grew increasingly anxious. Messages continued to flood in, oscillating between pleas for mercy and menacing threats, culminating in a photo of himself kneeling in supplication. Chen Zhao found the situation amusing. Xiao Zhang, noticing Chen Zhao's inexplicable laughter as he fixated on his phone, curiously peered over. Upon scanning the messages, her eyes widened in shock. How could he possibly? Xiao Zhang's words faltered as she quickly covered her mouth. It was a live broadcast, and if she revealed anything, it would be catastrophic. Shoo! Chen Zhao gestured for silence. Xiao Zhang nodded vigorously, her pupils dilating as she processed the information she had just witnessed. Yet, her half-spoken words only piqued the audience's curiosity further. The viewers were left in suspense, yearning for clarity. Who is it? Please tell us. Wu exclaimed. Come on, dear girl, I'm 80. Reveal the name. I shan't sleep peacefully. Another chimed in. Chin Dog, you're such a tease. Outside, Shu Dai and her companions could no longer sit idly. Shu Dai rose and entered the room. Changde and the others were eager to follow suit, yet they hesitated, having just spoken ill of Chen Zhao. Now they found themselves sheepishly approaching him, imploring for an early revelation of the identity. They still had some semblance of pride. Li Zhao, however, was unconcerned, as long as there was buzz. He had no care for the transgressor. The more he observed Chen Zhao, the more he appreciated him. May I see who it is? Shadi inquirit, settling beside Chen Zhao with an eager gaze. Indifferently, Chen Zhao handed his phone to her, cautioning her to keep it discreet. Nodding, Shu Dai began to read, her eyes widening in astonishment upon recognizing the identity of the individual involved. What evidence do you possess that has him pleading so desperately? This only heightened the curiosity of netizens. Who is it? Goddess, please tell me. They clamored. Chen Zhao, with a smile of silent amusement, reclaimed his phone. Teacher Chen, Huai has issued an apology. Xiao Zhang amplified her phone's volume, and Huai's voice resonated through the device. It was I who slandered Chen Zhao. He is entirely innocent. Fans of Huai were left in despair, while onlookers were taken aback. The shift in Huai's demeanor from defiance to capitulation was striking. The turning point had arrived when Chen Zhao claimed to possess explosive evidence. What could this evidence be that instilled such fear in Huai? Other stars, too, were now directly pleading for Chen Zhao's mercy. Chen Dog, may you meet a fitting end. Hurry up and bring him forth. As the netizens expressed their fervent indignation, another message found its way to Chen Zhao. This time, he was well aware of the sender's identity, Chen Yingjing. It was evident that Tianda Company wished to refrain from directly embroiling themselves in the turmoil, thereby leaving Chen Zhao with no incriminating evidence. Instead, they dispatched Chen Yingjing to negotiate. She promptly laid forth her demands, 70 million. A mere pittance, it seemed. Chen Zhao lifted his gaze with a sardonic smile. Let us delve into this astonishing scandal. Chapter 12. Support from the thighs. Official intervention. Live broadcast to the Huai crime scene. Buzzing. 100 million. Is a mere 150 million. This is the bottom line. Surely, you do not wish to meet an untimely demise. Luo Zhan was enraged, issuing a direct threat. Once he could easily manipulate an ant with a flick of his hand. Now, that very ant had climbed onto his head, igniting his fury and humiliation. He felt a growing urge to eliminate Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao glanced at Shu Dai. Words unspoken, yet understood. "Leave it to me," Shu Dai confidently asserted, her watery eyes reflecting a hint of irritation. How brazen to commit a crime, yet remain so arrogant. Even contemplating murder. It was utterly outrageous. The entertainment industry had been tainted by such individuals. Ignorance was bliss. However, witnessing it demanded action. Moreover, this was a matter concerning her master. She had already regarded Chen Zhao as her mentor in the paparazzi realm. Naturally, if one believed she sought to be Chen Zhao's apprentice solely to leverage her family's influence against Tianda Group, they were gravely mistaken. Her motivations lay in profit, in the powerful methods Chen Zhao possessed to unearth celebrity scandals. Within a minute of placing the call, the threats directed at Chen Zhao were eradicated. On the other end, a subdued negotiation began. 200 million. Chen Zhao stared in astonishment at Shu Dai. What kind of background did she possess? In less than a minute, she had compelled Tianda Company to relent. Moreover, this girl seemed rather naive. They had only just met, yet she was utilizing connections to advocate for him. How delightful. In the future, should there be any scandalous endeavors involving celebrities, he would find a way to include her. If all else failed, he could compose a few songs or pen a classic script for her. A system notification echoed in his mind, detected forced intervention to terminate the live broadcast. "Do you consent?" Chen Zhao was taken aback. Previously, when someone attempted to forcibly end a broadcast, the system would act without hesitation. This time, suddenly he understood. This was an official intervention. After pondering for several seconds, he instructed the system to lift the forced lockdown. The live stream instantly went dark. This time was unlike any other. If he allowed the authorities to exert their full power, they could not shut down his stream. It was as if he was blatantly signaling to the officials, "I have something to hide. Come investigate me. Thank you. What you desire. I shall message you when the opportunity arises," Chen Zhao remarked, shaking his phone in gratitude. "All right, I await your news," Shu Dai replied, eagerly nodding. Chen Zhao exited the room. "Director, there shouldn't be a competition today, right? It is already 8 o'clock, Li Zhao hurriedly stated. "It has been postponed until tomorrow." Chen Zhao intended to return to the hotel for negotiations with Tianda Company. "Good, Li Zhao. Treat him like royalty, Xiao Zhang. Hurry and drive teacher Chen back to the hotel." His address for Chen Zhao had changed too. Click. The door to Huai swung open. Chen Zhao cast a glance at the shadowy Huai, who was fixated on him, and internally sentenced him to death. In his estimation, this individual would undoubtedly betray him in the future. If he did not eliminate him now, he might find himself in dire straits later. With that, Chen Zhao departed. The hotel was situated in the heart of the city, a luxurious 5-star establishment boasting 45 floors. The rooms were opulent, equipped with every conceivable amenity. After sending Xiao Zhang away, Chen Zhao settled onto the sofa and dialed Luo Zhan. The call was answered instantly. "All the penalties I owe are null and void. That is my condition, and there is no room for negotiation." The debts he had accrued were a constant source of torment, leaving him feeling quite repulsed. He wished to sever all ties with Tianda Company, even in the slightest regard. "Very well. Draft the contract. Send me an electronic copy and mail me a printed one." Without tangible documentation, he feared being ensnared by Luo Zhan's tricks. Luo Zhan swiftly sent the electronic contract to Chen Zhao, who then forwarded it to Shu Dai. "Please have a lawyer review this contract for any discrepancies." Shu Dai responded with an okay gesture. 3 minutes later, she assured him, no issues. Chen Zhao felt a wave of relief wash over him as he signed his name on the electronic document. Instantly, he felt unburdened. With the penalties lifted, only the funds from brand sponsors remained, approximately 600 million. However, these sponsors were notoriously fickle. When interest waned, they demanded compensation. When interest surged, they clamored to have him as their spokesperson. Given his current popularity, the brands had yet to approach him, merely biding their time. After all, his audience comprised mainly of detractors. They were waiting to see if these naysayers would be willing to purchase the products he endorsed. All of this required a catalyst. Once they recognized his worth again, not only would they repay their debts, but they might even offer him additional funds. Chen Zhao snapped back to reality and sent a copied group party video to Luo Zhan. You don't have a copy, do you? Luo Zhan inquired coldly. Whether you do or not is irrelevant. As long as you behave, I will not expose it. However, if you choose to act otherwise, do not blame me. After saying this, Chen Zhao ended the call. Of course, his statements were predicated on the system not assigning him any tasks. Detected unlawful artists are slandering and defaming the host. Task objective: to imprison Zhou Zhao, Cheng He, Shang Xia, Hua Yi, and other 4 stars. Task duration: 1 month. Task rewards: 50%, 1 original song, 100%, 1 physical card, 2 original songs, 200%, 1 performance card cumulative, 1 skill, 1 monetary card, 10 million. Sorry about that. It's not my fault. The system has left you no way out. The allure of the rewards from the system was too tempting to resist. Surely, you understand. Chen Zhao chuckled playfully. The contract he had just signed held no significance for him. What did Xu Dai's scandalous revelations have to do with him? If they had the capability, they should confront Xu Dai directly. Just as he was about to send the group party video to Xu Dai for assistance in disseminating it, the system's voice echoed once more. Detecting that Huai intends to hire a hitman, with a danger level rated at 3 stars, should we take preemptive action? Chen Zhao's gaze sharpened. He recalled Luo Zhan's inclination to hire a killer, yet he had not anticipated Huai would do the same. Was he concerned that his sentence would be too lenient? Where is he? At the Tianda Hotel, room 6023 on the 43rd floor. The system provided the information. Chen Zhao immediately rose and exited. The Tianda Hotel, while situated near the suburbs, is an authentic 5-star establishment, notable for its tranquility, breathtaking environment, and robust security, making it quite popular. Approximately 10 minutes later, Chen Zhao arrived at the base of the hotel, but found himself perplexed about how to gain entry. Glancing around, he noticed only low-rise buildings, far too short to reach the 43rd floor. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a distant signal tower, the only structure in the vicinity taller than the Tianda Hotel. System: can the physique card be redeemed? Chen Zhao jogged towards the signal tower, weighing his options before deciding that a deep blue enhancement would be prudent. 1 million for a single enhancement. Cash. Cash. Damn it. Received. 10 physique cards have been redeemed for the host, which is the maximum limit the host's body can endure. Chen Zhao's mouth slightly agape. Was the system the MVP? Buzzing. Your rural credit union has deducted 10 million. Chen Zhao. Is that reasonable? A direct deduction of 10 million. Let us be realistic. Oh, the system took action. Well then, I'll use the physique card, Chen Zhao thought. A warm sensation enveloped him. His muscles hardened continuously, circulating through his limbs before coming to a halt. Phew, I feel like I could take down Hawaii with a single punch. Assessing his newfound strength, he cast a cold glance at the signal tower and began to climb. The tower was not particularly daunting, especially for someone like Chen Zhao, who had spent his childhood in rural areas climbing mountains and fishing by rivers. Upon reaching the midpoint, a chill wind pierced his neck. Steadying himself, he spotted Hawaii's room through the uncurtained window. He could see Hawaii's silhouette seated on the sofa, vehemently denouncing something. System: initiate live broadcast. Will it truly transmit Hawaii's voice? Chen Zhao questioned, somewhat skeptical, given that he had not installed any listening devices. Merely starting a live broadcast to hear Hawaii speak seemed extraordinary. Yes, the system remained succinct. Chen Zhao ceased his inquiries. Having come this far, he had no choice but to trust it. He activated the live stream, titling it "Let Me Show You the Scenery." As the broadcast commenced, viewers, previously piqued by Chen Zhao's antics, flocked into his live stream, only to be left speechless. Where is this? It doesn't look like solid ground. Chen Zhao angled the camera downward. Countless viewers felt their legs weaken. Oh my god, Chen Dog is on the signal tower. I'm afraid of heights. Turn it back. Had Chen Dog really changed careers to become an electrician? Chen Dog has ascended. The title soared to trending status. Let me show you the scenery. Chen Zhao ignored the flood of curses, grinning as he pointed the camera toward Hawaii's room. The voice of Huai reverberated within the live broadcast room. I wish for Chen Zhao, that wretched being, to meet his demise. The individuals I have hired are already en route. Chen Zhao will not survive beyond 3 days. I am eager to witness whether he will kneel and plead for mercy when the time comes. Chapter 13. Huai's contract for assassination, soliciting prostitution. An arrest, the biting cold wind, stung Chen Zhao's face. His voice transformed into a thin thread that pierced through the frigid air, reaching the ears of netizens in the live broadcast. Brothers, did you hear that? I have sacrificed so much to bring you this revelation. The pressure I face is immense. It is not only Huai who wishes to see my demise. So, shower me with gifts. At this moment, Chen Zhao did not forget to solicit gifts. For him, conducting a live stream without gifts was akin to rendering it meaningless. True selflessness, relying solely on the system's rewards? Such a narrow perspective. He was also keen to partake in the funds of the naysayers. The viewers, however, were too stunned to heed Chen Zhao's unreasonable demands. They were in shock, some questioning whether their hearing had failed them. What had they just heard? Was Huai truly hiring a hitman to kill Chen Zhao? Was it madness? They had always shouted for Chen Zhao's demise, but it was mere banter, not a genuine desire for his death. As they regained their composure and observed the scrolling comments in the live chat, they realized their ears were not deceiving them. Huai indeed intended to hire an assassin to eliminate Chen Zhao. Had Huai lost his senses? Was he driven to insanity by the pressure of his responsibilities? Curiosity piqued. They wondered how Chen Zhao had managed to install a listening device. It was laughable, surely. Huai was unaware that Chen Zhao would plant such devices in his own room. The headline Huai contracts for assassination soared to the trending topics. Netizens engrossed in watching football, dating, or indulging in solitary pleasures were jolted by the news, quickly reading the article before flooding into Chen Zhao's live stream. At Tienda Group, Luo Zhen sat in his office chair, his face clouded with worry. Ever since the contract with Chen Zhao was terminated, everything had gone awry. He began to suspect that Chen Zhao possessed some arcane ability that had tainted the fortune of Tienda Group. Otherwise, why would they face obstacles at every turn? In the span of just a few days, the company's market value had plummeted by billions, and they had lost a potential superstar artist who could have solidified their status in the music industry this year. Yet now, not only were they struggling to maintain their position, but they also risked being ousted from the market altogether. The thought of taking action against Chen Zhao required careful consideration. Chen Zhao had secured the support of Xu Dai, making it difficult for him to proceed. Should he soften his stance and attempt to re-sign Chen Zhao? The notion flickered through Luo Zhen's mind before being swiftly dismissed. Absolutely not. Even if he were to leap from the building, he would never allow Chen Zhao to return to Tienda. Suddenly, an impatient knocking echoed, erratic and urgent. "Come in," Luo Zhen called out irritably. "Chairman, it's bad news. Huai has contracted a hitman to kill Chen Zhao." The secretary exclaimed anxiously. "What?" Luo Zhen stood up, his frown dissipating, replaced by a mixture of astonishment and delight. He nearly exclaimed that it was a good thing, worthy of celebration. When had Huai become so audacious? Was their plan foolproof? "The entire internet knows, Chairman," the secretary said helplessly, as Luo Zhen's voice rose in panic. Luo Zhen, with an anxious expression, hastily opened his phone to scrutinize the trending topics online, alongside the explosive activity in various WeChat groups, including those of artists and the unanswered calls from the National Radio and Television Administration. His body swayed as pallor overtook his complexion. Foolish pigs, Luo Zhen exclaimed in exasperation. Why must the artists of Tienda Group be such imbeciles? After years of navigating the entertainment industry and displacing countless individuals to reach this position, have they not gained even a modicum of intelligence? Did they not consider the safety of their actions when hiring a hitman? Did they not think to inspect the premises? Foolish pigs indeed. Quickly, issue a statement to terminate the contract with Huai and apologize to the online community. Luo Zhen urged his secretary in a state of urgency. "Yes," the secretary replied. Hurrying away, taking a deep breath, Luo Zhen sent a message to the artist group to suppress the trending topic. then proceeded to call the officials of the National Radio and Television Administration. 10 minutes later, Luo Zhen hung up the phone with a dark expression. He had been reprimanded for a full 10 minutes. Had it not been for the numerous benefits promised, his artist would have faced a minimum 3-month ban from any public engagements. All of this chaos stemmed from the actions of a fool. The mere thought of Hawaii made his teeth clench in anger. The name Chen Zhao ignited a deeper fury within him, wishing to consume him entirely. Was it merely a matter of jealousy? Why must I be relentlessly pursued by the artists of Tienda Group for disclosures? I have already suffered losses amounting to billions. Is that not enough? His chest heaved with agitation, his gaze flickering as the notion of re-signing Chen Zhao crystallized with clarity and resolve. Online, state media, the People's Daily, the National Radio and Television Administration, and the Hucheng Police Department all denounced Hawaii as a tainted artist, imposing a permanent ban and swiftly enacting criminal penalties. Better to provoke a king than to cross Chen Zhao. Perhaps Chen Zhao was indeed the ringleader of paparazzi. How could he be so certain that Hawaii would bring him harm? Rumor had it that Chen Zhao was a masterful sorcerer capable of divination. I confirm, I am the finger. Netizens commented humorously, their hearts watching the live stream as the wind blew fiercely, causing a young man begging for gifts to tremble. Although Chen Zhao's character was somewhat despicable, straddling multiple boats, his actions were somewhat understandable. After all, his girlfriend had betrayed him. Today, he was not just a nuisance to the entertainment industry. He was a warrior, deserving of no further slander. What type of girl do I like? Female friends. Women, I am not picky. I merely wish to provide every girl with a home. Here's some small gifts as I perform an aerial split for you all. The viewers' expressions darkened, gritting their teeth in anger. This damned Chen Zhao. It is this scoundrel who desires everything. We are ready to fight. Chen Zhao observed the furious comments and the flurry of gifts in the live stream, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. My brother has genuinely supported me. What harm is there in mocking myself a bit? Has he not arrived yet? I can hardly wait. The voice of Hawaii resonated, prompting Chen Zhao to gather his scattered thoughts and turn towards the hotel room. The viewers in the live stream also paused their commentary, amusedly listening to Hawaii's words broadcasted across the internet. Hawaii's fervent fans, frantic with anxiety, desperately reported Chen Zhao's live stream and called his manager. Yet, no matter their efforts, the live stream persisted. Hawaii continued to speak. The formidable force of the system is not something you can hope to shatter. Chen Zhao cast a glance at the flustered fans of Hawaii in the live broadcast room, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his lips. The moment he initiated the live stream, not only could he effortlessly transmit the words spoken in Hawaii's room into his own, but the signals from Hawaii's room were also effectively blocked. Communication was one way. They could not reach out, nor could they escape. Even now, Hawaii and his companion remained blissfully unaware that they were being broadcasted to the entire internet, casually conversing as if nothing were amiss. Hawaii, if you aspire to become a superstar, you must rid yourself of this detrimental habit, his agent admonished him discontentedly. This is solely because that scoundrel Chen Zhao provoked you, isn't it? Just this once and never again, Hawaii vowed earnestly. Sighing, the agent lamented. The only bad habit of Hawaii she was aware of was his penchant for engaging with companions of dubious repute. She had tried to intervene. However, considering the insatiable nature of male desire and the fact that Hawaii was not involved in any romantic relationship, there was an instance when he nearly faced dire consequences. Ultimately, she chose to overlook his indiscretions, permitting him one rendezvous per month. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Finally, they had arrived. Hawaii's eyes brightened as he swiftly rose to answer the door. As the door swung open, under the watchful gaze of the online audience, 2 women, resembling respectable housewives, entered. Behind them stood several men clad in blue police uniforms, handcuffs dangling at their waists, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they regarded Hawaii as if he were a prize to be claimed. Chapter 14. The Star in Prison 1, Exposing All Evidence, alas. It nearly became a live broadcast. The officer arrived rather swiftly, much to the dismay of the audience. To my astonishment, Hawaii, this dog, had the audacity to engage in such habits behind closed doors, soliciting encounters with married women, a shared interest indeed. Another heir of Wei Wu has been lost. The sorcerer's connection to the prison has now taken on a new flavor. Viewers in the live stream lamented as they witnessed Hua Yi being taken away. The attitude of Hua Yi's fans shifted dramatically. One fan could overshadow 10 detractors. In that moment, it became tangible. Hua Yi imparted a lesson. Do not engage with married women. Cao Cao's liaison with a married woman cost him his son and his general. Hua Yi's involvement led to the loss of wealth and career. Chen Zhao, in a serious tone, lectured, leaving the audience in the live stream with an unsettling sense that something was amiss, though they could not quite articulate it. There were further revelations about Hua Yi. A little Easter egg for those who follow me. Life is not so lonely. Having said that, Chen Zhao ended the live stream. He carefully placed his phone down and began to descend with caution. Below, the police were escorting Hua Yi and his manager, awaiting him. Chen Zhao, I will kill you. This is all your fault that I have come to this. Hua Yi shouted desperately, glaring at Chen Zhao. Had it not been for the two burly officers holding him firmly, Hua Yi would have engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Chen Zhao. Secrets remain hidden unless one has acted unwisely. Had you not done these things, I would have had no reason to harm you, Chen Zhao stated, standing firm and shrugging at Hua Yi. Hua Yi, gritting his teeth with eyes ablaze, paid no heed to Chen Zhao's words. Come with us to the police station to give a statement, one officer said, approaching Chen Zhao. Understood, officer, Chen Zhao replied obediently. On their way to the police station, Chen Zhao utilized the system to disseminate all remaining dirt on Hua Yi. In no time, it topped the trending list. Excited netizens, after consuming the news, found themselves in a daze. They had initially thought Chen Yingjing's actions, exchanging her sister for resources and claiming another song as her own, were outrageous. Little did they know that even discarding Hua Yi's contract killing, his misdeeds far surpassed Chen Yingjing's by considerable margin. This wretched creature, Hua Yi, even his children. No wonder he favors married women. Who is the mother? Good heavens, 72 encounters? This woman is a veritable collector. Is she not afraid of disease? No, she must already be afflicted. Otherwise, why would she frequently fall ill on stage? In the past, I deemed lip-syncing and plagiarism disgraceful, marking one as a pariah in the entertainment industry. Yet, having witnessed these artist transgressions, I find those two offenses pale in comparison. Yuqing. In the dressing room of a reality show, a woman in her 30s, possessing a delicate appearance, clutched her phone tightly, fixated on the sensational, trending news. Sister, who do you think is the mother of Hua Yi's child? Chen Zhao truly knows how to keep people guessing. The makeup artist mumbled while applying makeup to the woman. The cool, composed woman forced a smile, who knows. Perhaps even Chen Zhao himself is unaware of her identity. Her words seem to serve as both an answer and a self-reflection. Indeed, poor child, yet you are fortunate, dear sister. Having married a good husband who encouraged you to relinquish your career and embrace family life. What a remarkable man. As the makeup artist shifted the conversation, she gazed enviously at the serene young woman in the mirror. The young woman smiled gently, stating, "It is merely mutual understanding." The makeup artist nodded. "Very well, sister. I shall not disturb you any further." With that, she departed. The composed woman observed the increasingly misguided comments beneath the post, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Buzz. A WeChat message popped up. "I'm off to take care of off phone. I want to be home for the next couple of days." Upon reading this message, the woman's heart skipped a beat. Her expression darkened as her fingers trembled while typing a few words, hesitating for several seconds before deleting them. Ultimately replying with a simple, "Okay." With a soft thud, she flipped her hand over on the table, staring into the mirror at her own numb reflection. Her eyes devoid of spirit, murmuring to herself, "Expose me." At the police station, Chen Zhao was released after about half an hour of interrogation, leaving with a box meal from the precinct. He hailed a taxi and returned to his hotel. Once there, he took out his phone, eating while transferring the funds from his Douyin live broadcast into his account, 13 million. For someone who no longer owed any penalty fees, this was an exceptionally lucrative sum. Chen Zhao gleefully opened WeChat and accessed the chat interface with a wealthy woman, swiftly accepting the red envelope she sent him. 10,000, truly befitting of a rich patron. His heart raced with excitement. He needed to please this wealthy woman. Extracting a bit of money from her would suffice for his needs. Unprecedented scandal. Are you interested? Chen Zhao thought of the luxurious rewards for such a task and quickly inquired with the affluent woman. In a high-end villa in Hucheng, Shudai, dressed in a breezy outfit, was video chatting with her friend, Qin Wan, who was also one of the four little flowers. Xiao Dai, why not ask Chen Zhao if he still needs a disciple? I would be more suitable than you. I initially became a star to get closer to the gossip. Qin Wan exclaimed excitedly. Don't even think about it. He only accepts me. However, if you let me join in, Shudai, exuding an air of coolness and pride, looked at Qin Wan with a sly smile. You flirt. Don't you fear that Chen Zhao will expose you? Qin Wan retorted, you go tell Chen Zhao to take me along for the gossip, otherwise I'll spill your secrets. This secret will sustain me for a lifetime. You. Shudai bit her crimson lip, her alluring eyes glowering at Qin Wan. Before she could finish her thought, a message from Chen Zhao captured her attention. She exclaimed joyfully, were it not for the villa's secluded nature. If her exuberance were to attract the attention of paparazzi, she would inevitably find herself trending on social media. What's wrong? Qin Wan shouted in concern. Chen Zhao just asked me if I want an earth-shattering scandal. He wants me to expose it. Shudai replied excitedly while responding to Chen Zhao and conversing with Qin Wan. Qin Wan, with a hint of jealousy, remarked clearly, he himself dares not expose this scandal. He has handing over the dirty work to you, and you're still pleased. It's nothing. I am unafraid of offending anyone. What do they do to me? Shadi remarked nonchalantly. I disdain the wealthy second generation and the offspring of officials. Qin Wan expressed with envy. Keep talking, and I shall refuse to reveal any scandalous material. Shudai huffed in dissatisfaction. Qin Wan's expression shifted dramatically as she playfully exclaimed, oh no, I've made a mistake. Haven't I? Sister, I shall call you sister. Please show me. If I do not see it, I shall be unable to sleep tonight. Shudai gazed at her phone and suddenly exclaimed, it has arrived. Suppressing her curiosity, she climbed out of bed and descended to the living room. She switched on the television and cast the document sent by Chen Zhao onto the screen, then turned the camera for the WeChat video. Are you ready? Shudai inquired, looking at Qin Wan, who nodded emphatically, her eyes brimming with anticipation. She opened the document. In an instant, the air was filled with the resounding, provocative sounds echoing throughout the villa. Shudai was left petrified, while Qin Wan's smile froze in place. Chapter 15. The Great Escape of Celebrities in the Entertainment Industry. With a flushed face, Shudai turned off the video, leaving the two of them in an unspoken silence, their cheeks glowing like ripened peaches. After a while, Qin Wan finally broke the silence. Does he know about you? Impossible, Shudai replied, her voice lacking conviction. Should we ask? Qin Wan suggested cautiously. This must be the video he wants me to expose. Should we take another look to confirm? Shudai's words brimmed with anticipation. Qin Wan nodded. All right. Moments later, soft, seductive sounds echoed once more. The rosy hue of their faces gradually faded, their expressions shifting from shyness to scrutiny and seriousness. Zhou Zhao, Cheng He, Shang Xia, Hua Yi, Chen Yingjing. These individuals were truly reckless, their audacity remarkable. Shudai recognized the protagonist of the video and couldn't help but reflect on what she had witnessed. Infidelity, clandestine affairs, salon outings, solicitation, sugar daddies, and late-night acting practice with directors. Yet, she had never seen a group engaging in drug use at a party. No wonder she always sensed something amiss with Hua Yi's demeanor. Indeed, without substance abuse, one could hardly produce such dark-themed songs. You need to think this through. If this video gets exposed, the repercussions will be significant, and it could adversely affect your career, Qin Wan stated with a serious expression. Shudai's background was substantial, yet the management companies behind these individuals were formidable as well. While they could not tarnish Shudai's reputation outright, they could certainly diminish her endorsement opportunities. Unless I completely exit the entertainment industry, which would be inconsequential, If I eliminate everyone ahead of me in the industry with Chen Zhao's help, wouldn't I become the queen of the scene? Xu Dai remarked with astonishing logic. Qin Wanluan was momentarily speechless. That makes perfect sense, she conceded, unable to refute the argument. I can hardly wait to expose it. It's settled. Xu Dai excitedly ended the call, transforming the video sent by Chen Zhao into images, obscuring the sensitive parts. She marveled at how Chen Zhao could broadcast such risky content live without censorship. She had tried it herself, but faced immediate bans from the platform due to stringent reviews. Images could never match the thrill of video, a pity indeed. Xu Dai sighed lightly, then opened Weibo to upload her carefully edited images, captioning it. A day in the life of a paparazzo. Look at what explosive secrets I've uncovered. With a click, she completed the post. Satisfied, she moved on to Douyin and other social media platforms, editing and sending her revelations one by one. Finally, she messaged Chen Zhao, "All done, master." Filled with anticipation, she opened Weibo again, her face brightening as she saw her post trending. Delighted, she clicked to view the comments. Is today the day for scandalous teamwork? The continuous stream of expos is remarkable. This dirt is explosive, far surpassing that of Chen Zhao. Tianda Group is in dire straits. After blacklisting Chen Zhao, a series of their artists have encountered misfortunes, causing their stock prices to plummet by billions. I can't help but suspect that Chen Zhao has installed cameras on every Tianda artist. How else could he have obtained such incriminating evidence? The artists from Tianda, upon reading the comments, broke into cold sweats, scurrying about in panic. They feared becoming the next Chen Yingjing, while Huai's post gained immense popularity. In contrast, the protagonist in the accompanying image, Zhou Zhao, also rose to fame. The online atmosphere felt festive, akin to a celebration during the night. The entertainment group involved was in disarray, their faces etched with despair. Bastard, untrustworthy scoundrel. Luo Zhen erupted in anger within the office, but after a moment of reflection, he returned to his chair, his troubled expression softened slightly. Thankfully, Tianda Group had severed ties with Huai and Chen Yingjing. Compared to other talent agencies, Tianda Group's losses would not be substantial. As long as the losses of other companies exceeded theirs, Tianda Group would effectively incur no losses or even profit. If viewed from this perspective, he ought to feel fortunate, even joyful. Yet, his face remained clouded with worry. He was vexed with Chen Zhao. How to resolve this matter? He needed to avert Chen Zhao's scrutiny from Tianda Group. If he continued to expose the scandals of artists, the company would soon have no prominent talents left. All the investments and training over the years would go to waste. Bribing him to keep quiet? That would be futile with Chen Zhao. If he wanted to spill the beans, it would be just like today. Sigh, Luo Zhen lamented. Had he known, he would not have greenlit Chen Zhao's actions. With Chen Yingjing still in the picture, he could have controlled Chen Zhao, allowing him to continue composing songs while holding the scandals as leverage over other talent agencies, ensuring Tianda Group's ascendance as a prestigious company. A single misstep could doom Tianda. Luo Zhen felt a wave of distress and heartbreak. After a long pause, he raised his gaze, his eyes filled with intensity. It was too late to lament. They could only forge ahead. It was either Chen Zhao's downfall or the demise of Tianda Group. He would need to collaborate with other companies to target Chen Zhao. They could not afford to offend Xu Dai and her associates. How could a mere Chen Zhao be so intolerable? The turmoil among talent agencies, preparing for retaliation, did not hinder the seismic shifts within the entertainment industry. Chen Zhao, Qin Wanluan, and several esteemed predecessors emerged to share the post after Xu Dai. Countless detractors swam in the murky waters, dragging others into the fray. In an instant, no fewer than 5 individuals were implicated. The entire entertainment scene was engulfed in anxiety. Numerous high-profile stars voiced their defenses, providing proof, issuing legal notices, but to little effect. Lesser-known stars seized the opportunity to gain attention, further clouding the industry with chaos. In a hotel, Chen Zhao observed the online situation with a mix of astonishment and sardonic laughter. He never anticipated that merely posting a video from a group gathering would trigger such a significant upheaval. He also did not expect that this undeniable evidence could be twisted to involve others. The manipulation of narratives was astounding. The level of animosity towards the star was palpable. If it ended here, he might not feel such rage and amusement. However, the audacity of these detractors claiming he was one of the main characters, and the softest among them, was infuriating. How would he tolerate this? Were it not for the restrictions against sharing his own nude photos, he would certainly show the online community what it truly meant to turn the tables. The system permits it, host. Chen Zhao's expression froze momentarily. He then instinctively rubbed his ear, as if he had not heard, and rose to head towards the bathroom. The tumult of the online world subsided following the stern interventions of official media, which expressed their indignation through 4 stern admonitions and 5 decisive actions. With the issuance of a police announcement, netizens learned that, at the time of the incident, Chen Zhao and his associates were attempting to flee abroad, only to be apprehended at the airport. As dawn broke, weary workers with dark circles under their eyes left for their jobs, having stayed up late indulging in the latest scandal. Countless male netizens even critiqued images in the restroom, reminiscing about Chen Yingjing's video, drifting to sleep with great anticipation for her upcoming major work. Little did Chen Zhao realize that the exposure of this group of individuals would ultimately benefit Chen Yingjing the most. Perhaps this reflects the leniency that our country extends towards professional players. Upon awakening, Chen Zhao went through his morning routine and boarded the car sent by Xiao Zhang, clutching his phone and continuously chatting with a wealthy young woman, who was the mother of Huai's child. Don't you know? When a young woman posed this question, Chen Zhao's smile faded and his brows furrowed in discomfort. He was aware of the child's mother's identity, yet he grappled with the dilemma of whether to divulge it. This was the only piece of information that placed him in a quandary, highlighting the complexities of dealing with a law-breaking artist. Chapter 16. A Delicate Scandal. A troubled artist after a prolonged silence. Chen Zhao responded, "In comparison to her, I believe another individual deserves greater exposure, worthy of being condemned by the entire internet and imprisoned." His fingers struck the screen with fervor as he typed, his heart tumultuous, as though haunted by a troubling thought, something that ignited his ire. "Who?" the wealthy young lady inquired eagerly. "You will know in due time. For now, I am still gathering evidence against him." Upon sending the message, Chen Zhao's mind shifted to a long-buried scandal. Name: Feng Jing. Age: 34. Identity: second-tier artist, member of the Hiling Studio, daughter of Feng Hua, daughter-in-law of Meng Zichuan. Offenses: infidelity, accomplice to rape. Infidelity with Hua Yi. This was something Chen Zhao was aware of. Were it merely this, he would not have hesitated about whether to expose her. As long as the system assigned him an exposure task, he would act without a second thought. The industry's model wife, envied by all, had betrayed her partner and even bore a child. The ensuing scandal would surely attract considerable attention. Yet now, he found himself beset by uncertainty, even if the system were to issue him a task for exposure. The root of his hesitation lay in the final offense, which was simply too difficult to articulate. It left him incredulous that such a monster could exist in this world. Consequently, he felt a stronger urge to expose Meng Zichuan, the man with a heart of a beast. He wished to protect Feng Jing, a truly pitiable figure. However, the system had yet to assign him a task to expose Meng Zichuan, and the evidence of his crimes remained under wraps. He felt powerless, forced to devise another means to secure evidence against Meng Zichuan. All he needed was to see him imprisoned. Were it not for the system's rewards, he would directly take Feng Jing to report Meng Zichuan to the authorities, but that seemed unfeasible. The paparazzi tailing these two could easily form a formidable unit. If the truth were revealed, the entire entertainment industry would be flooded with information regarding the innocent victims of Meng Zichuan. At that point, it could lead to one person in prison and 2 others driven to suicide, which would weigh heavily on his conscience. He did not seek fame and did not wish to derive joy from the suffering of victims. He refused to become an indirect murderer. Teacher Chen has arrived. A voice from Xiao Zhang snapped Chen Zhao from his reverie. He pinched the bridge of his nose and glanced outside at the entrance of Mango TV. Opening the car door, he followed Xiao Zhang into the contestants' room. Upon Chen Zhao's arrival, the atmosphere among the chatting artists grew tense and peculiar, their gazes towards him filled with wariness, as if he were a venomous snake. Who among them was without secrets? In the entertainment industry, who was free from scandal. Was it not preferable to coexist peacefully, allowing the waters of the well to remain undisturbed? Were Chen Zhao to unveil their secrets, it would shatter any semblance of camaraderie. Who would dare to approach him then? For all they knew, as they drew closer to Chen Zhao, he could swiftly retaliate by exposing their own dark pasts. Thus, it was wiser to keep their distance. Avoid engaging with Chen Zhao and maintain your distance. That should suffice to ensure no complications arise. Chen Zhao sat composedly on the opposite side, fully aware of the thoughts harbored by those around him. It mattered little to him. In the entertainment industry, true friendships are valued for their quality rather than quantity. Having a wealthy benefactor to rely on suffices. His fervent output was all that was required. Should these individuals seek to cultivate a connection with him, he would refrain from exposing their secrets, finding comfort in the current state of affairs. If in the future he were to acquire their hidden truths, he would not hesitate to act decisively without remorse. Chen Zhao offered them a benevolent smile, causing a few from Changde to shudder slightly, forcing smiles before returning to their own tasks, avoiding eye contact with him. Moments later, Xu Dai and the beaming Li Zhao entered. Xu Dai excitedly rushed to sit beside Chen Zhao, still riding the high from the recent video exposure. Li Zhao cleared his throat and announced, "Due to certain circumstances, our competition has been postponed by a day. I trust everyone is prepared with superior songs to present to the audience. Your opponents remain unchanged." With Chen Zhao's rival, Hua Yi, absent, Chen Zhao was given a free pass. No objections, I trust? Xu Dai and the others shook their heads vigorously. The online discourse exploded, filled with fervent opinions. Wait, I've already taken my pants off, and this is what I get to see? I want to see someone else sing. I came to watch Chen Zhao. If I weren't curious about Chen Zhao's singing abilities, I would be watching this variety show. Is my little diva-esque short video no longer captivating? Or have the online scandals lost their flavor? Can't he even direct? Let the dog occupy the spot. It's better than you. We demand Chen Zhao. We want to see him eliminated. He must not advance. This minor uproar swiftly trended on social media, leaving the media and paparazzi astonished. Wasn't he acclaimed that Chen Zhao was a scoundrel and no longer supported? Why then, did he trend more times now than before his fall from grace? Can a downfall still elevate one's popularity? As they pondered, their hands moved rapidly, feverishly crafting posts to capitalize on the moment. At Tienda Group, they intensified their efforts, determined to ensure that Chen Zhao performed and faced elimination. Luo Zhan instructed his subordinates that Tienda Group and Chen Zhao were now irreconcilable adversaries. Unable to suppress Chen Zhao's revelations, they resolved to ensure his professional decline, instilling disappointment in prospective brand partners and inciting them to demand repayment. They sought to disillusion the public, sowing doubt about Chen Zhao's alleged secrets. This sentiment was echoed by every entertainment agency connected to those exposed by Chen Zhao, all enacting similar strategies as Tienda Group. As tensions escalated, a formidable presence emerged on the charts. Singers, sing away, Li Zhao declared, but then hesitated, his expression shifting as he regarded Chen Zhao. After careful consideration, he revised his statement. Chen Zhao will not receive a free pass. His score will be compared with the other contestants who failed in the PK. The victor will advance, while the defeated will be eliminated. The audience erupted in cheers, while the other contestants regarded Chen Zhao with ease. Chen Zhao remained unfazed, his demeanor unchanged. Internally, he understood that Li Zhao was undoubtedly in cahoots, plotting against him for monetary gain. Comparing my failure to PK, it is evident that anyone who falls short will inevitably be eliminated, regardless of identity. Engaging in a game of words, if the objective is to oust me, then let us see how that unfolds. Chen Zhao closed his eyes to gather his thoughts while the others prepared to heed the host's announcements and take the stage. Time passed, and over an hour slipped by. Those who advanced wore expressions of joy, while the eliminated bore traces of sorrow, albeit with a hint of relief. At least one among them would make it through. No one believed they would be cast aside by Chen Zhao, unless he chose not to sing and instead revealed their hidden flaws. Relying solely on a fair performance to eliminate them? That was a mere fantasy. Soon, it was Chen Zhao's turn. Come on, Xu Dai encouraged him. Chen Zhao nodded and stepped out of the contestants' room, traversing the corridor to the back of the stage, where the host's introduction and the audience's cheers enveloped him. Let us welcome Chen Zhao. Upon hearing his name called, he took the microphone from Xiao Zhang's hands and strode onto the stage. As he stepped forward, the lights converged, and all eyes were on him, with cheers and jeers resonating throughout. The three esteemed judges sat in the front row, clapping while pretending to be astonished, prompting Chen Zhao to think it a pity not to act. Good morning to the three judges and to my audience in the live broadcast. The sound of boos mingled with applause. After the customary inquiries, one judge inquired, "What song will you present?" Wang Jiang. "Oh, please commence your performance." The room fell silent, while viewers online buzzed with excitement. For those wearing headphones, please remove them, as you are about to experience the most electrifying music. Don't get shocked. Chen Zhao. My darling, electrify me quickly, it feels so good. The sound of thunderous applause reverberated as the progenitor of electronic music emerged, ready to dominate and humiliate the competition. I'm preparing for my exams upstairs, but I can't wait any longer. Moments later, the voice of a child singing pierced through the audience's ears. Viewers momentarily froze. Chen Zhao wouldn't let a child sing for him, would he? But these lyrics are quite impressive. Chen Dog truly possesses some talent. As the word faith concluded, followed by a soft melody, Chen Zhao picked up the microphone. Writing of the heavens, only a corner of the sun and moon stretches long, painting the earth. Only a glimpse of mountains and rivers remains intact. All those anticipating Chen Zhao's downfall were left dumbfounded. No way. Is it your voice? Where's your electronic sound? Your off-key notes? How could you possibly sing so well? In the contestants' room, those who had been eliminated could no longer sit still. What is this? Is this really Chen Zhao? It can't be. They have heard of his songs, which could electrify an entire city. The lyrics he wrote were utter garbage. Yet now, his lyrics and vocal skills surpass even the kings of music. Li Zhao regretted accepting the money. He had assumed Chen Zhao took to the stage merely to spite Hua Yi, seeking to leverage the singer's exposure for greater fame. Thus, after Hua Yi was eliminated, he would only accept payments to prevent Chen Zhao from advancing. After all, Chen Zhao's popularity had been fully utilized. However, it now appeared that this was merely the beginning. Chen Zhao had not yet exhausted even a fraction of his potential. No, Chen Zhao must not be eliminated. Just as his thoughts wandered, Chen Zhao's sudden theatrical vocalization sent chills down his spine, jolting him back to reality as he gazed in astonishment at Chen Zhao, who was reveling on stage. Could patriotism harmonize so beautifully with theatricality? At that moment, he realized that Chen Zhao could not possibly be eliminated. The song was so righteous, so powerful. It would not be an exaggeration to claim it as the most melodious piece of the 3 episodes. If he were to be eliminated, it would indeed be a shocking scandal. As the final notes resonated, both the venue and the online community were dominated by Chen Zhao's performance. Official media outlets swiftly began crafting posts in response. Within a matter of minutes, they elevated the significance of Chen Zhao's song to great heights. Despite the malicious low ratings from trolls like Luo Zhan and his cohorts, in the face of genuine support from netizens, Chen Zhao successfully advanced. As the program concluded, Chen Zhao bid farewell to Xu Dai and departed from the production team, heading straight to the airport en route to Yuqing. He was determined to meet Feng Jing and uncover new evidence against Meng Zichuan, ensuring that justice would be served. Chapter 17. Sentencing and Compliance. As night enveloped Yuqing, Chen Zhao found himself in a clandestine rendezvous with a married woman. Approaching the vibrant city of Shudu, known for its spicy cuisine, the spirited nature of Yuqing's inhabitants was evident. Here, the dynamics of relationships often saw men in domestic roles, while women ventured into the world. Upon his arrival in Yuqing, Chen Zhao's foremost desire was to indulge in hot pot. He relished the meal, savoring the flavors that left him glistening with sweat and delight, feeling a sense of homecoming. Being a native of Shudu, he found the culinary offerings of Huqing and Modu somewhat lacking in appeal. After satiating his hunger with a hearty hot pot, he made his way to a hotel near Jifangbai. Settling into the sofa, he pondered how to locate Feng Jing. Without her contact information, he was unaware of her current availability. The prospect of lurking beneath her building was unthinkable, especially with the throngs of paparazzi ready to snap incriminating photos. He feared that rumors would circulate, suggesting an affair between them, leading to the ruin of both his and Feng Jing's reputations. Exposing Meng Zichuan was an option. Yet unless he unveiled the truth about the assault, the likelihood of public belief in his claims was slim. He found himself back at square one, facing the possibility of a tarnished reputation that could be irreparable. Caution was imperative. After much contemplation, no viable solution emerged. Suddenly, the system's voice interrupted his thoughts, igniting a spark of joy within him. It appeared that Huai and the others had received their sentences. The system indicated that rewards were only dispensed upon sentencing. Regaining his focus, Chen Zhao decided to claim his rewards. Congratulations, host. You have received a performance card 2, money card 1, 2 original songs, and skill 2. The performance card promised to enhance his authentic achievements through various marketing events, while the money card offered a direct infusion of 10 million. Chen Zhao raised an eyebrow. The system had arrived just in time. He had been troubled about how to launch his songs, aiming to cultivate a favorable image that would resonate with the audience and encourage them to recognize and purchase his work. Why did he need to alter the public's perception of him? Simply put, he was in dire need of funds. Without money, how could he engage with the numerous women he admired? If his intentions were merely to appease Xu Dai and secure a comfortable life, he could easily pursue that route. However, that was not his aspiration. The symbolism of the steel wool flower, representing perseverance and prosperity, resonated with him. He could not abandon his principles. At least not at this juncture. Now, with the system's performance card at his disposal, even amidst negativity, he could achieve success. Utilizing the money card, he received a notification, 10 million credited to the Rural Credit Cooperative. At last, he had recouped the funds lost on the physique card. As he opened the folder of original songs, he realized he had several compositions at hand. With the performance card in play, he contemplated producing an album, ready to capitalize on the opportunity. Congratulations, host. You have received overwhelming success and dignity. Just what you needed. Chen Zhao felt a surge of joy in his heart. With these 2 songs, along with his own What a Pity There Is No If and 10,000 Hues, he could barely assemble a complete album. This was sufficient for a lucrative venture. Without delay, he resolved to record the songs. He booked the finest recording studio nearby, and, as he made his way there, he simultaneously honed his skills while messaging Xu Dai, subtly inquiring if she knew Feng Jing. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skills of rock climbing and self-defense. Chen Zhao disregarded the information echoing in his mind, focusing instead on Xu Dai's reply, a smile gracing his face. Xu Dai, yes, I know her. My aunt is discussing matters with her in your city. Chen Zhao, could you introduce me? I wish to meet Feng Jing. Xu Dai, I'll ask. With that, Xu Dai went offline. Seizing the moment, Chen Zhao turned his attention to the skills in his mind. What on earth? System, are you certain you haven't been usurped? Do these skills align with my identity? After a few moments of silence, he realized it was futile to argue with a foolish system and chose to accept it. After all, having more skills was never a burden. Countless pieces of information surged into his consciousness, and his body emitted the sound of stir-frying beans. Chen Zhao touched his arm, feeling its newfound hardness, akin to fragile bones transforming into a wolf's fawn. It appears that I must refrain from taking things too seriously. Lives are truly at stake, he thought, a warning bell ringing in his mind. Buzz. The vibration of his phone jolted Chen Zhao back to reality. Xu Dai had messaged him. My aunt said it's fine. Wait for you at 8 p.m. tonight in private room 304 at Lingyun Pavilion. Chen Zhao let out a sigh of relief and quickly replied, Okay, thank you. Master, what do you need Feng Jing for? Xu Dai asked curiously. She possesses some shocking secrets. How shocking? You'll find out in due time. Chen Zhao teased, aware that revealing too much might draw Xu Dai into the fray. She was unlike him. Her presence in Yu City would attract the attention of paparazzi from across the internet. It was too risky. Ignoring Sha Dis Inquilius. Chen Zhao turned a corner and crossed the street, arriving at the recording studio. He recorded all the songs as demos and then logged into Weibo. The album is about to be unveiled, and I hope for everyone's support. After posting, he felt a sense of completion. He aimed to generate some buzz and attract music platforms to approach him. Leveraging the vocal prowess he showcased on the Singer Sing program and the divine quality of 10,000 hues. This should secure a favorable deal. Chen Zhao tucked his phone away, gazing contentedly at the cerulean sky. Who said it wasn't enjoyable to be a fallen artist? This was truly delightful. Next, his mission was to expose secrets, striving to orchestrate a prison gala by year's end. No one could stop him. Chen Zhao's post stirred ripples online. Praise 1, disdain 9. Free listening was acceptable, but genuine financial support? Chen Zhao was unworthy. Such an attitude left the eager brand merchants in a state of indecision. As time passed, Chen Zhao approached Lingyun Pavilion on an empty stomach. Lingyun Pavilion, a 5-star restaurant in Yu City, was tranquil, upscale, and private. With its picturesque bridges and flowing waters, it exuded an ancient charm. Chen Zhao identified the private room, and under the service staff's guidance, he arrived at the door. Knock, knock. He rapped gently on the door. Come in. A melodious and enchanting voice resonated from within the private room. Chen Zhao's eyes brightened slightly as he pushed the door open. His gaze swept across the space. A small round table at the center, where a woman in her 30s sat, clad in a gray turtleneck sweater. Her shoulder-length hair was impeccably styled, exuding an air of sophistication, while her delicate features and initially aloof demeanor were transformed by her alluring, fox-like eyes, rendering her irresistibly captivating. Beside this enchanting woman sat another, draped in a black dress, her waist-length hair cascading freely. Her regal countenance and voluptuous figure resembled a fully bloomed flower, rich and luscious, inviting admiration. Yet, her almond-shaped eyes were devoid of life, filled with a sense of despair. You must be Chen Zhao. Please take a seat. I am Aunt Xiao Dai, and my name is Shu Ke. Xiao Dai often mentions you, praising your good looks and your singing talent. I hear you can also dance and rap. Shu Ke remarked with a playful smile, gesturing toward a nearby chair, akin to a relative inquiring with curiosity, a standard for debuting boy bands. Chen Zhao replied with a chuckle, pondering the significance of Shu Dai's familial connection. However, today's focus was not on her, but rather on Feng Jing. Chen Zhao turned his gaze toward Feng Jing. Their eyes met, and ripples of emotion stirred within Feng Jing's once vacant and despondent gaze. I heard from Xiao Dai that you sought out a Jing for something. It wouldn't happen to involve any scandal, would it? Shu Ke teased, clearly well-versed in the happenings of the entertainment industry. Feng Jing stiffened, her eyes reflecting a mix of fear and anticipation as she looked at Chen Zhao. With a piercing gaze, Chen Zhao smiled broadly. Indeed, I possess some scandalous information regarding Miss Feng Jing. I also have dirt on Meng Zichuan. I wonder, Miss Feng, whose secrets would you like me to reveal? Chapter 18. New evidence of Meng Zichuan emerges. Chen Zhao begins his broadcast. Feng Jing nervously clenched and then released the fabric of her clothing, her smile rigid and unnatural. Indeed, he was aware of my secret. He knew all the secrets. A whirlwind of emotions surged within Feng Jing. She felt both anxious and relieved. It was as if a long-buried secret had been unearthed, and she was no longer alone in her suffering, but rather had found a kindred spirit who shared this knowledge. If it weren't for Shu Ke's presence or the gravity of the situation, she longed to divulge everything to Chen Zhao, to exchange her innermost secrets for a solace of the soul. Shu Ke had initially been joking. However, upon hearing Chen Zhao's remarks and observing Feng Jing's expression, her playful demeanor vanished. She sat up straight, her eyes wide with disbelief, as she alternated her gaze between Chen Zhao and Feng Jing. This was quite the coincidence. Was it really possible? This was the fourth instance. Her company was currently in a precarious state. Its cornerstone artists were gradually losing their allure, and the market in Hong Kong had become increasingly inhospitable due to competition from mainland. She aspired to revive her company by venturing into the mainland market. Yet her entry was belated. The entertainment industry had long been stratified, and her struggling second-tier company found it nearly impossible to penetrate, unless she were to leverage her family's considerable connections. Yet, Shu Dai, the little girl, was known in the entertainment circle as a perennial second fiddle and had never resorted to the family's resources. Having an elder who had navigated the industry longer than Shu Dai and who had entered with greater audacity, made the thought of utilizing familial connections feel more painful than death itself. Thus, she yearned merely to carve out a niche in the music industry. Initially, she reached out to individuals like Hua Yi, Zhou Zhao, and Chen Zhao. Yet, before she could make contact, they all fell into disarray. She felt a sense of relief at having discerned their true natures, while also harboring a slight resentment towards Chen Zhao, questioning if he was deliberately obstructing her. It was then that she sought out Feng Jing. Their conversation had been going well until Chen Zhao arrived. As if that weren't enough, he had brought Feng Jing along, and now the scandal surrounding Meng Zichuan loomed. Chen Zhao, are you intent on ruining Daxia Entertainment? The dilemma of whether to expose the scandal surrounding Miss Feng Jing or that of Meng Zichuan left me in a quandary. Chen Zhao paused momentarily. Feng Jing blurted out, "Please don't expose me." Her expression was one of earnest pleading as she looked at Chen Zhao. What secrets about Meng Zichuan could possibly warrant protection? Shuke gazed at Feng Jing, confused. Was she truly willing to sacrifice her future for Meng Zichuan's stability? Such a love-stricken mind? Neither responded to Shuke's inquiry. Chen Zhao scrutinized Feng Jing, resolute in his decision regarding whom to expose. I have made my choice. If you wish to shield her from harm, your task is to protect yourself and ensure that this scoundrel Meng Zichuan ends up in prison. If you find yourself imprisoned, consider what fate awaits her. At his words, Feng Jing shivered involuntarily. How much do you know? What must I do? Feng Jing believed that Chen Zhao's exposure of Meng Zichuan would not reach her, especially since Hua Yi's secret of having a child had remained undisclosed for so long. No one knew she was the child's mother. This indicated that Chen Zhao possessed the capability to skillfully shield both himself and her from harm. Of course, this was contingent upon sending Meng Zichuan to prison. Chen Zhao rummaged through his mind, contemplating other methods to bring disgrace upon Meng Zichuan and ensure his incarceration. Wait, there is still a page. As Chen Zhao perused the incriminating materials on Hua Yi, he discovered an additional page he had yet to turn. However, it made sense. Hua Yi had already self-destructed before he could even reveal all the dirt. Flipping to the last page, a tumult of emotions surged within him. No, these two shared that kind of connection. Chen Zhao steadied himself, addressing Feng Jing. In a couple of days, there is an event in Yudu that you both will attend. This is where we will bring Meng Zichuan to ruin. Meng Zichuan was a man of duality, his actions far more extravagant than those of Hua Yi and the others. Aside from his heinous violation of Feng Feng, he had flirtations with other female stars and fans, even leading some to procure abortions for him. The most shocking revelation was that the woman who had aborted his child was none other than Hua Yi's ex-girlfriend. The two had secretly become entangled, with Meng Zichuan betraying Hua Yi while simultaneously fathering another's child. Both were oblivious to their mutual betrayal, and alarmingly, they were also close friends. This incriminating evidence was sufficient to ruin Meng Zichuan's reputation, and the specific details could easily land him in prison, all while perfectly concealing Feng Feng's identity. Good? Feng Jing nodded in appreciation. What on earth are you two talking about? Shu Ke felt as if she were a muggle, comprehending each word, yet unable to grasp the overall meaning. I apologize, Shu Zong, Chen Zhao said, realizing he had forgotten her presence while delving deep into conversation with Feng Jing. Shu Ke's eyes widened in disbelief. Am I wearing an invisibility cloak? She said, half amused and half irritated. Could you please enlighten me on what you were discussing? Chen Zhao turned his gaze to Feng Jing, who nodded in affirmation. Shu Zong is a good person. It's fine to tell her. I had an affair with Hua Yi. Feng Jing took a deep breath, her gaze intense as she spoke to Shu Ke. What? Shu Ke felt as though the sky had fallen. You are the mother of Hua Yi's child? Feng Jing nodded. How is it possible that finding a person can be so problematic? Is the entertainment industry on the mainland this chaotic? Shu Ke said, exasperated, her mind reeling. Wait. Shu Ke looked up at Chen Zhao. You said not to expose Feng Jing, but to expose Meng Zichuan. What he has done is far more serious. What exactly has he done? And who is she? To protect this she, Feng Jing was willing to allow Chen Zhao to expose herself. In a couple of days, tune into my live stream, and you will find out, Chen Zhao teased, arousing Shu Ke's curiosity. When one possesses secrets that intrigue women, it It is prudent not to divulge everything like a lovesick fool. Instead, one should tantalize their curiosity, for this grants one the upper hand. This principle applies equally to both genders. Have you grasped this, my friends? Shu Ku observed Chen Zhao's reticent demeanor and refrained from pressing further. Yet her gaze towards him was tinged with a hint of hostility. "Let us dine first," Chen Zhao suggested, taking the initiative as he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat voraciously. He had arrived with an empty stomach, fully aware that they would be heading to Ling Yun Pavilion later. Having engaged in conversation for so long without a morsel, he felt quite famished. Chen Zhao devoured his meal, oblivious to the glimmering gaze Shu Ku directed at him. Half an hour later, after wiping his mouth with a napkin and preparing to rise, Shu Ku pulled out her phone and said, "Shall we add each other on WeChat?" "Of course," Chen Zhao replied, agreeing to add her, and also including Feng Jing, recognizing the potential benefits of associating with the influential Shu family. Upon returning to his hotel, Chen Zhao received a message from Shu Dai. "I can't believe that Huai's child is Feng Jing. It's astonishing. She and Meng Zichuan are such a perfect couple. Who wouldn't envy them? I never expected this." Seated on the sofa, Chen Zhao replied, "What you see is merely what others wish for you to see. Some appear innocent on the surface, yet are quite the libertines beneath, while others seem naive but are seasoned veterans in private." In a villa in a magic city, Shu Dai felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Was this a subtle reference to herself? Her fingers tapped away at the screen. "And what about you?" "I possess 99 personalities," Chen Zhao casually responded before placing his phone down and heading to the bathroom for a shower. 2 days swiftly passed. The majority of fans shifted their focus to YouTube, as tonight's live recording of the reality show Celebrity Couples Exposed was set to take place there, eliminating any possibility of post-editing or feigned affection. This show had aired for 2 or 3 seasons and garnered a devoted fanbase. This season was particularly heightened due to the participation of Feng Jing and Meng Zichuan, the enviable couple revered both within and outside their industry. For a decade, they had maintained a respectful and loving relationship, prompting countless admirers to wonder how they managed to sustain such affection for so long, eager to learn from their example. Shortly after the premiere of Celebrity Life Exposed, Chen Zhao initiated his own live stream. An influx of fans poured into his broadcast, and the viewership on Douyin surged past 100,000. Upon discovering that Chen Zhao was in a hotel, the comments section erupted. "Chen Dog, what are you doing in a hotel? Ah, can a dog ever change its ways? Looking for a fling, are we? Who's the female lead? Hurry and show us." Laughter ensued as viewers remarked, "Chen Dog criticizes others while indulging himself. Such double standards. Serial, Chen Dog and her. Hurry up with the album release. I'm out of toilet paper and will have to use records instead." Chen Zhao gazed at the affectionate barrage of comments on the screen, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "I am currently in YouTube, and I trust my fans are aware of my intentions for this broadcast." The barrage paused for a few seconds before erupting with comments, such as, "More scandalous news. Who's who? Hurry, bring it forth. And who is the mother of the Huai child?" To this day, we remain in the dark. As long as you spill the beans, I shall permit you to rendezvous with 300 fans, just this once. Chen Zhao chuckled heartily as he stepped out of the frame, returning shortly with a massive plaque, which he placed with a resounding thud on the floor just out of camera range, ensuring that every character on the plaque was clearly visible. Upon seeing the inscription on the plaque, the viewers in the live stream were left utterly speechless. Chapter 19. Chen Zhao enters the land of immortals. Meng Zichuan joins Chen Zhao's stream. Upon entering the stream, Chen Zhao observed the plaque emblazoned with 3 characters, gift delivery. He was acutely aware that his request for gifts would provoke considerable outrage within the live chat, not one to relish scorn or ridicule. He hastened to fortify his defenses before the barrage of comments erupted. "Brothers," he proclaimed, "even the host must earn a living. I welcome gifts, whether few or many." After 3 minutes of this, I shall unveil the artist involved in this sensational revelation. Trust me, this artist enjoys an impeccable reputation in the entertainment industry. Yet their actions are more outrageous than those of Hua, Yi, and Chen Yingjing. If you miss out on this scoop, you shall surely regret it. Here's a hint. This artist is currently attending an event in Yudu. As soon as these words escaped his lips, Viewers in the chat hastily retracted their messages, simultaneously cursing Chen Zhao while showering the stream with gifts. Their desire to uncover the identity of the artist he alluded to was insatiable. Chen Zhao had them on the edge of their seats. Dog coin, I've sent a little heart. Quickly reveal who it is. Card dog, you're just like the tomato author, Chang Hong. Both of you are insufferable. 100 TikTok accounts have sent gifts. Hurry up and say it. Noticing one particular comment, Chen Zhao recognized the TikTok handle and deduced the identity behind it. Shuko. Indeed, he realized that tantalizing his audience could either win their hearts or fill his coffers. He merely expressed gratitude and refrained from divulging the information immediately. Meanwhile, in a live studio of the variety show Celebrity Couples Exposed, a group was gathered on the sofa, indulging in fruits and snacks, engaged in lively discussions about maintaining a harmonious marital life and their daily routines. Feng Jing, with her phone in hand and a headphone in one ear, was intently watching Chen Zhao's live broadcast, her heart a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Is it good? A refined, handsome middle-aged man leaned in to whisper at her ear, creating an illusion for outsiders that Meng Zichuan was whispering sweet nothings, adding a layer of tenderness to the atmosphere. The variety show's live chat was flooded with comments praising their sweetness, envy, and affection. Feng Jing felt a shiver run through her as she gazed at the coldness hidden in Meng Zichuan's eyes. She forced a smile, her expression betraying her fear. It's fine. While the audience in the live stream remained oblivious to this unnatural exchange, the other three celebrity couples present exchanged concerned glances. Their reactions suggested that the warmth between the couple seemed lacking, perhaps indicative of recent discord. With this thought in mind, they began to understand. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we watch the live stream while we chat? The director's voice echoed. Absolutely. I typically enjoy watching live streams. They are quite entertaining. Director, every decision you make is splendid. This show feels like home to me, haha. The guests bantered back and forth, their performances overshadowing even their scripted portrayals. The live chat was abuzz with praises for the director and excitement for Chen Zhao's revelations. Behind the scenes of the variety show, soon, the live stream would be projected onto the grand screen. To everyone's astonishment, it was Chen Zhao's streaming room. The viewers were in an uproar. I can't believe it. This is truly a live version of Werewolf. Who is the protagonist of Chen's scandal? The director clearly understood how to generate traffic. Are you watching my stream? Chen Zhao observed the barrage of messages flooding in, his expression peculiar. This director certainly knew how to stir the pot. I hope they don't ask me to join the call, he thought. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, akin to a gift that was set for a mere 3-minute window. As the time elapsed, the once bustling screen filled with gifts dwindled to just a few hearts. Chen Zhao was unfazed. After all, once the revelations reached their peak, there would be plenty of viewers willing to reward him. Now that the time has come, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. Chen Zhao's demeanor turned serious as he unleashed a barrage of words, akin to rapid-fire artillery. The stench of this entertainment industry is beyond description. Drug use, trafficking, abortion, rape, necromancy, group gatherings, gambling, domestic violence, drunk driving. Who still believes that there are pure, loving souls within this foul circle? After over a decade of mutual respect and love, who could genuinely believe in such a fade? If you do, share your phone number with me, and when you grow old, I shall sell you health products. Chen Zhao took a sip of tea, allowing a moment of respite for the viewers. All those watching the stream were left in shock. Their reactions a blend of disbelief and bewilderment. Countless fans found it hard to accept. This is impossible. How could the entertainment industry be so chaotic? It's similar abroad. Chen, stop fabricating tales. Do you understand the multitude of examples? They laughed in disbelief. What kind of nonsense is this? Are you fans still oblivious? Your idol has long been in someone else's embrace, and your beloved has various side jobs. I simply wish to know who Chen is referring to. Reveal them all, Chen. Let this entertainment industry tremble. Since it has already rotted to the core, let it be exposed. While I am uncertain about others, after years of apparent affection and Chen's earlier statements, it became obvious that the protagonists of these revelations were none other than Meng Zichuan and his spouse. Some viewers began to connect the dots, gradually realizing who it was. Fans of the couple were reluctant to accept this reality, fervently defending them. Yet, the critics and those seeking entertainment did not care. They were ready to engage. Within minutes, marketing accounts and paparazzi released snippets of the live stream online, skyrocketing to trending status. Countless curious onlookers who did not follow the entertainment industry clicked in. They might not keep up with the celebrities, but when their gossip to savor, they felt compelled to join in. The live revelation of the celebrity couple's life had become a sensational event. Other couples on the show exchanged incredulous glances, unable to process the implications directed at Meng Zichuan and Feng Jing. Are you two, who have claimed to be a loving couple for over a decade, just acting? If so, you have certainly played your roles too well. Perhaps you should take home an Oscar. What exactly have you all done to attract the attention of Chen Zhao? Currently, he has set his sights on celebrities who have been exposed, none of whom are insignificant figures. Most of them face the ruin of their careers and imprisonment. Meng Zichuan felt a tempest brewing within him, his pupils constricting in alarm. Could it be that Chen Zhao obtained evidence of his infidelity from Huai? No, that couldn't be right. Huai possessed no such evidence. Their conversations had merely been textual exchanges, a single image, devoid of any substantial proof. How could Chen Zhao launch an attack on him? With this thought, Meng Zichuan regained his composure. Chen Zhao is not referring to us, he stated firmly. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Zhao, seemingly attuned to his thoughts, responded, Meng Zichuan, how thrilling is it to cheat? You are the first to have an affair with someone else's wife, and you dare to claim the title of the nation's husband in the entertainment industry? Pah! You are nothing but a scoundrel. To plant you in the ground, to harvest beetle, nuts would be a mercy. Chen Zhao's words were unapologetically harsh. Were it not for the potential repercussions, he would have unleashed a torrent of vulgarity, targeting the very essence of Meng Zichuan's being. Yet even in his restrained language, he incited a frenzy among netizens. Is Meng Zichuan truly such a scoundrel? My husband claimed he was just like Meng Zichuan. Sisters, what should we do? Even if Feng Jing is so beautiful, is it not enough? Why seek out wildflowers? But wait, there's no evidence, just baseless accusations from Chen Zhao. Someone protested. For those upstairs, please refer to the VCR. Chen Zhao's track record includes 7 or 8 individuals imprisoned and one who debuted abroad in the arts. Any doubts? Meng Zichuan's face darkened, a mixture of fear and dread. Could it be that Chen Zhao had indeed acquired evidence against him? He quickly suppressed his doubts. At this juncture, it was no longer about speculating whether Chen Zhao had proof. He had to firmly believe that Chen Zhao did not. The more confident he appeared, the more others would believe in him and advocate for his innocence. Doing nothing would lead to despair, allowing Chen Zhao to have his way. Director, I wish to connect with Chen Zhao and respond to what he said in the live stream, Meng Zichuan declared, turning to the director who sat nearby, calmly fishing for a response. The director nodded, signaling to the staff to establish the connection. The netizens eagerly relayed the news of Meng Zichuan's impending confrontation with Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao chuckled. Is this an invitation for me to step on your face? Very well, let us see what this dog has to say. He accepted the connection request from celebrity couples' explosive revelations, and soon, Meng Zichuan's visage appeared on the right side of the live stream. With a combined audience of 5 to 6 million across both streams, the excitement was palpable, akin to winning a lottery. A grand revelation awaited. Who would be the jester, and who would find themselves behind bars? The broadcast was live. Chapter 20. Huai's live broadcast hammering Meng Zichuan. Is he not in jail? Absolutely. Chen Zhao casually crossed his arms, casting a playful glance at Meng Zichuan. Let the defense begin. Meng Zichuan's expression darkened. If looks could kill, Chen Zhao would be shredded by his piercing gaze. This treacherous cur, now that his house has collapsed, resorts to factory work, and he dares to expose others. Is it merely envy that drives him to see us amusing our fans while profiting from our vices like drug use and gambling? That dog is simply envious. And don't let me discover who provided you with this information. Otherwise, I will come for your entire family. Meng Zichuan spoke coldly. Why should I prove my innocence? I will not fall into the trap of self-justification. If you claim I have issues, then present tangible evidence instead of assuming the role of a judge. reciting baseless allegations, and attacking innocent individuals. If I had problems, wouldn't my wife, who lies beside me, be aware? He turned to Feng Jing with a smile. Darling, you know me best. Tell the viewers in the 2 live streams. Do I have a problem? Everyone awaited Feng Jing's response. If anyone understands the true nature of a person, it is their spouse or parents. If Feng Jing claims there is no issue and Chen Zhao cannot produce solid evidence, then his accusations are indeed unfounded. Some individuals excel at masquerading, deceiving everyone around them. If such talents were employed for good, our entertainment industry would be filled with exemplary actors. Evidence, you say? Very well. I shall provide it. Chen Zhao interjected, redirecting everyone's attention back to himself. He retrieved a backup phone and dialed the authorities at the motive prison. Hello, Director Chen. As we agreed yesterday. Yes, I will confirm immediately. Chen Zhao hung up. Today, we have a change in personnel for our hammering. His words sent the live chat into a flurry of confusion among viewers. Meng Zichuan's brow furrowed. An ominous feeling washed over him. However, with the arrows already knocked, retreat was not an option. Soon, the official account of Modu prison appeared in the lower right corner of Chen Zhao's live stream, and the weary face of Huai materialized on the screen. Instantly, the chat exploded. Huai is hammering Meng Zichuan. Is this how it goes? Chen Dog is a traitor. Brothers turning against each other, seeking redemption? Huai remarked, Brother, if you reduce my sentence, I will take care of your wife when I get out. This was indeed a monumental clash. Huai continued, who says only a wife knows her partner's secrets. A good buddy can, too. Upon seeing Huai, Meng Zichuan's eyelids twitched, and fury ignited within him. So that is how Chen Dog learned of my affairs. You treacherous cur revealed my secrets to him, and now you dare to come forth and hammer me? He felt an overwhelming desire to leap through the screen and silence Huai forever. Though panic surged within him, his exterior remained composed. Chen Zhao observed the intense standoff between Huai and Meng Zichuan, a chuckle escaping his lips as he silently instructed the system to purchase a truth card. A notification chimed, confirming the successful exchange of the card. Would you like to use it? Buzzed his phone, displaying a transaction of 20 million. Chen Zhao's lips twitched in irritation. Damn it, Dogcoin system. He activated the truth card on Meng Zichuan, setting parameters to prevent him from discussing Feng Feng's matters. This card allowed for customized truth settings. Soon, a golden light, visible only to Chen Zhao, shot into the barrage of comments directed at Meng Zichuan. Huai, has Meng Zichuan been exposed in front of the entire internet and the police? Chen Zhao straightened his posture, his demeanor commanding, akin to a magistrate presiding over a court. His gaze sharp as he scrutinized the accused. Huai cast a scornful glance at Meng Zichuan, scoffing, indeed. They all say I'm extravagant, compared to Meng Zichuan. I am but a novice. He flirted with 5 women simultaneously on the same day and even shared a hotel room. How can someone like him maintain a fade of a devoted partner? Am I truly the worst in this entertainment industry? Her words ignited a storm of controversy. Yet, some maintained their composure. Evidence, evidence. We must not heed mere words. Only evidence can substantiate claims. In a fit of anger, Meng Zichuan retorted, Huai, do not reveal these truths. Those foolish fans are oblivious to my actions. Gasps echoed as the comments froze in shock. Millions in both live streams fell silent, leaning forward in disbelief. Shu Ku, Qin Wan, and Shu Dai gaped, hands clutching their heads, unable to comprehend. Guests from the celebrity couple expos, including Feng Jing, stared at Meng Zichuan in astonishment. Was he truly this audacious? Reclining in his chair, Chen Zhao smirked subtly, while Meng Zichuan, equally stunned, covered his mouth in disbelief. How'd I let that slip? He thought. Brothers, the evidence is right here. Chen Zhao brandished his phone, showcasing Meng Zichuan's flirtations with fans, photos, WeChat screenshots, and videos. The comments erupted in chaos. How dare Meng Zichuan insult his father like this? Without our support, could he secure endorsements or roles? They raged. How can such a person still attract admirers? Must they be so desperate? The public opinion surrounding Meng Zichuan exploded. Even former supporters now criticized him more harshly than his detractors. Are they truly supporting him? That would make them fools. Meng Zichuan hastily defended himself. It's true. I left after 5 minutes. Hua Yi's ex-girlfriend can confirm it. We were together last May. With that, he slapped himself, lamenting how he had once again revealed his innermost thoughts. Is this the end? The online commentators, transformed into keyboard warriors, paused in shock before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. 5 minutes. Goodness, from entering the hotel to showering and undressing, this. Meng Qian, how unfortunate for the sister-in-law. To those upstairs, is this the crux of the matter? The focal point is that Meng Zichuan is sleeping with Huai's ex-girlfriend. So, it's acceptable to betray a brother's wife. Is it? Crash. Huai, infuriated, knocked over a chair, with a finger pointed at Meng Zichuan, akin to the expression of General Yu in a meme. He erupted, I can't believe you, you fool. Here, I'm treating you like a brother, and this is how you repay me? Last May, Lala was still pregnant. And you, beast, couldn't even spare a pregnant woman. You made her lose the child by forcing her to use shampoo. Damn you. Though Huai had also betrayed Meng Zichuan, no man can accept being cheated on. In a man's heart, it's permissible for me to cheat on you. But if you cheat on me, then hell hath no fury. Meng Zichuan, in a fit of despair, pointed a finger at Huai's nose and angrily berated him. For a moment, the live stream was filled with a chorus of insults, the comments section in perfect unison. This is hilarious. The show is at its peak. What a ridiculous situation. Both men are equally culpable. The cheating man deserves to be betrayed. Yet it is perplexing that Lala would prefer a quick shooter. I believe we should delve into a thorough examination of the underlying social phenomena, until Huai was taken away by the prison guards. His resounding curses echoed even in the fading screen. The authorities of the Magic City had their complex expressions, casting a regretful glance at Meng Zichuan before disconnecting. Meng Zichuan sat in his seat with a grim countenance, his gaze piercing through Lin Zhao. It was ruined. He could no longer make a living in the entertainment industry. The money he earned would have to be compensated largely. All of this was due to Chen Zhao, and one day he would make Chen Zhao pay. Meng Zichuan harbored a fierce resolve. The viewers in the live stream remained in a state of amusement, initially anticipating a scandalous expose of the entertainment industry, yet unexpectedly witnessing such a melodramatic spectacle. Before long, some viewers expressed regret. Although Meng Zichuan's disgraceful actions had been revealed, and he could no longer survive in the entertainment circle, the wealth he amassed over the years would suffice for a lavish lifetime. It's truly unreasonable. Why can't this man be sent to prison? Let him face Huai in reality, for both are despicable creatures. I am beginning to doubt the veracity of Chen Zhao's accusations. I cannot believe a righteous person could commit such acts. I vow to never criticize Chen Zhao again. Just as the viewers were lamenting and expressing pity, Chen Zhao suddenly shouted, What? Can he be sent to prison? Absolutely, my friend, it can be done. Chapter 21. Another star enters the prison system. Chen Zhao viciously assaults Meng Zichuan, leaving countless netizens with pulsating foreheads and gritting their teeth as they stare at the suddenly explosive Chen Zhao. This Chen dog is unaware that scaring someone can lead to dire consequences. Damn it, foolish Chen dog. Such behavior should not be tolerated. He must be criticized vehemently. The commentators position their fingers over their keyboards, only to suddenly freeze. Wait a moment. What did Chen dog just say? He possesses evidence to send Meng Zichuan to prison. Moreover, there's a significant revelation. The barrage of comments hastily urged Chen Zhao to elaborate. Meng Zichuan's complexion turned pale, his body stiffened, and his heart raced. He could not possibly know. Absolutely not unless Meng Zichuan cast a fierce glance towards Feng Jing, his eyes filled with malice. The only one privy to this matter was Feng Jing. If Chen Zhao was aware, then it must have been Feng Jing who divulged it to him. That wretched woman. Insane. Is she willing to sacrifice her own sister to bring about our mutual destruction? Feng Jing, facing Meng Zichuan's ferocious gaze, which once would have sent her scurrying away in fear, now met his glare head-on, a smile of desperation curling at the corners of her mouth. She intended to send Meng Zichuan to prison. All it would take was to expose the truth about Xiaofeng. Chen Zhao, you are untrustworthy. Yet, we have reached this critical juncture. Let all come crashing down. Coercing a minor, resulting in pregnancy and subsequent abortion, leading to despair and death. Meng Zichuan. Do you still remember Lin Yao? Suddenly, Chen Zhao roared, striking Meng Zichuan like a hammer to the head. Meng Zichuan turned abruptly to Chen Zhao, his eyes wide with terror, pupils constricting, breath quickening. The netizens erupted in chaos. Ah, Meng Zichuan has such a major scandal, preying on minors leading to death. He deserves to be executed. Damn it. Having seen Chen Zhao expose so many stars, I strongly suggest that the authorities castrate Meng Zichuan, execute him, and finally launch him into the sky. What kind of useless paparazzi are they, allowing such a monumental revelation to surface only now? If Chen Zhao hadn't exposed it, would we have remained oblivious to Meng Zichuan's deeds forever? The paparazzi before their screens felt their faces flush with shame. How could they, as professional paparazzi, be ignorant of such a significant matter? A disgrace. In Modu at the villa, what a vile creature Meng Zichuan is. Can such a person truly exist in our entertainment industry? And is this real? Shadi exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, there are even more abhorrent things than this. But they simply have yet to be exposed, Shu Ke replied with a sigh. The scandals that Chen Zhao has revealed, in her view, have not even grazed the depths of the entertainment industry as foulness. This is merely the surface. These individuals deserve to be exposed and sent to prison one by one. Shu Dai, unable to accept this reality, spoke through gritted teeth. Shu Ke disregarded Shu Dai's words, her gaze fixed on Chen Zhao in the live stream. Pondering the conversation between Chen Zhao and Feng Jing in the private room, her brow furrowing as a sense of unease washed over her. Lin Yao was certainly not the she spoken of by the two that day. If Lin Yao were indeed her, then Chen Zhao would have already revealed it. In the eyes of the entire internet, Feng Jing is portrayed as a victim, enduring suffering for a decade. Yet this persona bears no impact on her true self. However, why did Feng Jing, upon hearing Chen Zhao's intention to expose Meng Zichuan, proactively suggest revealing her own secrets to protect him? Who exactly is this she? Shu Ke's eyes brimmed with curiosity. What is wrong, Ani? Shu Dai called out a few times, bringing Shu Ke back to reality. The revelations thus far are merely the tip of the iceberg. Shu Ke teased, then fell silent, unwilling to bear the suspense alone. Shu Dai and Qin Luanlan exchanged incredulous glances. Just the tip of the iceberg? Meng Zichuan mutard? Impossible. She was clearly dead. At that time, it was just the two of us. How can anyone else know? His words served as undeniable proof of his own guilt. At the Yuqing police station, police vehicles raced towards the Yuqing television station. In an instant, Meng Zichuan's live stream vanished. Chen Zhao, with an expression of anger and bitterness, glared at the now empty stream. I have exposed Meng Zichuan numerous times. He is the most repugnant and vile individual. I noticed some brothers asking who Lin Yao was and whether her parents knew the reason for their daughter's demise. Regrettably, I must inform my brothers that Lin Yao was an orphan, a pure-hearted girl who should have lived a life of brilliance, yet was destroyed by Meng Zichuan. The livestream chat fell into silence, as countless emotional viewers wept openly. They rushed to Meng Zichuan's agency, the local police station, and various influential accounts on social media, denouncing him and calling for justice. In a flash, Weibo and Douyin saw 7 trending topics emerge. Countless clips of a live stream began flooding Douyin, Zayab, and other social platforms, with likes and shares exceeding 100,000. This time, Chen Zhao did not urge viewers to send gifts during his live stream, yet the gifts poured in abundantly. Douyin's feed was relentless, with messages flooding in every second. The unified sentiment on the screen proclaimed, Lin Yao, rest in peace. Chen Zhao, feeling melancholic as he observed the gifts, found little solace in the moment. For besides Lin Yao, there was also Feng Feng, a figure whose plight was even more tragic and sorrowful, yet her suffering remained shrouded in obscurity. She bore her burdens alone, perhaps even unaware of the extent of her own torment. The more he pondered, the angrier Chen Zhao became, his resolve hardening. Brothers, the host will take his leave. A video detailing the events surrounding Lin Yao and Meng Zichuan will be shared shortly, revealing the true nature of this beast. With that, he abruptly ended the live stream and swiftly exited. Minutes later, Chen Zhao's scheduled video was released, and within seconds, it erupted onto the trending list. The already incensed viewers felt their fury intensify, with some experiencing a pang of heartache. They recalled Lin Yao's innocent admiration for Meng Zichuan, her unwavering belief in him, only to hear her heartbreaking declaration of pregnancy met with the cruel response of an abortion, accompanied by a stark red exclamation mark. Once again, the viewers unleashed their wrath upon Meng Zichuan's agency. Even though the agency has long posted about expelling Meng Zichuan from their ranks, they have not garnered any understanding from netizens. Instead, the outrage has only intensified. As a representative of your company, how could Meng Zichuan engage in such despicable and criminal behavior without your knowledge? What exactly are you overseeing? If you cannot manage your own people, perhaps you should shut down. How outrageous it is that your company, which shelters such a wretched individual, should expect any support. The marketing of a devoted husband persona by such a base character only adds to the disgrace. Each member of your organization is complicit if your company continues to operate. It is the fault of us netizens. Yuqing television station has long ceased airing its celebrity couple reality show, and the director's face is ashen. This incident has escalated far beyond mere scandal within the entertainment industry. It has tragically resulted in loss of life. The attention garnered may be substantial, but it is toxic. You have ruined this program, and you will undoubtedly face consequences from the station, perhaps even a demotion. He wishes he could give Meng Zichuan a swift kick. Such a vile creature, causing harm to others and himself. The sound of heavy, chaotic footsteps approaches. 6 police officers appear, making a beeline for Meng Zichuan. Without further ado, they grasp him on either side and prepare to escort him away. Hello, you need to accompany us to the police station for an investigation. A female officer gently informs Feng Jing, who nods with reddened eyes. The group departs, with the director trailing behind, aware that the outside is likely swarming with furious netizens. He hopes to seize the opportunity to deliver a kick to that scoundrel Meng Zichuan amid the chaos. Outside Yuqing television station, a crowd has gathered in droves. As Meng Zichuan is led out by the police, he is met with a tide of furious shouts and accusations. Were it not for the officers forming a barrier against the enraged crowd, he would surely be trampled. Meng Zichuan shrinks back, fear evident in his eyes as he gazes into the multitude of outraged faces, yet he knows they cannot act against him. He provocatively laughs. She's quite the catch. Shut up. The police bark, their hands pressing down in an attempt to quell the uproar. The crowd, incensed by Meng Zichuan's words, glares with red-rimmed eyes, each individual surging against the police line. Step back! Step back! The officers shout in exasperation. At that moment, a corner of the crowd parts, and Chen Zhao rushes in, delivering a swift kick to Meng Zichuan's back. Stumbling, Meng Zichuan falls to the ground, causing the officers to stagger back from the force of the blow. Chen Zhao zeroes in on his target, kicking Meng Zichuan repeatedly, who cries out in pain. Seizing the opportunity, the director delivers a couple of kicks himself, then, under the watchful gaze of the officers, sheepishly laughs as he jogs away after a final kick. The crowd stands in stunned silence for a few seconds before erupting into a cacophony of cheers. Yes, beat him. That's Chen Zhao. Tian Yi. Kick him to death. Go on, kick that scoundrel. 2 police officers steadied themselves after approximately half a minute and proceeded to pull Chen Zhao aside. Please accompany us, one of the officers said with a sense of resignation. He was reluctant to apprehend anyone. Yet Chen Zhao's brazen act of violence could not go unaddressed, for it might invite misguided influences upon their city of Yuqing. Chen Zhao nodded and entered the police vehicle. The surrounding crowd, however, was unwilling to disperse, obstructing the path and voicing their protests loudly. It was only when the officers clarified that Chen Zhao was merely going to the police station to assist with the investigation that the crowd reluctantly parted, allowing the police to depart slowly. Chapter 22. A glimpse into Xu Dai's background. Meng Zichuan's life imprisonment. Trending topics surged on Weibo and Douyin. Chen Zhao's brutal assault on Meng Zichuan. Chen Zhao's arrest, resulting from his violent actions towards Meng Zichuan. Public cheers as Meng Zichuan is captured. And farewell, Lin Yao. Netizens fervently praised Chen Zhao, vowing never to criticize him again, marveling at his bravery. I wondered why Chen Zhao rushed off so hastily after the broadcast. It turns out he was up to something significant. Bravo, I wholeheartedly support him. Witnesses reported that he had delivered several kicks to Meng Zichuan, and the public clamored for harsher penalties, expressing their outrage. A voting video on Douyin revealed that 98% of participants favored the death penalty for Meng Zichuan. The overwhelming public sentiment prompted major media outlets, including the People's Daily and the Central Television, to weigh in on the matter. The People's Daily declared, "Impose the harshest penalties and show no leniency." The Central Television added, "Conduct thorough investigations and adhere strictly to the law while considering the voice of the people, but do not be swayed by public opinion." Both prominent domestic media figures made their stances known, followed closely by various local official media. The official broadcasting network also issued an apology, acknowledging a lapse in oversight regarding the entertainment industry. They expressed gratitude to Chen Zhao for exposing such scandals and pledged to enforce stricter regulations moving forward, assuring that artists with a history of misconduct would not be tolerated. Yet, this seemingly sincere statement failed to satisfy online users. Anyone can make such claims after the fact. Where are the tangible actions? They lamented. Every year, we hear apologies and promises of strict oversight. Yet every year, we are inundated with artists of questionable character and subpar productions. In a villa in the bustling metropolis, Xu Dai applauded Chen Zhao's actions against Meng Zichuan. Upon learning of Chen Zhao's arrest, she quickly searched for contacts and dialed a number. She was reluctant to leverage her family's connections for her own advancement in the entertainment industry, but for Chen Zhao, she was willing to make an exception. Meanwhile, Qin Wanwan, who was on a video call, remarked in astonishment, "Xiao Dai, you've changed. You used to avoid using your family's connections. Yet you've done so a couple times for Chen Zhao. Could it be that you've developed feelings for him? Despite the vast differences in your family backgrounds, you two seem quite compatible. I could definitely ship it." Xu Dai hung up the phone and shot Qin Wanwan a disapproving look. "Is there nothing in your mind beyond romance?" The reason I refrained from utilizing connections was to prove to my parents that I could establish myself in the industry on my own merits, not merely rely on their influence. Now, I am reaching out because Chen Zhao is my mentor. He is doing something commendable, and I must support him. Qin Wanlan waved her hand dismissively, feeling exploited while counting money for him. She had to end this and escape the schedule. At the Yuqing Police Department, Chen Zhao was escorted to the mediation room, where the air conditioning hummed and tea was brewed for his reception. At that moment, Feng Jing entered with reddened eyes. "Have you all said your piece?" Chen Zhao offered the tea to Feng Jing. She accepted it with a slight nod, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. I revel in exposing such scum, not for anyone else, but to unveil the true face of the entertainment industry to all. From the moment I arrived in this world, I was labeled unjustly. If it weren't for the system, he would never have been able to turn the tables. Even now, he is still branded as AC fan, a scoundrel, and a man who plays multiple fields. Even at this moment, there are still those who vilify him. The entertainment circle is a foul place, a wretched fandom. If they tear down their own umbrellas, then let us all perish together. I wish to see everyone laid bare in the sunlight, exposing the rotten roots of the entire industry before those delusional fans, and see if they dare to claim they're the only ones who are flawed. After the Meng Zichuan incident, paparazzi will undoubtedly be on your tail. Where do you intend to take her and your child? Public figures cannot find peace even when they retreat from the limelight, especially someone like Feng Jing, who is under immense public scrutiny. With the added pressure from the Meng Zichuan event, many are eager to uncover any dirt on her. If they discover that Feng Jing has another child, public opinion will explode. The online sentiment of sympathy for Feng Jing and outrage towards Meng Zichuan might shift dramatically. The labels of adulterers may linger for a lifetime without a chance for redemption. I plan to go abroad. Preparations are already in place. I will leave once the Meng Zichuan matter concludes. Chen Zhao nodded. It is indeed a wise choice to distance yourself from here. At that moment, a man in his 50s, adorned with an olive branch and a national emblem on his uniform, entered the room, his gaze fixed on Chen Zhao, a smile gracing his face. "Hello, I am Xu Cheng, the chief of the Yuqing Police Department. Thank you for the evidence you provided, which made it easier for us to apprehend the criminal. Chen Zhao felt somewhat uneasy. Why was such a high-ranking official being so courteous to him? This seemed to overestimate his worth. Though he had exposed several entertainers and garnered a degree of fame online, at the end of the day, he was merely an actor. The authority of the deputy chief could easily overshadow him. You must be a good person if Xiao Dai called me for you. I am aware of your online activities. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you. However, can you truly be with my Xiao Dai? Just this isn't enough, Xu Chang said, patting Chen Zhao on the shoulder with a smile. Chen Zhao understood now. This deputy chief's friendliness stemmed from his connection to Xu Dai. What kind of background did she possess? Furthermore, why did her family mistakenly believe he was in a relationship with Xu Dai? Engaging with someone of such stature was beyond his capacity. I will, Chen Zhao replied earnestly, nodding in agreement without further explanation. You may leave now. The Meng Zichuan incident will yield results in due time, Xu Cheng remarked, offering Chen Zhao a faint smile before turning to depart. Chen Zhao and Feng Jing exited the police station, where a throng of reporters and onlookers awaited them. Upon their emergence, the journalists surged forward, bombarding them with a cacophony of inquiries. Brothers, block the reporters, Chen Zhao shouted towards the crowd gathered at a distance. The spectators paused momentarily before stepping forward to obstruct the journalists. Although they were vocally disparaging Chen Zhao, the earlier display of his audacious kick and brutal assault on Meng Zichuan had earned him their respect, prompting them to rally behind him. Chen Zhao and Feng Jing hastily made their exit. The taxi, under the skilled navigation of the driver, twisted and turned through the streets, successfully evading the persistent reporters trailing behind. They arrived at a modest residential complex, where Feng Jing purchased a few apples at the entrance. Building 9, room 304. The door creaked open, and Chen Zhao peered inside. The television blared with the animated show Boonie Bears. As he stepped into the room, his gaze fell upon a serene girl with a high ponytail, possessing a delicate appearance and bright yet vacant eyes, who was engrossed in a lollipop, intently watching the screen. How long has it been? Chen Zhao inquired softly, observing Feng Jing's demeanor. Mothers suffered from complications during childbirth, leading to oxygen deprivation. So she has remained this way ever since, Feng Jing replied calmly. Yet Chen Zhao could discern the weight of sorrow beneath her tranquil tone. With a mother deceased from childbirth and a father lost in a car accident, she had been compelled to abandon her university dreams, juggling work while caring for her intellectually impaired younger sister. Had it not been for her modest beauty that caught the eye of a talent scout, Feng Jing's life would have been a relentless cycle of toil and anguish. However, Chen Zhao reflected on Feng Jing's life post-encounter with Meng Zichuan. Was it not yet another form of despair? He sighed inwardly, contemplating the sister's misfortunes. If not for his acquisition of the system and the fortuitous discovery of Meng Zichuan's unsavory secrets, it seemed that tragedy would perpetually shadow Feng Jing and Feng Feng. Feng, your sister is back, Feng Jing called softly. Hearing her sister's voice, Feng Feng turned to look, her vacant expression momentarily lighting up. Her eyes smiling like crescent moons as she joyfully leaped towards Feng Jing, exclaiming, "Sister!" Feng Feng embraced Feng Jing tightly. As Feng Jing gently patted her sister's back, tears that had been held at bay began to flow freely once more. Chen Zhao, sensing the precious moment shared between the sisters, discreetly withdrew, placing a bank card adorned with a sticky note on the entrance table before quietly closing the door behind him. The soft click of the door resonated, stirring something within Feng Jing. Feng Jing turned her head to gaze at the closed door, and her attention shifted to the bank card on the entrance hall. She gently moved Feng Feng aside and approached the entrance to pick up the card, tearing off the sticky note to read its contents. Live well. A small token of my affection. Consider it a gift for your child's 100-day celebration and a meeting gift for Feng Feng. The password is written on the back. Even when abroad, do not forget to keep an eye on me as I could dominate the entertainment industry. Ha! Do not return. Farewell to the world. Feng Jing flipped the note over, and as she gazed at the password, a myriad of emotions surged within her. Sister, who was that brother just now? Feng Feng inquired with curiosity. Hey, remarkable person. Time swiftly passed, and a week elapsed. The Meng Zichuan incident did not lose its fervor with the passage of time. Rather, it steadily intensified. The entire internet was abuzz, speculating about the punishment Meng Zichuan would face. Simultaneously, paparazzi and netizens noticed that since that day they spotted Feng Jing at the police station, she had seemingly vanished, as if she had evaporated from existence. This left some eager paparazzi feeling somewhat disappointed in their quest for more information. Throughout this week, Chen Zhao consistently broadcasted, receiving gifts and earning some money for himself. He was currently indebted to brand sponsors for a compensation fee amounting to several hundred million. Financial resources were desperately needed. Yet, these were mere trifles. What Chen Zhao truly cared about was the release of his album, to provide new songs as a benefit for his fans. However, no music platform had approached him, leaving him perplexed. Though his critics were predominantly detractors, who said that detractors were not fans. Just as Chen Zhao contemplated whether to invoke the assistance of wealthy benefactors, Penguin Music reached out to him. Simultaneously, the first trial of Meng Zichuan commenced. In just 1 hour, the Yuqing court and the Yuqing police announced the verdict: life imprisonment. Chapter 23. Murder, drug trafficking, kidnapping, human traffickers. The dark side of the entertainment industry. After enduring a long wait, the online community erupted in cheers upon witnessing the outcome. Support. How fortunate! Although it was not a death sentence, one could not help but hope that the brothers in prison would take matters into their own hands. Having already been incarcerated, as Meng Zichuan awaited his arrival, he resolved to exert some pressure on him. Countless netizens reacted to this sentiment with enthusiastic likes. Chen Zhao, too, silently joined in the applause before exiting Weibo. He then opened WeChat, navigated to his chat with Feng Jing, and sent a screenshot of the announcement regarding Meng Zichuan's sentence. Feng Jing replied almost instantly, expressing gratitude and letting him know she was at the airport, wishing him safe travels. Chen Zhao responded briefly and left the hotel. With Feng Jing's matters resolved, he turned his attention to his own affairs, specifically the pursuit of wealth. This presented a significant challenge. Recently, through live streaming and viewer donations, he had risen to become one of the most lucrative streamers on the internet, earning millions with each broadcast. However, despite this success, no major brand had approached him yet. He was acutely aware of the reason: the abundance of haters. Those detractors were uncertain whether his negative publicity could translate into revenue. Gifting and purchasing products are two distinct concepts. Hence, they all waited to see if Chen Zhao could convert his notoriety into profit. An album would serve as a pivotal testament to this potential. After several days, Penguin Music reached out to him, though he was uncertain why they had chosen him. In a private dining room in Yuqing, Chen Zhao met with the head of Penguin Music, Yu Zheng, and soon understood their interest in him. It was thanks to Shu Ku that he had been introduced to Yu Zheng. Grateful, Chen Zhao glanced at Shu Ku before turning to Yu Zheng. "Hello, Mr. Yu." "Hello." Yu Zheng nodded. "We at Penguin Music have been observing your popularity and are eager to collaborate with you on an album. We propose a buyout of exclusive rights for 5 million over 3 years. What do you think?" Yu Zheng was direct. Had it not been for Shu Ku's intervention, he would not have been meeting with Chen Zhao. Although Chen Zhao commanded significant attention, it was predominantly from his detractors. The crux of the matter was that he had offended many individuals. He had exposed numerous celebrities, and while the public celebrated him as a champion of justice, those within the industry regarded him as an outcast, akin to a blemish. Most wished for Chen Zhao to exit the industry, to vanish without a trace. Any entity that collaborated with him would undoubtedly face backlash from various companies and artists. Although Penguin Music remained unperturbed, they preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict. Chen Zhao's worth did not equate to someone who must be obtained at all costs, especially not in opposition to the entire industry. "Mr. Yu, I believe we can explore an alternative arrangement," Chen Zhao proposed, envisioning a more mutually beneficial option, albeit one that involved a degree of risk. "What do you mean?" Yu Zheng inquired, his expression revealing surprise. "I suggest a wager. If the album fails to achieve sales of 10 million, I will forfeit my earnings, granting Penguin Music exclusive rights to the songs, which will not be available on any other platform. The album sales have surpassed 10 million, with the signing fee for the album songs set at 5 million, divided in a 70-30 split. under an exclusive one-year contract. After the contract expires, Penguin Music will enjoy the right of first refusal. The performance metrics are precisely aligned with the 10 million sales threshold, placing him in a position of undeniable strength. Therefore, he remains entirely unperturbed, brimming with confidence in the performance of his album. He prefers to accept a lower signing fee in exchange for a more substantial revenue share, as that is where the true profit lies. Yu Zheng and Shu Ku exchanged astonished glances. 10 million album sales. Chen Zhao, do you grasp the magnitude of that? Yu Zheng scoffed, perceiving Chen Zhao's assertions as mere jest. Achieving 10 million in album sales today, when a digital album is priced at 9.19, 9.49, 9, or 79, 9. If it were a physical CD album, the price would range from 100 to 200. Regardless of the pricing, it would necessitate hundreds of thousands of purchases to reach such sales figures. Chen Zhao's attempts to artificially inflate sales numbers have proven futile. Currently, Penguin Music has imposed restrictions. Regardless of how many copies one person buys, it counts as a single sale. This is insider information unknown to the public. Thus, he clearly understands the formidable challenge of achieving hundreds of thousands in sales. If it were top-tier stars like Jay Chou, you might have believed it more feasible. Chen Zhao, have you not seen the comments on your recent Weibo post about meeting fans for your album? I am well aware. So, are you betting on this? President Yu? Chen Zhao's eyes sparkled with determination as he regarded Yu Zheng. Their gazes locked, and Yu Zheng nodded. Very well. I will have the company print the electronic contract immediately. In a swift manner, the electronic contract was sent and printed, and both Chen Zhao and Yu Zheng signed a copy. After signing, Yu Zheng inquired with curiosity, when will it launch and what will be the price? It will launch tomorrow, priced at 100, Chen Zhao declared, shocking his counterpart. Coughing slightly, Yu Zheng widened his eyes in disbelief. 100? Are you out of your mind? Never mind, do as you wish. He thought to himself that attempting to achieve 10 million in sales through such a high price point was a misguided ambition. Who would pay 100 for a single digital album? Clearly, he was misled by the current trends in the industry. The prevailing popularity hinges not on genuine musical talent, but on sensational revelations about stars. Very few are truly captivated by his vocal prowess alone. If the digital album were to include some scandalous revelations, it might have merit. However, relying solely on the music, he had already witnessed the disinterest toward albums lacking allure. With that, Yu Zheng departed, leaving only Shu Ku and Chen Zhao in the private room. Are you truly so confident in your album? Shu Ku inquired, her curiosity piqued. If I lack confidence, who would believe that the songs I write are of quality? Chen Zhao retorted. Shu Ku pondered this reasoning and then looked at Chen Zhao. Are you interested in signing with my company? We can help settle your debts, and the company will exhaust all resources to assist you in regaining your former prominence. Of course, you can no longer rely on sensationalism within the industry. The allure of fame can be intoxicating, yet it may ultimately consume oneself. Shu Ku gazed at Chen Zhao with profound significance, hoping he would grasp her meaning. To stand alone against the entire entertainment industry is exhilarating and audacious. However, to navigate this realm, one must align with the brilliance of its light. Failure to do so will inevitably lead to reckoning. Shu Ku had witnessed the darker side of the industry far more than Chen Zhao could imagine. Murder, drug trafficking, kidnapping, human trafficking. Is there a lack of such darkness in the entertainment world? With no background to shield him, should he provoke the ire of these powerful figures? His demise would be the only outcome. Even if Chen Zhao were to ascend through familial connections, what then? Murder is not a child's play. Connections can offer little solace when faced with death. Chen Zhao smiled, understanding Shu Ku's implication. Lin Zhao rose, addressing Shu Ku. Someone must take action. I appreciate your recognition, but I have grown accustomed to my carefree ways and shall refrain from joining your company. I will remember your recommendation today, and should you ever require my assistance, I shall be at your service. With that, Chen Zhao departed the private room and returned to the hotel. In the private room, Shu Ku took out her phone and dialed Shu Dai. Chen Zhao, try to limit your interactions with him. He is a madman who perceives the industry far too naively. He's my mentor, Shu Dai replied. You. Shu Ke's eyes widened in exasperation, ready to impart wisdom, only to realize the call had been disconnected. Never mind. Debts have their rightful owners, and I doubt they would dare to focus their attention on Xiao Dai. At the hotel, having completed his evening routine, Chen Zhao settled on the sofa, perusing a flurry of messages from Xu Dai. He casually replied, then silenced his phone, closing his eyes to receive the rewards of his tasks. Chapter 24. The task reward of an additional life. The emergence of the fourth questionable artist. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill of capture technique, crisis prediction skill level 1, a variety show card 1, a 360-degree mini camera, and extended information on revelations. Capture technique. A synthesis of the quintessence of 5,000 years of martial arts in China. Master this, and a grandmaster will seek you out for collaboration. If you can take on 10 opponents, it is you. Crisis prediction skill level 1. This grants you the ability to sense impending dangers, with potential for upgrades. The higher the level, the clearer your perception of threats. Once fully upgraded, dodging bullets will no longer be a mere fantasy. Note: upgrades require funds. 1 billion is necessary for each level, with a maximum of 5 levels. Chen Zhao felt a twitch in his eyelids. It seemed the system was keen on ensuring he remained financially tethered. Nevertheless, upgrading these skills to their full potential would undoubtedly allow him to evade numerous threats, perhaps even granting him a multitude of lives. No amount of money would deter him from leveling up, earning money, exposing scandals, courting women. His schedule was becoming increasingly hectic. Chen Zhao's gaze shifted to the remaining items for revelation. Variety show card. Upon use, this grants a random invitation to participate in a nationally acclaimed variety show, with the victim randomly refreshed within the show at unpredictable times. 360-degree mini camera. With infinite battery life, once activated, it automatically binds to a live stream, providing exceptionally high definition with no risk of damage, capable of automatic storage. Extended information on revelations, based on the circumstances of the target artist. You can select individuals close to them to extend their profile information. Note: the information will only display a summary, lacking evidence. Moreover, extended data cannot be used to solicit complete evidence from a system. One must investigate independently. Rewards will be based on the degree of evidence gathered, so exercise caution in your inquiries. Chen Zhao's expression turned to one of disappointment. Unfortunately, he had hoped to exploit the system's loopholes to obtain additional information on the artists, thus effortlessly earning more rewards. However, the necessity of uncovering evidence himself posed significant risks and challenges. He needed to find a soft target to exploit, given his current self-preservation capabilities and background. Seeking damaging evidence on a powerful figure would be tantamount to courting disaster. Every year, countless paparazzi vanish, stars are silenced, and artists take their own lives. Such occurrences are alarmingly common and deemed normal. Skill activation. As Chen Zhao's words fell, an influx of martial arts techniques flooded his mind. It felt as if he had genuinely entered these esteemed schools, mastering each style and distilling their essence to create his own capture technique, his gaze seemingly transcending time. As for the danger perception, Chen Zhao felt little initially. However, upon grasping a watermelon knife, a faint warning of danger echoed in his mind, emanating from the very knife itself. This ignited a fervor within him, spurring a desire to amass 10 billion as swiftly as possible to upgrade his danger perception skill. Without hesitation, Chen Zhao activated the variety show card. Though the signing fee for the national show was modest, the fourth questionable artist would be refreshed there, and he had to seize this opportunity. By leveraging the program's popularity and the attention garnered from his revelations, coupled with the explosive sales of the upcoming album, attracting brand partnerships worth billions seemed entirely feasible. Earning that 10 billion could very well happen within the next few days. Buzz. At this moment, Chen Zhao received a message from Yu Zheng regarding the promotion of the album, which was scheduled to launch tomorrow, urging him to cooperate with the publicity efforts. Chen Zhao replied with an OK, and picked up his phone to compose a post on Weibo. The album will be available tomorrow on Penguin Music, and I kindly ask for everyone's support. Penguin Music, Xu Dai, Hua Yi, Chening Jing. Chen Zhao tagged everyone he could think of. Xu Dai promptly retweeted the post, and Qin Wan Wan, who had a close friendship with Chen Zhao, also shared it. In no time, Chen Zhao's album became a trending topic across the internet. Ajun, are you serious? 100 yuan? Whoever buys it must be a fool. Be careful not to be electrocuted. Chendog, isn't it better to just be a star and a paparazzo? Let us be obedient and not mix in the music scene. Support Chendog, I'll buy 2 pirated copies, which big fool. Brother, buy for me tomorrow. Damn, that is heartless. Why are you tagging Hua, Yi, and Shuning Jing? Netizens laughed in disgust, maintaining a consistent attitude toward Chen Zhao's album. Whoever buys it must be a fool. Although Wan Jiang surprised them, the reputation of Chen Dog's previous songs left them feeling embarrassed. After all, wasn't Chen Dog a paparazzo? What was he even doing in the music industry? Get back to exposing scandals. Yu Zheng and several brand representatives who were following Chen Zhao shook their heads. The traffic was substantial, but no one was willing to invest. This was truly a bizarre phenomenon in the entertainment industry. At Tian Company, Luo Zhen gritted his teeth as he looked at his secretary. Chen Mingho's album is set to launch tomorrow. Let us aim to sabotage Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao had caused his company to lose tens of billions in market value, and it was time for retaliation. He refused to resort to underhanded tactics or sensationalism to attract attention. He was determined to prove that Chen Zhao's album sales could not compare to Chen Mingho's. As a top-tier pop star, Chen Mingho had consistently held the record for album sales in the entertainment industry. Chen Zhao, he wasn't even worthy of being considered a clown. At Baidu, in a hotel, Chen Mingho's manager approached him. Mingho, the company has arranged for your album to launch tomorrow. Tomorrow? That's rather rushed. Chen Mingho frowned. Tomorrow. Chen Zhao is also releasing an album. The company's intention is for you to target him to help restore some reputation and traffic. The manager understood the situation clearly. Chen Mingho's eyes flickered with disdain as he said, I'll follow the company's orders. By the way, the concert tickets for the Elephant Kingdom should also be released 3 days from now to build anticipation for tomorrow. All right, the manager agreed, considering it a wise decision. After the manager left, Chen Mingho pulled out his phone and opened WeChat, entering a chat with the No Headhunter. Tickets will be available in 3 days, and the concert starts 5 days after that. I will send you the list in 3 days. Headhunter. Okay, the deposit will be sent to you in 3 days. Chen Mingho took a deep breath, a smile spreading across his face. As news of Chen Mingho's album released tomorrow sparked discussions online, countless netizens recognized this as a deliberate attempt to undermine Chen Zhao. They applauded, eager to see Chen Zhao crushed into a mere clown, extinguishing any hope of a career in music. At noon the following day, when news of the album's launch came from Yu Zheng's side, Chen Zhao silently resolved to leverage his performance card. After using it, Chen Zhao took out his phone to observe the fluctuations in his album sales. In just a few minutes, over 10,000 copies had been sold. However, the number of purchasers was merely a handful. Xu Dai and Qin Luanluan collectively accounted for a significant portion of those sales. In stark contrast, Chen Mingho's figures were astonishing. Within a mere 5 minutes, his sales skyrocketed past 1 million copies, generating an impressive revenue exceeding 100,000. The disparity in fan engagement was unmistakable, leading to a wave of ridicule directed at Chen Zhao from netizens. With a hint of concern, Chen Zhao muttered, could this card have expired? At that moment, an explosive surge in Chen Zhao's sales occurred, coinciding with a trending topic online titled Chen Zhao's album ascends to glory, albeit positioned quite low on the list. 2 hours later, Chen Mingho's sales surpassed 1 million, with over 10 million copies sold, successfully breaking records in the digital album charts. However, before Chen Mingho's fans could revel in their triumph, the record was swiftly shattered. Chen Zhao's album sales soared to over 30 million copies, surpassing 3 million in sales per hour, and continued to rise rapidly, with multiple trending topics highlighting the surge. Suddenly, the entire internet was abuzz with Chen Zhao's remarkable sales. Is it true that Chen Dog has struck gold? Weren't they supposed to be uninterested in buying? Remarked a user. Chen Dog is relentless, posting so much. One would think he fears choking. Another chimed in, brothers, a few songs from Chen Dog's album are genuinely delightful. I strongly recommend them, even as a casual listener. Everyone should give it a listen. If it's not enjoyable, I shall eat my words. With Chen Zhao's promotional efforts and endorsements from casual listeners, his sales figures climbed steadily, from day to night, propelling him to the third position in the digital album sales, ranking over the past 30 years in the music industry. By 8 in the evening, he officially reached the pinnacle. Numerous industry giants took notice, and countless netizens stood in awe, offering their respects. Yu Zheng, filled with joy, hummed under his blanket. In a hotel, Chen Zhao expressed gratitude to all who congratulated him, connecting with numerous brand representatives through his WeChat. This remarkable achievement of reaching the top of the digital album charts in 30 years shattered records that had long remained unbroken. With such sales figures, who would dare question Chen Zhao's fanbase purchasing power? Where had Chen Zhao faltered? He was undeniably among the elite of the elite. Collaborating with Chen Zhao was a surefire path to success. Chen Zhao, having established his authority over brand partnerships, was now in a position to choose which brands to work with, ensuring that he maximized his interests. The primary catalyst for this success was his participation in the hit variety show The Yearning for the Countryside, one of the most popular and high-traffic shows in the nation. He believed this was the opportunity he had gained through his engagement with the show. In this program, he was set to unveil the fourth question artist. He felt a sense of anticipation. Who would be the fortunate one to step out and showcase their talents? Chapter 25. A teacher-student romance leads to pregnancy. The fifth issue arises. Chen Zhao engaged in a brief conversation with director Li of the variety show Yearning for the Countryside, successfully finalizing his appearance fee at a staggering $8 million. This amount far exceeded the fees he received for The Singer Sings, a factor he attributed to the explosive success of his recent album. His rising popularity and the purchasing power of his fanbase led the director to perceive him as a top-tier celebrity. Director Li, may I inquire about the other invited guests? Chen Zhao was unable to suppress his curiosity about the identities of his fellow participants, eager to speculate on who might be the fortunate ones. There are 4 permanent guests: Teacher Wang, Teacher He, Peng Peng, and Mimi, Director Li revealed, and 4 invited guests: yourself along with Li Ruoqing, Zhang Ji-san, and Qin Luoluo. Rest assured, they are all easygoing individuals, not the type to create pressure or act pretentiously. Li believed Chen Zhao's inquiry stemmed from concerns about encountering difficult personalities, as he was determined to have Chen Zhao featured in Yearning for the Countryside. Given Chen Zhao's current fame and substantial viewership, the director was keen to capitalize on this momentum. After all, Li Zhao had transformed The Singer Sings into a pseudo-phenomenon, largely due to Chen Zhao's influence. Despite certain exceptional circumstances, I'm quite at ease, Director Li. I look forward to seeing you in 3 days, Chen Zhao replied with a smile. You mentioned they're all easy to get along with? If you knew that among those you invited, there was a controversial artist, I suspect your heart might leap in surprise. No, perhaps you would be quite pleased, considering the attention they bring. After ending the call, Chen Zhao ordered takeout and prepared a shower when suddenly he paused, struck by a thought. Could it be that Director Li is aware of the controversial artist among the invited guests and invited me to see if I could handle the situation? Is that why I received an invitation to Yearning for the Countryside? He shook his head, hoping he was merely overthinking. If that were the case, wouldn't he be used as a pawn? 3 days swiftly passed, and Chen Zhao traveled to Yun City. On the plane, he scrolled through the latest entertainment news. His recent trending topic now had only one entry. Chen Zhao participates in Yearning for the Countryside. It was evident that the production team was promoting the show, and Chen Zhao cooperated by liking and sharing the post. Then he clicked on the top trending topic. Chen Mingho's Elephant Kingdom concert tickets priced affordably, 100,000 tickets sold out. Fans call for another 300,000. Initially, he thought this was an exaggeration, but upon further inspection, he found it was anything but. The overwhelming crowds and the remarkably low ticket prices ranging from 500 to 5,000 yuan were indeed true, and 100 lucky fans would have their round-trip airfare, tickets, and hotel accommodations fully covered. Are there really such commendable stars in the entertainment industry? Chen Zhao mused in astonishment. Anyone who has organized a concert knows it is primarily a money-making endeavor, typically marked by exorbitant prices that enhance prestige while simultaneously generating greater profits. Especially for this overseas leg of the concert tour, Ticket prices are a third higher than those domestically. The exorbitant prices for concert tickets have drawn considerable criticism from many. Yet the nature of the situation is one of mutual consent. As long as the fans are satisfied, there is little room for dissent. No one can really say anything. Take Chen Zhao, for example, whose tickets are remarkably affordable and come with numerous perks. Such an occurrence is unprecedented in his experience. Chen Zhao quickly searched online and discovered that this was not the first instance of Chen Zhao offering benefits during his concerts. The tickets had indeed become more accessible. To be honest, he found it hard to believe that Chen Zhao could be such a remarkable artist, and he was most skeptical that Tienda Company could produce such talent. He was well aware of the quality of artists associated with Tienda. Thus, he sensed something amiss, although he could not pinpoint exactly what. He left a question mark in the comment section of Chen Zhao's post and then turned off his phone. He refrained from saying much. After all, he could not simply suspect others of dubious practices regarding low ticket prices and perks without any basis. If he were to do so, he would become a target of public ire. Unbeknownst to him, however, his question mark had surged to the trending topics, garnering countless insults from Chen Zhao's fans. In their eyes, Chen Zhao's actions were nothing short of mockery. Chen Zhao's own fan base attempted to defend him for a while, but upon realizing they were outmatched, they turned hostile and began to retaliate against him. In favorable winds, we support you. In adverse winds, we protect you from behind. Yin City, a place of picturesque landscapes and remarkable individuals. At the airport, Chen Zhao encountered the staff from the variety show Wishing for the Countryside, represented by a mildly round-faced young woman with short hair. The two boarded the arranged van and set off towards their destination, Yunling Village. During the ride, the round-faced woman seemed eager to break the ice and alleviate any awkwardness, perhaps driven by curiosity. She asked, "Teacher Chen, what did your question mark in the top trending comments imply?" Chen Zhao paused momentarily before responding. "I was simply astonished. It's rare to find such a good person in our entertainment industry. Brother Mingho is indeed kind. His girlfriend is joining us for the show this time. You should meet her," the round-faced woman remarked. "Who?" Chen Zhao inquired, intrigued. During his time at Tienda, he had never heard of Chen Zhao having a girlfriend. "Teacher Li Ruoqing. They've only just started dating. They're both students of Teacher Wang," she explained. Li Ruoqing. Chen Zhao was taken aback. Who was she? Was she well known in the industry? Why had he never heard of her? The round-faced woman noticed his confusion and chose not to elaborate further. Should Li Ruoqing learn that she had privately referred to her as a lesser-known figure, her job might be at stake. This person could be rather unforgiving. As they continued their light-hearted conversation, they arrived at Yunling Village, where Chen Zhao began to gain an understanding of the other participants in the variety show. Upon entering the village, he was introduced to the director and the guests of the show. In the company of the slightly plump teacher Huang, the somewhat shorter teacher, the chubby Pong, and his sister, along with a strikingly tall and alluring beauty, Chen Zhao was introduced to Qin Wan by Director Li. There was also another man and woman present, but Chen Zhao chose to disregard the man, his gaze fixating instead on the short-haired, captivatingly beautiful girl with enchanting eyes. Upon first sight of her, a singular word echoed in his mind: explosive. On the second glance, he perceived that she was pregnant. Upon the third, a notification from the system resonated. Detected problematic artist. Name: Li Ruoqing. Age: 23. Notable deeds: infidelity, meddlesome, accomplice to rape, human trafficker. Generate black material file? Chen Zhao found himself momentarily dazed. Is that you, Xioa? Just starting out, and yet. Generate. He mused silently. In an instant, a somewhat substantial dossier of black material materialized within the system's realm. Ahem, Teacher Chen. Teacher Wang is inquiring what you wish to eat. Director Li, noticing Chen Zhao's unwavering gaze fixed on Li Ruoqing, felt a surge of delight, confident that the photographer had captured this moment, promising to yield explosive promotional effects. However, noticing Teacher Wang's discontented expression, he prompted Chen Zhao to regain his composure. Chen Zhao snapped back to reality, observing the peculiar mix of expressions: discontent, joy, excitement, on the faces of those around him, realizing he had momentarily lost his composure. Yet, he had neither the inclination nor the time to explain his earlier lapse, casually responding, Perhaps some green beans. Director Li, where's my room? I feel somewhat fatigued and wish to rest for a while. His mind was solely preoccupied with the desire to scrutinize the freshly unearthed black material and uncover the explosive nature of Li Ruoqing's actions since her debut. He yearned to discover the identities of her accomplices, particularly the last point, human trafficker. This was the most perplexing and unacceptable revelation for him, one he wished to understand without delay, as it pertained to the lives of others. Xiao Zhang, please escort teacher Chen to his room, Director Li instructed, pointing to the round-faced girl. Go rest. We will call you for dinner later. Don't overexert yourself. Teacher, he added with a gentle smile. Thank you for your understanding. Chen Zhao expressed apologetically to the group, casting a meaningful glance at Li Ruoqing before following the round-faced girl upstairs to his room. Li Ruoqing felt a flutter of unease at Chen Zhao's penetrating gaze. Would he uncover her secrets? The pressure of his revelations about several stars weighed heavily upon her. I'm feeling unwell. I shall return to my room, Li Ruoqing murmured, hastily making her exit, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Qin Luanluan's eyes glimmered. The earlier exchange between Chen Zhao and Li Ruoqing suggested a connection. Could it be that they were entangled? A spark of curiosity ignited within her. I too shall retire to my room, Qin Luanluan declared before departing. What on earth is happening? Teacher, he questioned, utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Chen Zhao had perused all the black material information, his mind swirling with shock, anger, and disbelief. What a seductress Li Ruoqing appeared to be in the entertainment industry. To have entangled with over 30 individuals? And a child still belonged to the teacher. Chen Mingho's reputation had become absurdly lofty. Chapter 26. The traffickers hidden beneath the entertainment industry from the age of 18 to her current 23, Li Ruoqing has been involved with over 40 men. She has undergone abortions and experienced pregnancies 4 to 5 times. Chen Zhao is bewildered. How could someone so frail endure numerous miscarriages and still conceive? Perhaps it is a miracle. Curiously, when Li Ruoqing participates in film productions, both the directors and actors are aware of her affairs with them and are indifferent to the notion of being cuckolded. They simply desire to engage with her. Chen Zhao, despite his research, cannot decipher why this is the case, leaving him perplexed. In recent years, having honorably retired, he has gradually transitioned to nurturing his juniors, guiding talented individuals who seek shortcuts into the entertainment realm and meticulously cultivating his own circle. After entering university 4 years ago, Li Ruoqing engaged in profound discussions with Teacher Wang. Following her pregnancy with Teacher Wang's child, he subsequently accepted her as a student, providing her with resources and opportunities to participate in variety shows. At this juncture, Chen Zhao can only think of the absurdity of her situation. It seems she ought to remain an inconspicuous figure. Yet, he is perplexed by the label of trafficker assigned to her, while other labels are substantiated with ample evidence. The evidence for her being a trafficker is decidedly insufficient. This suggests that Li Ruoqing might merely be on the periphery of such activities. How could a woman aspiring to navigate the entertainment industry become entangled with traffickers? By what means would she engage in human trafficking? Where would she be transporting individuals? Who could possibly be directing her actions? Chen Zhao's gaze flickers as he contemplates Li Ruoqing's social connections, his mind already sifting through the extended information about her. However, the list of individuals presented is extensive, numbering over 10, leaving him uncertain about their identities. Should the information generated prove unrelated to trafficking, he would need to closely monitor Li Ruoqing. This scrutiny could inadvertently alert her, potentially leading to her harm or arrest without implicating those behind her. Even if connections were made, those individuals might already have fled while he was focused on her. As Chen Zhao scrutinizes the numerous individuals, he methodically eliminates them one by one until his gaze settles on Chen Minghao. He promptly retrieves his phone and searches for over 10 minutes, his demeanor serious. He harbors an 80% suspicion that Chen Minghao is Li Ruoqing's superior. The tickets for his concerts abroad are sold at remarkably low prices, perhaps to stimulate the local economy, with the government compensating him for the difference. Had he been unaware of Li Ruoqing's situation, he might have simply raised a question mark without delving deeper. However, the label of trafficker attached to Li Ruoqing strikes him as deeply unsettling. He recently discovered that 3 years ago, over 10 Chinese nationals went missing in a country known for its elephants, and their whereabouts remain unknown. According to information gleaned from the internet, these individuals were attendees of a concert. Coincidentally, they were fans who received free tickets as part of a promotional offer. And it was Li Ruoqing who compiled a list of 100 fans granted this benefit. According to the lingering online discussions, no one has attributed the issue of missing fans at concerts to Chen Mingho. At that time, Chen Mingho expressed his sorrow on social media, offering financial support and compassion to the families of the missing fans, thereby garnering a significant wave of goodwill. Had one been unaware of Li Ruoqing's connection to human trafficking, one would indeed find it difficult to suspect Chen Mingho from the posts circulating at the time. After all, selling a person yields a paltry sum. As a renowned superstar, Chen Mingho earns far more from a single concert than the profit from trafficking dozens of individuals. Chen Zhao inhaled deeply, his expression grave. He was struck by his own deductions. If Chen Mingho were truly part of a trafficking ring, how many lives might he have ruined over the years? Those who joyfully attended the concert in the Kingdom of Elephants, dreaming of fortune and the privileges bestowed by their idol, only to find themselves stepping into the abyss of despair. Chen Zhao could scarcely fathom the emotions of those fans as they were abducted, crying out, their voices hoarse, tears welling in their eyes. And to think of their parents' worries at home, the very traffickers feigning compassion while visiting the families of the victims, basking in glory and reputation. Merely imagining this scenario left Chen Zhao breathless. Bang! He slammed his fist onto the table in anger. How dare these despicable creatures continue to live? Why wreak havoc in the entertainment industry and harm their own fans? Were it not for the fans who supported them, they would not have ascended to stardom, nor would they be profiting from concerts. Fans engage with their cash, while these stars toy with their minds. Fans dedicate themselves to votes and financial contributions, while the stars profess heartfelt devotion. The more Chen Zhao pondered, the more frantic his breathing became, compelling him to forcibly calm his racing heart. Evidence. He still lacked the crucial evidence. System utilized the information extension function regarding the subject Chen Mingho, boyfriend of Li Ruoqing. Currently, all that Chen Zhao had regarding Chen Mingho was speculation, devoid of concrete evidence or a method to procure it. Focusing on Li Ruoqing would only alert the snake in the grass. He could not capture this hidden trafficking ring within the entertainment industry in one fell swoop. Thus, he needed to discover the pivotal clues to substantiate his claims against Chen Mingho. Generation successful. Please review the information. Host. Chen Zhao retrieved a thin sheet of paper from the system space, detailing the allegations against Chen Mingho. For instance, the year he held a concert in the Kingdom of Elephants, the number of individuals sold, incidents of assault, gambling, drunk driving in the entertainment industry, all lacking evidence. The latter offenses paled in comparison to the trafficking issue, which Chen Zhao was determined to nail down. Once he established the connection to the traffickers, the subsequent evidence would be easier to procure. Chen Zhao's gaze fell upon the final line of the document. On July 23rd, Chen Mingho's concert in the Kingdom of Elephants would officially commence, and on the evening of the 21st, he would discuss the list of abducted individuals with Li Ruoqing. The evening of the 21st. A sense of relief washed over Chen Zhao. There was still time before tomorrow night. This group of individuals could at least be saved. Tomorrow, everyone must witness the reason behind Chen Mingho's frequent and inexpensively priced concerts abroad. It is high time that those infatuated with celebrities exercise a modicum of discernment. Traveling abroad to attend concerts, one must ponder, could it be that your idol is, in fact, the very person who poses a threat to you? In Li Ruoqing's chamber, she dialed Chen Mingho's number. Mingho, I sense that Chen Zhao has been observing me. His gaze today felt unsettling. Could he possibly be aware of our activities? Li Ruoqing inquired anxiously, her voice barely above a whisper. Chen Mingho reassured her, impossible. We have never interacted with Chen Zhao. How could he possibly know? Moreover, our operations are conducted with utmost discretion. The list is publicly available. So how could Chen Zhao uncover anything? Does he possess the ability to read minds? Upon reflection, Li Ruoqing conceded that he was indeed correct, her anxiety gradually dissipating. We must select the individuals promptly, announce it tomorrow morning, and arrange for their flights to the elephant country the day after. Money and resources will not betray us. A smile illuminated Li Ruoqing's face as she responded, "All right." After ending the call, she recalled Chen Zhao's penetrating gaze and muttered to herself, "He may broadcast this and that in the live stream, but he remains infatuated with me, just as lustful." She pondered whether there was a possibility of aligning him with her ambitions. Perhaps his talent could overshadow Chen Mingho. Li Ruoqing had long harbored aspirations of going solo. Every 6 months, a substantial sum of 10 billion would arrive for film production and money laundering. Although 2 billion was ostensibly shared among her, Chen Mingho, and others, in reality, her share was always the least. This was an indignity she could not abide. Over the years, she had been scouting for suitable partners, and she deemed Chen Zhao to be an excellent fit. Tonight, she would seek him out for a discussion on life. Li Ruoqing approached the mirror, meticulously adjusting her complexion and hair to enhance her allure, presenting herself in the most captivating manner before stepping out of her room. Meanwhile, Chen Mingho was conversing with someone on the phone. "I suspect Li Ruoqing and Chen Zhao have become entangled. Chen Zhao may be privy to our affairs. Should we eliminate them?" The voice on the other end was hoarse and deep, clearly altered by a voice modulator. "I will arrange for action to be taken." Chen Mingho replied, 5 billion has already been transferred to the account. Do you have any further instructions? The ticket prices for the concert may appear modest, but beneath the surface, they are exorbitantly high. Most of the funding comes from the individual on the phone, who will not see a cent of it, merely facilitating the laundering of this 5 billion. Such activities have been frequent in recent years. He had starred in numerous films and held countless concerts, each serving as a conduit for money laundering. With a click, the call ended, and there was no response from the other party. Chen Mingho, holding his phone, stared vacantly at the aquarium before him. If only he could start anew. He vowed never to host a concert in the elephant country again. Chapter 27. Chen Zhao. Are rapists beyond reproach? An absurdity. Bang, bang. Xiao Zhao, it's time to eat, called Teacher He from outside the door. Chen Zhao opened the door and walked with Teacher He toward the courtyard. Is your health all right? If there are any issues, go to the hospital directly. Teacher He expressed concern. Chen Zhao shook his head. Thank you for your concern, Teacher He. I'm quite well. Teacher He nodded in understanding. The two took their seats at a long table in the corridor of the courtyard, where 5 dishes and a soup were laid out. The presentation lacked both aroma and flavor. Observing the visibly undercooked green beans, Chen Zhao's mouth twitched. If it weren't for the opportunity to uncover problematic artists here, he might have regretted participating in the show. This program was truly a challenge. Wow, it's so abundant. Teacher Wang has worked hard. Xiao Zhao, Wan Wan, Ruoqing. You must try Teacher Wang's cooking, especially the green beans and the ma crab. They are delicious, a signature dish from Teacher Wang. I give it 10 stars. Teacher He exaggeratedly recommended to Chen Zhao and the others, even picking up a pair of chopsticks to taste the green beans, which made Chen Zhao's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Teacher He, isn't that a bit excessive? You're over 50 now, Chen Zhao remarked. Eat, taste my culinary skills, Xiao Zhao. Try these green beans. They were specially made for you. Next time, just let me know what you want to eat, and I'll do my best to accommodate. Teacher Wang said with a smile, gesturing toward the dishes on the table, his gaze fixed on Chen Zhao. You love green beans so much. Try them more. I, on the other hand, am allergic to them. Qin Wan Wan mischievously piled all the green beans onto Chen Zhao's plate. Chen Zhao stiffened and turned to look at Qin Wan Wan. Not you, my friend. We're all in this together. Shu Dai is my apprentice. ISN, Tish, your close friend? Wow. This tofu made by Teacher Wang is so aromatic. I absolutely adore it. Li Ruoqing showcased her exceptional acting skills. However, as Chen Zhao observed a strand of hair entwined in Li Ruoqing's chopsticks, he felt a wave of nausea. Impressiva, Li Ruoqing. If you avoid taking the wrong path, you will undoubtedly find your place in the entertainment industry. And Teacher He, no wonder you are a perennial favorite in this realm. You truly possess remarkable endurance. Xiao Zhao, why aren't you eating? Are you feeling unwell? Chef Wang inquired with concern, gazing at Chen Zhao. The variety show was being broadcast live, and the audience in the chat room commented on how teacher Wang spoiled Chen Zhao, questioning why he was so well-liked. Some netizens scrutinized the green beans, uncertain if they were cooked, but were quickly dismissed. In today's culinary landscape, Chef Wang's skills were of a professional caliber, making it impossible for him to serve undercooked green beans. Chen Zhao managed an awkward smile, lifted his chopsticks, but quickly set them down again. He simply couldn't bring himself to eat, silently cursing, "Oh by dang, you want me to be poisoned, don't you? Well, I won't hold back. In a couple of days, you'll be the one in trouble. Offending you now? What do you do to me? Teacher Wang, can you eat this green bean for me to see?" Chen Zhao directly handed a green bean to Wang Lei, indicating with his eyes, "You eat this for me." Wang Lei's smile faltered. Did he not know if the green beans were cooked? He had deliberately prepared them this way, in an attempt to humiliate Chen Zhao. Leveraging his status within the industry, it was assumed that even if Chen Zhao discerned that the green beans were undercooked, he would not dare to challenge anyone. Having offended so many individuals, could he possibly risk offending himself? It seemed implausible. Yet now, Chen Zhao has demonstrated through his actions that he indeed possesses the audacity to do so. This dish was prepared especially for you, Xiao Zhao. After all the effort I put into cooking, are you refusing to eat it? Is it a sign of disdain for my culinary skills? Wang Lei's eyes narrowed, his words laced with a menacing undertone. The atmosphere in the room became palpable with tension. Teacher, he promptly intervened to diffuse the situation. Ha! Xiao Zhao might still be feeling unwell. I'll eat. I adore green beans. I believe I could manage 3 bowls today. Teacher Wang, your culinary skills are widely acknowledged. Just look at Ruo Qing, Peng Peng, and Mei Mei. They are enjoying the meal immensely. Xiao Zhao is merely lacking an appetite due to his condition. Teacher, he remarked, casting a discreet glance towards Chen Zhao. Feigning ignorance, Chen Zhao retorted with a cold smile, I am perfectly healthy. Consuming these dishes only heightens my concern for my well-being. The undercooked green beans, contaminated with some unknown hairy substance, and this soup have left Peng Peng looking rather green. Teacher, you're already 50 years old, while Peng Peng and Mei Mei are in their prime. Teacher Wang, why do you subject the elderly to such treatment and bully the young? Those aware would think this is a scene of abuse, while others might mistake it for a center of torment. With disdain, Chen Zhao flicked a green bean towards a Shiba Inu, which sniffed and promptly dashed away. Even a dog wouldn't touch it. Teacher Wang, do you genuinely believe you are a chef simply because I offered you a compliment? Have you no shame? Silence enveloped the room. All eyes were glued to Chen Zhao, aware of the underlying implications of his bold declarations. What gave him the courage to voice such truths? Was it his father Wang Gang's influence? Or perhaps the confidence bestowed upon him by his wife Yang Jingru? Did he not fear Wang Lei retaliating and sabotaging his career? In the entertainment industry, everyone bends the knee to Wang Lei. Wang Lei's expression shifted from shock to a ghastly shade of pale, his breathing quickening as he glared at Chen Zhao with an intensity reminiscent of a bull. His teeth ground together in frustration. How dare you speak so brazenly, exposing yourself so recklessly? Do you not understand the importance of respecting your seniors? Chen Zhao, if you refuse to eat, then simply do so. However, to slander and malign me so, if you hold grievances against me, you are free to leave this show. No one would stop you. The rules state that I am the chef. With his face set in a grimace, Wang Lei clenched his teeth, attempting to mask his fury. His words jolted those present, both in the room and in the live broadcast. The online comments exploded. Chen Zhao shows a blatant lack of respect for his elders, becoming arrogant due to a modicum of fame. If the food is inedible, how can others consume it so eagerly? It's clear that Chen Zhao is insufferably arrogant. How can he even compare to Teacher Wang, showing such blatant disrespect? The green beans are undeniably undercooked. It's evident that Wang Lei lacks culinary skills. But must that be left unspoken? The live stream echoed with divided opinions. Wang Lei's lack of culinary skills remains undisclosed. Yet after his remarkable performance in a captivating urban drama 2 years prior, he has garnered immense popularity among the public. Everyone perceives him as a refreshing presence in the entertainment industry, devoid of blemishes, and a considerate senior who generously supports and provides resources for his juniors. Consequently, They react with great indignation towards Chen Zhao's vehement criticisms. Chen Zhao has a history of exposing problematic artists, and the more he disrespects, the more fervently he is condemned. This only fuels their excitement, as they view Chen Zhao's actions as authentic. However, his current tirade resembles that of a rabid dog. They refuse to indulge Chen Zhao's antics. Xiao Zhao, the food is quite delectable. Perhaps it simply does not suit your palate. What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you, one suggests. Teacher, he, ever the peacemaker, interjects Wang Lao. Sure, Xiao Zhao did not mean it that way. Please do not take it to heart. Xiao Zhao holds you in high regard. Following this, he discreetly gestures to Peng Peng and his sister, urging them to mediate. Should this escalate into an irreconcilable conflict, it would indeed result in a disastrous incident for the show. As teacher he rises, he suddenly stumbles, feeling dizzy, and a troubling thought surfaces. Toxic. At that moment, Chen Zhao speaks up, respecting a rapist? Excuse me, I offer him 4 words. Respect my foot. Li Ruoqing and Wang Lei both startle, turning sharply towards Chen Zhao. Qin Luanluan's eyes gleam with intensity, her complexion flushed as if reaching a peak of excitement. Peng Peng and his sister momentarily freeze, their hands outstretched towards Teacher He. This causes Teacher He to tumble back to the ground, performing an ungraceful role. No one pays heed to Teacher He. All eyes are fixated on Chen Zhao, their minds swirling with the implications of his earlier words. A rapist? Wing Lei. By heavens! The director's eyes shine brightly, akin to a superhero's beam. Please, Chen Zhao, let your words be judicious. Chapter 28. Words of wisdom fail against the damned ghost. The desperate man approaches Chen Zhao. Plans have changed. Brothers, it appears that Chen Dog's erratic behavior is not without reason. I couldn't care less about the details. His pants are already down. Wang Lei a rapist? Surely, this must be a jest. With a wife so stunning and a dutiful daughter, his family is harmonious. Who would he assault? That would be sheer self-sabotage. Previously, I might have doubted Chen Dog, yet the stars he has sent to prison are now gracing the Spring Festival Gala, which makes it difficult to question his credibility. The atmosphere in the live stream shifted dramatically. Netizens unanimously agreed that as long as Chen Dog's accusations were not baseless, they would remain his most devoted fans. Of course, they were merely spectators, unable to assist in purchasing items or voting for songs. They still had no idea how Chen Dog's album shattered sales records. Help me! The frantic call from Teacher, he snapped the director and others back to reality. Quick, call an ambulance. The director shouted urgently. Teacher He's face was ashen, his lips tinged with blue. It was evident that he had been poisoned. Damn it, the green beans were indeed toxic. If not treated promptly, not only would their show fail to garner attention, but he might also find himself behind bars. The chaos ensued as they rushed Teacher He away, and it took them a good 15 minutes to regain composure. The signs of Teacher He's poisoning were apparent, leading netizens to understand that Chen Zhao was not merely spouting nonsense. Wang Lei truly lacked culinary skills. He had not cooked the green beans thoroughly. In no time, the headlines Wang Lei, the rapist, Wang Lei's culinary incompetence, and Teacher He poisoned surged to the forefront of trending topics. In accordance with the director's fervent wishes, the variety show achieved explosive viewership. The livestream audience soared to millions, with most tuning in to uncover why Chen Zhao had labeled Wang Lei a rapist. Qin Wanlan seemed to grasp the thoughts of the viewers. Curiously, she turned to Chen Zhao and asked, Chen Zhao, why do you accuse Teacher Wang of being a rapist? His family is quite harmonious, with a complete set of children. This is nothing but a baseless slander against me. I do not comprehend the animosity you harbor towards me, but I shall inform you that I will sue you. Prepare for a stay in prison, Wang Lei declared, feigning confidence. He understood that he had to maintain this facade. Showing any sign of weakness would undoubtedly fulfill Chen Zhao's desires. He was certain that Chen Zhao was merely trying to provoke him. During their first encounter, how could Chen Zhao possibly know anything about his affairs? If Chen Zhao were aware of Wang Lei's thoughts, he would not mock him. He would have anticipated his own fortuitous circumstances. Indeed, he might find it amusing that Wang Lei believed that lacking evidence would allow him to label him a rapist showcasing his naivety. He had already exposed numerous individuals. Had he ever acted without sufficient proof? I eagerly await to see whether it will be I or you who ends up in prison. Rape, pimping, and the unspoken rules. Teacher Wang, your teachings have certainly taken a unique turn. Chen Zhao's words struck like lightning, leaving Wang Lei pale, his hands trembling slightly beneath the table. At that moment, Li Ruoqing's emotions were equally tumultuous, caught between ease and anxiety. Chen Zhao was only aware of these matters, yet they were sufficient to lead him to imprisonment. His path in the entertainment industry was irrevocably severed. Qin Wanwan, on the other hand, was munching on sunflower seeds, observing with keen interest. She initially thought she had come to the wrong place for this variety show, only to realize she was exactly where she needed to be. How could she have encountered such delectable gossip if she hadn't attended? I don't know what you're talking about, director. I'm feeling unwell and cannot continue recording. I will take my leave now. The penalty fee will be sent to you later, Wang Lei said in a panic, hastily rising to depart. Director, I cannot record. I must leave, Chen Zhao echoed, directing his gaze at the director. With Wang Lei exposed and teacher, he hospitalized. This variety show was doomed for failure. Chen Zhao had no time to linger and record here. Exposing Wang Lei was merely a prelude. Chen Mingho was his true target. Chen Zhao departed, followed closely by Qin Wanwan and Li Ruoqing. The director, Peng Peng, and the younger sister were left in a state of bewilderment. Wait, are they just leaving like this? They should stay and finish what they started. To leave us hanging at the beginning is utterly infuriating. The name Chen Zhao trended angrily across social media as countless netizens condemned him. Immediately, a wave of humble requests emerged, urging Chen Zhao to resume the broadcast and divulge the unfinished revelations. Who had Wang Lei assaulted? Which of his students had been involved? Was there any high-definition evidence? Who had Wang Lei exploited? And what did pulling strings truly mean? Chen Zhao offered no response. The paparazzi in the entertainment industry saw a glimmer of hope. One by one, they emerged, eager to capitalize on this influx of attention. What Chen Zhao knew, they believed they could uncover as well. The entire network of paparazzi focused their attention on Wang Lei, scrutinizing every moment of his life. Each headline was crafted to entice viewers into watching live broadcasts or reading posts, only for them to return disappointed. The evidence was as insubstantial as refuse, and the images were of such poor quality they barely registered. It soon dawned on netizens that the paparazzi could never replace Chen Zhao. Only his evidence held true weight. This left them feeling quite helpless. Damn it, hasn't Chen Zhao caught us all in his grasp? As they thought of Chen Zhao's greedy demeanor when accepting gifts, their hearts ached. On the road to the urban district of Yun City, Qin Wanwan shared a vehicle with Chen Zhao. Can you show me the evidence of who Wang Lei assaulted? Qin Wanwan's cool facade was marred by an eager expression, reminiscent of a child yearning for candy from their parents. Chen Zhao glanced at Qin Wanwan, internally speechless. The rumors about her operating several accounts to consume gossip appear to be true. Beneath her glamorous exterior lay a penchant for scandal. What a peculiar obsession, he mused. Wait until tomorrow night for even more explosive revelations. Trust me, the scandal involving Wang Lei's assault will pale in comparison to the forthcoming bombshell. Chen Zhao's words left Qin Wanwan in stunned silence. Something even more explosive? More shocking than assault? Qin Wanwan swallowed hard, her face flushed, her body trembling with excitement, as though her heart was being tantalized, unable to contain its restlessness. May I know now? I can hardly wait. I am willing to pay Qin Wanwan, implored Chen Zhao. Resembling a parched maiden, Chen Zhao was taken aback by her fervent demeanor. Surely, it couldn't be that serious. Hadn't he done anything wrong? Was it merely the mention of a scandal that had her so on edge? Presently, he lacked sufficient evidence. Only by tomorrow evening would he be able to provide more clarity, but he could disclose that it pertained to human traffickers. Observing Qin Wanwan's state, Chen Zhao feared that if he remained silent, they might be photographed by paparazzi upon exiting the vehicle, leading others to presume he had been involved in something nefarious. He could endure being thrust into the limelight for activities he had committed, but the thought of being lambasted for actions he had not taken was intolerable. Human traffickers? In our entertainment industry? Qin Wanwan gasped, her body suddenly invigorated by Chen Zhao's words. She let out a soft whimper, her pitch rising in astonishment as her mouth fell agape in surprise. She wished to inquire further about the identity of the perpetrators. But recalling Chen Zhao's admission of ignorance, she refrained, her mind racing with speculation. Before long, they arrived at the hotel, parting ways as they entered. Once inside, Chen Zhao opened Weibo, choosing to ignore the overwhelming influx of comments beneath his latest post, where netizens clamored for the evidence he possessed regarding Wang Lei's alleged misconduct. Alongside even more scandalous revelations, he mused that even if he toyed with the audience for a week, they would still come running when he finally decided to unveil everything. After all, no one could replace him. Did they not comprehend the bond one share with his hidden power? Chen Zhao perused Weibo primarily to check the announcement of Chen Mingho's concert scheduled for July 25th. He observed the fervent cheers and anticipations from Chen Mingho's fans, some even posting photos of their travels to the Kingdom of the Elephants and discussing their plans for enjoyment during the concert. This behavior was a blatant signal to the human traffickers lurking behind Chen Mingho, revealing their location. After some contemplation, Chen Zhao commented, "Waiting for the evening is better than rushing in the morning. Perhaps an extra day could herald a new beginning." He was unaware of how many would be dissuaded from going early by his words, but if he could save even one, it would be worth it. The cryptic nature of his comment quickly catapulted it to the top of the trending discussions, garnering over 100,000 responses, all rife with criticism. Chen Zhao sighed softly. It is difficult to reason with the damned. Even if he wished to present the rationale behind his statement, he lacked the means to do so. All he had was a list compiled by Li Ruoqing, which was far too ordinary. If he were to present evidence of past disappearances related to Chen Mingho's concerts in the Kingdom of the Elephants, it would be utterly unconvincing. Without concrete proof, he felt as fragile as a sheep amidst Chen Mingho's fanbase. It was impossible to have the concert canceled or to have the authorities apprehend Chen Mingho. Rather, it would only serve to alert him, undoing all prior efforts and allowing him to remain hidden. Chen Mingho was hypocritical, an accomplice in nefarious deeds, while those ensnared in suffering, uncertain of their fate, would never again see the light of day. Thus, patience was essential. Time and fate intertwined. He could only offer a single piece of advice. If one persists despite the warning, it is a matter of destiny. Thud, thud. The dull sound of knocking jolted Chen Zhao back to reality as he rose and made his way to the door. Suddenly, a sharp sensation pierced his mind. An acute sense of danger emanated from beyond the threshold. He halted abruptly, his gaze sharp and his expression grave as he directed his attention towards the outside. Chapter 29. The Puppet Master Revealed. Wang Lei flees. The incessant knocking echoed through the air. "Who is it?" Chen Zhao feigned nonchalance as he inquired. "It's housekeeping. Do you require fresh bed linens?" Came a low voice from outside. "No, I do not," Chen Zhao replied, positioning himself 2 meters from the door. A heavy ashtray gripped firmly in his hand. Silence enveloped the space for several seconds, as if the person had departed. Yet, Chen Zhao remained vigilant, sensing the presence of not just one, but several individuals outside. His instincts heightened, anticipating imminent danger. Suddenly, the sound of a card unlocking the door pierced the tension. With a forceful kick, the door burst open. A group of ferocious, tattooed men stormed in, their faces twisted with malevolence, brandishing knives and clubs, intent on ending Chen Zhao's life. With a swift sidestep, Chen Zhao evaded a lethal strike, and with a powerful swing, he brought the ashtray crashing down upon the head of the foremost thug. A blood-curdling scream erupted as the man crumpled to the ground. The confined space worked to Chen Zhao's advantage, transforming the ashtray into a weapon akin to a dragon-slaying sword, felling assailants left and right. In mere seconds, all 8 brutal men lay sprawled on the floor, groaning in agony. Chen Zhao surveyed the scene, then pulled out his phone and dialed Shu Dai. The call connected swiftly. "Do you have any acquaintances at the Yun City Police Department?" He inquired directly. "Yes, my cousin just started working there." "Why do you ask?" She responded. "Please provide me with his number. I have a significant gift for him," Chen Zhao replied, given the attempted murder and the thug's demeanor suggesting they were seasoned criminals. It was likely that they harbored serious charges, potentially even warrants for their arrest. This would surely earn Shu Dai's cousin a commendation, thus partially repaying her kindness. Moreover, Chen Zhao aimed to leverage her cousin's connections to unearth the mastermind behind these thugs. He was aware of Chen Mingho's involvement, yet he suspected these men were not acting on his orders. Chen Mingho employed these henchmen. They were not mere possessions to be hidden away indefinitely. As human beings, they left traces. While those paparazzi may lack the skills to discern the obvious connections, it was improbable that these men were aware of Chen Mingho's affiliation with their group. "All right," Shu Dai replied, puzzled before disconnecting the call. Moments later, a string of numbers appeared on Chen Zhao's WeChat. He copied it into his contacts and dialed. "Hello." A deep, authoritative voice responded on the other end. "This is Chen Zhao. Shu Dai provided me with your number. I am currently facing an assassination attempt at the Shenyang Grand Hotel, room 3014 on the 3rd floor." Without hesitation, he identified himself and laid out the scenario. "How many attackers are there? What's your situation?" The voice inquired with urgency. 8 men. Hold on. We will be there in 5 minutes," the caller interrupted. The sound of hurried footsteps indicating that reinforcements were mobilizing. "Stay strong. Help is on the way." Before Chen Zhao could finish his sentence, Shu Lai interrupted him, saying a quick word before hanging up the phone. Chen Zhao stood there, bewildered. Surely, a swarm of special police wouldn't be surrounding him. 5 minutes passed swiftly. He heard a series of hurried, heavy footsteps and looked towards the corridor, where a group of officers clad in black tactical uniforms, wielding shields and firearms, advanced towards him. "Do not fire. I am Chen Zhao. I have already apprehended 8 criminals," he shouted urgently, gesturing toward the culprits on the ground. "It would be a grave mistake if you were mistaken for a criminal and shot. You're quite the celebrity with impressive skills. How did you hone them?" Shu Lai inquired casually, though the slight furrow of his brow and tense posture betrayed his skepticism regarding Chen Zhao's identity. "It stems from a solid foundation and regular practice. Though, admittedly, the confined space limited their advantage, allowing me to seize the opportunity," Chen Zhao replied naturally, unperturbed by the scrutiny. After all, his father had indeed been a Muay Thai coach, and he had trained alongside him for several years. Claiming to have a foundation was hardly a stretch. Scribbling a few notes in his inquiry book before closing it, and regarding Chen Zhao with a serious expression. "I will investigate who is behind these individuals. Should you possess any leads, please share them. I am currently entangled in a significant matter." Contemplating his next steps, Chen Zhao recognized the need for preparation. The adversaries had clearly aimed to eliminate him, suggesting they suspected his intentions. If they became aware that the police had apprehended those sent to kill him, some might flee prematurely. To ensure a comprehensive capture, it was imperative for law enforcement to be adequately prepared. "Speak," Shu Lai urged. "These individuals are affiliated with a human trafficking syndicate. Currently, I can confirm 2 names, Chen Mingho and Li Ruoqing." "Wait," Sku Lai interrupted Chen Zhao, his expression one of astonishment. "Chen Mingho, the top-tier celebrity?" Chen Zhao nodded. "Indeed, that is him. He is involved in human trafficking. Do you have evidence?" Shu Lai's serious demeanor softened, revealing a spark of excitement. "None at present, but I am aware of how Chen Mingho conducts his operations. He exploits his concert tours in the Elephant Kingdom to collaborate with local fraud rings. When traveling to the Elephant Kingdom, they possess a list of 100 individuals, which they use to facilitate trafficking without any risks. Li Ruoqing is privy to this list, yet remains circumstantially disconnected from Chen Mingho. He is exceedingly cautious, leaving no traces." As Chen Zhao articulated his thoughts, a clearer plan began to crystallize in his mind. Initially, he had intended to use his 360-degree camera's automatic recording feature to capture the dialogue between Chen Mingho and Li Ruoqing in their hotel room tomorrow night. He envisioned alerting the authorities while simultaneously live streaming to garner sufficient traffic and income. However, the prospect of preemptive action was far more advantageous. Tomorrow evening, they would convene at the dating hotel to deliberate over the candidate list, after which Chen Mingho would head to Yunqing Airport en route to the Elephant Kingdom. "You should deploy personnel to monitor the hotel. Once evidence is secured, you can proceed with the arrest. Indeed, I possess evidence concerning Wang Lei's heinous acts. You may wish to preemptively monitor him for tomorrow night's apprehension." I have a strong suspicion that Wang Lei and Chen Mingho are in collusion. Chen Zhao's tone was resolute yet tinged with doubt, as Wang Lei's entanglements with Chen Mingho ran too deep. Both were students of Wang Lei, and regrettably, both have become traffickers. This connection is hard to overlook. Very well, Shu Lai nodded, and promptly led the group to disperse. Chen Zhao settled onto the sofa, retrieving his phone to peruse a series of messages from Shu Dai, feeling a warmth inside. The venerable matriarch indeed showed concern for his well-being. No worries, everything is resolved. Tomorrow night, we shall witness the unfolding drama. Ignoring Shu Dai's questions and her insistence on immediate discussion, Chen Zhao logged onto Weibo to ascertain the current situation. Upon logging in, he discovered that Wang Lei and Chen Mingho had already made their disdain for him public. Wang Lei, a lawyer's letter has been dispatched. See you in court, I am not Chen Zhao. Chen Mingho, please refrain from posting irrelevant comments in my section. Is it necessary for you to announce your attendance here? I'm not Chen Zhao. Upon seeing their public denouncement, Chen Zhao could easily discern their thoughts. Wang Lei must have concluded that Chen Zhao's delay in presenting evidence indicated mere bluster, prompting his desperate attempt to mask his anxiety. Chen Mingho, aware of impending trouble, believed that no one could possibly know of his misdeeds, thus resorting to public deflection. Chen Zhao, undeterred, swiftly posted evidence of Wang Lei's involvement in coercing a woman into compromising situations, tagging Wang Lei in the process. Here is the evidence you sought. Do you require more? I possess plenty. His intention was to unsettle Wang Lei further. The more agitated he became, the more likely he would reveal his true self. Currently, Chen Zhao had only Li Ruoqing's incriminating evidence. The dirt on Chen Mingho and Wang Lei had been gleaned from Li Ruoqing's revelations. If these two did not slip up, he would be unable to secure additional evidence, and thus attain superior rewards from the system. Eager netizens, having long awaited such disclosures, quickly latched on a Chen Zhao's evidence, sparking a media frenzy. In a villa within Yun City, Wang Lei observed the evidence Chen Zhao had published, panic setting in. How could he possibly possess my evidence? How could he still be alive? I did not send anyone. Wang Lei fell silent, turning to regard a beautiful woman who had just entered. Yun. Wang Lei's voice trembled, his body quaking as he gazed at her. Unbeknownst to others, the man who appeared to be a paragon of virtue and authority outside was in fact the lowest in status at home, too fearful to defy his wife even slightly, for he wished to survive. The reasons behind his infidelity and assault were largely due to the pressures exerted by this very woman. Lu Yunyun's expression was frosty as she regarded Wang Lei and spoke. The individual you dispatched to eliminate Chen Zhao has already been apprehended by the police. I need not elaborate on what this signifies. Out of consideration for our years of marriage, I will grant you half an hour to escape. After that, I shall report you to the authorities for conspiracy to commit murder and human trafficking. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Lei fled, too terrified to negotiate. Chapter 30. The mysterious document historical records indicate that Chen Zhao succumbed to madness, launching an assault on thousands. Wang Lei dashed from the villa, driving furiously towards the airport, unleashing a torrent of curses in a futile attempt to mask his inner turmoil. Damn it, you wretches, could you cleanse yourselves without me? Just because of this trivial incident, you wish to cast me as the scapegoat? Beasts, all of you are beasts. If it weren't for you denying me rest, would I have strayed? Would I have resorted to such heinous acts? It's all your fault. You have ruined me. Wang Lei's visage twisted in rage as he hurled his accusations. Chen Zhao, you vile creature, why do you still draw breath? How could you possibly know of my deeds? Damn it, who betrayed me? The car sped along the road. Meanwhile, in a hotel, Chen Zhao meticulously organized the evidence at hand, pondering what further proof was required to bring Chen Mingho down. Suddenly, a notification chimed. A stranger had added him on WeChat. Chen Zhao glanced at the profile, adorned with a black hat, bearing the username Mr. E. He furrowed his brow before accepting the request. Before he could inquire about the stranger's identity, a document was sent. Upon opening it, Chen Zhao's frown transformed into a look of astonishment, his expression shifting to one of sheer shock. The document contained an extensive list of evidence detailing the criminal activities of Chen Mingho's gang, human trafficking, the number of victims, and a comprehensive record of their illicit deeds. It also listed the names of the 12 members involved, with Wang Lei's name prominently at the top. Wang Lei, a professor at the art school and a respected figure in the entertainment industry, was revealed as the leader of this nefarious gang. Chen Zhao had suspected Wang Lei's involvement in the trafficking ring, but never imagined he would be the mastermind behind it all. The realization that the attempt on his life was orchestrated by Wang Lei sent chills down his spine. This irrefutable evidence compelled Chen Zhao to ponder the identity of the informant. This person must be an insider within Wang Lei's trafficking organization. Otherwise, they could not possess such detailed information. Who are you? Chen Zhao hastily inquired. Wang Lei, Chen Mingho, and Li Ruoqing are en route to the airport. You have merely 20 minutes to intercept them. Otherwise, they will evade capture. Chen Zhao sprang to his feet, hastily exiting the room. He dashed through the corridor to the elevator, pressing the button, and, while waiting for it to arrive, he reiterated his question. Who are you? How do you know all of this? His message sent, yet it returned with a red exclamation mark. Ding! The elevator arrived. Chen Zhao stepped inside, and it swiftly descended to the hotel lobby. He hailed a taxi, directing the driver to the airport, just as he was about to call Xu Lai. Xu Lai's call came through first. Wang Lei has fled. Li Ruoqing is in our custody, but Chen Mingho will also attempt to escape once he receives word. Do you have any evidence? Without it, capturing Chen Mingho will prove difficult. I have evidence. Besides the 3 of them, I possess information on 9 others who are part of this gang. With Wang Lei's escape, these 9 may also be on the run. Chen Zhao promptly shared the document he had just received with Xu Lai. Splendid. We shall promptly execute the apprehension. By the way, you must head straight to Hongda Square. Chen Mingho is attending an event there. It will take me some time to gather my team and arrive, so find a way to delay him. Xu Lai expressed with elation. As for Wang Lei, there are personnel stationed at the airport. Very well, I shall make my way to Hongda Square immediately. Chen Zhao hung up the phone and turned to the driver. Good sir, proceed to Hongda Square and do so with haste. Understood, the driver replied, turning the corner and accelerating towards Hongda Square. Chen Zhao, in a timely manner, produced a 360-degree miniature camera, affixing it to the button of his clothing, then connected to his live stream, commencing the broadcast. With the net cast wide, he too could begin to exuberantly share his revelations. It had been long enough since he had been pursued by Chen Mingho's minions. It was high time to unveil the true nature of his brother. As Chen Zhao initiated the live stream, the viewership skyrocketed to over 300,000, ultimately stabilizing at over 5 million. The broadcast is live at last. Chen Dog, what other evidence do you have to present? Chen Dog, what did your comment in Chen Mingho section mean? Is there a significant scoop? Who else did Wang Lei assault? Which student did he sleep with? Speak up. Serial. Sure. Chen Zhao hushed, and the barrage of comments abruptly ceased. Send in the gifts. I will treat you to an exhilarating spectacle, one that is guaranteed to be sensational. If it's not, I shall go to Sakura country and become Chen Yingjing's leading man. Countless netizens were amused by his audacity. Indeed, you know how to reward yourself. When is it set to premiere? I'm more than willing to pay for a front row seat. You, from a young age, have always fancied being the leading man. Haven to you? Such a reward for yourself. Though the comments were rife with teasing, gifts showered down relentlessly, notably from official store accounts adorned with brand names. Within mere minutes, nearly 1 million had been gifted. Chen Zhao expressed his gratitude for each one, then fell silent, leaving the viewers in a state of perplexity, waiting in this seemingly frozen live stream for the promised spectacle. Each of them silently vowed that if the upcoming show did not enthrall, they would ensure Chen Zhao faced the consequences. In Baidu, at the villa, Qin Wanluan and Xu Dai adorned in revealing attire, one exuding icy allure, the other embodying seductive charm, their fair legs draped over the coffee table, their white shirts half unbuttoned, basking in the splendor of spring. The large screen in the living room displayed Chen Zhao's live stream. Qin Wanluan munched on snacks, her curiosity piqued as she glanced at Xu Dai, teasingly inquiring, "You wouldn't still be unaware of the grand performance Chen Zhao mentioned, would you?" Xu Dai lifted her gaze towards Qin Wanluan. "What do you mean? Do you know?" Qin Wanluan nodded, reclining on the sofa, her long legs entwined. choosing not to divulge her knowledge to Shu Dai. "Oh dear, Wan. Did I pinch you too hard just now? Let me give you a gentle squeeze. Do tell me." Shu Dai leaned in close to Qin Wan, her delicate hands caressing Qin Wan's fair, slender legs, her voice dripping with playful charm, her alluring gaze seemingly capable of melting hearts, sending a shiver down Qin Wan's spine. "I cannot endure your mischievous antics, you little vixen. How is it possible for one to possess such seductive eyes that even animals would perceive them as enticing? It defies reason," Qin Wan mused enviously. Before continuing, Chen Zhao informed me that Chen Mingho is a human trafficker, exploiting the guise of a concert to compile lists for a fraud syndicate for abductions. Beyond that, I am unaware, but I suspect the scandal Chen Zhao hinted at pertains solely to Chen Mingho's trafficking activities. Perhaps he will expose it shortly. Shu Dai stood there, utterly stunned by the revelation. The entertainment industry? Human traffickers? This was a relentless assault on her worldview. Is the entertainment world truly this sordid? Why must they treat their fans so poorly? The fans adore them, support them even more than family. Why such betrayal? Qin Wan shrugged. Who knows? Perhaps they do not regard their fans as people at all, merely viewing them as instruments for profit. Chen Zhao, oblivious to the profound impact Chen Mingho's actions had on Shu Dai, had just arrived at Hongdao Plaza. As he stepped out of the car, a deafening cheer erupted. The name Chen Mingho echoed through the air, resonating in both Chen Zhao's ears and those of the online viewers. Some netizens quickly deduced Chen Zhao's location. This is Hongdao Plaza in Yun City, where Chen Mingho is participating in an event. Why is Chen Zhao here? Could the big scoop be about Chen Mingho? Chen Zhao, don't act impulsively. You are surrounded by thousands of Chen Mingho's fans. Confronting him here could lead to your demise. Brothers, I am on site. Watch as I confront Chen Zhao fiercely. Ignoring the foolish comment from the livestream, Chen Zhao made a beeline for the event at Hongdao Plaza. Upon entering the center of the plaza, he was met with throngs of people. The four-story venue was encircled by a dense sea of fans, making it impossible for him to spot Chen Mingho. Chen Zhao couldn't help but marvel at the sheer number of individuals present. If he were to confront Chen Mingho without any evidence, he would likely be overwhelmed and beaten to a pulp. Historical records note the infamous paparazzo. The most handsome man on earth, Chen Zhao, met his demise amidst a frenzy of thousands. However, armed with evidence, he knew that the one to face repercussions would not be him, but rather Chen Mingho. His instinct for danger did not sense any immediate threats, indicating that no desperate individuals lurked nearby, and Chen Mingho himself was not particularly formidable. It was unlikely that he would be armed at a public event. Chen Zhao glanced around and spotted a security guard holding a megaphone. He swiftly approached, requesting the device from the guard, cranking it to maximum volume, an action that puzzled many viewers in the live stream. But in the next moment, they understood, and then Chen Zhao shouted furiously, "Chen Mingho, how dare you? You, a worthless artist from Tiana Company. While that scoundrel Wang Lei has fled, you still remain here, milking money from fans at events. The fans regard you as their idol. Yet you treat them like mere livestock, you despicable creature." Chapter 31. The Great Uprising. A sudden turn of events. Chen Mingho is beaten to death. In an instant, the fervent shouts in Hongdao Square were abruptly silenced, as if an invisible hand had seized their throats, rendering them voiceless. The atmosphere was thick with an eerie stillness. Not only was the scene hushed, but the barrage of comments in the live stream also came to a standstill. Viewers were left in shock. "Chen, if you're possessed, just say so. We'll summon a priest for your rescue. If you truly have mad cow disease, we can contact the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital to take you away. But you cannot be a sane person. A rational individual would not, and could not, act in such a manner." The silence lingered for several seconds before the tension erupted. Countless faces turned to fixate on Chen Zhao, their meticulously adorned features contorted with rage. "Chen, you scoundrel, how dare you? Apologize, Chen. Get out. You are not welcome here. Sisters, let us beat him to death." The chat room exploded with fervent comments. "What the hell? Who just wet my pants? Run, Chen. Hundreds are coming for you. Your life is in grave danger." "Chen Zhao, what are you trying to prove in front of everyone else? The barrage of comments became a relentless stream of white candles, as if paying tribute to Chen Zhao. No one believed he would emerge unscathed. At the very least, he would be severely injured. Even the police, upon arrival, would find it impossible to hold anyone accountable for the harm inflicted upon him. However, a few among the crowd realized that Chen Zhao might still have a chance of survival, contingent upon the veracity of his claims. If he truly held damning evidence against Chen Mingho, potentially involving his fans, the tables could turn. With a gulp, Chen Zhao swallowed hard. What does it feel like to be cursed by thousands? Few have witnessed such a sight in reality, and even fewer comprehend its true power. Chen Zhao was now acutely aware. His ears rang, as if being pounded by a hammer, causing him immense pain and rendering him unable to hear anything else. His body trembled involuntarily, a primal instinct. For some, it was a quivering of fear. For others, it was one of exhilaration. For Chen Zhao, it was the latter. Before the multitude, he felt like a savior, ready to expose Chen Mingho's true nature, reducing the idol to a pitiful wretch in the eyes of his deluded fans. The mere thought invigorated him. He glanced at the throngs of enraged women rushing toward him and quickly seized a megaphone, shouting, "If you wish to uncover the truth behind your beloved idol, if you want to understand the meaning behind my comment in the chat, grant me 5 minutes. I assure you, you will not regret it. You and T want to go mad for an idol that could threaten your very lives, would you?" His voice grew hoarse, and he coughed repeatedly, yet he dared not cease. Although he could fend off 10, even 20 adversaries, facing a crowd of over 10,000, most of whom were well-equipped, made it exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, his words resonated. The sisters charging at him halted, and a buzzing sound akin to that of bees filled the air. Do not trust him. If I were truly problematic, would the authorities have invited me to participate in this event? Just days ago, I was even honored as the peace ambassador of the Magic City. He harbors resentment towards Tienda Company, and consequently towards me, with the intent to ruin my reputation. How much credibility can one expect from a disgraced artist? Chen Mingho's voice reverberated through the microphone, laced with panic. He could not fathom why Chen Zhao was still alive or why he claimed Wang Lei had fled. If Chen Zhao possessed evidence, where had it come from? An abundance of questions swirled chaotically in his mind. In his current state of alarm, he simply wished to intercept Chen Zhao and quickly ascertain the truth. If he were indeed exposed, he needed to escape swiftly. Chen Mingho's words caused the fans present to waver once more. If you have no issues, why are you so flustered? If you are innocent, why do you not confront me directly? Who has access to that large screen? I possess a document that will clarify why I am here vehemently denouncing Chen Mingho, that scoundrel. Chen Zhao raised his left hand high with his phone, while his right hand held a megaphone, shouting fervently, "I have it. I will share it with you directly. You can upload it." A security guard shouted. On stage, Chen Mingho's eyelids fluttered incessantly, his body trembling. A voice within him screamed that he must flee. Chen Zhao had evidence, and if he did not escape soon, he would be finished. Chen Mingho hurriedly turned to leave the stage. "Quick, protect me as I exit. I will pay you tenfold." He frantically offered the bodyguards. Yet, the bodyguards remained unmoved, with the leader blocking Chen Mingho's path, gripping his arm with an impassive expression, grinding his teeth and saying, "Boss, there is no need to rush this minute. Indeed, how, let us see what Chen Zhao can produce. Rest assured, we will always support you, how. The surrounding fans gently chanted. Chen Mingho felt his mind spiral with frustration, as if pursued by ravenous wolves. He shouted in a panic, "Get away from me. If you truly support me, go and deal with Chen Zhao. Go." The fans who once cheered for him were left dumbfounded, staring blankly at Chen Mingho, unable to believe their idol would so rudely curse at them. Though he was not speaking into the microphone, his words were absorbed by the device and echoed throughout the square. The silence that followed was due to the weight of his half-hearted declaration, which everyone heard. The fans stood in shock, while viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chen Mingho had unwittingly revealed himself. This undoubtedly indicated that Chen Zhao was poised to expose something that could jeopardize Chen Mingho's very existence. Chen Zhao smiled, while Chen Mingho panicked. Did he think he could escape? It was too late. Chen Zhao integrated the incriminating documents and uploaded them onto the large screen for all to see. This is the true face of your idol, and this is why I urged you to delay for a day. Your idol seeks your demise. Fans of Chen Mingho turned their gazes towards the large screen in the live broadcast room. The stark words reflected in the eyes of every individual present. Tears streamed down the faces of Chen Mingho's supporters as they murmured, "We are mere pawns. 500,000 per person? Why would he sell us?" The repulsive and unspeakable vitriol twisted their hearts in anguish. The years of genuine devotion culminating in such a fate. They recall how, just days prior, they had vehemently berated Chen Zhao on behalf of Chen Mingho. Years ago, during every concert of Chen Mingho, dozens had gone missing, with whispers suggesting it was intentional. As they raged against the online community in defense of him, each one of them felt the urge to slap themselves in regret. They had unwittingly become accomplices to Chen Mingho, thinking of the sisters who had been abducted by fraudulent gangs, suffering a fate worse than death. While Chen Mingho and his ilk laughed maliciously behind the scenes, calling them fools and pigs, their eyes reddened and fists clenched. Chen Mingho, pale-faced, observed the distraught and tearful fans surrounding him, their eyes glistening with sorrow. Trembling, he tugged at the sleeve of his bodyguard, pleading, "Protect me and help me leave. I will give each of you 10 million. I beg you, protect me and let me go. I will give you whatever you desire." Chen Mingho no longer aspired to escape the Great Xia. He merely wished to flee from Hongdao Plaza, even if it meant being apprehended by the police immediately upon departure. He would be grateful for any chance to escape this place where he feared he might be killed. He was acutely aware of the ferocity of these fans. No, these misguided followers. Lost in his thoughts, he suddenly lurched forward, only to be kicked down by the bodyguard. The bodyguard mounted him, raising a fist as large as a sandbag, his face contorted with rage, eyes ablaze as he shouted, "I will kill you, you beast! Return my sister's life." With that, he unleashed a barrage of blows. "Kill him." The police arrived, while the sisters behind attempted to intervene, and those in front sought to bring an end to Chen Mingho. Chaos erupted at Hongdao Plaza. Sensing the danger, Chen Zhao hastily sought refuge in a safe location. Her heart racing. Goodness, are my sisters truly this frenzied, attempting to kill Chen Mingho in front of the police? Such audacity. The barrage of comments in the live stream was chaotic, the online viewer count soaring past 10 million. The lurking paparazzi and journalists quickly pinned and released posts. Soon, all social media platforms were inundated with trending topics. "I told you Chen Mingho had issues. No one believed me. Every time he holds a concert, something goes wrong. It's as clear as day. This beast has caused the deaths of so many. How can he shamelessly visit the parents and children of those he has harmed every year? Kill Chen Mingho. It would be a travesty if this vile creature lived on." There was no doubt that Chen Mingho was not alone in this. Others must be implicated too. They needed to be captured as well. The emergence of human trafficking rings within the entertainment industry was terrifying. Were it not for Chen Mingho, this incident may have remained hidden forever. He was the man at the center of it all. The entertainment world could not exist without him, just as the West cannot exist without Jerusalem. At that moment, a chorus of both excitement and panic erupted. As Chen Mingho died, Chapter 32, the choice with thousands of victims, the entire internet erupted in outrage. And the nation spoke out. Dead. Dead? The fans in the front row emerged from their fury, their minds buzzing with fear, their expressions vacant as they trembled while gazing at Chen Mingho, motionless in a pool of blood. Their lips quivered, repeatedly whispering, "We have killed. He deserved to die. He sought to harm us. It was self-defense. We cannot be imprisoned. The law does not punish the multitude. The law does not punish the multitude." A profound silence enveloped the fans behind, their gazes vacant, a mixture of fear, confusion, and bewilderment etched upon their faces. Just moments ago, they had fervently shouted, venerating Chen Mingho as a deity, wishing to devote their lives to him, and now he lay lifeless. Could this be true? Clear a path. Do not crowd around. Make way. Shu Lai called out helplessly through a megaphone. The fans snapped back to reality, swiftly parting to create a passage. Shu Lai and her team advanced towards the left side of the stage, where Chen Mingho lay unconscious in his own blood. Kneeling beside him, Shu Lai pressed her fingers against his neck for a few seconds, then checked for his breath, her brow furrowing in concern. With a soft sigh, she quickly regained her composure. To the hospital, she instructed, casting a meaningful glance at her colleague, who nodded in agreement. Together, they lifted Chen Mingho and carried him away, heedless of whether their actions might exacerbate his injuries. The fans on both sides watched with complex emotions as Chen Mingho was taken away. Chen Zhao stood at the back, observing Chen Mingho's condition clearly, allowing the viewers in the live stream to see it as well. He is not dead, Chen Zhao declared firmly after a moment of silence. Those in the live stream with medical knowledge paused, their fingers hovering over the keyboard before swiftly deleting the message proclaiming, Chen Mingho is dead, and retyping, he is not dead. It was as if everyone shared a collective understanding, and the comments flooded in with a resounding affirmation. He is not dead. Chen Zhao's gaze shifted to Shu Lai. What will you do? Uphold the law, or let emotion prevail? He had already made his stance clear, yet he was uncertain of Shu Lai's course of action. The truth was evident to those present, both in the live stream and at the scene, as they turned their eyes toward Shu Lai. Rising to her feet, Shu Lai met the multitude of expectant gazes, particularly those of the agitated individuals, their fists clenched, clothes stained with blood, their eyes glazed. Teetering on the brink of emotional collapse, Shu Lai forced a smile. The person is not dead. He has been taken to the hospital for emergency treatment. For those involved in the brawl, let this serve as a warning. No matter how furious you may feel, do not take matters into your own hands. We will handle it and provide you with an explanation. Acting on your own will only lead to your own ruin. Understand? Her tone was grave as she admonished them. The crowd wept openly, nodding in agreement with her words. You may disperse now, Shu Lai waved her hand, as Chen Mingho's fans departed. They each offered apologies to Chen Zhao as they passed by. After the last of them had left, Chen Zhao lost count of how many times he had heard I'm sorry, yet he smiled, genuinely delighted. Well done. Shu Lai approached Chen Zhao, gently patting him on the shoulder, and remarked, Wang Lei and Li Ruoqing have been apprehended. As for the subsequent developments, await further notice. You may reveal the evidence you possess. Shu Lai was well aware of Chen Zhao's tactics and did not impede his need for confidentiality, advising him to wait for the government's announcement. Compared to the government's somewhat delayed information dissemination capabilities, Chen Zhao's revelations could provide a semblance of coherence amidst the chaotic online environment. Chen Zhao nodded, watching as Shu Lai departed. Brothers, tune in my live stream tonight, where I shall elucidate the entire sequence of events, he announced to his audience before shutting off the stream and heading to the police station. He was eager to personally inquire from Wang Lei and the others about the origin of the document they had received. The timing of this document's arrival had been too fortuitous. Initially, he had been solely focused on preventing Chen Mingho and his associates from escaping. However, upon reflection, he could not shake the feeling that the document's emergence was too coincidental. It was difficult not to suspect that there had been an internal upheaval among Chen Mingho's group, with someone aiming to use the individuals mentioned in the document as scapegoats to absolve themselves. He needed to identify the source of the document, whether the sender had painstakingly gathered intelligence that, for various reasons, could not be disclosed and was entrusted to him, or whether it was a ploy to divert his attention towards Chen Mingho and his cohorts while they sought to clear their names. He had to bring this individual into the light to ascertain their true nature. Meanwhile, the online realm was in utter disarray. On every social media platform, trending topics revolved around whether Chen Mingho's concert was merely a ruse to exploit fans or the alarming news of his suspected demise. This left those engrossed in the digital sphere with little capacity to absorb any other information. Everyone was piecing together the timeline, tallying the number of victims, creating a sense of collective urgency. However, the situation was chaotic, with numerous versions of events overwhelming netizens, making it difficult to discern the truth. Ultimately, Douyin seized the opportunity and created a timeline feature, allowing users to input dates and compile victim statistics. In an instant, the entire affair became clearer. The compiled list of victims incited widespread outrage across the internet. Over 6 years, the number of victims soared into the thousands, with no word of their fates. The prognosis was grim. In the Chen Mingho fan community and among countless supporters, silence prevailed. The millions of fans swiftly united in a surge of anger against Tienda Company, their fervor intensifying tenfold. The fervent fans had transformed into a formidable force, creating an upheaval. Within a mere 10 minutes, Tienda Company's affiliated artists faced a barrage of complaints about their endorsements, leading to the withdrawal of brands. The company's assets suffered as a flood of calls inundated their offices, along with furious protests and vandalism. The company's market value plummeted by billions, a terrifying spectacle that left onlookers gasping in shock. They had witnessed the formidable power of devoted fans, realizing that the intensity they had previously experienced in confrontations with fans was but a fraction of what was now unleashed. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, competitors of Tienda Company rushed in to seize the opportunity, mercilessly attacking the beleaguered firm. A second-tier artist emerged, vehemently denouncing Chen Mingho and the inhumane actions of Tienda Company, causing their fan base to surge by millions. Soon after, several artists could no longer remain silent, expressing their outrage towards Chen Mingho and Tienda Company, all in a bid to garner attention for themselves. Tienda Company found itself in a precarious position, facing mounting pressure. In the conference room, a cacophony echoed as Luo Zhan, contorted with anguish, pounded his fist on the table with all his might. "How dare you, you scoundrel! How dare you!" The subsequent profanities were unfit for utterance. His profound anger could only be encapsulated in a single sentiment. Chen Mingho stood before him, and he was resolute, fully prepared to face imprisonment if it meant annihilating Chen Mingho. Absolutely. The executives on either side remained silent, their expressions tinged with despair. Was their company cursed by Chen Zhao? Ever since the fallout with him, they had been beset by misfortune. Chen Jing was reported to have endured humiliation in the land of cherry blossoms while filming, resulting in a staggering loss of billions. Huai was implicated in a mass incarceration scandal, leading to further financial devastation. Now, Chen Mingho had escalated matters, callously exploiting his own fans by selling them to an online fraud ring with over 1,000 victims. This had effectively shattered their already faltering status. Their market value plummeted by tens of billions, with endorsements, advertisements, and television projects largely rescinded, compounded by the fury of millions of enraged fans. This segment of the populace would make brands, directors, and artists reconsider any potential collaborations, weighing the risk of harassment and whistleblowing. In merely 20 days, Tienda Company had fallen from its prestigious position among the top 9 entertainment firms to the very bottom, languishing by the roadside. The catalyst for this dramatic shift was none other than that man. The executives exchanged glances filled with complexity as they observed Luo Zhan, slumped in his chair, his gaze vacant. "Chairman, is it truly so pleasurable to sleep with Chen Jing? Your escapade rivals that of Prime Minister Chao." In the Public Relations Department, Luo Zhan feebly called out, "Chairman, we must swiftly release a statement regarding Chen Mingho. We deeply regret the situation. Cancel all of Chen Mingho's concerts. Refund tickets at triple the price. And we shall implement stringent controls over our artists while doing everything in our power to rescue the victims, providing substantial compensation to their families." Once the statement was dispatched, the comment section was promptly closed. The company's artists and operations would be put on paid leave for the time being. The subsequent measures were merely placatory. Both Luo Zhan and everyone present understood the crux of Tienda Company's survival hinged on their ability to rescue at least one victim, even if it were merely a lifeless body. Otherwise, Tienda Company would not withstand this calamity. Tienda Company quickly released the announcement, yet it did little to quell the fury. However, it did temper the frenzied reporting and vitriol directed at them from Chen Mingho's fans and onlookers. "You claim you aim to save lives. So let us see if you're capable of doing so. If you fail, you shall face the consequences." This time, there would be no room for deceit. Following Tienda Company's declaration, the central media and the People's Daily also issued their own statements. A sharp, glimmering long sword stands erect, radiating a chilling brilliance. Caption: Unveil the Sword. Chapter 33. The Death of Lu Yunyun. Chen Zhao's life in peril. Mourning across the internet. Netizens flooded official accounts, such as Central Mama, People's Daily, Foreign Affairs, and the Great Xia Police Department expressing their anguish. We demand to see the living and the dead. Rescue them, please. It is time to wield the sword. We have suffered from fraud for too long. My beloved homeland, eradicate them and save our compatriots who have been deceived and enticed by dreams of wealth. Chen Zhao has made such significant contributions. Surely the Broadcasting and Television Bureau should reward him. I hope there are still those alive to return. In Yun City, within an upscale community, the sun hung low in the sky, its warm rays filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the living room. Lu Yunyun reclined on the sofa, clad in a silk black nightgown with purple trim, the plunging neckline revealing a pristine expanse of skin, a seductive allure that was hard to resist, her fair, rounded legs subtly visible. She held a tall wine glass in her slender, pale right hand, her eyes half open and dreamy, her icy visage reflecting a trance-like state. Suddenly, the phone on the coffee table rang sharply. Lu Yunyun opened her eyes, tilted her head back, and downed half a glass of red wine, sitting upright to place the glass back on the table. She picked up her phone and connected the call. A moment later, her expression darkened, her eyes ablaze with fury. How can you do this? Wang Lei and the others were supposed to be the shields. Why should I have to sacrifice myself? I'm telling you, it's impossible. You cannot expect me to bear the brunt of this alone. If you insist on this, do not blame me when the fish perish and the net breaks. After finishing her tirade, Lu Yunyun was unaware of the response from the other end, but her face gradually softened, her tension easing. Once the call ended, she wiped the cold sweat that had emerged from her startled state. Tossing her phone onto the sofa, she rose and walked into the bathroom. Minutes later, the sound of the door creaking open announced the entrance of a well-disguised individual wielding a gleaming dagger. Half an hour passed. Chen Zhao, Shu Lai, and others arrived at Lu Yunyun's residence. Upon noticing the ajar door, a sense of foreboding washed over them. They swiftly entered, only to discover Lu Yunyun lying lifeless in the bathtub, a pool of crimson surrounding her. Shu Lai approached for a closer examination. She has not been dead long. We are too late, he lamented, clenching his fist. Their chances of tracing the connections Lu Yunyun had were now entirely dashed. At the entrance of the community, Chen Zhao bid farewell to Shu Lai and returned to the hotel. Lu Yunyun's death surprised him, yet upon reflection, it seemed almost inevitable. This band of desperate individuals would not allow their secrets to be easily unearthed. He had already exposed the nefarious activities of human traffickers within the entertainment industry to the entire network. In the future, any celebrity performing abroad would undoubtedly be scrutinized, perhaps even deterred from traveling. If one chose to believe and still insisted on going, there was little he could do. Such individuals were unpredictable. Who knew what mischief awaited them among the fraud rings? Now, he found himself troubled, fearing that he might become a target as well. Those who silenced Lu Yunyun had surely made their intentions clear. The individual who has exposed their entire business line is undoubtedly the object of considerable animosity. Chen Zhao rubbed his cheeks, reflecting on the fleeting thrill of revelation, now overshadowed by the looming specter of danger. Burdened by such intense hatred and murderous intent, he felt the urgency to encourage his viewers to shower him with gifts tonight. Otherwise, his prospects would plummet. Upon returning to the hotel, Chen Zhao immediately commenced a live broadcast. Viewers who had been eagerly anticipating this moment flooded into the stream, causing the online count to soar into the millions, eventually reaching the tens of millions before the momentum slowed. It was evident that the entire internet was fixated on Chen Zhao's broadcast. Within a minute of the stream's initiation, gifts inundated the screen, a relentless stream that caused brief interruptions in the broadcast. Chen Zhao received millions in gifts, and the comment section transformed into a realm of camaraderie. Chen, great. Chen Zhao chuckled, tilting his head back to prevent tears from spilling. Little did they know the sacrifices he had made to cultivate a positive reputation. Chen Mingho, your demise has inadvertently granted me this commendable standing. Your death was not in vain. As the comments inquired about Wang Lei and Li Ruoqing, Chen Zhao decided it was time to provide a comprehensive recap. The audience leaned in with rapt attention. Initially, the accusation against Wang Lei was that he was a rapist, which was accurate, but he also had another role, assisting Chen Mingho in contacting the fraud syndicate and laundering their money. Chen Zhao began narrating the entire saga, speaking carefully and pausing at pivotal moments to sip his tea, a gesture familiar to his loyal fans, who generously showered him with gifts. In the span of an hour, Chen Zhao elucidated the entire affair, leaving many viewers gasping in disbelief. Is this truly the entertainment industry? Aren't they typically embroiled in underhanded dealings, prostitution, and gambling? When did things become so sinister? A little-known fact: those subpar films you see are often the result of money laundering by fraud syndicates, with many artists in the industry having connections to them. Chen Dog, good luck. You're truly in their sights, and there are already threats to your life, one comment read. Chen Zhao noted this message and furrowed his brow as he clicked on the user's profile, private and newly registered. So, members of the fraud syndicate are watching my stream. Displaying such audacity? Chen Zhao felt a mix of helplessness and indignation. The enemy lurked in the shadows while he was exposed in the light. This unsettling sensation compelled him to enhance his own capabilities to mitigate any potential crises. To elevate his skills, he required problematic artists. Chen Zhao remained unperturbed by this notion. Problematic artists? They're ubiquitous in the entertainment industry. After all, the live stream concluded at midnight. The following day, at noon, the controversy surrounding Chen Mingho showed no signs of abating, and the market value of Tiana Company continued to plummet. Videos highlighting the collaborative efforts of the Tiana Company in rescuing compatriots ensnared by fraudulent organizations have surfaced on Douyin, drawing real-time coverage from journalists. The juxtaposition of joy and sorrow permeates the internet. Fans who recently ventured to the land of elephants appear physically unscathed, yet their mental and emotional states resemble that of soulless husks. Countless netizens, witnessing this plight, can only curse the perpetrators of these scams, deeming them deserving of capital punishment, while simultaneously finding solace in the fact that, at least, the victims are still alive, an unfortunate blessing amidst the tragedy. As time progresses, the collective mood of the online community grows increasingly somber. The rescue of individuals becomes increasingly scarce, with many who were sold into these fraudulent syndicates in previous years now driven to madness, and more tragically, countless others whose fates remain unknown. Out of thousands, merely dozens have been successfully rescued, casting a pall of sorrow across the internet. Throughout various regions of the nation, a mournful atmosphere prevails, with white flags raised in commemoration. The public's emotions are at a breaking point, leaving celebrities within the entertainment industry trembling with trepidation. In an industry that venerates its fans as deities, facing widespread condemnation online could spell disaster. In an apparent attempt to quell public outrage, the Bureau of Radio and Television hastily enlisted several esteemed celebrities to engage in charitable work, showcasing videos of these reputable figures as they connect with their fans. This initiative has, indeed, restored a measure of rationality among some netizens, normalizing perceptions of the entertainment sector. Meanwhile, the Yunqing court swiftly announced the sentencing of the human trafficking ring led by Chen Mingho. Wang Lei received a suspended death sentence, while Chen Mingho himself was sentenced to death, and Li Ruoqing was also given a suspended death sentence. In total, 12 individuals received sentences beginning with life imprisonment. This impartial and weighty verdict has quelled the fury of netizens, leaving only lamentations for the unfortunate fans of Chen Mingho. On the day of the verdict, Chen Zhao was en route back to the metropolis, with the country we long for temporarily halted as he could not participate in recordings for the time being. Remaining in Yunqing served no purpose. He needed to return to the metropolis to meet with brand representatives, a venture promising substantial financial gain. On the plane, Chen Zhao heard the sound, signaling the completion of his mission, and with closed eyes, he entered the system to claim his reward. Chapter 34. The Puppet. Why are you fighting with the police? Why pursue me to kill? Congratulations to the host for achieving a 200% exposure of Li Ruoqing. Earning rewards: the skill of disguise, a performance card worth 1 billion, and a villa at number 04 in the Jiangshan courtyard of Magic City, along with a song titled Little Dimple. The system detected that the host, through his own efforts in gathering evidence, has completed 70% of the task regarding Chun Mingho and Wang Lei. The system rewards him with a one-time puppet, mastery of the piano, and 100 million RMB. Chen Zhao opened his eyes, his gaze filled with resignation. Wang Lei's rapid escape had completely disrupted his plans to collect further evidence. The emergence of a mysterious document forced him to reveal his findings prematurely in an attempt to capture Chen Mingho, leaving him with no time to gather more evidence. A mere 70% completion was far from satisfactory, resulting in significant losses. The information he had exposed was also inadequate. Mastery of the piano felt like a useless trinket, and the puppet was but a one-time item. He was so furious he felt like spitting blood. This reward could not be compared to the exposure of Li Ruoqing. The skill of disguise eclipsed both the piano proficiency and the puppet. The villa in Jianshan Courtyard was worth far more than the subsequent 100 million RMB. The earlier villa numbers were exponentially more valuable, with number 04 priced at over 1 billion. This was an overwhelming advantage, not to mention the additional song. Little Dimple, a classic love ballad in the Chinese music scene, had earned billions in copyright and profit-sharing alone in his past life, a must-have for any confession. Unable to compare, he suppressed his urge to spit blood and activated the puppet. He could only hope this item would prove useful. His eyes fixed on the introduction of the puppet displayed before him. Chen Zhao's pupils widened, breath quickening, as his earlier frustration transformed into shock. He lightly slapped his own face in disbelief. The puppet's capabilities were astonishing. Puppet, one-time use by uttering the target's name. You can control them for 5 minutes, determining their life and death. It possesses a true word, 2 uses. You may also transfer any damage you receive to any individual, one-time use. The puppet will shatter. Note, damage transfer cannot be directed towards individuals of significant importance, such as heads of state or prime ministers, who could incite global upheaval. Both options were incredibly powerful, offering him additional lives. Coupled with his earlier skill of crisis perception, his safety was significantly enhanced. Even if the enemy lurked in the shadows, he no longer feared ambushes. Whoever deemed this puppet worthless was sorely mistaken. It was extraordinarily impressive. However, Chen Zhao found the subsequent note somewhat dissatisfactory, as he had hoped to transfer damage to the little cherry blossom. In an instant, his mind flooded with techniques for perfect disguise and seamless integration into various environments. As he mastered these concepts, he swiftly transitioned to piano techniques. His elementary school-level piano skills soared to the caliber of Lang Lang. The lyrics of Little Dimple resonated deep within his soul, surpassing his previous understanding of the song. Buzzing. Chen Zhao retrieved his vibrating phone from his pocket, gazing at the notification that read, 100 million has been credited to your Rural Credit Cooperative account. With a balance of 336,829,523 yuan. He sighed softly. The amount was far too meager. After such a lengthy period, he had managed to earn so little. Would he truly have to resort to currying favor with Xu Dai, living off her generosity? As he contemplated Xu Dai's appearance and figure, it was not entirely unappealing. Surely, she would not scrub her skin with a steel wool pad? A pure-hearted girl like her would likely be oblivious to such matters. Chen Zhao took out his phone to chat with Xu Dai, hoping to maintain their emotional connection. However, he was soon interrupted by an unfamiliar call. 010. He took a screenshot of the number and sent it to Xu Dai, inquiring, "Do you know whose number this is?" Xu Dai replied, "It's from the Radio and Television Administration." The Radio and Television Administration? Chen Zhao answered the call, curious about what the authority, which had turned a blind eye to the entertainment industry's vicious cycles, allowing rampant celebrity culture and criminal activities to proliferate, had to say. "Hello, is this Chen Zhao?" The voice on the other end was deep and steady, exuding an aura of authority. "Yes, and you are?" Chen Zhao frowned, feeling uncomfortable with the lofty tone that seemed to emanate from the caller. Had these individuals grown so detached from the populace? In strict terms, they were supposed to be accountable to the public. Director He Zheng of the Publicity Department of the Radio and Television Administration spoke. "We are quite satisfied with your exposure in the entertainment industry, which has contributed to the purification of its environment. Therefore, We are awarding you a bonus of 100,000 yuan and the title of Environmental Ambassador for the entertainment industry. Please come to Baidu to collect it within 10 days. After that, it will no longer be valid. The bonus will be credited within 30 working days. His bureaucratic tone dripped with condescension, rendering the award and title akin to a mere charity bestowed upon Chen Zhao, which was utterly repugnant. Is there anything else? Chen Zhao's expression remained cold. He was in no mood for further conversation. Young man, let me offer you a piece of advice. Pursuing attention through dubious means is unwise. You should consider your future path more carefully. Director, he appeared to be offering a well-meaning warning. Yet, Chen Zhao understood that there was fear behind those words. My future path is to arrange the paths of others. Chen Zhao scoffed before abruptly ending the call. Baidu, the publicity department, such arrogance. These individuals were nothing short of a scourge, tarnishing the already murky waters of the entertainment industry. He Zheng's chest heaved with indignation, his dissatisfaction with Chen Zhao palpable. Director, the recent turmoil in the entertainment industry has severely impacted its ecological balance. We must silence Chen Zhao. Otherwise, the industry will face desolation in the long run, remarked a suited man seated on the sofa, his tone laden with significance. He Zheng furrowed his brow. I share your sentiments. But what can I do without the director's endorsement? Chen Zhao's actions are not illegal. How can we take action against him? If there is no environment, then we shall create one. If he is not violating the law, let us induce him to do so. The power of discourse, is it not in your hands? He relaxed his furrowed brow, casting a contemplative glance at the man before him, a smile gradually gracing his features. Indeed, they were the ones wielding the power of discourse. At the airport in the bustling metropolis, Chen Zhao casually hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to Jiangshan Bun. He felt compelled to inspect the territory he had conquered. The vehicle sped from the airport, ascended the elevated highway, and finally reached the main thoroughfare of the city, which was not yet the bustling center. The traffic was relatively light. A traffic light. Chen Zhao was engrossed in a conversation with Xu Dai, liaising with brand merchants, when a familiar sense of impending crisis surged in his mind. His expression shifted dramatically as he abruptly lifted his gaze towards the source of this unsettling perception. In an instant, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. A monstrous truck, equipped with the ability to traverse time and space, was accelerating towards their taxi from the left. Damn it, Chen Zhao muttered, synchronously opening the taxi door with the driver and bolting into the distance. The notion of escaping in the vehicle was a delusion. A substantial blockage lay behind them. Numerous others were mirroring his actions. The truck, fueled by sheer power, showed no intention of yielding, relishing the chaos of collision. As he sprinted, that ominous sensation of danger intensified, now emanating from both ahead and behind. Chen Zhao observed several individuals in front of him, as well as a throng behind, unable to pinpoint a singular threat. He vowed to elevate his awareness of danger to a fifth level swiftly. However, the immediate concern was how to navigate this assault. Damn it, the police are after you, yet you choose to pursue me instead. Do you truly perceive me as an easy target? Chen Zhao stood still, his gaze darting left and right, brow knitted in concentration as he heightened his alertness. Suddenly, the crowd surged past him, brushing against his side. In a swift motion, Chen Zhao reached for the wrist of a man, his heart racing as he beheld a blade poised perilously close to him. With a surge of adrenaline, he twisted the man's hand, disarming him. Wrapping the knife in his garment, he sheathed it once more before turning to continue onward, now acutely aware of those harboring malicious intent. After all, the ferocity in one's gaze could hardly be feigned toward the stranger. With swift precision, Chen Zhao grasped the man's vital point. A piercing scream echoed as the man crumpled to the ground, writhing in agony, while the one who had been stabbed collapsed, blood pooling around them, plunging the scene into chaos. In an instant, Chen Zhao had vanished from sight. Chapter 35. The Charity Gala, the sixth problematic artist makes an appearance. At Villanelle, for in the Jiangshan Bun of the Magic City, Chen Zhao arrived under the guidance of the community manager. He unlocked the door with a key, and an aura of opulence and luxury enveloped him. Every item in sight was valued at no less than 300,000. After a leisurely 10-minute stroll, He concluded that the space was indeed vast and splendid. Seated on the living room sofa, he took out his phone, only to receive a message from Xu Dai. Brother Zhao, is this news true? Are you okay? A freshly minted news article had come through. Chen Zhao clicked on it, revealing the very video of the attack he had encountered earlier on the road. Now, he was a topic of discussion among netizens, trending on social media. A wave of anxiety washed over Chen Zhao. Could it be that his act of self-defense would also be exposed? He spent a few moments reviewing videos from various angles concerning the incident, ultimately sighing in relief. It was virtually impossible to identify him. He had left no fingerprints, and he was confident the police would not trace him, though he felt assured that if they did, it wouldn't matter, as he had acted in self-defense. Nevertheless, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Returning to chat with Xu Dai, he replied, "I'm fine. I can't chat right now. I have an engagement coming up." As he answered the call that had just come in, he listened intently for a few seconds, his brow furrowing. "A charity gala? I'm afraid I can't attend. I have other commitments." Just as he was about to decline, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "How many attendees are expected?" "A majority of the entertainment circle." "All right, I'll be there." After hanging up, a smile of anticipation graced Chen Zhao's face. He realized he had been too narrow-minded. What better opportunity to encounter problematic artists than by participating in variety shows and large events? He needed to broaden his horizons and meet more figures from the entertainment industry. However, he was aware that this venture would cost him several tens or even hundreds of thousands, which caused him a slight pang in his heart. He would need to recuperate those funds from elsewhere. Chen Zhao retrieved the contact numbers of brand sponsors, particularly those to whom he owed money, and began dialing to schedule discussions regarding cooperation. In Baidu, he Zheng met with Li Wenhe, the director of the Charity Gala Organizing Committee. Under the auspices of the Kuaitang Group, Director He, your request is quite challenging for me to fulfill. Chen Zhao's popularity has markedly diminished compared to a fortnight ago. His reputation has since turned around, and any misstep could easily invite widespread criticism online, Li Wenhe stated with concern, though a subtle smile hinted at his inner satisfaction. He Zheng presented a stack of photographs, laying them on the table. Li Wenhe picked them up, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Is this real?" he exclaimed, only to shake his head incredulously. Impossible. If Chen Zhao had such incriminating evidence, it would have surfaced long ago. Why go to such lengths to fabricate evidence against him? Is there such animosity? He Zheng replied with a cold smirk. "How much investment in unreleased dramas has your company lost due to Chen Zhao? You must have some awareness of the financial implications. If this issue remains unresolved, will there ever be peace in the entertainment industry? I am looking out for your best interests." Li Wenhe nodded. "Leave it to me." He raised his glass with a smile, saying, "Cheers to success." Li Wenhe clinked his glass in agreement. Cheers to success. In the evening, at the restaurant, Chen Zhao was like a seasoned negotiator meeting with brand representatives, successfully securing collaborations with 5 brands: Nike, Durex, Dawei Mobile as a spokesperson, Weilong as a spokesperson, and Spalding as a spokesperson. Initially, he owed a breach of contract penalty to Spalding and Dawei Mobile, but this time, not only was the debt forgiven, but he also received an additional $300 million in signing fees. Of course, Chen Zhao made sacrifices and accepted conditions regarding the duration of the contracts and the performance expectations from the other 3 brands, which collectively amounted to $500 million. In total, he secured a staggering $1 billion in signing fees. Once the 5 brand collaborations were announced online, the netizens were taken aback. Wait, did Chen Zhao really earn this much? And he still asks us for gifts? That's outrageous. They were envious, speculating that Chen Zhao might end up with multiple concubines. With the charity gala approaching, it was expected that Chen Zhao would receive an invitation. It would be unreasonable if he didn't donate more. Rejecting moral coercion. Some argued that if Chen Zhao exposed a few problematic artists, it would contribute to the country's revenue, far outweighing his donations. It's hilarious that this trashy artist can make so much money. What has society come to? Upon returning home, Chen Zhao read the news and comments online, then posted, "Watch my moves." After posting, he ignored the online discourse and closed his eyes, feeling a pang of regret as he thought, 10 billion to upgrade the danger perception skill. The 10 billion in his bank account vanished without a trace, and the system's voice echoed in his mind. Danger perception skill upgraded successfully. Range extended to 50 meters. When someone harbors malice towards the host, the target's location and identity can be directly locked on. Chen Zhao exhaled deeply, opening his eyes with a smile. Finally, he could directly lock onto the target's location and identity. As long as he wasn't dealing with underworld elements, his life was relatively secure. Next upgrade requires 20 billion. The smile on Chen Zhao's face froze, and he felt a wave of frustration toward the system. You really are relentless. Always fixated on my money. To reach level 3 required 20 billion, and he dared not imagine how much was needed for the maximum level. When would he be able to live a life of fame, romance, and leisure? Chen Zhao felt lost regarding his future retirement plans. Nevertheless, he knew he had to earn money. This skill at maximum level would be immensely beneficial to him. 3 days later, 2 significant events unfolded in the entertainment industry. First, the death sentence for Chen Mingho was announced. His body had been cremated, and the 4 major families of the fraudulent group were annihilated, with over 500 citizens being repatriated. Second, a charity gala was held in Baidu, attracting nearly half of the entertainment industry and garnering attention from everyone inside and outside the circle. At the charity gala in Baidu, the atmosphere was electric. On either side of the red carpet, fans and reporters gathered in throngs. When a celebrity appeared, the fans erupted in cheers, while the journalists snapped incessantly. Viewers in the live stream, upon seeing a female star, eagerly licked their screens in delight, and upon the sight of a male star, transformed into mentors offering guidance. This fervor continued until the arrival of Chen Zhao. The entire online community rose in unison. The atmosphere was electric. All eyes were fixated on Chen Zhao as he confidently strode down the red carpet, inscribing his name on the autograph board before entering the charity gala. The round tables were arranged in a hierarchy of 3, 6, and 9. Under the guidance of the staff, Chen Zhao took a seat at the central table, which was still vacant. As he looked around, he was joined by Xu Dai, Qin Wanluan, and Teacher He. Teacher He, have you resolved the issue? Chen Zhao gestured with a smile. Teacher He, visibly embarrassed, blushed and shot a sidelong glance at Chen Zhao. You could have stopped me that day, he retorted. It was beyond my control. Just ask Wanluan. You charged straight at the situation without a second thought. Who could have restrained you in that fervor? Qin Wanluan nodded in agreement. Xu Dai stifled a giggle behind her hand. Teacher, he sighed. Who would have imagined Wang Lei to be that kind of person? Sigh. Our entertainment circle has deteriorated somewhat over the years. Xiao Zhao, what you've done is commendable, but do be cautious. Xu Dai puffed out her chest, declaring, I'm here. Let anyone dare to lay a hand on Brother Zhao. She cast a sidelong glance around. Teacher, he was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Chen Zhao with a knowing smile. Qin Wanluan face-palmed. Oh dear, let's not be so blunt. Just as Chen Zhao was about to respond with a smile, a sudden sensation of danger rippled through his mind, marking a specific location. Following the indication, he looked toward it. Their gazes locked. Chen Zhao's mind conjured the identity of this individual along with profound information that resonated deep within his soul. The system's voice then echoed in his mind. The 6th problematic artist has made their appearance. Chapter 36. The revelation of Chen Zhao's homicide incident. Is he exposed? Problematic artist, Li Zheng, age, 24, identity, top-tier artist of Hai Lang Company offense. Insufficient understanding by the host. Understanding level, 10, 30 required to unlock all evidence. Task objective. Task progress, 0. Task rewards, 50 completion, 1 skill. 100 completion, 1 skill, 1 variety card, 200 completion. A mysterious gift package, guaranteed to include 1 skill, 1 card, money, and a song. Chen Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Was his knowledge of Li Zheng truly so scant? It appeared to be the case. His understanding, a mere 10%, was primarily derived from online sources. There were allegations of Li Zheng's fraudulent donations, siphoning funds from charitable organizations, which had once made headlines. Although he was deeply engrossed in an intimate relationship with Chen Ying at the time, he had noticed this news but had not delved into the details. He later learned of the event's resolution, as it had garnered significant attention, prompting thorough investigations by the authorities and the Broadcasting Administration. Ultimately, no wrongdoing was uncovered. The charity publicly disclosed its donation list and the allocation of funds, while Hailang Company revealed Li Zheng's contributions, presenting a series of irrefutable evidences. With both officials and paparazzi failing to uncover any issues, the rumors surrounding Li Zheng were swiftly debunked. The individual who had slandered Li Zheng ended up incarcerated. Chen Zhao's knowledge of Li Zheng was limited to these facts. In the past, he might have believed Li Zheng to be innocent. However, the system's assertion that this individual was problematic, coupled with his own paltry understanding of only 10%, raised concerns. The system, known for its stringent rewards, was unusually generous this time. Even achieving 50% completion would yield a skill, a rarity in previous cases involving exposed problematic artists. The allure of the mysterious gift package was particularly tantalizing. If the baseline rewards were so substantial, one could only imagine the nature of the more enigmatic items. This unexpected generosity from the system led Chen Zhao to anticipate the magnitude of the situation. Yet, why did the system exhibit such hostility towards him? Did it detect that he was a problematic artist? If that were true, he could not help but suspect that the system's partner was somehow linked to Li Zheng, harboring animosity towards him. Clearly, this charity gala was poised to be a challenging affair for him. As their gazes diverged, Chen Zhao inquired, "What do you all know about that incident involving Li Zheng from years ago?" Xu Dai and the others momentarily hesitated. After a brief pause, "Teacher," he responded, "are you referring to the allegations of misappropriated donations and public deception?" Chen Zhao nodded. Given the magnitude of the uproar at the time, the absence of any substantiated issues indicated that it was indeed slander. If there had been any genuine misconduct, the police could not possibly shield Li Zheng. If they could, one would have to wonder about the extent of his connections. "Teacher," he cast a glance at Li Zheng and quietly shared his insights. "That may not necessarily be the case." Chen Zhao pondered inwardly, contemplating the potential complexities entwined in this matter. Behind Li Zheng stands a figure who resides in the lofty clouds. Is it not merely a matter of a single phrase? Even the report you made could very well have been received by him. However, these remain mere conjectures. Chen Zhao could not possibly bring such matters to light. His relationship with Teacher, he is not intimate enough to be devoid of secrets. Inquiries directed at these individuals would yield no fruitful results. It seems the only recourse is to pursue the truth independently. "I do possess some insider information," Qin Luanluan interjected with a mysterious expression. Chen Zhao's eyes brightened, and he hastily pressed for details. "What insider information?" Both Xu Dai and Teacher, he gazed at Qin Luanluan with palpable curiosity. Qin Luanluan glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping and whispered, "Years ago, there were whispers from insiders of a charitable organization suggesting that the publicly released accounts were fabricated and there exists a genuine ledger that was submitted to the government. But the consequences are evident. This information is not guaranteed to be true. I too heard it through the grapevine. Your information is remarkably credible," Chen Zhao thought, filled with delight. A prompt from the system just indicated a 5 increase in understanding. It appears that Qin Luanluan's gossip is indeed authentic. Her habit of lurking in the shadows has yielded some genuine insights. "Do you have the contact details of the individual who leaked this information?" Chen Zhao inquired eagerly. Qin Luanluan shook her head. "Why would I need to remember that person's contact information? Besides, the message was deleted shortly after it was released, and the account has since been terminated." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhao resigned himself to silence. "Brother Zhao, why are you inquiring about this matter? Could it be?" Xu Dai's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Chen Zhao. Just as Chen Zhao was about to respond, 3 familiar figures approached, though he could not recall their names. With outsiders present, they ceased their detailed discussion, engaging in small talk as they awaited the commencement of the charity gala. Soon, the venue's lights dimmed, only to abruptly burst into a kaleidoscope of colors, ultimately focusing on the stage where a lightly clad female host made her entrance. It is now precisely 7 o'clock in Baidu, and you are witnessing the 5th charity gala of Baidu. I'm your host, Su Lo. This charity gala is sponsored by... The host continued to read from her script when suddenly, a jarring sound from the microphone interrupted her, causing the stars, journalists, and social elites present to frown in discontent. Li Wenhe took to the stage with a serious expression, microphone in hand. The organizing committee has just received an anonymous tip-off, alleging that one among us has exploited charitable donations intended for impoverished communities to embezzle funds, resulting in grievous harm, murder, and attempted rape. Consequently, we must interrupt the opening ceremony for the Kuaiting Group. This charity gala and the entertainment industry cannot harbor such despicable and hypocritical individuals. At Li Wenhe's words, a low murmur rose among the audience. Attendees began whispering to one another or glancing around, their faces betraying expressions of surprise and curiosity, as if signaling to the outside world that they were not implicated. The director, seizing the moment, panned the camera across the faces of the stars at various tables. With each celebrity that came into view, viewers in the live stream began to speculate about who was being accused. However, this time, everyone's acting skills were as convincing as those of an Oscar-winning actor, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the truth. Chen Zhao furrowed his brow, only to relax moments later, with Li Zheng's malice and the inexplicable hostility directed at him, compounded by his tarnished reputation within the entertainment industry and a previous fallout with the director of the publicity department. He found it perplexing that they still invited him to the charity gala. All these events interlinked led Chen Zhao to realize that this charity event was a trap set for him. He mused that he had instilled fear among the industry's elite, sending a few cash cows into the fray, making him a thorn in their side. It was inconceivable that they would not retaliate against him. So, who could be waiting for me here? Qin Wanwan inquired curiously in a hushed tone. Before anyone could respond, Li Wenhe on stage volunteered the answer. The person I'm referring to is Chen Zhao. The moment he spoke, the atmosphere in the room erupted. All lights, camera angles, and reporters' lenses seemed to have GPS, swiftly honing in on Chen Zhao in less than a second. The gazes of celebrities and social elites in attendance converged upon Chen Zhao, filled with various expressions. Contempt, disdain, and vengefulness dominated. In their astonishment, Xu Dai and Qin Wanwan could hardly believe it. They were about to speak up in Chen Zhao's defense when he grasped their hands, rising calmly amidst the crowd's scrutiny. With composure, Chen Zhao stated, "Just a few days ago, I signed contracts with 5 brand merchants, securing an astonishing sum of $1 billion. Do you really think I would defraud a charitable organization? Isn't that rather ludicrous?" He continued, "As for causing injury and attempted rape, did Chen Yingjing and Hua Yi send you anonymous messages?" Chen Zhao's sardonic remark elicited a chuckle from the crowd. The viewers in the live stream, initially shocked and outraged, began to reflect. Indeed, Chen Zhao had no reason to resort to such actions. With irrefutable evidence, do you still dare to argue? Li Wenhe lashed out, as images and fabricated evidence from He Zheng appeared on the big screen, which were utterly unrecognizable. At that moment, a man and a woman emerged from backstage. The man was in a wheelchair, while the woman appeared emaciated and visibly unwell. Chen Zhao, do you recall this individual? Surely, you haven't forgotten the recent news of fatality and an injury on the streets of Magic City. This person is the injured party, and it was you who left him incapacitated. It was you who committed murder. The evidence was irrefutable, and the police had solid proof. What could you possibly argue against that? Get out. The police are waiting outside. This charity gala does not welcome you. Do not desecrate this sacred space. Li Wenhe, filled with righteous indignation, pointed towards the exit as he chastised Chen Zhao. The hall fell silent for a few seconds until Li Zheng shouted, "Get out, murderer, rapist! Get out, murderer, rapist!" The chorus of accusations reverberated throughout the venue. Xu Dai and Qin Wanwan remained frozen in their seats, at a loss. They could not fathom that Chen Zhao could commit such acts, yet the concrete evidence and witnesses left them with no room to contest. Chen Zhao simply smiled. He never anticipated that there would be individuals specifically targeting him, going so far as to retrieve evidence from the police station to contrive against him. Although the accusations of murder and causing bodily harm stem solely from this person's testimony, the police department's backing as a formidable source of evidence would lead everyone to believe it. After all, who could fathom that those who conspire against him could reach into the precinct? Had he lacked the means to refute these claims, he might have genuinely faced dire consequences. However, let them experience the repercussions of their own actions. To slander me? They are unaware of my formidable capabilities. Chapter 37. Chen Zhao's Counterattack, the seventh problematic artist. The charity gala. Amidst the furious denunciations from the audience, Chen Zhao remained unperturbed, gazing at the figure in the wheelchair, whose shadowy eyes and fierce countenance were fixed upon him. "What's your name?" Chen Zhao inquired. "You accuse me of murder, yet I do not even know your name. We are strangers. Why would I want to kill you? I am Hu Erlang. As for why you are accused of murder, who can say? Once you are in the police station, the interrogation will reveal everything," Hu Erlang replied in a deep voice. Chen Zhao silently contemplated, utilized the puppet. The target is Hu Erlang. As the words left his lips, he felt a puppet materialize in his mind, its visage resembling that of the wheelchair-bound Hu Erlang, granting him control over the puppet's actions. "Hu Erlang, why you seek my death? Who has incited you to defame me?" Chen Zhao exclaimed fiercely, startling everyone present, who regarded him with incredulous looks, as if to say, "Have you lost your mind? You are the murderer, not the victim." "Ha! It seems our so-called hero, who frequently exposes others and purges the entertainment industry of its evils, cannot bear the weight of his own exposure," a voice mocked. "Someone, take Chen Zhao away and hand him over to the police. This murderer and rapist presence here is an affront to our sacred charity gala." Several bodyguards swiftly approached Chen Zhao from the corridor. At that moment, Hu Erlang's dazed voice broke through, because Chen Zhao exposed Chen Mingho, Wang Lei, and others, disrupting our business operations and causing us significant losses. Chen Zhao must pay the price. Not only must he die, but there are also individuals targeting his parents. Chen Zhao's previously calm demeanor shifted dramatically. All he desired was to leave this place and return home. Suddenly, he felt a tug at his sleeve. Looking down, he saw Shu Dai whispering, "Leave it to me." Chen Zhao hesitated, recalling that Shu Dai's uncle was the police chief in Yin City, with his own family residing just next door in the city. With her uncle's influence, securing protection for his parents from the Yin City police should be a trivial matter. With this thought, Chen Zhao exhaled in relief, whispering his gratitude. "Thank you." He then turned his attention back to Li Wenhe, focusing on the confrontation. Hu Erlang's words had bewildered many in attendance. They were lost as to how the situation had escalated to involve the Chen Mingho incident. What business was Chen Mingho involved in? Human trafficking? Does that mean Hu Erlang is part of a telecom fraud ring? Is that true? Li Wenhe's expression turned anxious as he gestured to Hu Erlang. "What are you doing revealing such information? We're so close to sealing the deal. And now you've exposed your true colors." But Hu Erlang's subsequent revelations left Li Wenhe feeling utterly helpless, wishing he could eliminate Hu Erlang on the spot. "He Zheng approached me, instructing me to pin the recent incident, one dead, one injured, on Chen Zhao. Given their status and background, I believed I could orchestrate Chen Zhao's demise. And so I agreed." Smack! Li Wen raised his hand and struck Hu Erlang sharply across the face. "What nonsense are you spouting? I don't even know you. I bear no animosity towards Chen Zhao, so why would you slander him? You came here claiming that Chen Zhao killed someone, leading to your disability. It turns out you were just fabricating stories. Bring this man away and hand him over to the police." Li Wen shouted, his voice breaking with urgency, fearing that Hu Erlang might utter more damaging words. He hastily retrieved a wad of paper from his pocket and stuffed it into Hu Erlang's mouth. If he continued to ramble, who knows whom else he might wrongfully accuse? Such a human trafficker is nothing but a beast, and his words are utterly untrustworthy. Had I known his true identity, I would never have been deceived into slandering Chen Zhao. Li Wen hurriedly clarified, seeking to redeem himself. The stars present and the journalists, along with the viewers in the live stream, were momentarily bewildered. Had they just traversed through time, skipping several hours? How had this individual suddenly transformed from a witness into a human trafficker, while Chen Zhao morphed from a murderer into a victim of slander? And Li Wen shifted from being resolute to appearing misled? Was this not merely a performance staged by Li Wen and Chen Zhao to generate traffic and garner attention today? Is there any truth to your claims? Did Chen Zhao truly assault you? Has your village indeed accused Chen Zhao of defrauding charitable organizations? Is there any concrete evidence? Think carefully before you speak. In the current atmosphere of heightened scrutiny, your fabrications could land you in prison. Li Wen fixed his gaze sharply on the visibly shaken woman. The woman raised her head, meeting Li Wen's fierce eyes, surrounded by the gazes of numerous stars and the flashing of cameras. Overwhelmed, she fainted and collapsed to the ground. "Someone, take her to the hospital." Li Wen cursed inwardly, seething with frustration on the outside. "Ladies and gentlemen, I was misled by a vile individual and used these forged evidences to ruin this splendid charity gala and wrongfully accused Chen Zhao. I admit my mistake." Li Wen quickly acknowledged his error, eager to conclude this matter swiftly and investigate what poison Hu Erlang had ingested to cause such chaos at a critical moment. He also needed to find a way to steer the subsequent public discourse, minimizing the impact on himself and He Zheng, while devising another plan to deal with Chen Zhao. He understood that he could deceive others, but not Chen Zhao, as he had already made his intentions clear. It was a matter of life or death. Reconciliation was no longer an option. The charity gala resumed after a brief intermission. Having finished speaking, Li Wen departed hastily. Chen Zhao took a seat, facing the scrutinizing gazes and cameras around him. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he contemplated how to retaliate, to be slandered and targeted before the entire internet, while also squandering an opportunity to showcase his puppet would lead to significant losses if he failed to expose even one individual. However, Li Zheng lacked any solid evidence to back up his claims and could not reveal anything. Others. Chen Zhao's gaze swept over the crowd, each individual familiar to him, their names readily recalled, alongside their standing within their respective companies. Yet, he remained oblivious to any potential scandals lurking beneath the surface. In the realm of entertainment, such secrets are meticulously concealed, ideally remaining undiscovered throughout one's lifetime. Moreover, the art of hiding such scandals is well mastered among them. Otherwise, they would have long been exposed by the relentless paparazzi. Furthermore, his previous entanglement with Chen Yingjing had consumed his attention, leaving little room to ponder the indiscretions of others. Chen Yingjing and those associated with her had garnered notoriety primarily through her own scandals, a matter of sheer luck. With a resigned glance, Chen Zhao suddenly noticed Qin Wanwan, fervently engaged in a heated exchange on her phone. While he lacked knowledge of various star scandals, Qin Wanwan was well-versed in them, constantly navigating the tumultuous waters of the entertainment industry. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Wanwan muttered a curse, nudging Chen Zhao with her elbow. "Brother Zhao, the fans of Kai Fan are utterly repugnant. They perpetuate baseless claims. If one would argue that it takes two to tango, then the mere act of someone slandering you implies that you possess flaws. Otherwise, why would no one defame Kai Fan? Ugh." The rumors of Kai Fan lip-syncing, undergoing plastic surgery, and the fan club's antics are circulating online with such conviction. By their logic, doesn't that imply Kai Cohen has his own issues? As Qin Wanwan's words resonated, a voice echoed in Chen Zhao's mind. The seventh problematic artist has emerged, Kai Fan. Once ranked among the 4 top stars of the Dacia entertainment scene, today he graced the charity gala. Problematic artist, Kai Fan. Mission objective: imprisonment yields a reward of 200%. 50% grants a variety show card, 100% award the skill 1. Life skills 1, and 200% provide the skill 1 along with a summons from the King of Hell. Chapter 38. Unveiling Scandals in the Courtroom. The unsavory truths of charitable organizations. Chen Zhao's gaze honed in on Kai Fan, observing his striking profile with a jawline as sharp as a blade. It was hard not to chuckle at the entertainment industry's extravagant praise of his appearance, claiming he was a once-in-4,000 years beauty. For 1,000 years? Any random reader from a novel by an author named Chang Hong could easily outshine Kai Fan. With no great generals in Shu Han, Liao Hua took the lead. To boast so brazenly about one's looks and even allow one's fans to engage in online bullying is beyond audacity. Not only was it for the system's mission, Chen Zhao felt compelled to thoroughly undermine Kai Fan. Moreover, with the system offering substantial rewards, he was determined to see Kai Fan imprisoned, where he could learn the esteemed sewing machine skills advocated by the state, skills that would ensure lifelong employment. System, extract Kai Fan's scandals, Chen Zhao thought, and instantly, a radiant golden light flickered in the system space, conjuring a thick dossier that settled quietly within. Chen Zhao's consciousness transformed into a hand that flipped through the pages, absorbing all the secrets contained therein. Kai Fan's hidden misdeeds. Doesn't he feel any shame? Chen Zhao murmured, genuinely admiring Kai Fan. With his time management skills and looks, what drove him to such heinous acts? Indeed, there were allegations of assault. It seemed that many celebrities in the entertainment industry, unable to control their baser instincts, gradually transitioned from exploiting fans to engaging in more grievous offenses. Substance abuse often accompanied gambling, and gambling was invariably linked to illicit activities. Many in the entertainment realm seemed to believe that dabbling in only one vice was somehow less disgraceful. It was baffling how their psyche evolved to justify such transformations. Upon retirement, he contemplated establishing a class dedicated to dissecting how virtuous individuals devolved into such wretched characters. What? Zhao Ge, aren't you going to publicly condemn their actions? Qin Wanwan questioned, casting a puzzled glance at Chen Zhao. Quickly dismissing her thoughts, she thrust her phone towards him, indignation in her voice. Why should I condemn them? They are but pawns. The more attention you give them, the more they perceive your urgency, even if you can't fathom how they arrive at that conclusion. But whatever. Chen Zhao ceased imparting his insights to Qin Wanwan, wary of the endless discourse. His focus remained on Kai Fan. He summarized succinctly, the more you care about them, the more they will drag you down to their level, engaging in a battle of wits with those accustomed to the shallow end of the intellectual pool. If you aim to succeed, eliminate what they hold dear, and they will become your pawns, or even your admirers. Qin Wanwan appeared utterly bewildered. Shu Dai whispered, You mean to take down Kai Fan? What? Qin Wanwan's eyes widened, her tone rising significantly, drawing disapproving glances from those around them. However, upon realizing it was Qin Wanwan, their gazes shifted to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao. Zhao Ge, you are aware. Qin Wanwan excitedly gestured towards Kai Fan. Hush, Chen Zhao whispered, glancing back to discern the situation. He ceased speaking, contemplating how to unveil the truth later, maximizing his own benefits while also seeking revenge. He did not believe that the charity gala committee would allow him to take the stage. Shu Yi. Shu Dai nudged Chen Zhao's arm. Confused, he turned to her. Zhao Ge, do you truly possess evidence and intend to retaliate on stage? Chen Zhao nodded, his eyes sparkling with determination. Do you have a plan? Indeed, but it may not concern the committee. However, Wanwan can assist. Chen Zhao gazed in astonishment at the seemingly aloof girl, whose heart was brimming with gossip. Qin Wanwan has a significant background? Of course. Anyone who could befriend Shu Dai must possess considerable connections. Leave it to me, Qin Wanwan proclaimed confidently, straightening her posture before departing the venue to find a secluded spot to make a call. Moments later, she returned. All set. When you take the stage, to speak your mind, someone will support you. Chen Zhao was rendered speechless. What had seemed daunting to him was merely a phone call away for Qin Wanwan. Damn it. I'll compete with you privileged second-generation elites, he thought, a twinge of envy stirring within. Nevertheless, he soon resolved that as long as he enhanced his influence, exposed problematic artists, and fostered good relations with Shu Dai and Qin Wanwan, he would one day wield power over others as well. As time passed, the host concluded his lengthy discourse on the charity gala's contributions and accolades over the years, transitioning into the next segment, donations. Staff distributed cards to each attendee, inviting them to inscribe their donation amounts or other contributions, with no pressure to donate a specific sum. However, when it was time for the stars to take the stage, Chen Zhao observed that donations were decidedly aligned with their status, ranging from 500,000 to 3 million. The atmosphere ignited when Kai Fan took the stage, pledging 10 million. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. We must not remain aloof for too long, forgetting that beneath us are those living in hardship, including the children of impoverished regions, our nation's future. I hope certain individuals will not be stingy. No matter how much wealth one possesses, it cannot be spent alone. Sharing excess funds could transform the destinies of thousands. With that, Kai Fan exited amidst thunderous applause. Fans in the live stream flooded the chat with tears, declaring his greatness, swearing off any negative remarks about him. Chen Zhao couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. With Kai Fan's words, any subsequent donations that fell short would invite scorn from the internet, branding them as mercenary and lacking empathy. The very next donor was Chen Zhao, who envisioned the backlash he would face if he pledged 3 million, scrutinized by the moralistic critics. Kai Fan had truly played him like a fiddle. What the predicamen? I have yet to expose your dark secrets or declare you my adversary, yet you dare to strike first. Thus, I shall not hold back. As the host called out his name, Chen Zhao stepped onto the stage, under the watchful eyes of the audience and the online viewers. Everyone was eager to discern the amount Chen Zhao would donate, speculating that he could not possibly contribute less than Kai Fan, who had recently received a staggering endorsement fee in the billions. Standing on stage, microphone in hand, Chen Zhao surveyed the multitude of expressions below, the flashes from cameras capturing every moment. With a perplexed audience, he withdrew a single dollar from his pocket and tossed it into the donation box, proclaiming, "I am donating $1. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Then, the atmosphere erupted. The noise swelled, and reporters rushed forward, cameras in hand, frantically capturing the scene. The director aimed the camera at Chen Zhao, eager to discern whether he was jesting. Such poor character, if you do not wish to donate. No one is forcing you. What mockery is this, throwing a single dollar? Take your dollar and leave. I shall donate 10 million, Kai Fan declared, microphone in hand. Instantly, applause thundered throughout the venue, celebrating Kai Fan's generosity and kindness. Millions of viewers online expressed admiration, hailing him as a true gentleman. It was no surprise that he could serve as a charity ambassador for our great nation, for such a reputation was well-deserved. Who would have thought that someone frequently criticized could possess such benevolence? While on the other hand, Chen Zhao, his character truly fell short. Chen Zhao was likened to a paparazzo, hoarding wealth without sharing, brazenly demanding gifts while relying on undisclosed scandals. I had long recognized his nature as despicable and could not fathom why he garnered such a following. Why does he not simply vanish? His act of tossing a single dollar not only insulted those with genuine compassion present, but also disrespected the organizing committee and the impoverished communities. I shudder to think of the heartbreak his actions would evoke in those less fortunate. Thankfully, there was Kai Fan. The online audience erupted in condemnation of Chen Zhao, though a small faction quietly prepared snacks, ready to witness the unfolding drama. These were Chen Zhao's devoted fans, who understood him all too well. When Chen Zhao exhibited such erratic behavior, it indicated he was preparing to cause a stir. As he absorbed the vitriol and disdain from the crowd, a smirk crept across his lips as he surveyed Kai Fan and several other celebrities associated with the scandals. These individuals were typically derided by netizens for their lackluster performances. However, at this moment, Chen Zhao contemplated that the Oscars should be held today in this very place, believing it would be a fierce competition to determine the strongest leading actor. Why should I part with my money to enrich those who contribute nothing of value? Will the funds from this charity truly reach the hands of the impoverished? Will your donations be delivered without fail? I cannot see it, can you? Esteemed members of the organizing committee? Chapter 39. Bombarding the charity gala. Chen Zhao calls out names. Chen Zhao's words rendered the venue speechless. The expressions of celebrities and philanthropists alike shifted nervously, their bodies instinctively performing various unnatural gestures. Seated in the front row, Li Wenhe and other committee members felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, their faces betraying a hint of panic. Yet, upon noticing the cameras pointed directly at them, they maintained their composure, despite the tempest of emotions brewing within. Viewers in the live stream, upon hearing Chen Zhao's remarks, sensed something amiss. Their vitriolic comments began to dwindle as they settled into an anticipatory silence. Longtime supporters of Chen Zhao surfaced in the chat, declaring, "It's happening." A flurry of identical comments ensued, and the old fans shared knowing smiles as they collectively understood Chen Zhao's intentions. They realized that his initial words were merely an appetizer. The main course was yet to come. This time, Chen Zhao aimed to take aim at the withered Vine Charity Organization, a state-sanctioned charity gala. Chen Zhao had guts. "Mr. Li, do you have any explanations for Chen Zhao's claims? Is there any truth to what Chen Zhao said?" The reporters pressed, almost shoving their cameras into Li Wenhe's face. Holding the microphone, Li Wenhe replied with unwavering calmness. The charity organization has conducted 5 sessions, and I can account for every single donation and its allocation, all meticulously documented. We publish our accounts every 2 months, and the financial records are subject to scrutiny by the Tax Bureau on a monthly basis. If there were truly any issues, they would have surfaced long ago. I assure everyone that not a single cent of the donations has lined the pockets of our committee members. Every penny has been utilized for the betterment of our homeland. As for the unfounded information that Chen Zhao seems to have acquired, I can only express my apologies for being misled into attacking and slandering you. However, I implore you not to direct your animosity towards this charity gala and the compassionate individuals present. They are blameless. Li Wenhe's virtuous demeanor garnered recognition from some oblivious viewers in the live stream. Chen Zhao chuckled, sensing that he had finally hooked his target. His earlier statements were crafted to elicit this very response from Li Wenhe. Without such a response, he would have been unable to uproot all those involved in this matter. With Li Wenhe's answer, the reporters turned their gaze towards Chen Zhao. He spoke, "Mr. Li, your confidence is commendable. Surely you wouldn't mind presenting the financial records for our perusal?" Of course, Li Wenhe readily agreed, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, as did the others privy to the truth. It appeared that Chen Zhao lacked tangible evidence and was merely engaging in baseless defamation. If he had any proof, he would not have requested access to the financial records. Soon, a comprehensive list of data appeared on the large screen, detailing the allocation of funds by the charity organization, how much was donated, how much remained. The records even included a ledger of every donor's contributions, serving as irrefutable evidence. One could say it was utterly impeccable. Chen Zhao, do you find any discrepancies in this financial record? If you are a benevolent individual, upon your generous contribution to our charitable organization, a significant portion will be returned. We can also make a call to the bank on site for confirmation. The organizing committee of our charity gala welcomes the scrutiny of all, and we are prepared to present any evidence you wish to see. However, we shall not tolerate baseless slander against compassionate individuals or the impoverished. Chen Zhao, if you believe there is no issue and have no further concerns, then you may take your leave. Li Wenhe, Kai Fan, and several other celebrities from the committee began to speak. Do you truly think I would be concerned about such a trifling sum? To have benevolence so maliciously slandered and doubted is disheartening. Chen Zhao, you owe an apology to each of us. Chen Zhao smiled as he pointed at the financial records displayed on the large screen, remarking on the impressive fabrication of false accounts. I possess a copy of the financial data concerning the charity gala, sent to me by an insider from a certain withered Vine charity organization, which I believe merits your attention. As Chen Zhao produced a USB drive, intending to summon someone to project it, a staff member swiftly ascended the stage to seize the USB and descend with it. The expressions of Li Wenhe and others shifted, their anxiety palpable. Does Chen Zhao truly possess evidence? He has always deleted the genuine financial records. How could he possibly have the authentic data? Li Wenhe felt a surge of panic. He realized that Chen Zhao was acting suspiciously. The situation seemed dire, yet the witness was now recanting at the crucial moment. Chen Zhao had previously claimed he had never interacted with their withered Vine charity organization. Yet now he appeared to know everything, possessing veritable financial records. This was utterly illogical. As Li Wenhe and others grappled with their unease, the large screen displayed a new set of financial data, starkly contrasting with that initially presented by the committee. This revelation caused a stir among the audience. The construction of a golf course, costing billions. The establishment of educational buildings and hospitals in Sanhe district. Isn't that a villa area? They receive tens of billions in donations annually, yet only a few million are allocated to impoverished regions. This is utterly corrupt. Committee, we demand an explanation. Some individuals, entirely unaware of the intricacies, were infuriated, having merely wished to contribute to impoverished areas. They pounded the table in anger, for they were not fools and could discern the truth from the falsehoods presented. They could see the expressions on Li Wenhe's face and understood the implications. To think that Kai Fan would even receive back the money he donated, implying he hadn't truly contributed at all, was a biting irony for a charity ambassador. Shu Dai scoffed loudly, expressing her disdain. Kai Fan's face turned ashen as he glared at Chen Zhao with fury, mustering the courage to speak. These are all fabrications. I have donated every single penny. I do not lack for money. In the face of Kai Fan's wrathful gaze, Chen Zhao smiled, sensing the control slipping from him. This was merely the beginning. Are you certain you lack? With a harem of mistresses, each a voracious consumer, Kai Fan, I believe you are indeed in need. The atmosphere erupted. Journalists and camera operators struggled to keep pace with the unfolding chaos. The netizens in the live broadcast room seemed to be experiencing some CPU overload. Kai Fan's fans could hardly believe that their idol would behave as Chen Zhao suggested. I'm at a loss for words. What are you talking about? Kai Fan appeared visibly anxious, his speech somewhat hesitant. This palpable unease was clearly visible on the large screen at the charity gala, eliciting various reactions from the audience. Some appeared guilty, others shook their heads in disappointment, while a few regarded him with disdain. Are you unaware? Then let me inquire of those who are in the know. Li Jing, Feng Kuhili. Chen Zhao recited the names as if summoning souls, and with each name, the director astutely focused on the respective individual. Finally, Chen Zhao called out, He Zheng, have you forgotten the joyful moments you shared together? Do you need me to help you recall? I happen to have a video here, though I am uncertain who placed it on my phone. Chapter 40. A sudden turn at the charity gala. The atmosphere at the charity gala shifted dramatically as Kai Fan selflessly bore the burden of the unfolding crisis. Chen Zhao's insinuating words echoed like the whispers of a malevolent spirit, instilling a sense of dread among the celebrities named. He Zheng, Kai Fan, Li Wen, and others. Restless in their seats, they were caught in a dilemma. Leaving was not an option, yet remaining was equally uncomfortable. The camera panned between them, exposing their every anxious gesture to millions of viewers in the live broadcast. Though they had not glanced in a mirror, they were acutely aware of their pallid complexions. Their faces drained of color. Each of them struggled to mask their inner turmoil, but their efforts were futile. One individual even overturned a teacup, the dark green liquid staining the crimson tablecloth, only realizing the mishap when it dripped onto their leg. This palpable anxiety, an emotion that could not be refuted, elicited mixed reactions from the onlookers. Some smirked and schadenfreude, while others shook their heads in resignation, as if lamenting the fleeting nature of celebrity. The rise to fame was swift and spectacular, transforming ordinary individuals into superstars almost overnight. Amidst the flowers and applause, the allure of wealth was intoxicating. Yet the ability to resist such temptations seemed precarious, collapsing in an instant. The entertainment industry appeared to be in disarray, leaving veteran artists bewildered. What lay ahead for this realm? Would it rely on tuneless singers, dependent on legions of sound engineers, or actors who would resort to stunt doubles instead of taking the stage themselves, endlessly reciting scripted lines with lifeless expressions? Reflections on the past decades flooded their minds, an era brimming with vibrant stars, captivating films, and an abundance of melodious songs. Yet now, the landscape was dominated by formulaic romances and fantastical tales, all indistinguishably replicated. When did this transformation occur? It felt as if a mere moment had led to this present reality. Fan, tell Chen that it's not true. Jing, you're still the pure maiden, right? Kiki, Chen's words are all false. Aren't they? Please say something. The fans of Kai Fan, Li Jing, and Feng Ku, seated in the back, erupted in a chorus of despair, their cries echoing like the sky had fallen. Yet, their fervent protests went unanswered by the celebrities on stage. In the live stream, laughter erupted as it became evident that Kai Fan and the others were indeed ensnared by Chen Zhao's accusations. Yet they remained in disbelief. Those fortunate enough to afford tickets to the event were undoubtedly fervent fans, who regarded their idols as their everything, possessions of their own. Now, confronted with the realization that their beloved idols had long been molded into someone else's image, how could they not feel enraged? Kai Fan, be gentle. Kiki says it hurts. You fools get lost. There's no evidence. Why should we take Chen's word as gospel? Fan simply doesn't want to engage with that lunatic. What my sister says is correct. Besides, regardless of the facts, isn't Chen not in the wrong? What? Chen is at fault? Where has he erred? Don't concern yourself. He is simply in the wrong. Meanwhile, the situation at the venue took an unforeseen turn. The fervent fans, long deprived of a response, descended into madness, violently casting aside their light sticks and water bottles. "Kai Fan, how could you betray us? Go to hell!" They shouted, their rage palpable. The enclosed charity gala hall became a tempest of light sticks and water bottles raining down, a dazzling yet painful spectacle. Perhaps sensing the monotony of this peculiar rain, the fervent fans began to sing, their voices intertwining like fragrant melodies. Yet, those who were struck by the projectiles did not find beauty in the chaos. Stars and benevolent figures alike cried out in anguish, blood spilling forth as the scene devolved into disarray. Chen Zhao stood in bewilderment. This was not how he envisioned the situation. Should not Kai Fan and Li Wen be anxious? Did their fans truly feel such urgency? Security. Chen Zhao recognized that Li Wen lacked the composure to manage the scene. Thus he resolved to restore order and prevent the stage he had painstakingly constructed from descending into chaos. After all, this minor scandal was inconsequential. However, his words were drowned out by the jarring cacophony surrounding him, leaving only the initial phrases audible. Everyone present clutched their ears in pain. Momins Late, Gaifan, with reddened eyes and a fierce countenance, fixed his gaze on Chen Zhao. "I know nothing of why this money has returned to my account. On what grounds do you suspect us? Your account book? Why should we accept your claim of its authenticity? Could it not be a system error within the withered Vine charity organization, leading to all this confusion? Any outcome is conceivable. Why must you assume we have misappropriated funds? If there were an issue, would it be your place to address it? Do you believe the tax bureau officials are fools? As for your accusations regarding my numerous mistresses, yes, I have relations with Feng Ku and Li Jing. So what? Have we broken the law or committed a crime? We have merely made mistakes that any human might make. And what of you, Chen Zhao? Are you any better? You juggle multiple affairs, betraying Chen Yingjing while maintaining ambiguous ties with Qin Luan and Xu Dai. Are you not guilty of similar transgressions? Who do you think you are? Wielding unknown sources of information as if they grant you authority to judge our lives? Kai Fan paused, took a breath, and continued his tirade. If we truly committed crimes, there are laws, police, and courts to judge us. Who are you? A man with no significant achievements after years in this industry, a petty individual, to dictate terms to us. You lack the qualifications. His words resounded with conviction, echoing the indignation of a wronged spouse retaliating against her husband's accusations. The stars present silently commended his words, nearly rising to applaud, fully in agreement. How dare Chen Zhao wield flimsy evidence as a sword hanging over their heads? If they truly have a problem, there are laws to impose sanctions. Chen Zhao, who do you think you are? On what grounds do you expose us? Shouldn't you just present your evidence to the police? You merely seek to profit from us. Bah, despicable. The fans present, as well as those in the live stream, harbor countless thoughts they wish to express. Yet when their fingers hover over the keyboard, they find themselves at a loss for words. Kai Fan speaks as if there is no issue. No, there is indeed a problem. The fans' emotional turmoil begins to escalate, their fingers running through their hair in frustration. He Zheng, Li Wenhe, and others gradually regain their composure, their hands steadying around their teacups. Kai Fan is quite perceptive, aware that his own sacrifice could obscure the discrepancies in the charity gala's financial records, shifting the focus from Chen Zhao's widespread exposure to the tax bureau. This way, they might evade accountability. They do not believe Chen Zhao possesses any further evidence. The sole proof he could have is likely the ledger handed to him by some traitor. Now, the entire internet is captivated by Kai Fan's situation, and they feel reassured. They will remember Kai Fan's sacrifice, and, once the crisis has passed, send him off to the land of cherry blossoms. What? Is it cruel to take advantage of someone in distress? Yes, it is. He Zheng, Li Wenhe, and the other committee members exchange knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them as their gazes land on Chen Zhao, locking eyes with him in an instant. Faced with Chen Zhao's ambiguous smile, their hearts sink. Is there a backup plan? Chen Zhao gazes at Kai Fan with a smirk. Indeed, you are right. I lack the standing to judge you from a lofty perch. Kai Fan feels a flicker of joy, only to stiffen suddenly. Then let the police come. I happen to have several videos that should be reviewed together to determine if a crime has been committed. Someone call the police. If he currently has no evidence in hand, this matter will devolve into a classic tale reminiscent of Edison Chen's scandal. Ultimately, he may, like Chen, exit the scene after a tirade, retaining most of his fervent fans, perhaps even gaining a reputation for being audacious and manly, which might elevate his popularity and allow him to engage in reckless behavior, all while effectively obscuring the grave issues of embezzlement plaguing the Guotong charity organization. This, he believes, encapsulates Kai Fan's true thoughts. It is no wonder he was silent earlier. He was contemplating a way out. That Kai Fan, with his intellect, could devise such a plan without his emotional state becoming overwhelmed is indeed remarkable. Alas, he has his own contingencies. The evidence is abundant. Chapter 41. The King of Hell calls the names. Those names shall perish. The police arrive at the charity gala. Kai Fan's expression shifted, revealing a hint of panic as he opened his mouth, contemplating whether to intervene and stop the person about to call the police. No, I was merely speaking with righteous indignation. There is no need to truly involve the authorities. The script I had envisioned did not unfold this way. It should have been Chen Zhao, feeling defeated, apologizing, helplessly grappling with the dire situation I had concocted, astonished by its audacity. He would then declare that due to his reprehensible conduct, which failed to meet public expectations for a public figure, and the adverse impact on society and its people, he was unfit to continue his career as an artist. Thus, he would donate several million and announce his retirement from the industry, leaving the entire internet in shock over his magnanimity, trending on all platforms. He would shed a portion of his fan base only to attract a new wave, establishing a unique brand for himself. Wouldn't that be a net gain? Yet, the narrative did not proceed as I had anticipated. Under Xu Dai's covert influence, the police arrived swiftly. She feared Chen Zhao lacked sufficient evidence from the charity gala's aftermath. Thus, she once more leveraged her familial connections, reaching out to her uncle at the tax bureau to investigate the financial dealings of the Withered Vine charity. Amidst the fervor of Qin Luan and other stars who eagerly wished for Kai Fan's downfall to elevate their own status, the charity gala's live stream attracted millions of viewers. After completing their machinations, Xu Dai and Qin Luan exchanged a glance, a spark of electricity crackling in the air. You've invoked family connections for Zhao several times now. You wouldn't. Qin Luan inquired in a hushed, gossiping tone, though the tension in her eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. I am his disciple, Xu Dai replied awkwardly, quickly countering with a question of her own. Why are you so devoted to helping him? I wish to enhance the performance. Qin Luan fabricated a reason, and the two fell into silence, their minds racing with unspoken thoughts. Teacher, he gently shook his head, casting a glance at Chen Zhao, his expression a mixture of envy and admiration. Surrounded by two stunning women of influential backgrounds, Chen Zhao appeared as if he were the center of a dream. Teacher, he mused, how splendid it is to be handsome. However, he understood that Chen Zhao's aspirations of possessing both were nothing more than fanciful dreams. The backgrounds of these two women were formidable. Before long, the police arrived. The atmosphere shifted from a hum to a profound silence as officers took the stage. Chen Zhao retrieved several USB drives from his pocket and addressed the officers. Officer, I wish to report a conspiracy involving Li Jing, Feng Ku, He Zheng, and Kai Fan. I wish to report that He Zheng embezzled over $1 billion and assaulted a university student, ultimately leaving her boyfriend disabled. I wish to report that Kai Fan has committed acts against a minor. I wish to report that Li Wenhe, Li Jing, Kai Fan, Feng Ku, He Li, Zhangji, Feng He, among 12 others, have misappropriated billions in charitable donations. This is the evidence. Chen Zhao's words echoed through the charity gala, plunging the venue into an eerie silence. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape. The officers on stage were equally astonished, momentarily unable to retrieve the USB drive from Chen Zhao's hand. The barrage of comments in the live stream had come to a standstill as viewers grappled with the gravity of Chen Zhao's words. It appeared that his accusations were not merely directed at Kai Fan and a few others, but rather encompassed a dozen individuals. How could Chen Zhao possibly possess such definitive evidence against so many? It seemed implausible for one person to hold such substantial proof. Was it possible that Chen Zhao was fabricating this? The murmurs of the crowd grew louder, and even the fervent fans who had been so enraged moments ago now quieted, eager for answers. The sharp, jarring revelations pierced the ears of those named by Chen Zhao, leaving them agitated and pale. They sat frozen in their seats, fists clenched tightly, hearts racing as if they might leap into their throats, cold sweat trickling down their backs. One individual even suffered from gastric spasms due to anxiety. The facade of their composed, high-society personas was now laid bare before the viewers in the live stream, revealing a complex mix of emotions and a sense of dark satisfaction among the audience. It was a revelation that even the seemingly untouchable could feel fear in the face of impending doom. The lead officer surveyed the crowd, his gaze lingering on Xu Dai for a few seconds before sweeping over Kai Fan and the others, ultimately resting on He Zheng as he spoke with palpable anger. A staff member, understanding the cue, hurriedly approached, and a large screen displayed a series of videos that rivaled those from renowned educators, stirring the audience's emotions. The atmosphere was charged as the viewers in the live stream rose in excitement, reaching for tissues to dry their tears. Moved by Chen Zhao's battle against the misdeeds of the entertainment industry, one video after another unfolded, each vividly presenting the information Chen Zhao intended to report, leaving no room to argue that the evidence was insufficient. It was clear that even a single piece of evidence could land Kai Fan and his associates behind bars. When combined, the implications were likely severe. "Take them away," the lead officer bellowed, seizing the USB drives from the staff member. The officers accompanying him swiftly dispersed to apprehend Kai Fan and the others. "Please, don't arrest me. I was wrong. I'll return the money. Don't take me away. I didn't do anything. It was all them, and I didn't spend a single cent. Please, I'll give all the money back to the government. Chen Zhao, you want to have good end. One day you will join us here. It's all slander. I will hire a lawyer. I refuse to accept this. I will appeal. Chen Zhao, please, plead with the police. This is just a joke. Let them go." At that moment, Kai Fan and his companions revealed an entirely different side of themselves. Some begged for mercy, others protested, some hurled insults at Chen Zhao, while a few slumped in sheer terror, completely overwhelmed. There were even those shameless enough to cry out for Chen Zhao as father, desperate to save their own skins. The expressions of numerous stars and entertainers in attendance shifted, their hearts racing with unease, hands trembling slightly as they clutched their teacups. Chen Zhao summoned the police to the charity gala, ostensibly to apprehend individuals, perhaps as a means to instill fear within us. Such an act is truly reprehensible. Is it possible to withdraw from this circle? They seem unwilling to remain in the entertainment industry. Chen Zhao gazed at Kai Fan with a puzzled expression and remarked, "Didn't you assert that I lack the authority to expose you? If you have transgressions, the police and the law will hold you accountable. I took your words to heart and called the police. Why do you now deny it? What happened to your bravado just moments ago?" Kai Fan, choked with emotion, shed tears of regret. As Kai Fan and his associates were escorted away, the committee members vanished, leaving the charity gala akin to an empty shell. Everyone could have departed, yet no one chose to leave. The journalists remained, captivated by Chen Zhao, the focal point under the spotlight and the sole subject of the cameras. All present, filled with a mixture of fear, admiration, and reverence, offered their applause, whether it stemmed from idealism or genuine sentiment. Chapter 42. The Charity Gala concludes. Insufficient evidence against the sixth controversial artist. Some individuals are born to be the center of attention, whether it is through charisma, reminiscent of the mustachioed Efrere who wielded power across the globe, or through affability akin to Liu Bei, who garnered the loyalty of two unparalleled generals. There exists a moment when Chen Zhao felt he was no less remarkable than these figures. His confidence stemmed from his extraordinary intellect, unparalleled insight, and an inspiring energy that incited profound admiration, all accentuated by a hint of deep blue. If he were not so exceptional, How could these prominent figures from the entertainment industry and distinguished individuals from various social circles genuinely applaud him? The charity gala, despite its turmoil, yielded a favorable outcome, which was undoubtedly welcomed by all. The charity gala is a sacred venue, a sanctuary, yet these parasites sought to undermine it, extinguishing the hopes of impoverished children. This was intolerable for many, and it explained why he had amassed such an abundance of evidence. Their existence had paved the way for his vindication. Chen Zhao reluctantly rationalized his accumulation of evidence, pondering that the truth was of little concern as long as the outcome proved correct. The applause resounded once more. The charity gala concluded in a manner unlike any previous editions. His reputation for donating a mere $1 had undergone a remarkable transformation online. No one accused him of being stingy, for the exposure of the gala's sordid dealings and the restoration of losses were worth billions. He emerged as the most generous donor. Online searches were predominantly filled with titles related to Chen Zhao, though he paid little heed to them, as his mind was absorbed in another unfinished task. Controversial artist, Li Zheng, age, 24, identity, top-tier artist from Highland Company offense, insufficient understanding by the host, understanding level, 25, 30 required to unlock all evidence, task objective, task progress, 0, task rewards, 50 completion yields 1 skill, 100 completion yields 1 skill, 1 variety show card, 200 completion yields a mysterious gift package, guaranteeing 1 skill, 1 card, money, and a song. He had always believed that Li Zheng's most significant transgression was his connection to the charity gala. Once he exposed the gala, Li Zheng might find himself imprisoned alongside Kai Fan. He would bring down 2 rising stars in one fell swoop. However, he was still short by 5% in understanding, leaving Chen Zhao somewhat perplexed. Is the system certain it hasn't T-locked his understanding of Li Zheng? The connection between the charity gala and Li Zheng seemed tenuous. Why had he initially been prompted to increase his understanding to such an extent? Chen Zhao mentally chastised the unscrupulous system and retrieved a notebook and a pen from his bag, placing them on his lap. He began to browse his phone, seeking information from the internet about Li Zheng's scandals, recording even the most trivial rumors in his notebook. As time passed, Chen Zhao's method of investigating Li Zheng's scandals transitioned from searching online to consulting Qin Wanwan, resulting in a notebook brimming with densely packed notes. Ignoring the incessant video updates from Qin Wanwan, Chen Zhao lowered his gaze to the notebook, his pen dancing across the page, drawing circles and jotting down several locations. Shudu. Frequent visits with the rising star Li Ying, her withdrawal from the limelight. Sha Cheng. An annual pilgrimage to commemorate someone. Penghu City. The first 2 locations yielded whispers of rumors and substantial information regarding Li Zheng. Although there was no concrete evidence to implicate him, there was still something to uncover. However, concerning Penghu City, no relevant information was to be found. Logically, he should not have marked Penghu City, but during his pursuit of clues, he discovered a recurring segment entitled "Where Did Li Zheng Go?", which indicated that during the days he disappeared each year, he visited Penghu City. His mentor was headed to the airport. Chen Zhao closed a notebook, stowed his pen, and looked up at the driver. "All right then." The driver replied in a Beijing accent, steering towards the airport. Following the patterns of previous years, after the charity gala concluded, Li Zheng would vanish for several days. Secretly traveling to Penghu City, given his prominence, it was hard to fathom how he could go unnoticed. Was it through the art of disguise? Yet, what good would that do? In the entertainment industry, paparazzi and fervent fans did not merely rely on appearances. They could discern their idol's presence by mere silhouettes, walking styles, or even scents. Even a hint of suspicion was sufficient. Upon arriving at the airport, Chen Zhao purchased a ticket for the earliest flight. Before the plane took off, he messaged Xu Dai and Qin Wanwan. "Please investigate Li Zheng's activities in Xu Du and Shacheng. The more detailed, the better. Ideally, what he did each day and whom he met, without raising his suspicion. Just because he is in Penghu City does not mean we should neglect the other 2 locations. After all, the purpose of his visit to Penghu City is shrouded in secrecy. I lack the confidence to uncover it entirely. Thus, if we can extract any information from the other 2 places, I could elevate my understanding to over 30%, thereby obtaining comprehensive dirt on Li Zheng from the system. Of course, this is my last resort. In the system, evidence gathered personally yields better rewards than information provided by the system itself. At that moment, messages from Xu Dai and Qin Wanwan arrived. Xu Dai, what do you mean? Qin Wanwan, is there something wrong with Li Zheng? I don't have time to elaborate now. You will understand once you investigate. Chen Zhao replied before hanging up and closing his eyes to rest. In Beidou Airport underground parking lot. It is impossible. You cannot go to Penghu City. The entire online community is currently fixated on the stars of our entertainment industry. At such a critical juncture, your sudden disappearance would undoubtedly attract attention. The agent restrained the urge to utter the phrase public spectacle and instead remarked, "You're merely drawing all the focus upon yourself. This time is unlike any other. Under the immense pressure of scrutiny, it could even provoke Chen Zhao's gaze. And you would be exposed. Once exposed, we will all face dire consequences. Our lives will be forfeit. I must go. If I do not, they will perish. If they die, life holds no meaning for me. And you too must accompany me to death." Li Zheng fixed his calm gaze upon the agent, his deep, tranquil words sending tremors of fear through her heart. If given another chance, she would undoubtedly refrain from joining Hailang Company, and certainly would not have become Li Zheng's agent. How could such madness exist in the entertainment industry? How could these lunatics maintain a balance between their inner world and reality? She silently observed Li Zheng, who, in merely half an hour, transformed from a tall, handsome youth into an ordinary man, even donning a pair of glasses, exuding an air of refined shyness. Li Zheng opened the car door and departed with his briefcase in hand. The agent watched his retreating figure, murmuring softly to herself, "What has caused him to become this madman?" Chapter 43. The disappearance of Li Zheng, the frantic worship in the grave Penghu City, named after its proximity to Penghu, boasts remarkable attractions and scenic vistas. Although it is an inland lake, its vastness exceeds that of ordinary lakes. The water is crystal clear and profoundly deep, captivating countless travel enthusiasts and adventurers who are drawn to explore its depths. Upon arriving in Penghu City, Chen Zhao's first endeavor was to visit a restaurant by the lakeside. He settled at a window seat overlooking the water and ordered a selection of local delicacies. The famed Penghu sour and spicy fish, spicy tofu, braised iron beef, black silk braised pig trotters, and a clear soup of tofu and cabbage. Each dish represented the culinary essence of Penghu. Chen Zhao relished the meal, and had it not been for the plate of Penghu sour fish that he had taken a bite from before discarding, this trip to Penghu would have been a delightful excursion, even in the absence of incriminating evidence against Li Zheng. Chen Zhao checked into the hotel he had reserved. As for Kai Fan, it was likely that he was currently honing his skills in sewing within the confines of prison. The system task was now available for claim. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the King of Hell's calling card and dream-weaving skill level 1 of a total of 5 levels. King of Hell's calling card. By inputting the target's name, one can track their whereabouts, assess the level of danger, and obtain basic identity information. Dream-weaving skill level 1. Mastering this skill allows the host to delve into the deepest memories of the target, weaving and altering them, intensifying their fears and emotions. Upon reviewing the rewards, Chen Zhao's initial thought was that the system had its sights set on his finances again. Each level costs a staggering 1 billion, increasing gradually, and with the addition of danger perception, the funds required for these two skills would amount to at least 100 billion. Yet the allure of such skills was undeniable. The sheer power of dreamweaving at level 1 was astounding. What could level 5 possibly entail? Could it be as simple as a snap of the fingers to alter a person's thoughts, compelling them to acknowledge themselves as a mere dog without hesitation? Or perhaps the ability to fabricate dreamscapes, ensnaring individuals in their own fantasies? Regardless, the potential was undeniably impressive. In future retirement, he could even serve as a psychological counselor in prison, providing the stars he had personally incarcerated with the finest psychological services, guiding them towards reform. For those resistant to change, well, they would surely experience the true essence of a trial akin to the 18 layers of hell. He extracted the King of Hell's calling card, merging it with dream-weaving skill level 1. A surreal sensation enveloped Chen Zhao's mind. leaving him dazed for several seconds before he transcended reality. His gaze appeared to penetrate the souls of others, akin to that of a mysterious high priest. His attention fell upon the black and gold-patterned king of hell's calling card in his hand. With a finger that danced like a quill, he inscribed the name Li Zheng. At this moment, his greatest desire was to uncover Li Zheng's whereabouts in Penghu City. Initially, he had intended to seek assistance from Xu Dai, but now it seemed far more convenient, affording him insights into the secrets that lay behind Li Zheng. Having inscribed the name, the King of Hell's calling card ignited in a fierce blaze. A fine thread emerged in Chen Zhao's mind, tethering him to a luminous red dot on the other end. Next to the red dot was inscribed the danger level, 4, with 7 being the highest, indicating a moderate risk. The host was advised to proceed with caution. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Below was a small panel. Name, Li Zheng. Family, for members, parents, and younger brother missing. Experience, click to learn more. Chen Zhao clicked to view but found himself unable to open it, frustration boiling to the point where he nearly spat blood. Is this all you provide as basic information? You could just give basic details, yet you tease with experience, click to learn more. Who do you think you're fooling? Me? Chen Zhao pointed at himself. At that moment, the system felt bleak in his mind. Chen Zhao's gaze shifted to the family section. A 4-member household, parents and younger brother missing. This made him squint suspiciously. In the entertainment industry, who does not know that Li Zheng's parents and brother are alive and well? During holidays, they often share heartwarming family gatherings and travel vlogs. Yet now, the system claims that Li Zheng's family is missing. Could it be akin to the case of the young star Li Ying? He sensed the whiff of a sensational news story. Chen Zhao took out his phone, simultaneously chatting with Xu Dai about her findings while searching online for any clues regarding Li Zheng's family and the mystery surrounding Li Ying's disappearance. Hours passed. To his dismay, he found nothing. However, Chen Zhao remained undeterred. If he could easily find information online, would he have the need to investigate himself? It seemed he must start from Penghu City. Li Zheng's presence there might be connected to the disappearance of his family and Li Ying. Buzz. A line in his mind stirred. Chen Zhao delved deeper into the system, observing the red as it moved until it came to a halt, indicating it had lingered there for a full half hour. He clicked on a red dot, which revealed an address. Qingshan Cemetery. What could he possibly be doing at the cemetery? Perhaps paying tribute to his parents and brother? Chen Zhao stroked his chin, contemplating. However, he quickly shook his head. If that were the case, how could Li Zheng still feign on the internet that his family was intact and that they were a warm and loving unit? There must be another reason. Rising, Chen Zhao set off for Qingshan Cemetery. As he arrived, the cemetery boasted serene mountains and clear waters, enveloped in tranquility. Due to the absence of a memorial holiday and the heat, it was rather quiet, with only a few visitors scattered about and a guard dozing off in the security room. Following the red dot's guidance, Chen Zhao entered Qingshan Cemetery, ascending the steps until he stood before a particular tombstone. Gazing at the blank inscription and the memorial photo, Chen Zhao fell into deep contemplation. System, are you absolutely certain you haven't provided the wrong address? He nearly overlapped with the red dot. But where is Li Zheng? He looked around, finding no one. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If the system was not mistaken and he was indeed overlapping with the red dot, then Li Zheng must be. In the grave, Chen Zhao began to explore the tombstone, as if embarking on an adventure of tomb raiding. Finally, he pressed firmly on the frame of the memorial photo. With a click, the tombstone split in two, revealing a staircase leading underground. Chen Zhao glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, before hastily entering the staircase. As he stepped onto the stairs, the ceiling above returned to its original position. The darkness enveloped him, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Fortunately, after numerous enhancements from the system, his senses had become extraordinary. While he could not achieve the night vision of a hawk, he could discern the outlines of his surroundings. Treading lightly, Chen Zhao descended the stairs, arriving at a narrow corridor that extended only a few meters. At the end of the corridor, a turn revealed flickering, faintly red flames illuminating a cramped room. Mumbled incantations wafted into Chen Zhao's ears, resembling an otherworldly chant. Frowning, he cautiously approached the wall, moving stealthily towards the corner to peek into the confined space. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and a slight tremor coursed through him, not from fear, but from astonishment and anger, as he beheld the chaotic scene within the room. All his previous doubts crystallized. A single thought surged through his mind. Li Zheng had truly lost his mind. This man deserved to be stuffed into a cannon and blasted 1,000 times, then dismembered, with his remains cast into a cesspool. Chapter 44. Blood as Bait. Flesh as Fragrance, Disrupting My Fortune, The Realm of Madness. The room was starkly simplistic. A solitary table, an altar atop which rested a striking red porcelain figurine, a waxen infant with blood-red pupils and a grotesque smile. Before the figurine lay an incense burner. Instead of soil, it was filled with bright crimson blood. From a distance, Chen Zhao could detect the acrid scent emanating from the burner, yet Li Zheng, kneeling on a mat merely half a meter away, remained oblivious. In his hands, he held 3 incense sticks, enveloped in a skin-like material. At first glance, aside from the eerie nature of worshipping such a bizarre waxen child and the peculiar choice of blood over soil in the incense burner, everything seemed relatively normal. However, upon noticing the 4 individuals confined within a cage in the corner, 1 man and 2 women, all unconscious and pallid, Chen Zhao's understanding crystallized. The 2 women had their arms gruesomely mangled, skin flayed away, revealing rotting flesh that exuded a foul odor. The man bore gaping wounds at his wrists. The dried blood caked around the lacerations, while dark, congealed blood pooled on the ground. Witnessing this gruesome scene ignited a fire of rage within Chen Zhao. He yearned to thrust Li Zheng into the mouth of a cannon and blast him into oblivion. To kill was but a mere act. Yet Li Zheng treated these 3 as mere animals, torturing them through bloodletting and skinning. Such acts would have shocked the ancient world and drawn the scorn of countless souls. In this modern era, Li Zheng's actions were unfathomable. Chen Zhao could not bear to imagine how many timid souls would be haunted by nightmares if the truth were to emerge. How terrified and horrified would Li Zheng's fans be to discover their idol was a more cruel and deranged butcher than any executioner of yore. Amidst his fury, Chen Zhao felt a twinge of confusion. Where was Li Zheng's brother? The man was Li Zheng's father, while one of the women was his mother, and the other was Li Ying. Had Chen Zhao, in a moment of mercy, spared his own brother? The anger within him began to subside. At that moment, Li Zheng stirred. He raised the 3 incense sticks above his head, bowed low in worship, and shouted in mania, "I offer these to the 3 pure ones. May they bless my fortune, wealth, career, and luck. Please, let me ruin Chen Zhao's fortune." Upon finishing, he plunged the incense into the blood, which remained steadfastly anchored in the incense burner. Chen Zhao, bewildered, pondered Li Zheng's intentions. "Hold on, if I'm not mistaken. We've never even met. I've shown you no overt malice, and yet you aim to disrupt my fortune? My fortune is not yours to ruin. Wait. This is a modern city, not some fantastical realm. What nonsense is this about fortune?" Was Li Zheng truly mad, spouting such delirium? In a fit of defiance, Chen Zhao picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it forcefully at the incense burner. With a resounding crash, the stone struck the burner, causing it to wobble and finally topple over. Blood gushed forth, splattering the altar in a crimson hue. "Who dares?" Li Zheng's voice, sharp to the point of breaking, echoed through the corridor as he abruptly stood up, his eyes bloodshot and his face contorted in a fierce glare. Chen Zhao stepped forward. "Li Zheng, you have committed an offense against the galaxy. Cough, you have broken the law. Surrender and confess. It is your best chance for survival." Chen Zhao pointed an accusing finger at Li Zheng. "Chen Zhao, is it really you? How can it be you? Shouldn't you be attending the Genius Conference in Zhongzhou? How could you possibly perceive my misfortune and arrive here so swiftly?" Li Zheng clutched his head. Incredulity etched across his face as he shouted at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao stared at Li Zheng, momentarily taken aback. "Zhongzhou, fate, my friend, are you still living on Earth?" The fury that had once consumed Chen Zhao began to dissipate, replaced by disbelief at Li Zheng's deranged utterances. He had initially thought he was confronting a cold-blooded killer, only to discover he was dealing with a lunatic, one who fancied himself a genius in a fantastical realm. Chen Zhao's mind sparked with realization. He recalled the charity gala and wondered why Li Zheng had harbored animosity towards him. At that moment, he had assumed Li Zheng had been instructed by someone to create trouble for him. But it now seemed that Li Zheng had mistaken himself for the chosen one of fate. From genius to waste, and now rising again even more brilliant than before. Within his mind, he believed his fortune had increased. He viewed Chen Zhao as an adversary intent on disrupting his destiny. As the logic fell into place, Chen Zhao's mouth fell slightly agape, his gaze at Li Zheng becoming complex. Good heavens, what a lunatic this is, he thought. No wonder the system rated Li Zheng's threat level as 4 stars. This transformation into a formidable adversary, coupled with his mental instability, was indeed no deception. I care not how you arrived here. Now that you are here, you shall perish. Your flesh and blood will serve as a sacrifice for my spirit artifact. Ha ha! Li Zheng laughed maniacally, turning to seize a bone staff from the corner, brandishing it menacingly at Chen Zhao. In response, Chen Zhao snapped his fingers. Li Zheng's charge came to an abrupt halt, his entire being seemingly frozen in time, his eyes vacant. Why does this feel like a classic plot from a certain day? Chen Zhao murmured, his consciousness drifting into Li Zheng's mind as if entering a dream. This was not a matter of his soul leaving his body. Rather, it was the dream manipulation skill, enabling him to observe the target from a godlike perspective and alter dreamscapes at will. As he traversed into Li Zheng's original dream, he found himself in a fantastical world. Li Zheng, clad in flowing white garments, was immobilized, shouting in despair, while the version of himself he envisioned was draped in a black robe, a blind wretch. What the devil? Chen Zhao felt a surge of frustration and raised his hand, intending to weave Li Zheng into a nightmarish dreamscape. However, a sudden thought struck him. If he pushed Li Zheng into a state of mental collapse, it would lead to an awkward predicament. He would find it challenging to justify the events that unfolded here. Thus, he adopted the demeanor of a conventional psychologist, gently guiding Li Zheng to dismantle the fantasy dream constructed within his mind, allowing memories of reality to gradually resurface. Minutes passed, and the transformation began. Chen Zhao's eyes regained their clarity. Yet beads of sweat trickled down his back, leaving him somewhat listless. The exertion had been overwhelming. He felt a twinge of relief, grateful that he had not ventured into the abyss of a nightmarish realm. Had he done so, it was likely that not only Li Zheng would have succumbed to madness, but he too might have been dragged along. It seemed imperative to find a way to enhance his mental acuity and dream manipulation skills. Otherwise, caution would be essential. What have I done? What have I done? Mom and Dad, I never wished to harm you. I truly never meant to. Li Zheng knelt upon the ground, his face buried in his hands as he wept and cried out. Upon hearing Li Zheng's words, Chen Zhao's gaze became intricate with emotion. What had driven Li Zheng to madness? Why had he crafted such a twisted mental landscape? Why did he murder his parents? And what had become of his younger brother? Was there a puppeteer behind these events? He stepped forward, intending to comfort Li Zheng and guide him toward confession and acceptance of his crimes. After all, he had taken lives and committed numerous unlawful acts. Madness and mental illness could not absolve him of these transgressions. The world does not operate on such benevolent terms. Actions have consequences. Just as he took a single step, Li Zheng's anguished whisper echoed. I only wish for my brother to die. Why couldn't you allow it? If he perished, I would attain greater fortune. I could rise higher and better within the entertainment industry, and you too would revel in shared blessings. Why wouldn't you consent? Damn it, damn it. Chapter 45. The Human Ghost Infant, Western Sorcery Beneath the Buddha's Shrine, the Couch of Hell. Chen Zhao's fists clenched tightly. His expression turned icy. It appeared that Li Zheng, even before his descent into madness, was a beast. To slay his own brother merely for the sake of fortune? What absurdity is this? Is this truly the nature of a princely rivalry? Yet their family is not one of affluence, lacking vast riches. There must be something else at play. Deep within Li Zheng lies a frenzied gene of a murderer, constructing some fantastical spiritual realm, worshipping luck, ghostly infants, and so on, all fabricated to assuage his conscience after committing such heinous acts. The more Chen Zhao pondered, the angrier he became. With a swift kick, he struck Li Zhang's chin. Thud! Li Zhang's head snapped back, blood spewed forth, and 2 teeth flew out as he fell back. Chen Zhao mounted Li Zhang, unleashing a flurry of punches like a whirlwind, striking his face repeatedly. How could your parents have birthed such a wretch? What misfortune has your brother suffered at your hands? Have your parents wronged you? Has your brother ever harmed you? Yet you vile creature, have slain them. Damn you, you cursed beast. In his past life, he was orphaned and yearned desperately for family and kin, yet remained alone until his demise. Thus, upon entering this world, he held family ties in the highest regard. However, he never imagined that Li Zhang would so recklessly disregard their value. Not only did he fail to cherish them, but he also committed patricide and matricide. After rendering Li Zhang unconscious, Chen Zhao finally ceased his assault, beginning to assimilate the incriminating evidence regarding Li Zhang that now resided in his mind. Just moments ago, his understanding of Li Zhang had officially reached 40%. Although he could now access the full scope of Li Zhang's misdeeds, he still harbored doubts. Having infiltrated Li Zhang's lair, he had a fair understanding of his affairs, at least enough to warrant an increase in his knowledge. Yet he pondered, why was his understanding still only at 40%? What further shocking revelations lay behind Li Zhang? With curiosity piqued, Chen Zhao delved into the incriminating evidence. Soon, the system space presented him with a thick dossier. He willed his consciousness into a hand that began to turn the pages. As he perused the documents, his initial lack of emotional response shifted to shock as he absorbed the details of Li Zhang's dark past. As he reached the middle of the dossier, his eyes widened in astonishment. Suddenly, he turned to gaze at the altar behind him. A porcelain doll, grinning eerily, sat cross-legged atop the altar, its crimson eyes seemingly peering into the abyss, as though locking eyes with him. Chen Zhao stepped forward to the altar, picking up a bone staff from the ground. His gaze fixed on the doll. With a fierce expression, he struck the porcelain figure. Bang! The staff shattered. Crack! Fine spiderweb-like fissures spread across the doll's surface. And with a final crack, the waxen visage crumbled, revealing its true form. A pallid, lifeless infant, its eyes shut, having long since ceased to breathe. How can one become so twisted and beastly over a mere utterance? Chen Zhao gritted his teeth, struggling to comprehend, and delivered several forceful kicks to Li Zhang. He was confronted with the damning evidence regarding Li Zhang, questioning why he would harm his own brother, why he would turn his brother into a wax statue and place it upon an altar for worship, all because of a single phrase. Your destiny and your brother's elements are in conflict. Should you sacrifice your brother as a ghostly infant, you will achieve great success and have all your wishes fulfilled. It was for this very statement that Li Zhang resorted to such malicious actions. Of course, Chen Zhao was aware that Li Zhang had been hypnotized by that individual. It was not some Western sorcery, but rather a psychologist who had awakened the madness within a deranged mind, leading to this tragic outcome. Yet, he could not fathom why that person would compel Li Zhang to act in such a manner. He had heard tales of individuals in the entertainment industry whose careers faltered, only to consult a certain fortune-teller who would advise a name change, resulting in sudden fame, or perhaps a minor adjustment to their home's feng shui that would ignite ancestral spirits. Such superstitions had always struck Chen Zhao as a matter of believing in the plausible rather than the impossible. However, these were petty matters, never involving lives. Li Zhang's situation struck him as remarkable. Chen Zhao carefully lifted Li Zhang's brother from the altar and laid him down, then continued to peruse the remaining incriminating evidence against Li Zhang. An entire hour passed before he absorbed all the damning details and their implications involving other individuals. It was truly unbelievable. Beneath the guise of the entertainment industry, there lay a pit of hell exemplified by the existence of a maniacal company like Hai Lang. Chen Zhao murmured to himself, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. Previously, exposed evidence typically revolved around issues such as rape, gambling, drug use, and prostitution, individual matters that might involve a few dozen people at most. But now, the scale of involvement, the identities and positions of those implicated, the events at hand, if this were to be publicized, Chen Zhao dared not contemplate the magnitude of the upheaval it could create. Yet, this very chaos could serve to reveal and cleanse these parasites, perverts, and lunatics, thereby safeguarding the well-being of many. Moreover, he had already uncovered numerous incidents, which in his eyes were trivial. He had yet to produce a definitive work. Let the Li Zheng ghost infant incident become his hallmark. Chen Zhao opened the cage and carefully laid Li Ying and Li Zheng's parents on the ground, observing a moment of silence before tossing Li Zheng back into the cage to confine him. He could not naively expose everything at once. The potential shock alone could be lethal. It would be wiser to step outside and call the police to take charge of these individuals. He needed to prepare for the forthcoming revelations. Ascending the steps, Chen Zhao listened for any sounds from beyond the grave, feeling his way along the stone walls until he inadvertently pressed something that caused the tomb lid to part. He quickly emerged, ensuring the tomb returned to its original state. Mere seconds after his exit, his phone regained signal and buzzed to life. The cacophony persisted for over a minute. Chen Zhao gazed at the more than 100 missed calls, thousands of unread messages, and unviewed videos on his phone. His WeChat, phone, and messages were in complete disarray. Xu Dai, Qin Wanwan, his parents, teacher He, and Li Zhao, individuals with whom he shared close ties and collaborations, had inundated him with at least dozens of messages each. Among them, both Xu Dai and Qin Wanwan had sent nearly 1,000 messages apiece. Chen Zhao's eyelids twitched. What on earth had transpired? He had merely been at a funeral for a few hours, yet it felt as though he had been missing for months. He opened Xu Dai's WeChat interface, scrolled a few times, and was left speechless by the messages she had sent. He quickly exited WeChat and opened Weibo, navigating to the trending topics. There, he beheld a sensational headline boasting 400 million views. Chen Zhao allegedly murdered by Li Zheng. Am I dead? How am I unaware of this? If I am deceased, then who is this me in the present moment? A chill ran down Chen Zhao's spine. Damn it, who is spreading such rumors about me? Come forward if you dare. P.S. You've heard of the entertainment industry's name changes and the raising of ghost babies, right? All I can say is, when I first heard it, I was utterly dumbfounded. In this world, some things are better believed to exist than not. However, as a staunch materialist, I firmly believe they do not. Chapter 46. Morning in Penghu City. Chen Zhao confronts the rumors. Chen Zhao was both amused and infuriated. Which brilliant mind had the audacity to spread the rumor of his demise? Furthermore, how could anyone suspect Li Zheng of plotting against him? Had Li Zheng's affairs already been exposed? It couldn't be. He hadn't even made his move yet, and someone had already revealed Li Zheng's secrets. This was indeed an act of picking peaches from his tree, leaving him at a loss on how to fulfill his 200-system task and claim the finest rewards. Frantically, Chen Zhao clicked on the trending topic. He needed to ascertain the details of the matter. Upon reading, a sigh of relief escaped him. It was merely a baseless rumor, entirely speculative and devoid of any photographic or video evidence. However, as he scrolled through the comments section filled with condolences for Dog Chun, questions about his apparent death, his expression darkened with anger. How outrageous! His so-called fans were preoccupied with thoughts of his demise. It seemed he hadn't capitalized on his fame sufficiently. With such sensational rumors circulating, his elder brother truly wasn't engaging enough. Perhaps he had been too kind-hearted. With a scowl, Chen Zhao exited Weibo and logged into Douyin to post a video. Hello, my dear fans. I have risen from the grave to greet you. Each of you who gifts me 10,000 will receive my blessings, as I personally come to find you. He. After editing, he promptly uploaded the video, which was instantly promoted to his followers. Countless fans of Chen Zhao watched the video and erupted in laughter in the comments. I told you, how could this troublemaker possibly be dead? What a pity. Is Dog Chun really in a cemetery? Did he actually rise from the grave? I've sent 10,000 happiness beans. Please don't come looking for me. Oh, Dog Chun, how wonderful that you're alive. I've sent you 20,000 yuan. I didn't send it. Just hoping for the best. Eagles don't prey on unblemished eggs. Dog Chun, is there truly a problem with Li Zheng? Hurry and respond. My sister is a fervent fan of Li Zheng, and she has been arguing with me nonstop. She even swore that if Li Zheng is implicated, she would jump off a building. I can't reason with her. Chen Zhao continued to peruse the comments, shaking his head in resignation. Alas, in this day and age, speaking the truth was met with disbelief. However, after some time, When they viewed the live footage of his grave, they would realize he never spoke in jest. Finally, he spotted a comment urging him to clarify whether Li Zheng had any issues and swiftly replied, "We need to consult a master at home." Just then, Shu Dai initiated a video call. Upon answering, Chen Zhao heard her voice, "Brother Zhao, where have you been? Why have you been unreachable? Do you know how worried I am? I feared you had fallen victim to Li Zheng's sinister plans. Therefore, I announced online that Li Zheng might be a danger, hoping to draw attention to your situation and expedite your safety." Shu Dai's eyes were red-rimmed, clearly having cried. Upon seeing Chen Zhao, she sighed in relief, but her frustration over his unavailability lingered. Her actions underscored the source of the rumors surrounding him. Chen Zhao felt a warmth in his heart. It seemed that this esteemed lady held genuine concern for him. Unfortunately, dating her was rather stressful. "Have you uncovered any issues regarding Li Zheng?" Chen Zhao inquired. "I have discovered that Li Ying's last encounter was with Li Zheng, after which she mysteriously vanished without a trace. Her whereabouts remain an enigma, and I fear you might share a similar fate," Shu Dai remarked. "It is indeed impossible to uncover the truth. Who could have anticipated that Li Zheng possessed an extraordinary ability to alter one's appearance and physique? I am aware of Li Ying's location. I am currently in Penghu City. Do you have any relatives here?" Chen Zhao inquired habitually. "Yes, my fourth uncle serves as the deputy mayor here," Shu Dai replied casually, pulling out her phone. "Where are you now? I will call him immediately and have him send someone to find you, following your instructions." Upon hearing Shuddy's words, Chen Zhao's mouth fell slightly agape, his expression a mix of complexity. "Good heavens, just how influential are your family ties? It seems that your kin are present in every corner of the nation. You truly wield power that reaches the highest echelons. If this continues, I might find myself reliant on your family's generosity." "Steal wool, steal wool," Chen Zhao murmured to himself, then spoke aloud. "I am at the Qingshan Cemetery. Please ensure that the forensic expert accompanies the person sent." Understood. Though Shu Dai had many questions, she prioritized fulfilling Chen Zhao's request. This also reflected Chen Zhao's goodwill towards Shu Dai, as he sought her assistance in times of trouble. This girl, despite her formidable family background, is not at all spoiled. She lacks the common vices of a typical heiress. Moreover, she possesses remarkable execution skills, adept at managing her words and the queries that reside in her heart. She knows precisely when to speak and when to remain silent. An exemplary ally indeed. This stands in stark contrast to the capricious, burdensome female companions often depicted in novels that Chen Zhao has read. He often wonders how authors conceive such characters as inherently troublesome. After ending the call with Shu Dai, Chen Zhao received a call from Qin Wanwan. After a brief conversation, he reassured his parents, then dialed their number. "Mom, there is no need to worry. I am fine and will return home in a couple of days." "What? A girlfriend?" "Mom, the signal is poor. I cannot hear you. I'll hang up." Chen Zhao sighed in relief. How is it that mere moments of conversation always lead to discussions of marriage? Half an hour later, Chen Zhao's video surged to the trending topics, garnering over 10 million likes, achieving the highest level of engagement not just on Douyin, but across all social media platforms. Countless celebrities watched with envy, jealousy, and gritted teeth. This rascal is stepping on their heads to gain fame. How infuriating! Why couldn't that worthless Li Zheng truly eliminate Chen Zhao? Outside Qingshan Cemetery, the sound of sirens blared. Shortly thereafter, over 20 police officers and forensic experts hurried toward him. "Greetings, I am Yifeng, the captain of the criminal police team from the Penghu City Public Security Bureau." The leading middle-aged man extended his hand to Chen Zhao. "Chen Zhao, is there an issue here?" Yifeng scanned the cemetery, seeing nothing hazardous. "Why bring a forensic expert to this place? Are we to exhume a body?" Chen Zhao did not respond, but instead pressed his hand against the gravestone. The grave split in two. Li Zheng conducted a chilling ritual in a grave, utilizing his own brother as a substitute for a ghostly infant, while the blood of his parents served as an offering, and his skin was used as incense. He also murdered a young girl named Li Ying, and they now lay beneath the earth. Chen Zhao succinctly recounted the events leading to this ghastly scene, disregarding the astonished gazes of the officers surrounding him. He earnestly implored, Please keep the identities of these individuals confidential, for there are more lurking in the shadows. I fear that should this information be divulged, it may alarm the snakes in the grass, allowing them to flee, making subsequent apprehension exceedingly problematic." Feng nodded in agreement. "Understood. Proceed." The officers and forensic experts entered the gravesite as Chen Zhao departed. He was racing against time, eager to return to Beijing and the Hailang Company, for this place was a den of iniquity. 3 hours later, an alarming report surged to the forefront of online discussions. A shocking murder incident has erupted at Qingshan Cemetery in Penghu City, with the deputy mayor leading the city's residents in mourning. The internet was astounded, with many commenting their condolences. However, some netizens began to draw parallels between the backdrop in Chen Zhao's video and that of Qingshan Cemetery, noticing striking similarities. Speculation flourished, and discussions proliferated across the web. At the Hailang Company, in the chairman's office, Li Chun, a graduate from the capital university of San Country, sat in the chairman's seat. In his 30s with a pallid complexion, he glanced sideways at Li Zheng's agent with a cold, hoarse voice. "Li Zheng has gone to Penghu City?" The agent nodded. "It seems Li Zheng has been exposed. Chen Zhao is truly a persistent thorn in my side." Li Chen cursed darkly. The agent trembled, remaining silent, her gaze lacking the animosity Li Chen harbored towards Chen Zhao. Instead, it bore a hint of relief, as if to convey her readiness to sever ties with the oppressive Hailang Company. Let the artists clean up their affairs and have Master Yi depart to the San Country branch for the time being. Li Chun was acutely aware that with Li Zheng's exposure, Chen Zhao's nature would inevitably lead to a widespread revelation online. At that juncture, all eyes would be fixed on Hailang Company. If even the slightest clue about his company's affairs were uncovered, it would spell disaster. The only way to evade this catastrophe was to portray the situation as Li Zheng's solitary act, allowing him to weather this storm before settling scores with Chen Zhao. A San Country had its share of insidious tactics and ruthless assassins. Could Chen Zhao withstand such treachery? Suddenly, a frantic knocking echoed from outside the office. "Chairman, Chen Zhao has arrived with a contingent of police officers." Chapter 47. The Underworld of Hailang Company, the Ghost Infant Buddha Statue. Hailang Company is situated in the bustling economic zone of the Third Ring Road in the northern capital, occupying a standalone building. The entrance opens onto a pedestrian street, a commercial thoroughfare teeming with foot traffic. Chen Zhao has commenced a live broadcast, flanked by Xu Dai and a cadre of police officers as they arrive at the entrance of Hailang Company. His intention is to expose the shadowy underbelly lurking behind the entertainment industry. He is acutely aware that this darkness merely grazes the surface of the deeper malevolence entrenched within the realm of entertainment. Yet, he is convinced that even this slight glimpse into the industry's clandestine dealings is enough to send shivers down the spines of many in Xinjiang, who openly admit that their actions would leave netizens awake at night in sheer terror. No longer can they confront the artists of the entertainment world with unbridled adoration. Should they still dare, one could only suggest that their families engage a master to conduct rituals to ward off the impending doom. Chen Zhao's livestream has stabilized at an astounding 10 million viewers, with a barrage of comments flooding the screen. Everyone is captivated by the title of his broadcast, "Confronting the Darkness of the Entertainment Industry, the True Faces Behind Your Idols." The viewers seem to watch in rapt attention, as if witnessing a cinematic spectacle. On the ground, the popularity of both Chen Zhao and Xu Dai is unparalleled, well remembered by countless netizens. Upon their arrival, the scene at the entrance of Hailang Company transforms into a veritable sea of humanity. The patrolling officers and those accompanying them hastily maintain order. While two officers follow Chen Zhao and Xu Dai into the building, the security personnel at the entrance too intimidated to intervene. In the lobby of Hailang Company, surrounded by staff clad in professional attire, Chen Zhao's voice booms as he calls out, "Li Chun, Zhouya, He Qi Shan." He names nearly 15 individuals, demanding their presence. Are they too afraid to emerge? Or are they simply terrified that their twisted, depraved actions will be exposed? He casts a glance at Xu Dai, who nods to one of the officers, prompting the officer to swiftly depart. Moments later, he returns with chairs and a loudspeaker. Chen Zhao takes the loudspeaker, positioning a chair in the center of the lobby before boldly seating himself. Who controls the permissions of this grand screen? He inquires, pointing to the large display at the front of the lobby. The receptionist raises her hand high, indicating her willingness to assist. Chen Zhao retrieves a USB drive from his pocket, which the receptionist eagerly accepts before returning to her post. You may be curious as to why I have come to Highline Company and why I dare to berate its artists. Some may perceive my actions as impolite, even arrogant. I apologize, but if you were privy to the knowledge I possess, if you understood the hellish nature of this place. Chen Zhao stomps the floor emphatically. If you knew the monstrosities that Li Zheng and those I criticize have committed, you would be compelled to demolish this company and eradicate these beasts. As Chen Zhao's vehement words resonate, the onlookers outside and the company staff, alongside the viewers in the live stream, are left in a state of bewilderment and intrigue. Just how extensive is the scandal surrounding these artists of Highline Company? Chen Zhao's fury is indeed unprecedented. Watch the video, and you shall understand, Chen Zhao remarked. Ding dong. The elevator chimed. The doors opened. Li Chun and Li Zheng's agent stepped out. The two stood at the elevator's entrance, their gazes ominous as they fixated on Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao cast a cold glance their way. At that moment, the large screen began to play the video, a 30-minute expose detailing Li Zheng's motivations for patricide and matricide, leading to the transformation of his own brother into a ghostly infant, culminating in the recording of his grave. All eyes were glued to the screen as the opening scene unfolded in an office setting. Li Zheng stood alongside a bald man clad in black Buddhist robes, adorned with a necklace of skull beads, exuding a sinister aura. This unsettling imagery caused discomfort among the viewers. Li Zheng stated, "I desire a prosperous career." Master Yi responded, "Do you know why your career is fraught with misfortune? Your brother has tainted your fortune. Allow me to show you." With a snap of his fingers, Li Zheng's eyes glazed over, and he began to mutter to himself. "So it is, they have ruined my luck. They all deserve to die. Ha ha, I knew I was right." Li Zheng forcefully opened his eyes, and the astonishment in Master Yi's gaze was palpable. "I shall return and turn him into a ghostly infant." Li Zheng rose to depart. Master Yi commented, "He is merely a madman. Even the mentally ill can achieve fame. He belongs in a psychiatric ward, not in the entertainment industry." Ghostly infant? What had Li Zheng done right? Was he truly insane? The audience furrowed their brows in confusion. What could this possibly mean? Gradually, they began to grasp the implications, each person feeling as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, their bodies trembling in disbelief. Some, unable to process the revelation, became violently ill with rage and fear. Before long, the online and offline discourse erupted in outrage. How can such a beast exist within the entertainment industry? Is there no mental health screening for entry? This individual belongs in a psychiatric institution. Filicide, matricide, transforming his brother into a ghostly infant as a sacrificial offering. How can any human commit such acts? Chen Zhao's assertion that this was merely the tip of the iceberg echoed in their minds. The entertainment industry was a den of iniquity. I cannot bear to watch. What were these individuals thinking? To believe in feudal superstitions while refusing to cultivate their own abilities? The expose of Qingshan Cemetery was, in truth, linked to Li Zheng. One must commend Chen Zhao for his relentless pursuit of evidence, braving danger for the truth. Brothers, let us shower him with gifts. Chen Zhao turned his gaze towards Li Chun. Chairman Li, will you not offer your commentary? One misstep in the game, yet you believe you can survive? Li Chun comprehended his fate and offered no resistance, nor did he grovel. He spoke with an unsettling calmness. If I feared death, I would not engage in such exposés. The ground beneath him trembled, not merely as a reflection of his emotions, but as an inquiry into whether there was space below. Li Chun refrained from rebuttal. Just then, a sudden upheaval occurred at one side of the hall. An artist from a wave company emerged, and upon witnessing the scene in the lobby, he was rendered speechless, frozen in place. The police behind Chen Zhao shouted urgently, and a throng of officers surged forward, disregarding the crowd. The enraged masses, unimpeded by any law enforcement, surged forth with reckless abandon, intent on violence against both individuals and the company. Li Chun was the focal point of their ire, and Chen Zhao chose not to intervene. He believed that a fate of legal repercussions was far less preferable than being mercilessly beaten to death. At the very least, such a beast was deserving of such a demise. Chen Zhao shielded Xu Dai as they descended into the underground sanctuary. They moved down the stairs, traversing the corridor, which, though not spacious, was brightly lit and filled with grotesque infantile statues, one large and 18 smaller ones. The larger statue was shrouded in red cloth, which a police officer pulled aside, revealing a ghastly infant statue. Upon seeing this grotesque figure, Xu Dai, who had managed to suppress her nausea moments before, was now seized by stomach cramps, her complexion paling as she retched uncontrollably. Gazing up at the horrifying statue, she incredulously exclaimed, "How can there be such perverse individuals? Such a twisted company? Is this truly the entertainment industry?" Chapter 48. Chen Zhao receives a threatening letter and heads to Hong Kong to stir up trouble. The statue of the ghostly infant is assembled from various dismembered parts, exuding an aura of extreme bloodshed and brutality. Not only was Xu Dai unable to bear the sight, but even the attending police officers struggled to maintain their composure. Chen Zhao's chest was live-streaming throughout the ordeal, and the chat room was engulfed in an eerie silence. Countless viewers across the nation were rendered speechless, frozen in place. After a prolonged pause, the barrage of comments erupted. "Hell is empty, and demons walk among us. Severe punishment is warranted. The entertainment industry must be scrutinized. I suspect it is not only Hai Lang Company that is culpable, but many others as well." Is this not entirely normal? Many stars from Hong Kong have been known to harbor little demons, while netizens from the mainland found the situation cruel and unbearable. Some Hong Kong viewers and local celebrities regarded it as unremarkable. Who among them is not engaged in such practices? Far from feeling guilt or fear, their sentiments leaned towards anger and dissatisfaction with Chen Zhao. This person is becoming increasingly outrageous. Previously, apprehending a few stars for drug use, gambling, or illicit activity sufficed. Now it has escalated further. If this continues, we may find ourselves ensnared in Chen Zhao's web of scandals, exposed to the entire internet. A crackdown ensued. Hai Lang Company was sealed, and all implicated employees and artists were arrested. The entire internet buzzed with discussions, reaching a fever pitch. Official accounts from the Central Bank, People's Daily, and the Public Security Bureau issued in-depth statements commending Chen Zhao. It was evident that the entertainment industry was poised for a sweeping purge. Amidst the widespread celebration, Chen Zhao uploaded all evidence he possessed against Hai Lang Company onto his official account, including some deeper, more concealed names. He intended to unearth these individuals personally. However, before doing so, he felt compelled to return home. While he relished the thrill of exposing scandals, the concern and dangers faced by his parents weighed heavily on his conscience. He had to check on them. His family resided in Anqing, Sichuan province. "Mom and Dad, I'm back," Chen Zhao announced as he unlocked the door and stepped inside. "Wash your hands. Dinner is ready." At the dining table, his parents inquired about his recent activities, intentionally avoiding any mention of his online revelations or the potential dangers he faced, striving to keep Chen Zhao from worrying. A warmth enveloped his heart as he recognized that he was gradually delving into the inner workings of the entertainment industry. Yet the safety of his parents was increasingly at risk. Although he could enlist the police for assistance, it was impractical to have them watch over his family every hour of the day. Thus, he needed to devise his own strategies. Settling onto the sofa, Chen Zhao noted that the verdicts for the Hai Lang Company affiliates would take time to be released. He could not claim his system rewards just yet, and the only way to ensure his parents' safety was to procure beneficial items through further disclosures. Therefore, he resolved to continue exposing more individuals. Chen Zhao closed his eyes and continued to sift through the compromising materials regarding Li Zheng, quickly flipping to the final pages. There, he encountered two artists linked to Li Zheng: Zhou Qian, a leading actress of the entertainment industry, and Feng Ming, a seasoned icon. While Chen Zhao could somewhat comprehend the former's connection to Li Zheng, given their similar ages and the fact that they were rumored close friends, he found it perplexing to see the latter's name. At nearly 70 years of age, Feng Ming was a venerable figure in the industry, having weathered countless challenges and earning numerous accolades. It was hard to fathom any profound connection between such a distinguished individual and the young heartthrob Li Zhang. With a sigh, Chen Zhao opened his eyes, contemplating the possibility of directly exposing the scandal involving these two and earning a handsome reward. However, it seemed he would have to investigate the matter personally. Well, the reward was indeed enticing. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Chen Zhao's mother stepped over to open it, murmuring in confusion, "Who could be knocking?" "Xiao Zhao, there's a letter for you." "Who sent me a letter?" Chen Zhao pondered, his expression shifting dramatically as a thought struck him. He dashed towards the door, snatching the envelope from his mother's hand and tearing it open with fervor. "Mind your own business or die." The crimson word struck Chen Zhao's pupils with a jolt. Fury surged from his core to his heart, then coursed through his mind. With a crunch, he crumpled the envelope in his fist. "Mom, lock the doors and windows tightly. I need to step out for a moment." After speaking, he strode out, relying on his keen sense of danger to pursue the messenger of the threat. As he ran through the community, his instincts buzzed with urgency. A red dot appeared in his mind, stationary not far away. Chen Zhao deftly navigated a familiar shortcut and soon spotted an individual clad in black, hiding behind a stone pillar. Does he think he is in the Matrix? Chen Zhao chastised inwardly. Closing the distance of 10 meters, he sprinted forward with such vigor that he caught the enemy's attention. The figure's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how Chen Zhao had discovered him or why he was now upon him. But there was no time for contemplation. He raised his hands to counter Chen Zhao's impending assault, confidence brimming in his demeanor. "I'm a Southeast Asian free-fighting champion." A pain scream escaped his lips as Chen Zhao's strike rendered his right arm akin to a crumpled screen, fracturing his thigh bone as he collapsed to the ground. Chen Zhao swiftly coiled his right leg around the man's neck and applied pressure. A spurt of blood erupted from the man's mouth, splattering onto the ground. "Sending threatening letters, is it? Wishing death upon my family, are you?" My kin is the Achilles heel of Chen Zhao. These despicable individuals not only surveil him, but also possess intimate knowledge of his family's address, his comings and goings, and the times when his parents are devoid of police protection. This is the source of his utmost fury. After beating the man to a pulp, Chen Zhao bellowed, "Who sent you here?" "I do not know. I am merely a courier for scatter jobs. It was a member of an underground gang from Xiangjiang who summoned me. As for who instructed him, I truly have no idea." The man, lacking fortitude, spoke with blood intermingled with his words. "What gang?" "The Sanyuan gang." Chen Zhao's eyes flickered as he swiftly directed a fragment of his attention toward the dark secrets of Li Zhang, particularly concerning the identity behind Feng Ming. The Sanyuan Charity Gala, the president of the Sanyuan Xiangjiang Film Association. Is it possible that this Sanyuan gang is also under Feng Ming's control? Is Feng Ming attempting to dissuade me from interfering? It seems Feng Ming is the one who hides the deepest, presenting a greater problem than Zhou Qian. My exposure to Li Zhang has already begun to instill fear in Feng Ming, as the Ocean Wave Company gradually makes its presence known. Chen Zhao took a deep breath. A trip to Xiangjiang seems inevitable. Rising to his feet, Chen Zhao dialed 110, and the police arrived promptly. He explained the situation upon returning home and briefed his parents on certain matters. Subsequently, he called Xu Dai, requesting her assistance in advising the police to increase their presence for the protection of his parents. After receiving Xu Dai's assurance, Chen Zhao made another request of her and then utilized the fast track, obtaining a permit to Xiangjiang within hours, boarding a flight directly to his destination. In Xiangjiang, the Film Association was convening a press conference. This film, depicting the events in northern Myanmar, is a major project for Xiangjiang, with meticulous attention to casting and location, replicating the realities of pig farming and electric fraud groups with precision. It is set to be unveiled to the public in 3 days. This film, I believe, will signify the resurgence of Xiangjiang cinema. Though Feng Ming is advanced in years, he spoke with vigor, and not long ago. He even began dating a woman nearly 40 years his junior, shocking both the local and international communities. However, there was no criticism directed at Feng Ming. Instead, the discourse revolved around the notion that the woman sought shortcuts, labeling her a gold digger, and so forth. Feng Ming answered several questions from reporters when suddenly a figure approached him, whispering in his ear. Feng Ming's expression shifted, and he abandoned the journalists, departing without delay. Upon returning to his office, Feng Ming addressed his secretary directly. "So, he dares to come to Xiangjiang? Notify our associates to prepare a welcome gift for Chen Zhao. He must be made to understand that upon arriving in Xiangjiang, he must tread carefully. This is not the mainland." Understood. Chapter 49. An unexpected incident. The news of Chen Zhao's arrival in Hong Kong had been leaked, and the entire entertainment industry was well aware of it. Artists and their management companies regarded Chen Zhao with disdain, barely paying him any heed. This was Hong Kong, not the mainland. They had never crossed paths with him, nor had they ventured into the mainland. Unless Chen Zhao possessed the uncanny ability to read their minds, it was inconceivable that he could know their secrets. Knowing well that he could not possibly be privy to their scandals, they felt no fear. Some artists, privy to a few insider details, displayed expressions of amusement, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. If Chen Zhao intended to confront them, he would first have to contend with that person. Truly, it was as if he were attempting to enter through the gates of hell while ignoring the path to heaven. Within 3 days, they expected to hear news of his demise. At Hong Kong airport, Chen Zhao emerged and stood in the waiting area. An instinctive sense of danger flared within him as red dots appeared from all directions. His expression remained impassive, though he felt a twinge of surprise. Feng Ming's grasp of the situation in Hong Kong was rather exaggerated. He had likely just secured his Hong Kong transit permit. Yet it seemed they already knew his flight details and arrival time. Otherwise, the multitude of red dots could not have congregated there. "Sir, shall we go?" A taxi pulled up in front of Chen Zhao, the driver leaning out of the window, speaking in Cantonese. Chen Zhao narrowed his eyes and replied with a smile, "Yes." He climbed into the car, driven by the man whose head was adorned with glimmering red dots. The vehicle sped along the road. "Where to, sir?" the driver inquired. "To the Juming Hotel, near the Film Association," Chen Zhao stated. The film festival was set to commence the following day, and Qin Wanlan had arranged a spot for him upon learning of his arrival. "Understood," the driver acknowledged, and silence enveloped the car as both men harbored their own ulterior motives. As they sped onto the bridge, the driver suddenly spoke in a low tone. "Someone asked me to convey a message to you." "What is it?" Chen Zhao asked. "Welcome to Hong Kong." With a sinister grin, the driver declared, veering the vehicle towards the left side of the bridge to crash. But in the next instant, his smile froze. His hands were firmly grasped by Chen Zhao, who exerted all his strength, yet could not budge the steering wheel an inch. "I'm not particularly fond of this welcome," Chen Zhao remarked, delivering a swift blow to the driver's neck. As the driver fell unconscious, Chen Zhao took control of the vehicle, gradually steering it to the roadside. He opened the door and stepped out, boarding a bus to the Juming Hotel. Upon returning to the hotel, Chen Zhao set down his belongings, refreshed himself, and settled onto the sofa. He began to lay out his meticulously compiled notebook filled with concrete or suspected evidence regarding Zhou Qian, Feng Ming, and various artists from Hong Kong on a coffee table. He pondered where to begin. The hospitality of Hong Kong was overwhelming, to the point where failing to reciprocate would be considered rude. Which of these directors or artists should he take aim at first? Chen Zhao gazed at the notes he had meticulously recorded, his eyes oscillating between the names Zhou Qian and Feng Ming. 2 individuals he decided to set aside for the time being. His grasp of evidence against them remained insufficient to compel the system to generate any incriminating information. However, among the others, he was certain he could produce substantial material, yet he needed to select a figure of considerable weight from this group. After a brief scan, he finally settled on an unremarkable middle-aged man, Zheng He, a renowned director in the Hong Kong film industry. Rumor had it that he was a notorious seducer of young actresses. Whenever he directed a film, several women invariably fell prey to his advances. In addition to this, there was a suspected scandal linked to his previous exposure of Chun Mingho. A film, evidently produced by a telecom fraud syndicate for money laundering, had originated from Zheng He's hands. Over the past 5 years, whenever a leader of the fraud group celebrated a birthday, He would record a congratulatory video. All this information was accessible before Chen Mingho's incident. But now it was virtually impossible to trace. Due to these connections, when Chen Mingho was exposed, Zheng He was inevitably implicated. Chen Zhao had recently searched for Zheng He's philanthropic endeavors, noting that he had been engaging in charity work to mitigate his reputation. Recently, the attention of mainland stars had diverted focus away from him, allowing Zheng He to escape scrutiny. However, now Chen Zhao intended to wield Zheng He as a weapon to announce his arrival in Hong Kong. System, generate evidence of Zheng He's scandal. Chen Zhao commanded inwardly. Success was achieved as the mechanical voice of the system resonated in his mind, gradually compiling a dossier, albeit thickened merely by the accumulation of photographs. With a mere thought, a stack of images and a document appeared in his hands. Chen Zhao placed the file down, gazing at the enticing and provocative photographs that stirred his very blood. How indulgently had Zheng He lived? This was akin to a scandal of epic proportions from a past life. Should these images be unveiled, the Hong Kong entertainment industry would undoubtedly erupt. The fans of these female celebrities, along with infatuated admirers, would likely be consumed by frenzy as they scrutinized the contents, especially since many of the women depicted were childhood idols for numerous mainland men. Observing the images of Zheng He entwined with these beautiful, fair-skinned goddesses, Chen Zhao felt a tumult of emotions. In that moment, he recognized the profound significance of wealth and power. Reluctantly, he set aside the photographs and picked up the document. Most of its contents were rather ordinary, detailing matters such as Zheng He's exploitation of young talents and tax evasion. Yet, as he delved deeper, the revelations grew increasingly alarming. Establishing a social club for debauchery, involvement in a northern Myanmar fraud scheme, and even allegations of rape, human trafficking, and money laundering. It was evident that the roots of corruption in the Hong Kong entertainment scene ran deeper and were more sordid than those in the mainland, Chen Zhao mused. The exposure of this scandal would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the industry, bringing long-buried injustices to light. After gathering all the materials, Chen Zhao resolved to unveil them at the film festival gala the following day, when the presence of Hong Kong celebrities would be at its zenith. He intended to provide these individuals with a vivid and visceral experience of his arrival. Chen Zhao glanced at the pending punishment results for Li Zhong, then engaged in a brief conversation with Xu Dai and Qin Luan. He subsequently logged into his account, perusing the private messages in the back end. At times, these messages could yield valuable reports concerning certain artists, for within the entertainment industry, there are often hidden figures or trainees who harbor grievances against certain celebrities. After half an hour of fruitless searching, Chen Zhao decided to turn off his phone and prepare for bed, conserving his energy for the fierce verbal battle that awaited him the following day. However, just as he lay down, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ninth problematic artist detected. Range, within 100 meters, problematic artist. Chen Shi, offenses, group parties, drug use, gambling, rape, murder, filming obscene videos and photographs. Chen Zhao shot up, his eyes wide with shock. Within 100 meters. This is not a joke. Chapter 50. Chen Zhao transforms into Spider-Man. Live streaming a scandalous battle. Those present here are, without exception, the stars attending the film festival. At such a critical moment, it is astonishing that chaos ensues. He cannot help but admire these celebrities, whose hearts are so easily stirred. They seem oblivious to the circumstances around them. Is it truly so difficult to maintain control over one's lower instincts? Chen Zhao, invigorated and devoid of fatigue, absorbs all the incriminating evidence against Chen Shi that floods his mind. Upon reviewing the materials, he finds no particularly outrageous or criminal act beyond the familiar tales of other stars he has previously exposed, indulging in wild parties, engaging in acts of violation, and even murder. Initially, he pondered how a figure from the underworld could infiltrate the entertainment industry to become a star. Yet, after examining the evidence provided by the system, he realizes he may have overestimated Chen Shi. Perhaps it correlates with the fact that the artists he had previously exposed, starting with Chen Mingho, were either linked to human traffickers or involved in nefarious schemes, leading him to view all celebrities through the lens of the darkest possibilities. The murder involving Chen Shi possesses a dramatic flair. The use of hallucinogenic substances to violate others, resulting in death. Although the circumstances of the death are undeniably theatrical, the victim is far from ordinary. Li Zhiqi, a stunning beauty of the post-90s generation, has featured in numerous classic films and television series, revered as a goddess by many. The day she died, the entertainment circles of both Hong Kong and the mainland were shaken to their core. The narrative surrounding her demise proclaimed suicide, but who could genuinely believe that? Just days prior, she had been promoting an upcoming fan meeting in the mainland, only to take her own life the very next day. Fans are not fools. Nevertheless, a cursory investigation on the Hong Kong side concluded with the same verdict: suicide. The specific details of the investigation were never made public, and, subsequently, Li Zhiqi's family vanished without a trace. The disappearance of her family is of little concern to Chen Zhao, yet it piques Chen Zhao's interest. He could potentially uncover more individuals through this thread. However, his immediate focus should be on exposing Chen Zhao, allowing the fervent fans in Hong Kong to witness the sordid realities within their beloved circle. Watching their cherished stars being so brazenly manipulated, how will they continue to justify the abnormality of it all? At this moment, flashes of red dots dance in Chen Zhao's mind. He recognizes the activation of a point of interest, revealing a specific room number. The question remains, how to proceed with the exposure? Must he truly march to Chen Zhao's door with a camera in hand, knocking and bursting in at the moment he answers, ready to deliver an impromptu live broadcast to the viewers? What if, upon entry, he discovers that Chen Zhao is merely engaged in discussions about how to generate buzz for the festival or rehearsing their craft? Such scenarios could lead to embarrassment, and once the solid evidence emerges, he might be accused of acting out of indignation, fabricating dirt. As someone who understands the weight of public opinion, he knows that if the narrative shifts unfavorably and the netizens buy into it, reversing that tide would demand a far greater toll than initially anticipated. Such a situation is unnecessary. Chen Zhao contemplates, his thoughts probing the system's marketplace for tools that might aid his endeavor. Suddenly, he spots something of great value, a smile spreading across his face. Hastily rising, he affixed the miniature camera from the system's space to his chest, inwardly contemplating. The system has procured a signal jammer, specifically for Chen Zhao's room. Ding, 1 million deducted. Purchase successful, item activated. A pang of discontent surged within Chen Zhao. 1 million for a single signal jammer. The system was certainly profiting extravagantly. Yet, the functionality of this signal jammer provided him with a modicum of solace. Supreme Signal Jammer. Upon activation, all electronic devices within its range will be rendered operational. It will automatically obscure any authentic information and calls from the outside world. In essence, any messages or visuals received by Chen Zhao and her associates will be fabricated and false, utterly imperceptible to them. After activating the signal jammer, Chen Zhao promptly commenced a live stream. The moment he went live, a torrent of viewers flooded into the stream. Chen Zhao had finally begun broadcasting. The court proceedings regarding Li Zhang had commenced, leading many to speculate whether Chen Zhao would make an appearance. Was Chen Zhao at a hotel, treating himself to a little indulgence? Which fellow was enjoying Chen Zhao's affection? Chen Zhao's IP had changed, indicating a move to Hong Kong. Was he collaborating with Chen Yingjing to debut together? Celebrities from the mainland truly paled in comparison to those from Hong Kong, who seemed more adept at bending the law than honing their craft. It was laughable. They should exit Hong Kong, for the city had no welcome for mainland stars. The comments scrolled rapidly, and Chen Zhao noted an increasing number of Hong Kong viewers voicing their lofty opinions in his live stream, although mainland viewers were quite adept at critiquing. When it came to the entertainment industry, the mainland stars genuinely fell short. Hong Kong had once been dubbed the Eastern Hollywood. Yet what did the mainland possess? Nothing but scandals involving gambling, drug abuse, solicitation, and sexual assault. What would they possibly counter with? One after another, they retreated. As the live stream became increasingly dominated by viewers from Hong Kong. Brothers, let us enjoy a Category 3 film. Children and women, please step outside, Chen Zhao jovially remarked, believing the Hong Kong viewers would appreciate it even more. With that, he silently recited the adhesive he had just exchanged for. A tube of ointment materialized in his hand, which he tucked into his pocket as he exited the room. Meanwhile, the live stream had erupted with excitement. The mere mention of a Category 3 film had ignited the audience. Countless male viewers scrambled to retrieve tissues, preparing for a serious observation and study. Some speculated whether Chen Zhao had encountered a celebrity causing a scene yet again. Many others remarked that Chen Zhao was personally engaging in providing benefits to his fans, earning him the praise and support of numerous female viewers. Not to be overlooked, Chen Zhao's physical appearance was undoubtedly a significant factor in attracting countless female admirers. In the bustling metropolis, within a villa, a voice murmured, "Brother Zhao wouldn't he truly take the stage himself, would he? Otherwise, how would he know who would be engaged in such activities?" Shadi pundat softly. She also wondered about her aunt's situation, hoping she could support Brother Zhao tomorrow. Otherwise, he might face difficulties. Shu Dai recalled her aunt's words regarding the unkindness of the Hong Kong artist towards Chen Zhao, and felt a surge of anger and helplessness as she contemplated causing trouble for him at the upcoming film festival. She was unable to intervene due to family matters requiring her attention. Moreover, certain individuals in the Hong Kong entertainment industry possessed formidable connections. Her mere words would not compel them to show her favor or refrain from offending her. Otherwise, her aunt would not have struggled to establish herself in that competitive sphere. Regaining her focus, Shu Dai glanced at the live stream, observing Chen Zhao strolling down the hotel corridor, and she sighed with relief. Given his capabilities, he should be able to adapt to the situation, perhaps even retaliate as he had during the charity gala. Unbeknownst to Chen Zhao, the Hong Kong entertainment industry was conspiring against him, and even his influential benefactor was finding it challenging to offer assistance this time. At that moment, he had ascended to the top floor via the elevator, away from the prying eyes of the live stream. He retrieved a nylon rope and secured it to a stone pillar before applying a adhesive to his hands and feet. He then activated a disposable item, illusory enhancement, which had cost him 50 million. Its range was confined to Chen Zhao's room. This disposable item, paired with his dreamcraft ability, allowed him to use the skill without needing to see his target. He could directly employ his dreamcraft to silently ensnare individuals within the illusion, constructing a dreamscape at will. After using it, he tied the nylon rope around his waist to create a FAAD for the viewers in the live stream. With remarkable agility, he glided along the walls as if walking on solid ground, swiftly arriving at the glass window. The curtains were drawn, obscuring his view of the room's interior. Chen Zhao's actions provoked a flurry of question marks in the live chat. Were they spying? Did they wish to see the curtains drawn? The viewers from Hong Kong chuckled, remarking on the quality of their local curtains. In his mind, Chen Zhao mused, "Let the fireworks bloom." Within the dreamscape he crafted, the fireworks erupted with a resounding roar. Inside the room, Chen Shi, freshly bathed and clad only in a towel, was taken aback, alongside a renowned actress from the entertainment industry. Fireworks in Hong Kong? Such a sight was rare indeed. Chen Shi stepped toward the curtains and pulled them aside, revealing a sky lit with vibrant fireworks, while Chen Zhao's gaze was drawn to the proximity of bare flesh. Suddenly, the live stream's comments ceased entirely. Chapter 51. The Anxieties of the Hong Kong Entertainment Industry. Chen Zhao's first gift. For a moment, it felt as if the live stream had been sealed off, provoking a torrent of explosive comments. "This is Chen Shi and my goddess." "Ah, Chen Shi, release your grip." "No, why can't they see Chen Dog right before them? Has Chen Dog gone incognito?" "I absolutely adore you, Chen Dog. You know exactly what I enjoy." This isn't being shut down. Chen Dog's dominance on Douyin is undeniable, yet I love watching. Is this what Hong Kong artists are like? So innocent. A married woman and a girlfriend meet in a hotel to hone their craft? The comments underwent a dramatic reversal, with mainland netizens recording the screen while countering the initial ridicule from Hong Kong viewers. In response, Hong Kong netizens were infuriated, unable to fathom that She had escalated matters. Countless Hong Kong netizens flocked to the comment sections of Chen Shi's agency and that of actress Li Lu, who had been rehearsing with Chen Shi, unleashing their fury. At this moment, the dream agency was in utter chaos. What is Chen Shi doing? As his manager, how can you allow this? Damn it, I haven't even had the chance to pursue Li Lu, and he has already taken my place? The agency director chastised Chen Shi's manager with arms akimbo. The manager remained silent, maintaining a calm demeanor. Is this intolerable? This is merely one of the lightest of Chen Shi's misdeeds. Bring Chen Shi back to me immediately, the director commanded. Director phone. The phone is unreachable. Moreover, have you not noticed that even Chen Zhao, who is so close by, has not recognized Chen Shi and the others? Director Feng was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the live stream, and indeed, he had missed it in his fury. What? Is this sorcery? Director Feng exclaimed, cursing. The people from the mainland are always enigmatic, the manager remarked, bewildered. Chen Zhao observed as Chen Shi and his companions engaged in their antics within the hotel room, reconstructing a new illusion. The deceased Li Zhishi suddenly materialized before Chen Shi. Startled, Chen Shi fell to the ground in a panic, exclaiming, "No! How can you still be alive? Are you a human or a ghost? Do not come near me. This is not my affair." Chen Shi, in a sudden frenzy, pointed at the seemingly empty space, uttering mad words, which startled both Li Lu and the viewers in the live stream. "Are you curious why Chen Shi behaves this way?" Chen Zhao began, intensifying the constructed illusion, causing Chen Shi to feel an excruciating headache, his body covered in bruises, all of which were inflicted by Li Zhishi. This overwhelming mental and physical pressure led to Chen Shi's psychological collapse, and he began to believe that the ghost of Li Zhishi had indeed returned to haunt him. Hong Kong is a place steeped in superstition surrounding spirits. "I did not wish to kill you. It was an accident. I apologize. Do not seek me out, please." Chen Shi knelt on the ground, fervently bowing to the empty space before him. Chen Shi's revelation ignited a frenzy in the comments. Did Chen Shi commit murder? In recent years, the number of artists from Hong Kong who have passed away is limited to just a few, but the most enigmatic death belongs to Li Zhishi. Surely, it cannot be that Li Zhishi was murdered. That would be inconceivable. Chen Shi, regardless of his status or the protection he has, could never be a match for Li Zhishi. So how could he possibly be responsible for her demise? Stop beating around the bush. Just tell us who was killed. The netizens from Hong Kong truly lack understanding. They should be showering gifts. Otherwise, who would provide them with inside information? My brother Chen has orchestrated such a grand spectacle without any compensation. Those familiar with Chen Zhao from the mainland recognized that his delay in revealing the truth indicated what sort of game he was playing. Gifts were flying across the screen. After a few moments, Chen Zhao finally spoke. The person Chen Shi killed was Li Zhishi. As for the manner of her death, please refer to the VCR. Upon finishing his statement, he played a humiliating video of Chen Shi killing Li Zhishi in the live broadcast. This was seamlessly integrated into the stream, allowing every viewer to witness it as if they were watching a film. The video was brief, lasting just over 10 minutes, yet each viewer was filled with rage. Their fists clenched tightly. Li Zhishi's fans were left with reddened eyes, tears streaming down their faces. They felt a visceral urge to exact vengeance on Chen Shi. They had treated Li Zhishi like a princess, cradling her in their hearts, and now witnessing their idol's humiliation and death was unbearable. The more they watched, the less they could contain their fury. Countless fans of Li Zhishi turned off the live stream and rushed into the streets, recalling from memory the possible whereabouts of Chen Shi, racing towards him. They marked the locations of Chen Shi's agency, Li Zhishi's agency, and even the Hong Kong police station. Each one of them targeted. This is what they call suicide. Is this truly suicide? How monstrous! The entertainment industry in Hong Kong erupted in chaos. In a small circle of prominent artists, discussions about this incident were fervent. How did Chen Zhao learn about Li Zhishi's situation when she had died 2 years ago? Who could have revealed this information to him? Was it Shu Ke? It is indeed plausible. She had wanted to speak out long ago, and after all this time, using Chen Zhao as her mouthpiece might be her only option. This traitor, it seems, will align herself with Chen Zhao at tomorrow's film festival, proceeding with caution. Rest assured, at the festival, arrangements have been made to bring about Chen Zhao's ruin, ensuring he leaves with nothing but disgrace. The group chat concluded at this point. Meanwhile, Chen Zhao felt it was time to act. He hurried to the rooftop, dispersed his illusion, and quickly departed. If he lingered any longer, he risked encountering the enraged fans of Li Zhishi, who would no doubt treat him like an NPC and beat him senseless. In the room, Chen Shi regained clarity in his gaze, observing that there was no sign of Li Zhishi in the space around him. He bore no injuries, felt no dizziness. Everything seemed fine. However, he noticed Li Lu trembling in fear nearby, and an ominous premonition began to stir within him. What did I just say? Li Lu trembled with fear and shook her head. You said nothing. Please don't kill me. I beg you. I promise I won't tell anyone. Upon hearing Li Lu's words, Chen Zhao's expression stiffened. Slowly rising to his feet, he regarded Li Lu with a penetrating gaze. How could I possibly kill someone? You must have misheard me, correct? Indeed, I misheard you. You haven't said a word, and I was never here today, Li Lu replied, deftly deflecting the accusation. Chen Zhao picked up a fruit knife, his eyes fixed on Li Lu. Yet, I believe that the dead are the most reliable. What an exasperating situation. In broad daylight. What have you done to make me envision Li Zhishi and utter such murderous words? Never mind, it no longer matters. After all, you are the only one who heard it. Chen Zhao advanced toward Li Lu. At that moment, the door of the room seemed to be struck by a colossal hammer. Seconds later, it collapsed with a thunderous crash. A horde of fierce-looking youths, their eyes ablaze with rage, surged into the room. Chen Zhao, damn it. You will pay for this. Return my goddess to me. Startled, Chen Zhao dropped the knife, his limbs turning to jelly as he crumpled to the floor, attempting to crawl backward and plead for mercy. Yet, before he could utter a word, he was engulfed by the throng. The screams escalated from a high pitch to a gradually fading murmur, then vanished into silence. Chapter 52. The Exclusion of All Hong Kong Artists. Chen Zhao's revelations at the film festival. In a shocking turn of events, today, Chen Zhao was brutally beaten to death in a hotel. The tragic incident stemming from a matter that has left all of Hong Kong mourning. The police are surrounded, unable to apprehend the assailants responsible for Chen Zhao's demise. The Dream Agency has faced a terrifying attack, with excrement thrown and animal carcasses discarded, prompting the agency to erupt in fury and report the incident to the authorities. A word of caution: maintain a distance of 500 meters from Chaotian Avenue. The Hong Kong police station is besieged, with countless fans of Li Zhishi vociferously demanding justice for Officer Zhao Hai, insisting he must face severe repercussions. According to insider information, Zhao Hai has been detained and is undergoing a reinvestigation of the Li Zhishi case. The management of Li Zhishi's agency held a press conference, where the chairman issued an apology and pledged a donation of 1 billion in Li Zhishi's name for charitable purposes. The hero who exposed all these events, the mainland superstar Chen Zhao, has been conspicuously absent, allegedly tending to Li Zhishi's parents, as he is her boyfriend. The Hong Kong media, from the most trivial outlets to leading daily newspapers, are inundated with reports on the Li Zhishi incident, the brutal beating of Chen Zhao, and the relationship between Chen Zhao and Li Zhishi. On this day, Hong Kong is overwhelmed by these three stories, overshadowing all other news. Even the film festival, which once dominated the headlines, has been relegated to the shadows. Chen Zhao has not departed. He remains hidden in the hotel, witnessing himself being slandered as being involved with Li Zhishi, fully experiencing the adage, "Give me a sentence, and I will fabricate a scandal." Nevertheless, the renewed attention on Li Zhishi's plight not only allows him to repay the Hong Kong entertainment industry, but also affords him the opportunity to perform a good deed, leaving him with a sense of comfort. Buzz. His phone vibrated several times, illuminating the screen. Upon reading the message, Chen Zhao felt a tinge of discomfort. Shuku, how did you offend Feng Ming? Did you sleep with his daughter? Chen Zhao. Shuku, in our circle, Feng Ming has almost publicly announced his intentions to confront you at the film festival tomorrow. While I am unaware of any dirt on you, I believe it would be wise for you to return to the mainland. Hong Kong is not as straightforward as your homeland. The stars here do not possess such amiable dispositions. The people in this entertainment industry carry a savage air, ready to tarnish you both physically and mentally. You are outnumbered. Do not act rashly. Chen Zhao, I intend to confront Feng Ming. Shuku, do you comprehend what you are saying? Exposing Chen Zhao is sufficient. Return now, and I will mediate your relationship with Feng Ming. Do not let matters escalate. Chen Zhao, see you at the film festival tomorrow. He no longer wished to continue the conversation. His purpose in coming to Hong Kong was to confront Feng Ming, and as long as this man remained, he and his parents would live in constant fear. He could not rest until Feng Ming was dealt with. Moreover, the extravagant gift Feng Ming had bestowed upon him upon his arrival in Hong Kong, along with the threatening letter received in Anqing, remained unpaid. Departing without addressing such matters would be discourteous. He must return the favor. Shuke, good luck. Chen Zhao exited WeChat and opened Douyin. The court hearing regarding Li Zheng was scheduled for tomorrow. After the hearing and verdict, he would be able to claim the system rewards, which for him represented a secure guarantee. After all, amidst the 200 rewards, there had never been any worthless skills or items. As for Chen Xi's situation, the Hong Kong police had yet to issue a definitive statement. However, he assumed it would come tomorrow. After all, with Chen Zhao deceased, there was no reason for the Hong Kong police to further delay. He would soon have his external assistance credited. Feng Ming. What could the entertainment industry of Hong Kong possibly use to compete with him? If he, endowed with such advantages, could not surpass Feng Ming, then he might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. The film festival? Was that not his hardest ground? The following day, early in the morning, the fervor of the film festival became apparent. Streets and alleys, the walls of towering buildings, and electronic screens displayed the festival's cover and photographs of some of Hong Kong's renowned stars. Even the morning news devoted 30% of its airtime to reporting on the film festival. This grand spectacle astonished Chen Zhao, who was having breakfast. The Hong Kong film industry had long since faded. Was there truly a need for such a grand display? However, seeing those around him, fellow Hong Kong residents discussing in astonishment over breakfast, he realized this event was unlike any before. Could it possibly be because of me? Chen Zhao mused narcissistically. Although he was well aware it was impossible, it seemed that the film festival was orchestrating such a spectacle to promote a particular film and elevate a few artists to revive the Hong Kong film industry. Ultimately, it was a fanciful notion. Chen Zhao finished the last bite of his breakfast, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and, with his hands in his pockets, made his way to the venue of the festival, the Film Association Auditorium. Outside the auditorium, barriers lined both sides, crowded with reporters and fans. A red carpet stretched down the center. Hong Kong artists showcased their talents as they walked the red carpet amidst an atmosphere that buzzed with excitement. When Chen Zhao arrived, the jubilant fans, the clicking cameras, and the enthusiastic host introducing the artist fell into an abrupt silence. The ambience shifted instantly to that of a library. It was a show of authority. Chen Zhao wore a faint smile, internally acknowledging that he remained unfazed, as if thousands of fans were cheering for him. He waved and approached the host, picking up a pen to elegantly inscribe his name on the signature wall, proudly preparing to enter the film festival. However, just as he reached the entrance, he was blocked by four suddenly appearing brawny bodyguards. "Your name is not on the guest list," one of the guards stated coldly. "Did I mention my name?" Chen Zhao retorted. The four bodyguards remained silent, steadfast at the entrance, their presence conveying to Chen Zhao that as long as they were there, he had no hope of entry. The situation did not escape the notice of those both inside and outside the venue. Mocking laughter erupted. Although Chen Zhao had cleared Li Zhixi's name, it was of no concern to them. They were not fans of Li Zhixi. However, Chen Zhao exposed Chen Xi's scandals, which caused them to lose face in front of the idol worshippers on the mainland, leaving them unable to raise their heads and criticize online for the past couple of days. After all, they had previously proclaimed with unwavering conviction that the Hong Kong entertainment industry was flawless. Thus, witnessing Chen Zhao's embarrassment brought them immense joy. No matter how sensational the revelations were, they were forced to bow their heads in Hong Kong. The local artists present wore expressions of amusement, aware of who was targeting Chen Zhao, yet secretly hoping he would not be humiliated into fleeing. They wished for Chen Zhao to stand firm against Feng Ming. The viewers in the live stream exclaimed, "This is too much. Targeting Chen Dog like this. Let's leave and not endure this humiliation." Indeed, if one does not find refuge here, there will be another place to belong. If Chen Dog were to leave, I would hold him in contempt for a lifetime. Such brazen revelations, reduced to a mere clown in front of true stars. What is the point of identifying with someone who cannot defy adversity, who resorts to exposing others just because they dislike them? Why should I pay attention to such trivialities? The comments above are spot on. As soon as Chen Dog falters, they will block his path and demand he divulge everything. forcing the organizers to plead for mercy. It's laughable to think our Hong Kong entertainment industry is as dismal as the mainland's. If he possesses any other artist scandals, I would be willing to consume 10 pounds of food right at the film festival's entrance. Chen Zhao turned to the mocking crowd and shouted, "Are there any loyal fans here? Bring me a table and a chair and a megaphone." A few young people, just arriving, enthusiastically responded. With remarkable efficiency, they quickly set up a table, chair, and megaphone in front of Chen Zhao, standing behind him in support. Chen Zhao took a seat on the chair. Reminiscent of the time, he exposed Chen Jing, retrieving a telescopic phone holder from his pocket, setting it up on the ground, placing his phone, and starting the live broadcast. He picked up the megaphone and cheerfully announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, both online and offline, welcome to Chen Zhao's exposure class. Grab your sunflower seeds, beer, and bricks." In the hall, seated towards the back near the entrance, Chen Jing, who had come courtesy of Tienda Company to grab some attention on the red carpet at the film festival and to promote her upcoming first project, heard this familiar introduction. The familiar chair, the familiar phone live stream. A shiver ran down her spine. This man was about to make waves. Chapter 53. The moment of the hunt has arrived. Trembling artist from Hong Kong. Chen Zhao's words sent the longtime fans in the live stream into a frenzy. Seasoned followers quickly rose to retrieve tissues, anticipating an emotional outpouring. Meanwhile, the artists from Hong Kong, reporters, and fans stood in bewilderment. What class is being taught here? Is there a revelation? Who could it be? Perhaps Chun Shi? Surely not us. We are strangers, harboring no animosity, and we have not persecuted your ambiguous loverly Jishi. You wouldn't target us, would you? Moreover, do you not consider the occasion? This is at the entrance of a film festival. And while the Hong Kong Film Association has embarrassed you, you seem to trample upon their dignity, then sit down to chat. How audacious, how outrageous. What are the members of the Film Association doing? Why aren't they swiftly expelling him to silence his ramblings? The artists at the scene wore forced smiles, their minds filled with curses. They were acutely aware of their own affairs, knowing whether they had engaged in any illicit activities, and dared not gamble on whether Chen Zhao possessed incriminating evidence against them. After all, Chen Shi's dirt was symptomatically held by Chen Zhao. Observing Chen Zhao's commanding presence at the entrance indicated he must know some dark secret about at least one of them, and none dared to wager whether that individual was themselves. Hence, the most prudent action was to urge Chen Zhao to leave promptly and cease his public outburst. Amidst their thoughts, Feng Ming emerged. "What gives you the right to block the entrance of our film association? Security, why are you standing idle? Get him out." Feng Ming, aged and formidable, bellowed with a resonant voice. "Let us see who dares." Those who followed Chen Zhao were fearless, reveling in chaos and ready to overturn everything. Despite being outnumbered, they stood resolutely behind him, flushed with excitement. Chen Zhao, observing their fervent demeanor, recognized that they were already enraptured in their fantasies, imagining themselves as the valiant Hua Xiubing, subduing the rebellious forces. He turned his gaze to Feng Ming. "This doesn't seem to be the domain of your film association, does it? Or have you come to regard the surrounding areas as your private property? The red carpet leading to the Film Association S Hall is government property, not a possession of your association. President Feng, this location is not within your authority to expel us from, nor is there a need to contact the police. They have instructed us to resolve it ourselves." At that moment, Shu Ku arrived, positioning herself firmly behind Chen Zhao, offering him support. This surprised Chen Zhao, as just yesterday she had advised him against attending the film festival, subtly indicating she would not stand by him. Yet now, her sudden change of heart rivaled the traditional heritage of his hometown. Feng Ming glared at Chen Zhao and Shu Ku, his expression darkening. "President Feng, please continue with the film festival. You need not concern yourselves with me," Chen Zhao remarked. Feng Ming's face turned ashen, blocking the entrance with a table, demanding that the artists attending the festival take flight. Having invested a substantial sum of money for this film festival and invited numerous media outlets, was it not expected that he would seek to undermine Chen Zhao, that scoundrel? He gazed at Chen Zhao, a sense of trepidation gripping his heart. He felt an overwhelming urgency to silence Chen Zhao. It seemed as though his very existence depended on it. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless to intervene. Shuko had aligned herself with Chen Zhao. What a treacherous woman she was. The Film Association and many artists from Hong Kong were seething with indignation. Unperturbed by the undercurrents of discontent, Chen Zhao settled into his chair, microphone in hand, surveying the throngs of reporters, audience members, and familiar artists lingering by the red carpet who had not yet approached him. Today, let us speak of a particular star, short in stature, with an unusual manner of speech. During his youth, endured scorn in the Hong Kong entertainment industry. By sheer fortune, he caught the attention of a discerning patron and subsequently embarked upon his acting career. He has since produced a plethora of classic films, which have been viewed by countless audiences both in Hong Kong and the mainland. With fame comes desire. In a mere 3 years, he has filmed 34 movies and engaged with over 40 actresses, many of whom are revered as goddesses by the public. As he spoke, Chen Zhao instinctively reached for a water cup, only to realize it was absent from the table. Embarrassed, he retracted his hand, but at that moment, a bottle of water was offered to him. Chen Zhao glanced at a fan to his left, conveying an appreciative glance before accepting the water and taking a sip. Let us have a little guessing game. Who do you think I am? I made it abundantly clear, so don't tell me nobody can figure it out. Upon hearing Chen Zhao's words, the reporters, fans, and artists present were momentarily taken aback. Wait, aren't we here for the film festival? A guessing game? Is this a joke? The fans and reporters began to murmur amongst themselves, frantically searching on their phones. Their intent was to oust such a disreputable figure from the Hong Kong entertainment scene. They were not interested in uncovering details about his numerous conquests or any illicit photographs or videos. At the starting point of the red carpet, Zhang He felt his heart racing, as if it had leaped into his throat. The revelations Chen Zhao was making bore an uncanny resemblance to his own misdeeds. It seemed that Chen Zhao was indeed exposing him. Although he was perplexed as to how Chen Zhao had knowledge of his dark secrets, he understood that he could no longer remain there. I must leave, he whispered to his manager, swiftly turning to make his way to the van. It appeared that Zhang He was the only one whose past matched the details being revealed. This conclusion had also come to light during my inquiries. However, Zhang He's demeanor was such that it truly frightened others into silence. Chen Zhao's insinuations were blatant, and the audience, not to be outdone, quickly uncovered the facts, loudly proclaiming their findings. Chen Zhao had been fixated on Zhang He's silhouette for quite some time. Upon realizing that Zhang He had deduced his potential exposure and was about to flee, he urgently called out, "Zhang He, since you've come this far, why are you leaving? Stay and share your achievements with us. If you wish to remain humble, I can speak on your behalf. Rest assured, I shall remain completely impartial. I would never disclose your preference for being passive while others take the initiative, nor your enjoyment of a playful whip. Trust me, I know precisely what should and should not be said. Do not depart. Come and join me for a gathering. Enlighten us on how you managed to captivate so many female stars. We are willing to contribute a modest fee for your insights. P.S. I humbly request a 5-star review and gifts. Dear gentlemen, could you kindly extend your support to this humble author with a rating? I am sincerely grateful and truly beseeching your kindness." Chapter 54. Is exposing your underhanded tactics a fatal move? Yet, this is merely an appetizer. Chen Zhao shouted through the megaphone, his voice echoing throughout the auditorium of the Film Association. Everyone activated their GPS, swiftly pinpointing the fleeing Zhang He. Some individuals, seemingly eager to stir chaos, obstructed Zhang He's escape, rout upon realizing his intent to flee. Witnessing this scene, Zhang He stood frozen, his face ashen, caught in a dilemma. "Chen Zhao, you despicable creature. To commit murder while leaving me to suffer here is a cruel twist of fate. Is it a crime to have shared fleeting moments with a few starlets, engaging in mutually beneficial encounters? Why must you fixate on exposing me? Have I broken the law? Or have I wronged your girlfriend? I have merely succumbed to the same errors as any man would. Is that truly a fault?" Zhang He seethed internally, turning to glare at Chen Zhao, who sat nearby, grinning while clutching the megaphone. His teeth clenched in anger. "What gain do you hope to achieve by revealing our secrets? If you desire money, present your evidence before me. I am willing to negotiate any sum. You vile creature, denying me even this opportunity clearly indicates your intent to ruin my reputation. Very well. I refuse to believe you would dare expose all the starlets I've been with. Should Chen Zhao attempt such an act, Zhang He vowed that he would ensure Chen Zhao would not leave Hong Kong alive. The talent agencies behind those starlets, along with the film association that Chen Zhao had thoroughly decimated, would see to his demise. I have done nothing wrong. If you believe otherwise, bring forth your evidence. Zhang He retorted defiantly. He recalled the advice he had received. When someone lacks the conclusive proof to obliterate you, never concede, but demand they produce their evidence. If they do, then adapt accordingly. If they cannot, unleash your wrath. Upon hearing Zhang He's words, the seasoned fans in the live stream and the audience shared a knowing laugh. They were all too familiar with this rhetoric. It seemed as though every celebrity exposed by Chen Zhao began their defense with a similar protest. The outcome was always the same, a red nose. Chen Zhao chuckled, "You seek evidence? Rest assured, I possess it. However, as a model citizen, I cannot broadcast your intimate moments in a public setting. Follow me on Douyin for a high-definition, censored viewing." With that, Chen Zhao uploaded the video and clear images of Zhang He's indiscretions onto Douyin. The moment it was released, the video went viral, garnering millions of likes and trending on social media. The auditorium erupted in a chorus of astonished gasps. Goodness, this is exhilarating. Can you believe this? And to think this could be so easily handled? Wow, my goddess has a stunning figure. Finally, I can face the truth. Zhang He questioned whether his body could withstand the onslaught of scrutiny he was about to face. He pondered how Chen Zhao managed to expose him. It was no wonder he had been targeted. Who claimed that Hong Kong was devoid of drama? This was enough to establish a legacy among stars from the mainland. The assembly of Hong Kong artists began to stir restlessly. The starlets featured in the video turned pale, swaying under the intense scrutiny of their peers. Filled with curiosity and disbelief. Where did you acquire all this evidence? As she glanced at Chen Zhao after watching a third of the video before shutting her phone. Don't tell me you conducted the investigation. Some of these individuals were entwined with Zhang He when you were probably just in middle school. And don't claim that someone provided you with insider information. Given Zhang He's character, there's no way he would leave any traces. So, where exactly did you obtain it? Chen Zhao smiled at Shu Ku and quietly replied, "What if I calculated it myself?" Shu Ku's curiosity momentarily faltered, but she quickly nodded in seriousness. That's truly impressive. Wait, do you really believe that? Chen Zhao looked at Shu Ku in disbelief and then clarified, "I have my own channels." With that, he refrained from further conversation with Shu Ku, knowing he could not disclose the existence of his system. He wouldn't even confide in his parents, let alone Shu Ku. Zhang He, you can't possibly claim that the evidence I presented is doctored. And what about those? Chen Zhao turned and shouted towards the auditorium. Why don't those actresses who were intimate with Zhang He come out and share their stories with us? How could they bear to keep silent? His words sparked a chorus of agreement from the crowd. Zhang He's face turned ashen. We have neither broken the law nor acted involuntarily. Chen Zhao, by exposing our affairs online, you are infringing upon our rights and subjecting us to humiliation. I will sue you. At those words, Chen Zhao felt a jolt, as if a wave of realization washed over him. Swime? Wouldn't that simply land you in trouble? He reflected on his sacrifices in the Hong Kong entertainment industry, the blood he shed, and the transition from its glory to its decline. I acknowledge I made a mistake as a public figure, creating a negative impact. Yet, it was merely a mistake that any man might make. Zhang He's voice feigned a somber tone. No, not all of US can bed dozens of actresses. Chen Zhao retorted sharply. The crowd, previously swayed by Zhang He's apologies, snapped back to reality upon hearing Chen Zhao's words. What does it mean to make a mistake that all men make? You indulge yourself, and we men are supposed to shoulder the blame together? While you enjoy, why don't you say, I must let other men partake as well? The men in the audience glared at Zhang He, fists clenched, contemplating violence. Sensing the murderous intent around him, Zhang He quickly abandoned his emotional appeal to restore his reputation and opted for a final resolution, effective immediately. I am withdrawing from the Hong Kong entertainment industry. I apologize to those I have hurt and to those who trusted and supported me. I will donate $1 billion for charitable purposes to atone for my misdeeds. Zheng He spoke with apparent sincerity, and the crowd's discontent began to dissipate. After all, Zheng He had merely engaged in the unspoken rules of the industry. There was no rape, no crime, just a man who had partaken in the pleasures of many stars. Perhaps there was a hint of envy and resentment fueling their desire to see Chen Zhao bring Zheng He down. However, now that Zheng He has withdrawn from the scene and donated a staggering $1 billion, he has effectively silenced all their potential accusations. What more could they possibly say? Zheng He, with his brooding gaze, fixed his eyes on Chen Zhao for several seconds before turning and striding away. He would inevitably settle this score with Chen Zhao in due time. The crowd blocking Zheng He parted to create a path. Yet, Zheng He had scarcely taken a few steps when Chen Zhao, with an air of indifference, held up a megaphone and called out, "Mr. Zheng He, are you truly leaving just like that? We were only beginning to discuss your initial achievements, which certainly do not encapsulate the most thrilling moments of your illustrious career. Have you forgotten about your money laundering, your collusion with the cyber fraud syndicate, and your involvement with the elusive establishments? I happen to possess evidence regarding these matters. Shall we sit down together and review it? Perhaps you could provide your insights on the validity of this evidence." Chapter 55. Chen Zhao unveils long-buried secrets. Once trembling in fear and submission upon hearing Chen Zhao's words, many individuals' eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is there more? Chen Zhao, taking his time to reveal the information, certainly knows how to keep us on edge. Could he not share everything in one breath? Such shallow blackmail should not be aired before such a crowd. It will be far more entertaining to release it on Douyin for us to download and savor at our leisure. His lack of consideration is disheartening. The audience cast resentful glances at Chen Zhao. Given that he intends to divulge more shortly, they refrain from teaching him a lesson. Before long, someone obstructed Zheng He's path. Want to leave? You must clarify the situation first. The previously indifferent expressions of Zheng He and several celebrities in attendance shifted to one of unease as they grasped their water cups to mask their rising panic. How does Chen Zhao possess such insider knowledge? Standing nearby, Feng Ming maintained an air of calm, though his once relaxed fist tightened for a brief moment before he released it. With a penetrating gaze, he shot a menacing look at Chen Zhao, then returned his focus to the ground. Chen Zhao cannot be allowed to remain. Feng Ming harbored a growing desire to eliminate him. Chen Zhao had obtained evidence linking Zheng He to a fraudulent group. Should he continue his investigation, his own dark secrets would inevitably fall into Chen Zhao's hands. He had no wish to suffer the same public humiliation as Zheng He today. A faint, scattered aura of menace lingered in the air, which Chen Zhao perceptibly sensed. He subtly shifted his head, casting a wary sidelong glance at Feng Ming. However, the moment called for Zheng He to speak up. Just moments ago, his apology had been so sincere, yet had he forgotten the fans he lured into the fraudulent group's clutches? Engaging in money laundering, recording birthday greetings for the Group leader each year, yet he had also committed the same blunders every man does. Surely, he must concoct some excuse to placate the audience? Rising to his feet, Chen Zhao brandished a microphone, simultaneously recounting Zheng He's misdeeds while striding towards him. He halted a mere meter away from Zheng He, gazing down upon him with disdain and fury. Zheng He, his face ashen, looked up at Chen Zhao, rendered speechless and incapable of uttering a response. The matters Chen Zhao now discussed were on an entirely different level from his previous misdeeds. How could he possibly justify himself? Moreover, rather than seeking an explanation, Zheng He was more perplexed by how Chen Zhao had come to know of his involvement with the fraudulent group. Such private matters could not possibly have been disclosed by anyone from that side. Could it be that Chen Zhao had been following him? That notion seemed even more implausible. Unless Chen Zhao possessed the ability to become invisible, there was no way a single mosquito could infiltrate their defenses. So how, in the world, does Chen Zhao know? Zheng He felt overwhelmed. Yet soon his worries dissipated, for Chen Zhao's next words left him frozen in place, unable to maintain his facade of calm. His eyes filled with dread as he stared at Chen Zhao. Have you forgotten about Lanning? Chen Zhao glared at Zheng He, each word dripping with venom. No. How could you possibly know about Lanning? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zheng He trembled, muttering to himself, he must be deceiving me. Surely he is deceiving me. I have no idea what you're talking about. Zheng He feigned composure, hastily addressing his agent, urging, "Let us go." He then turned, hastening towards his chauffeur-driven vehicle. "Clear the way, everyone, step aside." Zhang He's voice, now sharp and piercing, grated like nails on glass, sending chills through the crowd, yet no one parted for him. "You first need to clarify the money laundering and the connection with the fraud group, or you shall not leave. Indeed, do not think of leaving until the police arrive." Towering figures loomed before Zhang He, like an impenetrable wall, prompting his desperate outcry. "Clear the way. I am turning myself in. I have done nothing wrong. Move aside." His disjointed pleas left the reporters, onlookers, fellow artists, and online viewers puzzled. Why did Zhang He seem so terrified? Even if Chen Zhao's allegations were true, with his resources and connections, he could swiftly emerge from prison. His reputation might suffer, yet he would still live freely. However, given Zhang He's history of exploiting dozens of female stars, his reputation was already tarnished. Was he truly so fearful? The crowd watched in bewilderment, some speculating that Chen Zhao had whispered something that unsettled Zhang He, inciting his panic. What could it possibly be? What damning evidence could still intimidate the already disgraced Zhang He? "Zhang He, you have evaded this for 7 or 8 years. Do you still wish to flee? You despicable creature. She treated you as a friend, yet you brought about her demise. How was she so blind as to consider you a friend?" Chen Zhao's eyes reddened with rage, his voice booming, ensuring that all could hear him distinctly. Everyone leaned in, aware that the revelations thus far were mere appetizers. The main course, the most explosive allegations against Zhang He, was yet to come. Zhang He's desperate cries of "let me through" gradually faded, leaving him trembling in place. Slowly, he turned to face Chen Zhao, his face quivering, eyes wide with fear, tears streaming down as he stammered, "No. My situation is not as you claim." He attempted to move towards Chen Zhao, yet his limbs betrayed him, collapsing to the ground. Helpless, he crawled towards Chen Zhao, raising his head in a plea for mercy. "I beg you, do not expose me. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. Please, do not reveal my secrets." The allegations thrown by Chen Zhao did not frighten him. For Zhang He, a few years in prison felt akin to a brief vacation, after which he could return to his carefree existence. After all these years, the wealth he has amassed could sustain him for 10 lifetimes. As long as his connections endure, the company will attract those eager to curry favor with him. The life he once led will mirror the one he is destined to continue. In the realm of entertainment, he possesses a clarity that surpasses all others. The industry may be rife with corruption, yet even the most despicable individual, regardless of stature, will find themselves enveloped by those seeking to ingratiate themselves, offering clandestine favors and adulation. However, fear has now gripped him. The fervor of Lan Ying's fans once eclipsed even that of Li Zhixi's admirers. Moreover, the cruelty with which he treated Lan Ying far surpassed the torment she inflicted upon Li Zhixi. Should this truth come to light, merely exiting the film festival alive would be akin to achieving immortality. Thus, he must ensure that his transgressions remain concealed. He yearns for survival, even if it means humbling himself to plead for mercy. The abject humiliation of imploring Chen Zhao shattered the expectations of countless viewers both at the scene and in the live stream. What secrets does Chen Zhao hold over him that compel such degradation? The audience must hear these revelations. "Chen Zhao, we are prepared to reward you handsomely. Whatever you desire, we shall provide. Do not heed Zhang He. Expose him." The fervor of the crowd surged as they clamored for exposure, their voices ringing out, each individual eager to contribute, their donations overwhelming the livestream platform, causing momentary disruptions. Chen Zhao's eyes, filled with anger, flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated Zhang He's profound fear of the revelations concerning Lan Ying, nor had he expected such a pitiful display of supplication. To his astonishment, he found himself reaping unexpected financial rewards amidst this turmoil. Confronting Zhang He looked down upon the man who resembled a dog cowering on the ground. "Now you understand the terror of being exposed. You once spared Lan Ying. She treated you as a confidant, yet you chose to humiliate and destroy her. A creature like you, a dog, deserves to have your vile actions laid bare before the world, leaving you without a place to rest in death." Chapter 56. The sensational incident of Lan Ying in Hong Kong, Chen Zhao's words resonated with an undeniable force, akin to thunder striking the ground, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Their mouths agape, they could still hear the echo of his voice. Do you deserve Lan Ying? To humiliate and murder her? The revelation that Lan Ying, once a beloved figure, was at the center of such grave allegations hit them like a hammer, rendering them speechless. Who was Lan Ying? She was a goddess to countless fans from the 80s and 90s, a luminary in an era when Hong Kong was adorned with breathtaking beauties. Lan Ying stood out among them, captivating audiences with her beauty, talent, and charm, poised to become a leading star in Hong Kong's entertainment industry. Her admirers would not exaggerate when they claimed that she could rightfully call herself Lan Banshan, signifying her dominance in the entertainment circles of both Hong Kong and the mainland, where she enjoyed a plethora of endorsements, film roles, and appearances. Yet, in the midst of her meteoric rise, this beloved star met an untimely and mysterious demise abroad. The uproar that followed was immense, with news and trends surrounding her death dominating headlines for nearly half a month, generating a frenzy with every mention of Lan Ying's death. Countless fans and friends within the industry exerted pressure on the government and Lan Ying's management company, desperately seeking the truth behind her passing. How could someone who was healthy and vibrant before her trip suddenly die without warning? The official conclusion was suicide, a verdict that was met with widespread disbelief and outrage throughout Hong Kong. Those who remembered the moment could vividly recall how Zhang, he was the first among Lan Ying's friends to publicly express his sorrow, adamantly refuting the idea that she would take her own life. At her funeral, he wept to the point of near fainting, garnering significant sympathy from Lan Ying's fans. Despite his subsequent lackluster film career and various controversies, he continued to secure a respectable position on annual Hong Kong artist rankings, largely buoyed by the loyalty of Lan Ying's fanbase. Now, however, in countless live streams, Lan Ying's fans wept uncontrollably. Their eyes red and their hearts clenched in agony as they gazed at Zhang He's face on the screen. They were filled with disgust and rage, wishing they could leap through their screens to confront him. As Lan Ying's confidant, he was perceived as the very perpetrator of her demise, having manipulated her fans for 8 long years under the guise of solidarity. Enough! The sound of outraged shouts echoed throughout Hong Kong. Bang! 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 Doors were violently flung open as countless fans rushed towards the Film Association auditorium. Outside, the previously silent scene erupted into chaos. Brother Chen, is everything you said true? Did Zhang He truly murder Lan Ying? Chen Ge, do you possess any evidence? Show it to us. Zhang He, you must explain yourself. It was not you who committed the act. You were a confidant of Lan Ying, her closest friend. Did she not proclaim in every variety show that you were her dearest companion? Speak up, you claim innocence. The fans of Lan Ying, tears streaming down their faces, roared in fury. The audience, who moments ago were mere spectators, now resembled gamblers, eyes aflame, fists raised in anger, not hurling curses but demanding answers. You are mistaken. Chen Zhao turned his head, his face icy, and shouted, it was not murder. It was humiliation that led to her demise. Lan Ying suffered greatly before her passing. She departed this world in profound anguish, and all of this was wrought by Zhang He. He is the architect of her suffering. Chen Zhao pointed vehemently at Zhang, who lay on the ground, his voice resonating with righteous indignation. Of course, I have evidence. Were it not for the evidence, I would not stand here today, nor would I bring Lan Ying's plight to light. The crowd listened intently, absorbing Chen Zhao's words. The artists within the hall had gradually emerged, gathering at the entrance. Their expressions varied, yet a singular emotion shone through their eyes, fear. They gazed upon the tall figure of Chen Zhao, akin to a sharp sword, and felt it was too formidable. Just a glance sent tremors through their hearts, causing them to avoid any semblance of engagement with Chen Zhao. Thoughts arose within them. It is best to keep their distance from Chen Zhao. Otherwise, who knows what secrets he might uncover. Initially eager to witness Feng Ming's confrontation with Chen Zhao, they now felt paralyzed by fear. Feng Ming, too, regarded Chen Zhao with trepidation. Yet, his final thought was not to evade or oppose him, but to eliminate the threat swiftly. The potential exposure of his secrets would create a scandal, the consequences of which would rival Zhang He's fate. Shuka looked at Chen Zhao, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Gradually, the image of her niece merged with his figure, and she nodded in satisfaction. No, I did not do it. You are lying. I am innocent. Zhang He shouted in panic. Lanning approached me. Our relationship was entirely normal, not as you claim. Chen Zhao, do not slander me. After his desperate defense, he turned to his manager. Call the police. I confess. I wish to go to prison. Quickly, take both Chen Zhao and me to the police station. We must discuss this elsewhere, not here. The manager remained unmoved. You assert that Lanning approached you and that your relationship was normal? Chen Zhao regarded Zhang He with disdain. The surrounding audience and reporters, along with the online viewers, erupted in laughter. Shingo, what are you waiting for? Present the evidence. Otherwise, we cannot proceed. Evidence, swiftly. I can no longer contain my impatience. Listening to the voices around him, Chen Zhao gazed upon the lifeless form of Zhang He, calculating the time and realizing that it wouldn't be long before Lan Ying's fans arrived at the scene. He turned his head to Shu Ku and produced a USB drive from his pocket. I have a USB drive here. Can it be displayed on the big screen? He intended to witness this evidence live rather than broadcast it in the streaming room. Not a problem. All the big screens across Hong Kong can accommodate it. Shu Ku replied with alacrity, even embellishing her response. No sooner had she finished speaking than a bodyguard stepped away from her side, approached Chen Zhao, and took the USB drive before vanishing. A minute later, the words Hong Kong Film Association on the large screen faded away, giving way to a black screen for a few seconds before illuminating with vivid imagery. The lengthy video, lasting an hour, replaced all promotional content regarding the Film Association on the big screens throughout Hong Kong. Countless fans of Lan Ying, amidst hurried pedestrians, halted in their tracks. Soon, the video commenced in earnest. The graceful, ethereal figure of Lan Ying appeared on the screen, stirring a wave of excitement among the crowd. Tears streamed down the faces of her fans as they murmured, "Goddess." Chapter 57. The frenzied masses on the streets of Hong Kong. The secret to maintaining youthful appearance at 70. How long has it been since they last beheld that figure? Several years, perhaps, when Lan Ying tragically took her own life. Many of her devoted fans concealed her image deep within their hearts, too afraid to confront those memories. Now, witnessing that familiar silhouette once more, along with her beloved smile and voice, the dust-covered recollections slowly resurface. Their eyes, filled with longing, gaze upon Lan Ying. Yet when that visage is replaced by the repugnant face of Zhang He, the expressions of countless individuals contort in disgust, as if confronted with something abhorrent. As the video unfolds, it captivates the entirety of Hong Kong and countless souls across the mainland, minute by minute. What began as nostalgia gradually transforms into a deep-seated fury upon witnessing Zhang He's loathsome actions towards Lan Ying, culminating in a series of humiliations. Lan Ying's despair and the tears streaming down her cheeks wrenched the hearts of her fervent admirers. They watch helplessly and with anger as Zhang He brazenly torments their goddess, leading to her ultimate demise, the video drawing to a close. Many viewers remain in a daze, their minds echoing with Lan Ying's desperate, bewildered inquiries. Alongside Zhang He's shameless retorts. Aren't we friends? Why would you treat me this way? Just because we are friends. Can't you let me sleep with you? One by one, their bodies tremble, eyes flushed with rage. Zhang He. The streets of Hong Kong reverberate with low growls of suppressed fury. For the sake of Lan Ying's vengeance. With a resounding cry, chaos erupts throughout the streets and alleys of Hong Kong, akin to a horde of zombies rampaging through the thoroughfares. Officers patrolling the streets find themselves caught off guard by the unfolding turmoil. Some newly assigned officers, perplexed, inquire of their superior. "Sir, why aren't we intervening?" "Intervene? With your slight stature, how do you propose to stop such a multitude?" "But we are police officers." "Indeed, our duty is to apprehend wrongdoers. But who are the true villains here? These people or Zhang He? They are merely conducting a marathon in our city. Do they deserve blame or punishment?" The young officer hesitates, grappling for a counterargument. The seasoned officer, hands resting on his belt, surveys the enraged throngs with a gaze filled with vindication and encouragement. He, too, is a fan of Lan Ying. Outside the auditorium of the Film Association, the gathered crowd and journalists approach Zhang He like zombies, slowly advancing toward him. Chen Zhao, witnessing this unfolding scene, quickly retreats to Shu Ke's side, whispering, "We must leave now. If we linger, we may not be able to escape." The throng of over 1,000 individuals nearly seals off the area. Soon, Lan Ying's countless fans will arrive. Goodness, with so many people, not even Zhang He could withstand this, and they might all be implicated. You've turned this place into a cauldron of fury. If this escalates, it could lead to innocent lives being lost. As Shu Ke departed alongside Chen Zhao, she inquired about his intentions. She supported Chen Zhao in eliminating the vile Zhang He, yet she was reluctant to see more innocent lives lost due to his actions. "I have taken precautions. No innocent lives will be harmed," he assured her. He had arranged for the system to broadcast a recorded message from Lan Ying to her fans on large screens throughout Hong Kong, which would play automatically at the designated time. Very well, Shu Ke nodded, placing her trust in Chen Zhao based on his reliable track record. The duo swiftly fled the scene. The celebrities present and the onlookers, who had merely come to witness the event, soon realized the impending chaos and hastily made their escape. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed, followed by a chorus of furious shouts from the third floor of a hotel across from the film festival. Chen Zhao and Shu Ke observed the unfolding scene with clarity. "This is likely to end in utter devastation," Shu Ke remarked in astonishment. "Such a fate is deserved," Chen Zhao replied, his hands tucked in his pockets. He felt no remorse for Zhang He's impending doom, though he was somewhat concerned about the consequences for the assailants and whether he, as the instigator, would face repercussions. "Do not worry. Nothing will happen to you. In Hong Kong, if you expose someone and create such a significant impact, you want to be arrested, though you might face substantial fines." Chen Zhao's heart sank at her words. "Venus, isn't that akin to a death sentence? However, since you exposed Lan Ying, coupled with the earlier incident involving Li Zhishi, the police have already been publicly humiliated twice. Many fans of these two are disgruntled, and some even hold positions of influence in Hong Kong. You are quite secure here," she explained. With this knowledge, Chen Zhao felt a sense of relief. However, Shu Ke's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she turned to him. "Be wary of Feng Ming. After today, he will not let this go. Given his influence in the underworld of Hong Kong, he may resort to various clandestine methods against you." Curiosity flickered in Shu Ke's eyes as she continued. "What exactly happened to sour your relationship with Feng Ming so drastically?" "He threatened me, implying harm towards my parents," Chen Zhao disclosed candidly. "What? Her expression morphing into one of indignation. "That is utterly inhumane. Family should be off limits. He is truly despicable. Do you possess any leverage against him? Any dirt that could compel him to act so ruthlessly? It seems unlikely that a mere personal grudge could provoke such dire threats. I'm intrigued to know what kind of scandal could make such a titan of the Hong Kong entertainment scene so fearful of exposure." After her outburst, Shu Ke regarded Chen Zhao with curiosity, eager to glean first-hand information. Although Chen Zhao did not possess much incriminating evidence against Feng Ming, he had managed to uncover some leads through Zhang He's questionable dealings. He gazed at Shu Ke with a bemused expression and inquired, "Are you suggesting that a 70-year-old man can maintain youthful looks while continually changing wives and fathering children?" After a moment of contemplation, Shu Ke shook his head and replied, "I am uncertain. This question has sparked much discussion among many. However, Feng Ming attributes his vitality to the practice of Taoist longevity techniques. While there is merit to this explanation, the more significant factor is he possesses a nursemaid's chamber. Moreover, he indulges in the consumption of fetal meat and dates. P.S. The subsequent events can only be described as rumors, intricately woven with elements of ancient circumstances. This incident merely represents a minor scandal within the forthcoming cases, with numerous more sensational revelations to come. We humbly request gifts and favorable reviews. Your attention encourages the author to endeavor further in their writing." Chapter 58. The Death of Zhou Qian and the Unveiling of Feng Ming's Dark Secrets in Nanny's Room. Fetal flesh. Shadow dates? What are these? The very thought sends a wave of nausea through Shu Ku, making her feel uneasy and queasy. Just hearing these terms is enough to disturb her. She dares not imagine the actual scenes they describe. If confronted with the reality, she surmises one might require psychological counsel. Chen Zhao refrains from elaborating for Shu Ku, not wishing to waste breath nor to jeopardize her appetite. Shu Ku hesitates, then reluctantly nods, choosing not to delve deeper. A little less curiosity can indeed be beneficial. I'm leaving. I need to return to the mainland. Be cautious in Hong Kong. I would rather not have my niece attending your funeral. Shu Ku jested with a smile, patting Chen Zhao on the shoulder before turning away. Chen Zhao, with his hands in his pockets, gazes at the chaotic scene below, pondering how to gather evidence against Feng Ming. Given his performance today, Feng Ming is now undoubtedly on high alert. The prospect of uncovering evidence from him seems daunting. However, Chen Zhao's thoughts turn to another individual, Zhou Qian. She is the other target of his visit to Hong Kong. Without delay, Chen Zhao pivots to seek her out. The sooner they can eliminate Feng Ming, the sooner he and his family can escape the looming threat. Meanwhile, the chaos in Hong Kong gradually subsides following the death of Zheng He and the apologies issued by the Hong Kong police and Lan Ying's management. The Hong Kong Entertainment Association has also declared a permanent ban on Zheng He, pledging $30 billion in Lan Ying's name for charity to extend her legacy to a broader audience. They will broadcast her songs, films, and television shows on Hong Kong channels for a week, with all proceeds directed to Lan Ying's family. This resolution has calmed her fans, who, filled with sorrow, return home to remember Lan Ying and express gratitude towards Chen Zhao. As for Chen Zhao and the citizens involved in Zheng He's death, the Hong Kong police have opted not to pursue further investigation, even issuing a lengthy letter of appreciation to Chen Zhao. En route to Luck Wong, Chen Zhao chuckles at the police's post, relishing the irony of having brought Zheng He to disgrace. He must thank me for this, he muses. Nevertheless, the entertainment industry, rife with corruption among both stars and companies, requires a thorough reckoning. He is determined to expose the layers of deceit within this realm and observe how many remain standing in the end. After perusing the grateful comments from netizens in his comment section, he smiles and powers down his device, reflecting on how Zheng He was merely an appetizer, ensuring that the entertainment world in Hong Kong recognizes his arrival. The real target is Feng Ming. At the villa in Luck Wong, Zhou Qian sits on the sofa, her heart racing with trepidation. We must leave. We can no longer stay in Hong Kong, she urges her manager, looking at them with urgency. Leave? Wherever you go. With Feng Ming's influence, he will undoubtedly locate you. Moreover, in Lu Wang, a mere gesture could lead to the presence of the San Yuan gang. We cannot escape Lu Wang, let alone leave Xiangjiang, the agent said despondently while seated on the sofa. Zhou Qian wore a face of despair, haunted by the horrific scenes of the past that terrified her. She feared becoming the next victim, and she sensed that this possibility was indeed looming. She held certain secrets about Feng Ming, and with Chen Zhao's investigative methods, it was inevitable that he would target her for evidence against Feng Ming. To eliminate any future threats, Feng Ming would certainly ensure her demise. With wolves in front and leopards behind, she was caught between two predators. To remain still meant either death or a disgraceful fall alongside Feng Ming, leading to imprisonment. It seemed as though her path was utterly blocked. We must go find Chen Zhao, Zhou Qian suddenly declared. What? The agent looked at Zhou Qian in astonishment. Disgrace or not, at least one can still cling to life. If life is lost, everything is lost. Zhou Qian had come to realize that collaborating with Chen Zhao was her best option. I will contact him immediately, the agent said, pulling out her phone to tap into her network. Bang, bang. Suddenly, a heavy pounding echoed at the door. Both Zhou Qian and the agent jumped in fright. Shoo! The agent raised a finger to signal Zhou Qian to remain silent. She opened her phone's camera app to observe the scene outside. At their doorstep stood a hooded figure. Feng Ming wants to kill me. He wants to kill me, Zhou Qian mumbled, trembling and curling up on the sofa. The knocking ceased abruptly. The figure had left. The agent sighed in relief and whispered, "It's over." Zhou Qian's eyes regained focus, gasping for breath as if surfacing from a watery abyss for fresh air. Su Den Li, bang! A crash sounded from the bedroom. The crisp, heavy footsteps resonated on the floor, striking the hearts of Zhou Qian and the agent like a hammer. Soon, the hooded man appeared in their line of sight, hands in his pockets. Beneath the hood was an ordinary face, curling into a sinister smile as he looked at Zhou Qian and the agent. "Here I am." "Ah!" A shriek pierced the air. Chen Zhao, having just arrived at the door, turned pale at the sound and immediately retreated upstairs, unable to enter Zhou Qian's home. Half a minute later, Chen Zhao, clutching a nylon rope, leaped down, kicking open the glass window to enter the living room. He swiftly confronted the hooded man, delivering a powerful kick to his chest. Poof! Blood erupted from the hooded man's mouth as he was sent flying against the wall, convulsing on the floor before losing consciousness. Chen Zhao rushed to Zhou Qian, noticing her blood-soaked abdomen, foam at her lips, and her pupils dilating. He urgently questioned, "Where is the evidence against Feng Ming hidden?" "Wang, Xingwan Tai, Community. Building 3, Room 402. Zhou Qian's voice faltered, and with her last ounce of strength, she managed to convey the information before her breath faded entirely. Chen Zhao reached out to close her eyes, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Fortunately, it is not yet too late. Now is the moment to seize the evidence hidden away before Feng Ming becomes aware of the clues obtained from Zhou Qian. The only lead I possess is Zhou Qian's final words. If I allow Feng Ming to react and destroy the evidence in advance, all my efforts will be in vain. The chances of confronting Feng Ming again would become exceedingly slim, and the safety of both myself and my parents would be gravely jeopardized. Chen Zhao hastily departed. Evening. Apartment 402, Building 3, Wangxing Wantai Community. Chen Zhao held Zhou Qian's notebook, which contained records of Feng Ming's exploits as well as those of other celebrities within the circle. He bypassed the accounts of others and focused solely on Feng Ming. 36 lovers. A beast, a lunatic, more deranged than Li Zhong. Do you think you are cultivating immortality, wishing for eternal life? What madness! As Chen Zhao perused the chilling details of Feng Ming's deeds inscribed in the notebook, a shiver coursed through him, and he muttered curses under his breath. He had thought Li Zhong was sufficiently insane, yet he discovered that Feng Ming surpassed him in madness. The terms wet nurse's room, fetal flesh, and Yin dates, which he had discussed with Shu Ku, paled in comparison to Zhou Qian's records. With a decisive snap, Chen Zhao closed the notebook, and the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Task activated. Objective: ensure the demise of Feng Ming. Progress: 0. Host's understanding of Feng Ming has reached 40%. Unlocking all incriminating evidence. Would you like to unlock? Chapter 59. Feng Ming's Banquet. Chen Zhao blocks Feng Ming's doorstep to expose scandals. 40%? Just how many heinous acts has he committed? Chen Zhao was stunned, his scalp tingling with disbelief. The multitude of sordid secrets he currently possessed about Feng Ming constituted merely a fraction, 40%, of the man's actual misdeeds. Damn it, he had truly captured a vile fiend this time. Unlocking. Chen Zhao mused inwardly, eager to uncover the depths of Feng Ming's darkness. As his words fell, a radiant golden light enveloped the system space, revealing a file as thick as 3 fingers and 2 USB drives lying flat within. Unlocking completed. Chen Zhao's consciousness transformed into a hand, flipping through the documents. With each few pages turned, a photograph emerged, which he meticulously gathered and set aside before continuing with the slimmer file. Chen Zhao remained composed. The initial 40% reflected what he already knew, merely embellished with details. As he delved into the latter sections, his fists gradually clenched, his expression growing colder. He scrutinized the accompanying photographs, matching them one by one. Vile, despicable creature. Feng Ming, you deserve to rot in hell. A being like you is not worth mourning. Chen Zhao's eyes were progressively tinged with crimson, his teeth clenched in a low, furious curse. Having exposed numerous celebrities, including Li Zhong, whom he had deemed an S-tier villain, he had believed no one could surpass him. Yet, he now realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. The world is vast, and its oddities abound. The entertainment industry, even more so. Compared to Feng Ming, Li Zhong was mere child's play, ranking lower on the scale. Domestic stars, for various reasons, tended to exhibit a modicum of restraint, save for a few arrogant individuals. However, in the entertainment scene of Hong Kong, it seemed as if none regarded themselves as human. Feng Ming could be seen as its leader. Chen Zhao felt a flicker of uncertainty. The shock the Hong Kong entertainment industry had imparted upon him was overwhelming. No wonder Shu Ku advised him against further exposes, warning that the waters ran too deep for him to navigate. She suggested he sign with her to hone his skills in singing, dancing, and rapping. It dawned on him that the deceptive allure of the Hong Kong entertainment industry had clouded his judgment, leading him to believe that the entire realm was fraught with darkness. In this moment, he began to comprehend why paparazzi and reporters occasionally refrained from exposing artists, even when evidence of their wrongdoing was laid bare. They often chose to extol rather than condemn, targeting only vulnerable, background-less artists. It appeared to be a case of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Yet, was it not also a matter of self-preservation? The darkness of the entertainment industry could spell death for those who dared to expose it. After all, they lacked any safety net. This wretched, sordid entertainment world would soon feel the weight of his righteous fury. With determination in his eyes, Chen Zhao retrieved his phone, ready to take preliminary action. However, upon logging into Weibo, he was captivated by a trending topic: Feng Ming divorces, seamlessly remarries. He directly ascended the trending list on Weibo, his countenance frigid. The comment section was abuzz with astonished netizens exclaiming in disbelief, questioning how a man in his 70s could still marry, pleading for secrets, and speculating on the extent of Feng Ming's relationships. Only Chen Zhao understood the impending calamity that Feng Ming was about to unleash. 2 days later, at the wedding banquet, "Let this joyous occasion transform into your funeral," Chen Zhao murmured coldly to himself. He intended to ruin Feng Ming's reputation at this festivity, exposing all his sordid deeds for all of Hong Kong, the entire Great Xia, and indeed the world to behold the grotesque face hidden behind Feng Ming's facade of respectability. Chen Zhao turned off his phone and rose from the room. In Hong Kong, in a prime location, stood a standalone villa. Feng Ming sipped his red wine, his brow furrowed as he inquired of his secretary, "Has Li Hong awakened?" "The doctor suggests the chances are slim. Li Hong's internal organs are shattered," the secretary replied. "It seems someone desires my demise." Feng Ming's eyes glinted with icy resolve. He could not suspect Chen Zhao, as such formidable prowess seemed beyond the capabilities of a mere youth like him. "Wait." Feng Ming paused. Suddenly recalling the subordinate he dispatched to Anqing, whose whereabouts remained unknown. Could Chen Zhao possess martial skills? Feng Ming turned to his secretary. "He should," the secretary responded uncertainly. Feng Ming's frown deepened. "Send more men to bolster security at my villa." He feared that Chen Zhao might come directly for his life. At his age, a kick from Chen Zhao could easily prove fatal. "Yes," replied the secretary. Feng Ming's tense brow gradually relaxed, with Zhou Qian's untimely demise. Chen Zhao could no longer obtain evidence from her. Now, all those aware of his incriminating evidence in Hong Kong were gone. He was free of any lingering concerns. Yet, Chen Zhao still had to die. As long as Chen Zhao lived, he felt an incessant weight pressing upon him, a sword of Damocles hanging ominously above. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Chen Zhao's disappearance left fans in both Hong Kong and the mainland yearning for his return, incessantly urging updates in his comment section, yet receiving no response. Speculations arose about Chen Zhao's fate. Could Chen Dog have met with misfortune? Unlikely. Chen Dog had avenged Lan Ying, acquiring a protective talisman, leaving no one daring to lay a hand on him. Clearly, you're new fans. The veterans know Chen Dog is merely biding his time. Then, Chen Dog made his long-awaited update. In an instant, he surged to the trending list. Countless individuals gazed in exhilaration at Chen Zhao's post, erupting in cheers. A wedding banquet? A funeral? Who in the Hong Kong entertainment scene would host a wedding? Who bore a grudge against Chen Zhao? And who would be audacious enough to attract his attention? All signs pointed to one individual, Feng Ming. Was Chen Zhao preparing to confront Feng Ming with blackmail? The anticipation was palpable, and fans clamored for Chen Zhao to commence a live stream. They were eager for the spectacle to unfold. Numerous idle netizens from Hong Kong hastened to the banquet of Feng Ming. For where else could one witness such thrilling drama in person? The protagonist of this uproar, Chen Zhao, now stood outside the gate of Feng Ming's celebratory estate, the Mingda Manor, bearing a plaque. With a resounding thud, Chen thrust the plaque into the ground. The guests entering and exiting were drawn to him, their attention swiftly captured by the inscription on the plaque, their expressions turning to shock. It read, "Feng Ming, you shameless scoundrel." Such a scathing rebuke at the entrance? Was Chen Zhao truly this ruthless? With a deep breath, Chen Zhao bellowed with conviction. "Feng Ming, I curse your ancestors. Last time at the film festival, I spared you the humiliation before the entire nation, allowing you to evade disgrace, but you failed to appreciate my leniency and continued to perpetrate your vile deeds. Today, I shall reveal to all of Hong Kong and the greater realm of Daxia just how heartless and depraved you truly are. You shall not succeed in holding this banquet today." Chapter 60. The filth beneath the art of wellness, the exposure of Feng Ming's wet nurse's chamber. The audacious and overbearing words of Chen Zhao echoed in the ears of the guests gathered at the entrance of the estate. Each person regarded Chen Zhao with a myriad of expressions, some filled with trepidation, others with horror, some merely spectators, and a few with disdain. As the collective sentiment of the crowd coalesced into two words, madman, Chen Zhao blocked the entrance of the film festival, revealing scandalous truths, thus tarnishing the event and trampling the reputation of the Hong Kong Film Association into the dust. As if that were not enough, he audaciously confronted Feng Ming at his wedding venue, hurling insults and wreaking havoc. This was a blatant act of humiliation, a declaration of enmity that could only be described as insanity. For any rational individual, aware of Feng Ming's power and stature, the prudent course would be to cultivate goodwill, rather than to forge a path of irrevocable enmity. "Chen Zhao, you are outrageous." Feng Ming's voice trembled with fury as he emerged, his hair stark white, exuding an aura of commanding presence accompanied by a throng of followers. "You have already destroyed the film festival, and now you dare to disrupt my joyous occasion? Are you intent on making a mockery of me?" He turned to the police chief at his side, casting a pointed glance, urging him to swiftly remove Chen Zhao from the premises, lest he continue his tirade. From a moment he laid eyes on Chen Zhao and heard his words. Feng Ming recognized that this individual had come prepared. He would not engage in a battle of disadvantage. Allowing Chen Zhao to spout his nonsense here would risk turning him into a far greater scandal than the previous one. "Take him away." The police chief hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose to align himself with Feng Ming. "Is this area purchased by Feng Ming? Is it his private domain? Am I not allowed to stand on the territory of the great Xia?" Chen Zhao retorted, pointing defiantly at the ground in indignation. "You are suspected of defaming another. Is this offense sufficient to take you into custody?" The chief, having chosen his path, confronted Chen Zhao with a cold demeanor. "What are you waiting for? Cuff him and take him back to the precinct." Several officers from the police department advanced to encircle Chen Zhao. "I speak against Feng Ming, that beast. Is he not deserving of my condemnation? Murder, scandalous harems, the violation of young girls, and other vile acts, each one worthy of denunciation. If any of you were to receive the damning evidence I possess against Feng Ming, would you not condemn such a monster? A man who should have perished yet continues to exist, using his deceptive wellness practices to ensnare new victims, and he receives your unwavering protection? Are you not complicit in his misdeeds?" Chen Zhao glared fiercely at the chief, causing him to take a step back, his face paling as he fell silent, regretting his decision to side with Feng Ming. Earlier, Chen Zhao clearly articulated the scandal surrounding Feng Ming. If Feng Ming indeed committed such heinous acts that incite public outrage, standing by his side would constitute a betrayal of both the people and justice. Should Feng Ming face severe repercussions, he too might find himself entangled in the aftermath, subject to the righteous wrath of the online community. As for Chen Zhao's accusations, they were unfounded. Feng Ming had never engaged in such misconduct. Upon recognizing Chen Zhao's impeccable track record in exposing wrongdoings, he understood that the likelihood of Chen Zhao fabricating lies was non-existent. If he dared to present evidence, it would be irrefutable. With this thought, the director distanced himself from Feng Ming, establishing a clear boundary. He fell silent, while the police officers within the precinct resumed their previous activities, content to observe the unfolding drama. They relished the exposure of the sordid affairs within the entertainment industry, reveling in the downfall of those who had long evaded justice due to their influential connections. Now, with a champion of righteousness striking hard, they felt compelled to commend the effort. The surrounding guests and numerous onlookers absorbed Chen Zhao's words in stunned silence. Murder, illicit affairs, the violation of minors, and other unspeakable acts. The initial accusations were comprehensible, yet the latter two terms left many perplexed. Were these even human concepts? Some individuals pondered deeply, only to be struck by a wave of nausea, bending over to retch. Others, slower to react, stared blankly at those who were vomiting. Was Chen Zhao's statement truly that repulsive? Stop slandering me. I have done nothing wrong. If I am guilty of even one of those accusations, I shall take my own life in atonement, Feng Ming declared, sensing the unspoken scrutiny around him. As he contemplated the slim possibility of Chen Zhao possessing concrete evidence, he resolutely swore an oath. In the past, he might have shown weakness and pleaded for mercy, revealing a sense of guilt. Now, he resolved to adopt a more assertive stance, refusing to display any vulnerability. After all, without definitive proof, they could not bring him down. Wielding half-baked evidence would not suffice. And he would remind Chen Zhao of the solid foundation he had in Hong Kong. Feng Ming's resolute declaration instilled confidence in many present, swaying their allegiance in his favor. After all, he was over 70 years old, having dedicated decades to the Hong Kong entertainment industry. His youth bore countless timeless contributions to both Hong Kong and the mainland, with only his notorious penchant for changing wives tarnishing his reputation. For decades, tabloid journalists had failed to uncover any further scandals about him. This combination of factors solidified his unique status in Hong Kong and garnered him a loyal, albeit uncritical, fan base. Had it not been for Chen Zhao's recent revelations about others, they would have blindly rallied behind Feng Ming, eager to cast Chen Zhao out entirely. How clever it was for a villain to establish credibility first. Given your accusations, if you escape unscathed, it would defy all sense of justice, Chen Zhao coldly retorted. I shall now reveal to all of Hong Kong the despicable deeds you have clandestinely committed behind the backs of everyone. With a loud voice, Chen Zhao called out for tables and speakers, and then initiated a live broadcast. The scene was bustling as Chen Zhao's fans hurriedly brought forth the prearranged tables, chairs, and speakers, setting them up enthusiastically before him, standing behind him as if to protect him. Yet, their true intentions were to ride the wave of popularity. With such high engagement, they hoped to profit from the live broadcast. As Chen Zhao began his stream, the eager online audience swiftly poured into the live room. A friendly reminder, those who have not viewed the clips should do so, for what Chen Zhao is about to disclose will be quite shocking, likely challenging everyone's perceptions and striking deep. Those of a timid disposition may wish to exit now. Chen Dog, quickly bring forth the evidence. I am most eager to see how a titan of the Hong Kong entertainment industry has conducted himself in the manner you described. Health techniques? Surely not the kind of longevity methods chronicled in ancient texts. Such secrets were strictly prohibited in ancient times. Does Feng Ming dare to engage in such practices? The recent events within the Hong Kong entertainment scene have utterly shattered my worldview. In comparison, the youthful stars of our mainland entertainment industry seem rather trivial. To those above, do not belittle the mainland entertainment industry. Its scale speaks for itself. The darkness within our industry pales in comparison to that of Hong Kong's, where even 10 thorough investigations would not suffice. The live room buzzed with fervent discussions, with online viewers astonishingly reaching over 70 million. Among them were both insiders and outsiders. The populace, particularly in this era of peace, has an insatiable appetite for gossip, with no realm producing more delectable tidbits than the entertainment industry. Chen Zhao's astounding statistics have successfully dominated the trending searches. Numerous official media outlets congregated in Chen Zhao's live broadcast to witness the spectacle. It can be said that Chen Zhao singularly captured the attention of the nation. focusing it on the Ming manor in Hong Kong and the incident involving Chen Zhao and Feng Ming. Such fervor prior to any revelations speaks volumes about his reputation. Chen Zhao pointed to a large screen at the entrance of Ming Manor, which showcased the manor's capabilities to host weddings and academic celebrations, emphasizing its opulence. "Who will assist me in playing this?" he asked, retrieving a USB drive from his pocket. Most of the incriminating evidence and photographs regarding Feng Ming had been compiled into videos. The impact of visual storytelling far surpasses that of written narratives, especially concerning such scandalous material. No one is interested in reading. They yearn to observe and learn through video. "I'll take it," a security guard exclaimed, quickly jogging to Chen Zhao, accepting the USB drive. After briefly appearing on camera, he hastily made his way to the monitoring room. Chen Zhao was well aware of the thoughts swirling among the few individuals behind him, yet he remained unperturbed. If he were to be petty and refuse, it would only signify a lack of vision on his part. Chen Zhao's gaze met Feng Ming's. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he formed the words, "You are doomed." Feng Ming's heart raced, leaping into his throat, igniting a profound sense of foreboding. Upon Chen Zhao's arrival, had Zhou Qian not fully succumbed, revealing damning secrets about him? A heavy weight settled in Feng Ming's chest. If that were indeed the case, even if he survived, he would be on the brink of utter disgrace. However, there was a silver lining. The deepest secrets he harbored were unknown to Zhou Qian, and Chen Zhao had not uttered them. Thus, he could not possibly be aware. Let them tarnish his reputation. To him, fame held little significance. Without a good reputation, would those in the entertainment industry dare to disregard him? Wealth and power were all that mattered. At that moment, the image on the large screen shifted, transitioning to a first-person perspective video, a feature specifically arranged by Chen Zhao to enhance the viewer's immersion. His deep voice resonated. "Hello, everyone. I am Chen Zhao. Currently, I stand outside an abandoned warehouse in a village in Wangxing. I imagine you are all curious as to why Feng Ming and his ex-wife, former girlfriend, have faded from the entertainment industry, leaving no trace behind. Here lies the answer." In the video, Chen Zhao pushed open the warehouse door, groping for the switch nearby. With a flick, the lights blazed to life, illuminating every corner of the warehouse. The millions of viewers, wide-eyed and focused, were left agape at the shocking scene before them. Countless viewers watching the live broadcast craned their necks closer to the screen in disbelief. Many were internally cursing Feng Ming. After a day of marriage, there's 100 days of affection. How could he treat his wife so inhumanely? Even if she was his ex-wife, he had stripped her of her humanity. Chapter 61. The first crime of Feng Ming and Chen Zhao's revelation of the second crime within the warehouse. Rows of human figures hung as if they were mere livestock, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. Eyes rolled back in disgust. Saliva pooled at the corners of their mouths. One woman, unable to bear the sight, doubled over and vomited her stomach's contents. This ignited a chain reaction. One by one, other women and sensitive men followed suit, unable to endure the grotesque scene before them. Humanity is defined by independent thought and individuality. Yet, within the confines of the warehouse, Feng Ming trampled upon the very essence of these women's identities and thoughts, dragging them into the depths of despair. Their retching stemmed not only from a visceral reaction to the shocking visuals, but also from the spiritual revulsion of witnessing their peers being so thoroughly dehumanized. The live stream chat erupted with exclamations of madness. "This is truly insane. It's just like the ancient secret arts. What comes next? My goodness. He's a beast clad in human skin." A friendly warning appeared. Those with weak constitutions should really stop watching now. The horror is akin to a nightmare, comparable to the terror of ancient village ghost stories. Some viewers, sensing an impending revelation, kindly cautioned others in the chat. Yet, their warnings only fueled the curiosity of those wishing to leave the stream, now more determined to witness the unfolding events. The more they were discouraged from watching, the more they felt compelled to do so. The atmosphere grew increasingly volatile. "Feng Ming, you are no longer human, but a beast. These women are your wives and former lovers, and yet you treat them this way. Do you have no humanity left?" The fury of the women surged, terrifying in its intensity. Though their wrath might not rival the vitriol of keyboard warriors from the depths of the internet, they were ready to take action. Those with objects in hand hurled them towards Feng Ming. Others snatched water bottles from bystanders or removed their boots to launch chemical and physical assaults against him. Chen Zhao even observed as a fierce woman threw 2 breast pads at Feng Ming. The chaos resembled the scene of ancient criminals being escorted to their execution. At 70 years of age, Feng Ming's reflexes faltered under the barrage of projectiles, many striking his face and head. Grimacing in pain, blood streamed down his forehead, transforming him from a once respected elder into a pitiful clown. His subordinates from the San Yuan gang rushed to shield him, but Feng Ming shoved them aside. Having resigned himself to disgrace, he declared, "Each of them consented. Why can't I do this? Have I broken a law? They Haven T accused me. So who are you to judge?" Chen Zhao, unimpressed, retorted, "Is that all you have? This is hardly sufficient for me to take my own life in atonement. If you can't present new evidence, then get lost." Feng Ming's facade crumbled, his gaze now a fierce glare directed at Chen Zhao. He was only in possession of this singular piece of evidence wielded by Zhou Qian. Previously, he regarded Zhou Qian as a potential candidate, unaware of the location where she had concealed this evidence. He feared that if he were to take action against her, this evidence would be unveiled. In the past, he was quite concerned about his reputation, which is why he refrained from harming Zhou Qian. However, now, with Chen Zhao as a sworn enemy, he knew there was no chance of avoiding exposure. Since he was destined for disgrace, what was there to pretend about? After all, Chen Zhao could not produce any other evidence. Would he expose his own crime of murder? The subordinates he dispatched to deal with Chen Zhao and Zhou Qian did not act under his direct orders. What evidence could Chen Zhao possibly possess to prove that he had hired assassins? In the absence of any other evidence, it would be foolish not to act recklessly. Upon hearing Feng Ming's shameless remarks, the audience both on-site and online were seething with anger. How could you claim that these individuals, who were unconscious and unaware, acted voluntarily? How absurd! Your audacity surpasses that of the celebrities I previously exposed. No wonder you are regarded as a senior in this industry, where shamelessness seems to be the hierarchy. If I were to assert that these individuals were drugged, you would likely retort that they willingly consumed the substances. Chen Zhao seemed to perceive Feng Ming's thoughts, sneering coldly. Feng Ming remained non-committal, merely snorting in response. "You probably believe that I possess only this one piece of evidence obtained from Zhou Qian, don't you?" Feng Ming pointed at the large screen, observing Chen Zhao with a mocking grin. Confronted with Chen Zhao's playful gaze, Feng Ming felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an ominous premonition. Wasn't it true? In all of Hong Kong, Zhou Qian was the sole individual with her own dirt. And the only scandal associated with Zhou Qian was this nanny room incident. You, Chen Zhao, weren't even born decades ago. If you had any dirt from those times, it would be you who had something to hide. In recent years, you've merely been a pretty boy, played around by a girl. How could you possibly uncover dirt on yourself? What could you have discovered during your few days in Hong Kong? Feng Ming dismissed this notion from his mind. If, within these few days, Chen Zhao were able to unearth dirt on him, he would gladly accept a torturous demise. It was all meaningless. Thus, Chen Zhao was merely attempting to deceive him. Feng Ming seethed inwardly at Chen Zhao as deceitful tactics designed to throw him into disarray. But wisdom comes with age. Your little tricks cannot escape my scrutiny. I know not what you speak of. If you possess further evidence, present it. I shall oblige. Should you lack evidence, do not blame my people for tossing you out along with your nameplate." Feng Ming declared coldly, with unwavering confidence. The surrounding audience turned their gaze toward Chen Zhao, who pointed to the large screen. "This piece of dirt was provided to me by Zhou Qian. She was killed by someone sent by Feng Ming. I will submit this evidence to the authorities." Naturally, given Feng Ming's cowardly disposition, how could he allow such matters to implicate himself? Chen Zhao chuckled lightly, tinged with melancholy, as if to say that in this world, one might know the truth about the murderer, yet feel utterly powerless, even risking being bitten back. Power and wealth crush all. Fortunately, he had a system. Otherwise, he might not have survived to this day. The crowd on the scene appeared to recall something, their faces dark and filled with sorrow. Yet, Chen Zhao raised his voice, compelling everyone to redirect their gaze towards him. The matter of murder must not be attributed to Feng Ming. Rather, I possess incriminating evidence that could land him in prison. One of Feng Ming's 20 crimes pertains to the recent incident involving the wet nurse's quarters. Another of his transgressions involves the consumption of fetal flesh. The sound of 10 tones. Upon hearing Chen Zhao's words, Feng Ming's heart trembled, and those in the live broadcast room, as well as some on-site individuals who were privy to the circumstances, widened their eyes in disbelief at the shocking revelation. The anticipation of the forthcoming video stirred a sense of nausea within them, as if their stomachs were cramping and they felt an urge to vomit. P.S. Here lies a 6,000-word offering, albeit delayed. Otherwise, I would have presented 5 chapters for your enjoyment. I kindly ask for your understanding, as I must conduct thorough research and slowly organize my thoughts to avoid writing what cannot be written. Consequently, my writing process is quite gradual. I shall exert my utmost efforts to ensure your satisfaction. Here, I humbly beseech for favorable reviews and attention, as well as gifts and increased interaction. However, our interactions, seem to differ significantly from those in other books. Chapter 62, Sorcery. The 10 sounds of the Een month and the Een day yield the utmost nourishment. At this moment, they realized the gravity of what Chen Zhao had just uttered. 20 crimes? Surely, I did not mishear, did I? Chen Zhao, indeed, mentioned 20 transgressions. My goodness, how can one possibly commit such a multitude of illicit acts? Let us not deceive ourselves into thinking that the recently exposed matters merely pertain to Feng Ming's most abhorrent misdeeds. Goodness, my companions, I now comprehend the meanings of 10 sounds and fetal flesh. Excuse me, dear friends, I must momentarily express my discomfort. Those of a faint heart should depart, for what lies ahead is profoundly disturbing. Numerous spectators found themselves seated on the ground, aware that Chen Zhao's mention of 20 crimes would not be concluded anytime soon. They had resigned themselves to the prospect of spending the night here. In ancient times, sages would engage in discourse. In this era, they would indulge in gossip until dawn. In Baidu, within a certain grand residence, Shu Dai, clad in loungewear, reclined on a mahogany sofa, a plate of grapes in hand. Her attention captured by Chen Zhao's live broadcast on the television. Curiously, she inquired of Shu Ku, who occupied the single armchair to her left, Annie. What do 10 sounds and fetal flesh signify? Upon hearing this, Shu Ku hesitated, racking her brain for an explanation. Little D, why don't you go see what grandmother is doing? There's no need to watch Chen Zhao's broadcast. At that moment, a graceful woman emerged, calling out to Shu Dai. I. Shu Dai hesitated, yet upon noticing the imposing middle-aged man standing behind the woman, arms crossed, she promptly rose and exited the living room. Old Chen, the entertainment industry is in utter disarray. You must have third brother manage this properly. It has devolved from a cultural industry to a veritable hell. The woman cast an irritated glance at the middle-aged man. With matters like 10 sounds and fetal flesh emerging, what other absurdities may we expect in the entertainment industry? It is difficult for a mother not to worry about her daughter mingling in such a circle. With Chen Zhao's resolute declarations resonating, Feng Ming trembled, his face twitching uncontrollably, and the hands behind his back shook violently. He's serious. He is genuinely serious. Feng Ming's mind roared in terror, oblivious to the fact that his entire body quaked in unison. Fear had taken hold of him. This time, he was truly afraid. Should Chen Zhao choose to reveal the ensuing matters, he would face a fate worse than death. The longer one lives, the more one fears death. He was no exception. Those who dread death most are often terrified of a tragic demise. He had no time to delve into how Chen Zhao had procured such incriminating evidence, for pondering it would yield no fruit. Chen Zhao was, without a doubt, a specter. How else could he uncover secrets that no one else could know? Feng Ming hesitated, casting a glance at Chen Zhao. What? Do you wish to plead for mercy? Chen Zhao scoffed at Feng Ming. With a dismissive gesture, he pointed to the ground. Crawl beneath me. I might reluctantly spare you a couple of your sins. Upon hearing this humiliating taunt, Feng Ming's complexion darkened, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging ominously at his wrists. Ultimately resigned, he closed his eyes. Chen Zhao let out a cold snort. then turn to the onlookers and the viewers in the live stream. I believe many of you present and watching online have guessed the reason behind Feng Ming's actions. In that era of moral decay, where murder was rampant, heinous acts such as constructing viewing platforms and slaughtering cities existed. Yet a certain forbidden technique had been prohibited throughout the ages. This was an ancient method of longevity, gifted to emperors by mystics. As for the prerequisites and effectiveness of this technique, let us watch a video together. Let's take a look at our senior from the entertainment circle. The man who has taken many wives, yet has only 2 surviving offspring, with all others having perished prematurely. Feng Ming. What other unspeakable acts has he committed behind our backs? Chen Zhao clenched his teeth as he finished speaking, retrieving a USB drive from his pocket. An observant security guard hurried over to take it, swiftly making his way toward the estate. The viewers who had been puzzled by the terms Shireen and Taimei finally began to understand after Chen Zhao's revelation. A wave of dry, heaving, and hushed discussions rippled through the crowd. No way, this is too disgusting. How would he do such a thing? Is he even human? I recall rumors from 30 years ago about his children dying prematurely, and he has only 2 surviving. The reason for him marrying so many wives is clear. But could he have started this 30 years ago? That's just perverse. Are you trying to comprehend a madman? If he truly began this 30 years ago, I am curious how Chen Zhao came to know such dark secrets. Who informed him? After all this time, why hasn't it been exposed before? At that moment, the large screen flickered, revealing a scene that many instantly recognized as Feng Ming's private villa. The camera shifted to a dim underground chamber resembling an operating room. A pregnant woman lay on the operating table, with a doctor in a white coat standing beside her. All the equipment indicated that a cesarean section was imminent. Many clenched their fists, yet confusion lingered in their minds. Why had the doctor not yet begun? Wait, why was the woman's head still moving? Why was her mouth taped shut? Shouldn't she be unconscious? Surely, the Hen proceeded without anesthesia? Numerous women in the audience felt their scalps tingle at the thought of surgery without anesthesia. Did they not regard her as human? Could they truly perform the operation? The doctor began to speak, his voice buzzing. The camera panned a few meters to the left, revealing a table with an iron pot steaming over a fierce flame. On one side, Feng Ming, appearing to be in his 40s, sat quietly, glancing at the time, shaking his head as he remarked, "Not yet. We must wait for the right moment. Only a child born in the 6th week during the Ein month on a Ein day. At Ein hour will suffice." Before long, Feng Ming's voice echoed its time. The doctor responded to his command, and soon the audience bore witness to a scene of unspeakable horror. The anguished cries, the splattering of blood, and that soundless scream the size of a palm. In that instant, ugh, what a beast! I have never witnessed such brutishness. Why does such a creature still exist? What sort of monster is this? Is this even human? Feng Ming, I cannot bear to witness this any longer. Feng Ming, you deserve to perish. The crowd surged with rage once more, as they grasped the horrifying reality of Feng Ming's actions from the footage and Chen Zhao's earlier words. Merely imagining it sent chills down the spines of the more timid individuals, causing some to faint, their pupils dilating in shock. A sharp cry rang out, and the outraged viewers ceased their fervor, turning to the fallen. It was as if a chain reaction had been set off, one after another. Spectators succumbed to the grotesque scenes displayed in the video. It was repulsive, utterly revolting. An ambulance, previously on standby, hastened to the scene, while the onlookers' gaze turned back to Feng Ming, their fury now uncontainable. Were it not for the presence of a handful of impotent police officers and members of the San Yuan gang, they would have already descended upon Feng Ming to deliver their retribution. Yes, everything is my doing, so what? Faced with the obliteration of any hope for survival. With all his secrets laid bare, Feng Ming laughed maniacally. Am I the only one like this in the entire Hong Kong entertainment industry? Ha! Chen Zhao, why do you target me? Have I harmed society? Every single person involved here was a willing participant, every transaction made with money. What gives you the right to pursue me relentlessly? I threatened you, and you ruined my film festival. Is that not enough? Why do you seek to annihilate me completely? Chen Zhao pointed furiously at the deranged Feng Ming. You have committed countless heinous acts, and you still believe you are in the right? It is not just you. I will expose every law-breaking, morally bankrupt artist in this industry. As for you, Feng Ming, you are unworthy. You are less than human. Ha ha ha, if you're so righteous. Go ahead and expose the entire Hong Kong entertainment scene. Who among them is clean? You wish to unearth them all, don't you? Feng Ming sneered disdainfully. Many artists from the Hong Kong entertainment industry watching the live stream could barely restrain their desire to reach through the screen and strike Feng Ming down. Damn it. You want to drag us down with you as you face your demise? Where have we wronged you? Chen Zhao regarded Feng Ming with a cold smile, as if peering into the depths of his soul. Ah, are you afraid I might uncover your true secrets? Trying to divert my focus? Chapter 63. The Farmer and the Snake from 60 years ago. The most terrifying secret of Feng Ming. Feng Ming's mocking smile abruptly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Chen Zhao. His lips trembled uncontrollably as he feigned composure, casting a scornful gaze at Chen Zhao. Huh, what are you saying? You have already exposed my deepest secret, haven't you? There is no need for you to elaborate. I shall speak for you. Murder, embezzlement of charitable funds, rape, gambling, involvement with organized crime. Feng Ming enumerated his transgressions, seemingly oblivious to the seething crowd around him, their rage palpable. Whether he spoke of these sins or not, he was inexorably bound to face the specter of death. So why not voice them? To silence Chen Zhao. To provoke the audience and the online viewers. I have committed all these deeds behind your backs. So what? Kill me. Ha! I'm over 70. If death comes, so be it. Who did you rape? Aren't you going to reveal that? Chen Zhao interjected, momentarily stalling the audience, their anger momentarily arrested, eyes widening in astonishment. Could it be that there was someone who could speak up about this? Feng Ming was taken aback, memories surfacing in his mind, his gaze growing vacant as he shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. You could never know about that. To keep a secret, one must first keep oneself from wrongdoing. I know everything about you, Feng Ming. Your adoptive parents should never have taken you in. They should have left you to freeze on the roadside, to become a wandering ghost. Chen Zhao glared at him, teeth clenched. The very thought of such vile acts, gruesome and abhorrent, was revolting. These were actions that no human should commit. Many would deem such occurrences the epitome of depravity. But Chen Zhao believed that the true monstrosity lay in what Feng Ming had done over 60 years ago. They deserved it. They saw a person and thought to take them back. Did I ask them to raise me? Feng Ming muttered, lost in a daze. Truly a born monster. The farmer and the snake manifested in reality. A being such as you does not deserve to live, Chen Zhao replied coldly. The crowd, increasingly bewildered, began to shout in frustration. Chen, what on earth are you talking about? What heinous act has this beast, Feng Ming, committed? Didn't he have no parents? Why mention adoptive ones? Where do they go? Speak plainly, stop at the riddles. Who did Feng Ming violate? The cacophony of questions sent a shiver down Feng Ming's spine as he shrieked in terror. Chen Zhao, you cannot say that. If you do, your parents will surely die. I swear, my men from the San Yuan gang will kill your parents. Feng Ming openly threatened the assembly. Chen Zhao's expression turned frigid. Do you truly believe your San Yuan gang will continue to exist? You dare to act, yet fear others speaking out. Please, I beg you. I would rather die than have you reveal this. Feng Ming pleaded desperately. Feng Ming's tone suddenly softened, his spine hunched, and his legs bent as he knelt on the ground, resembling a lost and destitute dog. I kneel before you. I beg you, please do not expose this matter. Let it be buried with my death. Observing Feng Ming's abject demeanor, everyone was struck into a state of shock. Shireen and Sherdai Ro. So furious they wished to strike him down, yet he had faced us with defiance. And now he kneels? What could have compelled Feng Ming to submit so easily, instilling such fear of exposure within him? He had shown no fear toward Shireen and Sherdai Ro. Is there truly anything in this world more repugnant, more beastly, that must remain concealed? They were incredulous. Did he believe he could bury this matter, ensuring no one would ever know? Chen Zhao approached Feng Ming with a mocking tone, his expression rife with anger. Feng Ming looked up at Chen Zhao, a servile and pleading expression on his face. Yes, I beg you. You must promise me that this matter cannot be exposed. Ha ha. Feng Ming, do you still have any face left? Or has the courage you once had to commit such acts gone? Chen Zhao retorted, You would commit such bestial deeds over a tattered book and still wish for this to be eternally hidden? Do you think you deserve that? This matter has been concealed for 60 years. They're still waiting for the truth, for the day of vindication, waiting for you, the beast, to be pointed at by countless fingers and to die in infamy. You seek to save face. What about them? Do they not deserve an explanation? Chen Zhao shouted vehemently, then glanced around and continued. 60 years ago, Feng Ming escaped from an orphanage and was taken in by a kind couple. Feng Ming won their affection, and they adopted him. Yet, countless tales of farmers and snakes remind us that some beasts are inherently wicked, harboring demons within. Feng Ming is one such creature. The moment that couple took him in, darkness descended upon their home. No amount of my words could compare to what you would witness in the video from 60 years ago, when a mere child of about 10 committed acts that instilled such fear of exposure in this beast. He understood that those three treated him with utmost kindness, even better than his biological parents, and he realized how monstrous it was to have done those things to them over a single tattered book. He recognized that from that moment onward, he had become a beast. Chen Zhao pointed at Feng Ming, his eyes aflame with rage. What does a demon fear most? It is not the act of killing or committing unspeakable deeds. A demon knows these are its nature, and thus finds no fault in such actions. What terrifies them most is the realization of their own demonic nature. The moment they officially transition from human to demon, the collapse of human thought is supplanted by the mindset of a demon. They fear the very notion that they could ever be human. They're indeed demons. And Feng Ming fears because he dreads witnessing human warmth, the memories of his humanity, the realization that he once had the potential to be a person, which he has now irrevocably destroyed with his own hands. Once again, it is due to such a foolish reason. Chen Zhao retrieved a USB drive from his pocket, which the security guard swiftly took and dashed into the manor. Countless individuals present at the scene and in the live broadcast comprehended the gravity of the situation. The most terrifying revelation for Feng Ming turned out to be something he had done around the age of 10. Yet, many questions lingered in their minds. What exactly is this fragmentary book? Whom did Feng Ming assault? What heinous act could he have committed that he himself finds intolerable? A multitude of netizens fixated on the large screen, eager to discern how Feng Ming transformed into a demon at such a tender age. What unspeakable deeds had he performed that rendered him unable to accept his own actions? Soon, a new scene illuminated the large screen. The nearly hour-long duration astonished many, indicating that a lengthy tale was indeed about to unfold. A narrative of a transformation from human to demon. P.S. My friends, how does this method of narrating dark truths through cinematic form and dialogue resonate with you? Is it preferable to this approach, or do you favor the initial, dry manner of sitting in a live broadcast, akin to a judge in the court, simply presenting photographs? Additionally, I have conceived a clever transition to the next expose artist, wherein the protagonist visits the prison to observe the sincere rehabilitation of the celebrities he had incarcerated. What activities do they engage in? How might the blend of daily life and songwriting facilitate this transition? Would it risk becoming monotonous? Let us engage in a serious discussion on this matter. Chapter 64. The Murdered Feng Ming, the cry for help from the Diva's agent as the video illuminated the screen. A rainy night unfolded. A child appeared, shivering beneath a billboard. At that moment, a couple approached and took the child away. The onlookers witnessed the family's kindness towards the child, eliciting warm smiles that transported them back to their own childhoods, reminiscent of their parents' love. On that very day, the child stumbled upon a tattered book. Gazing at its contents, he grasped only fragments, yet the gleaming words promising a prosperous future pierced his heart. To achieve it all, he needed to seize the maiden night. This absurd notion, perceived as ludicrous by the crowd, resonated within the child. His target was none other than the biological daughter of the family that adopted him. His sister, the audience, both present and online, instantly reddened their eyes. They could foresee the impending tragedy. Upon hearing the anguished cries and witnessing the bloodied adoptive parents, the online viewers clenched their fists in fury. No one could bear to watch the video to its conclusion. They erupted in outrage against Feng Ming. I can't tolerate this. I must end this beast's life. Kill him. They believed Feng Ming's survival was a shared responsibility among all present. Such a person did not deserve the protection of the law. Chen Zhao, witnessing the crowd's fury, could no longer contain his fear. He swiftly stepped aside, not wishing to meet the same fate as Feng Ming at the hands of the enraged onlookers. He distanced himself, preparing to watch Feng Ming suffer the fate he so deserved. Chen Zhao, you cowardly bully, dare to expose yourself. Feng Ming shouted wildly, his words trailing off. At that instant, a sense of impending danger ignited in Chen Zhao's mind. 2 gunshots rang out, and blood erupted from Feng Ming's chest. He crumpled to the ground, blood staining the earth. Upon witnessing this scene, the enraged citizens in front of the villa froze momentarily before erupting into chaos and fleeing. Anyone who remained in the wake of gunfire would be a fool. Particularly in Hong Kong, shouts of "Quick, save him!" echoed as the chief called for doctors. Turning to his subordinates, "What are you waiting for? Capture him. It's outrageous to use firearms in broad daylight." The police chief, accompanied by a dozen officers, rushed toward the source of the gunfire. Chen Zhao, with a grave demeanor, hurriedly departed the scene. Those wishing to kill Feng Ming, who sought to silence him before he could utter another word, must belong to the darker underbelly of Hong Kong's entertainment industry. Such individuals, audacious enough to murder Feng Ming in public, could very well be the masterminds behind the turmoil plaguing the industry, and they might also be on the hit list. He was no Captain America, impervious to bullets. A shocking revelation has stirred the entirety of Hong Kong, as the explosive narrative surrounding Feng Ming commenced with high energy, only to taper off somewhat disappointingly, leaving his demise rather anticlimactic. Yet, the tumultuous waves it generated online have yet to subside. Many, while terrified by the dark underbelly of the entertainment industry, speculate on the final words that Feng Ming was poised to utter. Countless individuals believe that the unsaid words might unveil the true shadows lurking within Hong Kong's entertainment realm. After all, in the hearts of many, those who boldly present themselves with various titles are, in the true circles, but minor figures. The phrase Feng Ming's unfinished words has graced the headlines of Hong Kong news media, also trending across numerous social platforms in the mainland. Initially, the aftermath of this incident seemed to belong solely to Chen Zhao, who dominated the trending charts. However, the fervor surrounding the news was abruptly divided by the intrigue of Feng Ming's unfinished remarks. The intensity of discussion overshadowed even Chen Zhao's sensational headlines. Yet, after half an hour of deliberation, no answers emerged, prompting many to inundate Chen Zhao's Weibo with requests for updates. At that moment, Chen Zhao had just returned to his hotel. He responded to all the messages of concern, reassuring everyone of his safety, and then sank into the depths of Feng Ming's scandalous dossier. What exactly were Feng Ming's unfinished words? Chen Zhao had initially believed that exposing Feng Ming would illuminate the darkness of Hong Kong's entertainment industry, yet it now appeared that his efforts had merely skimmed the surface. He might have been lingering at the threshold of this darkness without truly entering. Despite poring over Feng Ming's scandalous materials multiple times, he found no mention of other prominent figures entangled in similar controversies. What could it be? Feng Ming truly should have spoken sooner. If he was going to say something, he should have articulated it more swiftly. How could Chen Zhao expose anyone if the evidence remained incomplete? Chen Zhao felt a sense of exasperation towards Feng Ming. His original plan was to expose Feng Ming and then return to the mainland, yearning for the stars back home. However, given the current circumstances, it became evident that issues still plagued Hong Kong's entertainment sector, and his own crisis had yet to be resolved. A metaphorical sword hung precariously above him, sharper than the one Feng Ming had faced. To turn a blind eye and return to the mainland would mean entrusting his and his family's safety to others. If he were to be so complacent, why had he even come to Hong Kong to expose Feng Ming? Thus, further investigation was warranted. Chen Zhao sighed deeply, his brow furrowed in contemplation. If he intended to conduct an inquiry, where should he commence? He opened his computer and began searching online for any dark incidents within Hong Kong's entertainment industry from the past few decades that might correlate with the current situation. Gradually, time slipped away. The outside world succumbed to darkness. In the early hours, Chen Zhao retrieved his sap eyes eye drops, administering 2 drops to his weary eyes. After absorbing the soothing relief for a moment, he opened his eyes once more, gazing at his notebook, where only a single phrase was inscribed. The notebook in the hands of the big brother. At present, I find myself utterly at a loss, yearning to unveil a glimpse of the dark underbelly lurking behind the glamorous facade of the entertainment industry in Hong Kong. However, I am uncertain from which celebrity to commence my investigation. Rather than flitting about aimlessly like a fly, it would be far more prudent to seek out the big brother and borrow his notebook. During my time on the mainland, I had heard him mention in an interview that he possessed a notebook filled with accounts of the entertainment industry shadows. If I were to obtain that notebook, I need not have unequivocal evidence. Even a hint of scandalous information would suffice for me to utilize the system to uncover all the sordid details. At that point, I should be able to expose the entire entertainment scene in Hong Kong. Though Chen Zhao's thoughts carried a hint of jest, he was indeed serious about his intentions. After all, coming to Hong Kong without paying homage to Big Brother and discovering what secrets his notebook held would be a wasted opportunity. The time for action was now. Just as he resolved to leave, an urgent knocking echoed at the door, accompanied by a terrified female voice. Chen Zhao, are you in there? Please help us. Chen Zhao, open the door. I possess crucial information. Chen Zhao hastened to the door, peering through the peephole to see a short-haired woman pressed against the door, her head occasionally glancing back in fear. A frown creased his brow. Who was this person? How did she know he was here? After a brief hesitation, he grasped the doorknob and opened the door, his instinctual sense of danger failing to register any threat. Additionally, he was curious to learn just how significant the information she claimed to possess truly was. With a creak, the door swung open. The woman slipped inside like an eel, abruptly slamming the door shut behind her. She leaned against the doorframe, gradually sliding down to the floor, her complexion pale, cold sweat beading on her forehead, and her entire being trembling. Chen Zhao stood to the side, arms crossed, observing her. Though her looks were unremarkable, there was a unique charm about her that slightly elevated her appeal. Who are you? How did you know I was here? What crucial information do you have? Chen Zhao inquired, launching a barrage of questions. I am He Jia, Chen Ling's manager. Chen Ling has been kidnapped and missing for 3 hours. I have contacted the company and the police, but there has been no response. I sought out Mr. Xu, and he provided me with your location. On my way here, I was also pursued, which is why I am in such a state of panic. Chapter 65. The body of the queen left before Feng Ming. A provocation from the dark side of the Hong Kong entertainment industry. Chen Ling, the queen of the Hong Kong entertainment circle? Chen Zhao gazed in astonishment at Sister He. Following the era of celestial battles in the Hong Kong music scene, the subsequent decade and a half saw a lack of prominent stars. Yet in recent years, Chen Ling emerged as a beacon of talent. From her debut, she claimed victory in a singing competition held in the mainland, with several original songs dominating the charts in both Hong Kong and the mainland. She set a record for the best album in nearly 2 decades within the Hong Kong music industry, accumulating awards with remarkable ease. In just 3 short years, she ascended to the status of a queen, becoming a pillar of the Hong Kong music scene, adored by countless fans domestically and internationally. Her striking beauty and alluring figure garnered her the adoration of many, elevating her to the status of a goddess among otaku. How could such a queen, whose every social media post ignites trending discussions, simply vanish? If it weren't for the genuine demeanor of the person before him, Chen Zhao would find it hard to believe. What kind of kidnapper would be so bold as to abduct a star of her caliber? Please elucidate the circumstances for me. Don't stars of Lu Ling's stature typically have several bodyguards accompanying them? How could she have been abducted so easily? And how did you manage to escape? Why isn't your agency in a state of panic? Chen Ling is your golden goose, your top star. How can you remain calm with someone like her missing? Chen Zhao's inquiries were sharp, piercing to the core of his doubts. Celebrities, even lesser-known ones, usually travel with multiple bodyguards. How could a queen venture out without any? As long as firearms are not involved, it should be effortless to overpower the kidnappers. Furthermore, the unusual behavior of the agency, coupled with the agent's escape, raised further questions. Chen Ling had merely stepped out for a gathering, a routine dinner with friends that had occurred annually without incident. Today, however, her personal bodyguard had to attend to a family matter, so she chose to go unaccompanied. It was only due to Chen Ling buying me time that I was able to escape. Sister He clenched her teeth, her eyes wide with shock. The reason the agency and the police have not acted to locate her is that I suspect her disappearance is connected to the company. They are aware and have tacitly approved it, while the police have long been compromised. I realized this was a kidnapping specifically targeting Chen Ling, and feeling helpless, I thought of you and sought out General Xu to obtain your contact information. Just as she finished speaking, Chen Zhao's phone, which lay on the coffee table, began to vibrate. He walked over and picked it up to check the message from Xu Ke. It was quite similar to what sister he had just conveyed. Chen Zhao replied with a simple okay. Such an opportunity to expose the truth was too valuable to pass up. Are you suggesting that those kidnappers are being directed by someone else? Chen Zhao inquired, looking at Sister He. Indeed, Sister He nodded firmly. What crucial information are you referring to? After noting down all this intelligence, Chen Zhao asked once more. Wasn't it just mentioned? He just stared blankly at Chen Zhao, who was equally taken aback, nodding helplessly. All right, the most pressing matter now is to locate the person. I am not familiar with Xiangjiang, and my connections are tenuous at best. How can I assist in the search? I am adept at leaking information, but finding someone that truly lies beyond my expertise. What should we do? He just stepped closer to Chen Zhao, her anxiety palpable. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhao spoke. We have two options. First, since you are being pursued, we can wait until dawn to search, which would be safer and might lead to Chen Ling's appearance. Second, we can split up. You should leverage your connections and do not fear the news of Chen Ling's potential kidnapping leaking. The priority is to find her. However, you must brace yourself for the possibility that Chen Ling may have been violated or even killed. Chen Zhao firmly believed that it was inconceivable for a stunning star to be captured without the captors taking further action. History has shown countless instances of beautiful women being taken, often with tragic outcomes. The most basic threat is violation, and the most fearsome is death by humiliation. Yijia's eyes reddened, tears streaming down her cheeks. I choose the second option. Every passing second could increase the likelihood of Xiao Ling being harmed. It is far better for her to be alive. With that, she turned and left. Since I arrived, it feels like the Xiangjiang entertainment industry has become increasingly tumultuous. Even the goddess can be kidnapped. It's utterly absurd. Chen Zhao muttered as he grabbed his phone and hurried out. Under the darkened sky, Chen Zhao messaged Xu Ke to enlist her help in using her connections, while he himself sought assistance online. Finding Chen Ling was of the utmost importance. Concealing her disappearance would be futile. Sooner or later, the truth would come to light. The earlier it was revealed, the greater the chance of Chen Ling's survival. Chen Zhao posted on his Weibo, Xiangjiang goddess Chen Ling has been kidnapped and is missing. I implore all Xiangjiang residents and computer-savvy netizens to assist in locating her. The more time we can buy, the greater the possibility of her survival. Furthermore, I am perplexed by the apparent inaction of Tianming Entertainment and the Xiangjiang police. Knowing that an artist has been kidnapped, how can they remain indifferent? Do they know who is behind this? And is it their tacit approval? Once Chen Zhao's post was shared, it ignited a frenzy online in the early hours. Countless individuals, alerted by their friends, scrambled to comprehend the unfolding drama. Especially Chen Ling's fans, upon reading Chen Zhao's post, were suddenly lucid, their panic rising. How could my goddess be missing? Chen Dog, don't spread baseless rumors. She always travels with bodyguards. Urgent, has anyone seen my goddess? A reward of 200,000 in cash will be given to anyone providing information. To the kidnappers of my goddess, as long as you do not harm her, we will gather as much as needed for you. Is Tianming Entertainment and the police incompetent? Why aren't they searching for her? Chen Ling's agent publicly sought her in the bustling entertainment scene of Hong Kong, confirming the dreadful news that she had indeed been kidnapped and gone missing for approximately 2 hours. The online community was in turmoil, and her fans were frantic with worry. Numerous supporters in Hong Kong hastily left their homes, scouring every street and alley in search of her. Meanwhile, Tianming Agency and the police remained silent. failing to address the inquiries of Chen Zhao and the concerned netizens. As time slowly passed, the entire city was engulfed in a desperate search for Chen Ling. From the inky darkness of night to the gradual breaking of dawn, no trace of her was found. A heavy sense of dread loomed over countless hearts, as they understood that the longer she remained missing, the graver her fate seemed. Exhausted, Chen Zhao returned to the entrance of his hotel without stepping inside. Suddenly, a van careened towards him, screeching to a halt. The doors swung open, and a woman, disheveled and lifeless, was unceremoniously thrown out. A figure clad in a terror-style hat pointed menacingly at Chen Zhao, issuing a swift threat. "Mind your words, delete your posts, and return to the mainland. If you utter another word, you and your parents will suffer a fate worse than hers." With a slam, the van's doors shut and it sped away. Chen Zhao, his expression darkened, watched as the van disappeared from sight, his gaze then falling upon the woman lying on the ground with her hair strewn about. He approached and gently lifted some of her hair, catching a glimpse of her profile. A name surged into his mind: Chen Ling. Chapter 66. Death by Humiliation or Suicide. Chen Zhao held his cards close, gazing at Chen Ling's tragic state and the ominous threats reverberating in his mind. Chen Zhao's expression darkened with an inky gloom. It appeared that his exposure of Feng Ming had provoked a flurry of anxiety among the shadowy figures lurking behind the Hong Kong entertainment industry. This indicated that he had struck the right chord. They were evidently afraid. Chen Zhao retrieved his phone and dialed Chen Ling's agent. The call connected instantaneously. Chen Ling had been located. She was deceased, right at the hotel entrance. After hanging up, Chen Zhao reached out to Shu Ke. Moments later, the call was answered. "Have you found Chen Ling?" Just now, someone discarded Chen Ling's lifeless body before me. She endured torment and humiliation in her last days. Chen Zhao spoke, his voice heavy with sorrow. On the other end, Shu Ke fell into a long silence before finally biting down on her teeth and uttering, "A pack of lunatics." Instead of properly engaging in the entertainment industry, they resort to these nefarious deeds. Beasts. They ought to be dragged out and executed one by one. Having witnessed numerous such incidents during her time in Hong Kong, she was acutely aware of the existence of organized crime within the entertainment realm. This was precisely why she initially urged Chen Zhao to refrain from leaking any information, advising him to leave Hong Kong and avoid confrontation with Feng Ming. For behind every notable figure lurked both underworld and legitimate forces. Chen Zhao, alone, could not withstand such a battle. Despite his insistence on exposing Feng Ming, she could not force him to relent. She could only muster her resources to provide him with some assistance. With Feng Ming exposed and subsequently gunned down, the recent fate of Chen Ling had underscored that the individuals backing Feng Ming might have taken action. "What have they done to you?" she asked. "They threatened me, urging me to mind my own business and leave Hong Kong immediately. Otherwise, Chen Ling's fate would befall my family and me," Chen Zhao replied candidly. "And what are your intentions?" A smile crept across Chen Zhao's face as he declared, "I shall expose them all. May I entrust the care of my parents to your family? Upon my return, I shall express my deepest gratitude." Chen Zhao's concern was not for himself, but for the safety of his parents. "Rest assured, no harm shall come to your parents," Shu Ke assured him without hesitation. "Thank you. Having been in Hong Kong for so long, who do you think is responsible for Chen Ling's demise? Was it a random act directed at me? Or did someone specifically intend to harm her, using her corpse as a means to intimidate me?" Chen Zhao inquired, his gratitude evident in his tone, but shifting the conversation to a more pressing question. The death of Chen Ling weighed heavily on him, filling him with a sense of guilt. He feared she had been an unwitting pawn used to threaten him. Should that be the case, he would have inadvertently caused the tragic loss of an innocent life. If this was indeed aimed at you, why have the police and Tianming agency remained indifferent? After all, Chen Ling was not an insignificant figure. It was a premeditated act targeting Chen Ling, using her body to instill fear in you. It was merely a convenient method for them. As for who was responsible, I cannot ascertain. You must understand that in Hong Kong, the people can be far more ruthless than those on the mainland. Those capitalists do not engage in childish games. They will eliminate you if you threaten their interests. Ukiskiviko stokid glevity. Did Chen Ling threaten their interests? Chen Zhao interjected, only to quickly correct himself. No, it seems Chen Ling was accidentally killed. Perhaps something was added during the game. Do not burden me with such details, Shu Ke replied, exasperated. Consider who could compel Tianming Company to comply. As for the police department, I believe the entertainment industry in Hong Kong is still far from bending to the will of these national agencies. There must be other circumstances at play. Understood. That will suffice. Someone is coming, Chen Zhao concluded, ending the call as he turned his gaze towards the approaching Hejie. Xiaoling. Hejie trembled as she approached Chen Ling, kneeling before her pitiful form, hastily removing her own clothing to cover her. These brutes! Is there no law left? Hejie cried out, her voice hoarse with anger. Rather than praying for the law to punish those individuals, you should take Chen Ling for an examination immediately to ascertain whose traces remain on her, Chen Zhao suggested. Hejie quickly grasped the urgency, dialing a number on her phone. Before long, a vehicle arrived. Chen Zhao and Hejie lifted Chen Ling into the car and departed. The sun hung high in the sky, while the entire entertainment industry in both Hong Kong and the mainland remained fixated on Chen Ling's fate. In a private clinic, Chen Zhao furrowed his brows as he examined the DNA test results. The report revealed no indication of who had assaulted Chen Ling. The DNA had been thoroughly cleansed. However, it did indicate multiple soft tissue injuries and severe tearing, so horrific that Chen Zhao could hardly bear to look. She had been mercilessly tortured. Yet, the identities of her captors remained elusive. During those harrowing hours of abduction, who had tormented and violated her? It seemed the only course of action was to proactively expose individuals one by one, ultimately uncovering the mastermind behind it all. Who attended the gathering with Chen Ling? Just the company's artists, Li Kiki and Long Fei. Hejie replied with reddened eyes. Chen Zhao nodded gently before stating, let the news of Chen Ling's death be released, implicating those two as well as Tianming Company. Their inaction surely indicates they know something. If they refuse to speak, we shall compel them to do so. I wish to see whom Tianming Company is shielding and what secrets lie beneath that cannot afford to be offended. What do you intend to do? Hejie asked earnestly. Do you possess any incriminating information regarding the chairman of Tianming Company or about Li Kiki and Long Fei? Other artists will suffice as well. I am uncertain. I lack solid evidence, Hejie replied, conflicted. Regardless of its nature, even hearsay or rumors will suffice. Chen Zhao retrieved a voice recorder, turning it on and gesturing for Hejie to speak. Sister, he organized her thoughts and spoke for over 10 minutes. Chen Zhao absorbed the information, yet throughout it all, the system remained silent in his mind. It seemed his understanding was still insufficient. You carry on with your tasks. I shall take full responsibility for Chen Ling's matters, Chen Zhao declared before turning to leave, intent on seeking further evidence. Something that would trigger the system to unveil a scandalous truth. Not long after, news of Chen Ling's death broke across major media outlets in Xiangjiang and trended on the mainland. Impossible. How could my goddess have died like this? What on earth happened? Just yesterday, she was perfectly fine, sharing her daily photos with us. The outrage was palpable. What is going on? Tianming Company, stop feigning ignorance and respond. Damn it. How could no one have kept watch? This foolish agency should just shut down. What a disgrace. Chen Zhao, what has transpired? Hurry and give us the scoop. Chen Ling's death stirred significant commotion, with media, paparazzi, and social media speculating on the cause of her demise. At this critical moment, Tianming Agency's official account released a post. At midnight last night, Chen Ling succumbed to severe depression and ended her life at home. The company feels immense sorrow and regret over her passing. She was one of our own, and we owe an apology to her fans and to her. This afternoon at 3 o'clock, we will hold a memorial service for Chen Ling at the company auditorium, welcoming all members of society to attend. A lengthy article accompanied by Chen Ling's depression diagnosis report left many fans in shock and sorrow. They never suspected that the usually vibrant and cheerful woman was battling severe depression. How could they have been oblivious to her plight? The entire online discourse swiftly shifted to emphasize the importance of mental health, lamenting Chen Ling's tragic fate. In a hotel room, Chen Zhao observed the shifting narrative with a furrowed brow. What is Sister doing? Why hasn't she revealed the truth behind Chen Ling's death and allowed the narrative of suicide due to depression to mislead public opinion? No, she could not possibly accept the notion of Chen Ling's suicide. Had something happened to her? It seemed the only plausible explanation was that they wished to bury this incident, solidifying the assumption of suicide as an irrefutable fact. What about the kidnappers in that van earlier? Did they think he would not dare to expose the truth? Were there two factions at play? One that simply wanted him to retreat, and another that sought to silence anyone who might uncover the truth. Suddenly, a knock reverberated through the door. "Who is it?" Chen Zhao called out. "Good day, sir. I am delivering complimentary breakfast tea from our hotel. Each guest receives one." Chen Zhao felt an incessant buzzing of danger in his mind. It was audacious for someone to attempt to harm him in broad daylight. Rising, he approached the door and opened it to find a server standing there with a food cart. "Sir, your breakfast tea," the server said, offering a cup. Chen Zhao accepted it and closed the door, his instincts screaming of imminent danger from the tea. He realized it was laced with a deadly poison. Having grown wiser, he adopted a more cunning approach. Chen Zhao poured the morning tea directly into the toilet, and after waiting for a while, the sound of a door opening echoed through the room. He closed his eyes, activating his disguise skills, appearing convincingly as though he had succumbed to poison. The footsteps drew nearer, somewhat disordered, indicating at least 3 individuals. They were not as formidable as previously described. Just as the voice of the waiter resonated in Chen Zhao's ears, he sensed a presence approaching and suddenly opened his eyes, seizing the hand that reached towards him and delivering a swift kick. One man was sent flying 2 meters away. With precision, Chen Zhao dispatched the other 2, each with a single kick, efficiently and cleanly. "Who sent you?" "I have no desire to inquire further," Chen Zhao stated coldly as he approached the waiter. "The chairman. Tianming Company?" "Yes, he instructed us to prevent the truth about Chen Ling's death from being revealed." The waiter responded swiftly. "Do you know why?" "Not precisely. Only that the chairman has commanded us to act in this manner on multiple occasions." Chen Zhao narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing. It appeared the matter was more complex than it seemed, as they feared the truth about Chen Ling's demise would emerge. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Task objective: expose Li Yu of Tianming Company. Task progress: 0. Shall we unlock the information regarding Li Yu's scandal?" Unlock. Chapter 67. The Hidden Dark Secrets of the Hong Kong Entertainment Industry. Chen Zhao's revelation at the memorial meeting as Chen Zhao's words resonated. A substantial dossier of incriminating evidence materialized within the system's realm, accompanied by a USB drive and an array of photographs. Chen Zhao, with an acute awareness, began to sift through the damning information. His demeanor shifted from calm to one of sheer astonishment, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. The revelations were utterly outrageous. He believed this collection of evidence to be the most shocking he had ever encountered, eclipsing even the notorious revelations regarding Feng Ming, which paled in comparison. While Feng Ming's scandals appeared shocking, they merely circled in the presence of true secrecy. In contrast, the revelations surrounding Li Yu had already grazed the surface of the Hong Kong entertainment industry's concealed truths. This glimpse felt akin to peeling back a corner of the celestial palace, instilling in Chen Zhao a sense of dread. He comprehended why Li Yu feared the truth surrounding Chen Ling's demise being unveiled. Once exposed, past transgressions would inevitably resurface, leading to a cataclysm within the entertainment sphere, implicating countless individuals. Chen Zhao began to perceive his own evidence as equally significant as the elder brother's notebook, suspecting that much of its content overlapped with that of the aforementioned tome. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zhao hesitated for a few moments before resolutely deciding. It was one thing to keep this information hidden from him. If he were to discover it, having amassed such substantial evidence, without daring to expose, it would render him cowardly. What right would he have to unveil other truths? To shy away from confrontation was not in his nature. If his fate were to be sealed, he would nonetheless unearth the genuine darkness lurking within the Hong Kong entertainment industry. He aimed to reveal its obscurities to the entire region and, indeed, to all of Great Xia's netizens, demonstrating that the entertainment world was not merely a domain for those blessed with beauty. Without a formidable backing, one would be consumed entirely. However, Chen Zhao approached the act of revelation with a resigned mindset, not truly wishing for his fate to intertwine with that of Li Yu and the others. His own life was far more precious than that of these wretched individuals. Chen Zhao immersed himself in the system's marketplace, seeking to exchange for something that might ensure his survival. After several minutes of deliberation, his gaze fell upon the puppet figurine. He recalled possessing one already, albeit having utilized it only once, which allowed for the control of another's actions and words, limited to a single opportunity without any protective function. Thus, he resolved to acquire another, regardless of the exorbitant cost of 500 million. At this juncture, he recognized the necessity of possessing such an item. When weighed against his life, 500 million seemed insignificant. Money was merely paper. It could be earned back in an instant. However, a life lost meant the loss of everything. He proceeded to exchange for the puppet figurine, contemplating silently. Your rural credit union has deducted 500 million. Account balance. A playful reference, merely acknowledging the deduction suffices. Exchange successful. Puppet figurine can be used to transfer damage once, one-time use, and can also control the actions and speech of a target individual twice, 3 minutes each time. With the puppet in hand, Chen Zhao felt a flicker of reassurance. However, after some contemplation, he still felt a twinge of uncertainty. If someone lurked in the shadows and struck unexpectedly, no matter how many puppets he possessed, without knowledge of the target's location, he could still fall victim, merely wasting a bullet. The gun control in Hong Kong was far less stringent than in the mainland. Chen Zhao glanced at his meager balance of merely several billion, insufficient for upgrading his danger perception. After a moment's thought, he spoke. System, purchase my property in Magic City. Moments later, a notification chimed. Sale successful. 13 billion has been credited to the host's account. Please check. Upgrade danger perception. Upgrade successful. Danger perception level 3. Range expanded to 150 meters. Upon detecting a target that poses a threat to the host, immediate locking of the target will occur, allowing the host to plot an escape route. Note, the next level upgrade requires 30 billion. Chen Zhao chose to disregard the latter annotation that made his stomach churn, feeling a weight lift from his chest as he regarded the upgraded function. Now, he felt a sense of security. He had nearly exhausted his resources to maximize his safety. Li Yu, let me confront you. With a swift kick, he rendered the waiter unconscious, then bound the 3 individuals in the room, gagging them before stepping out. Let this memorial service become your funeral. At 3 in the afternoon, the Tianming Company's auditorium was filled with renowned figures from various sectors. Many of Chen Ling's ardent fans also came to pay their respects. The event was live-streamed, drawing millions of viewers. Numerous reporters were present to provide real-time coverage and capture the scene. If one were to change the music, the festive decorations adorning the stage would transform the auditorium into a venue rivaling that of a film festival. Everyone queued to place flowers and bow before the enormous portrait of Chen Ling displayed on stage. Many were moved to tears, their eyes glistening. The live chat also initiated electronic flower offerings to express their condolences for Chen Ling. Before long, as the memorial neared its conclusion, everyone took their seats. Li Yu ascended the stage, microphone in hand, and spoke sorrowfully. Today, we gather with heavy hearts to attend Chen Ling's memorial service. Her suicide represents a tremendous loss for Tianming Company and the Hong Kong entertainment industry. Now let's watch the final video she left for us. To hear her words, after Li Yu's announcement, he pressed a button on the remote, and the large screen above Chen Ling's portrait flickered to life. Upon seeing the image on the screen, everyone was taken aback. It displayed the gruesome truth of Chen Ling's demise. Li Yu's expression shifted as he viewed the harrowing examination report. In a frantic attempt, he pressed the remote to turn it off, but to no avail. Just then, Chen Zhao's voice resonated throughout the auditorium. This is the truth behind Chen Ling's death. She did not die by suicide. She was kidnapped and met a tragic end. The experiences shared with Chen Ling, as well as those faced by Tianming Company and many others in the entertainment circle of Shangyang, are numerous. Li Yu, do you truly believe you can silence the truth? I presume many are aware of the events in question, though I have altered the conclusion here. In fact, I have woven together occurrences from various time periods into a single timeline, encompassing many aspects I cannot elucidate. However, delving deeper into that historical context will reveal much. The elder brother has matters to attend to, but I am uncertain whether to articulate them. I feel it prudent to tread lightly. Here, I humbly request encouragement for updates. Gifts and attention may a benefactor bestow some favor upon me. Chapter 68. Betrayal, Truth, and Selecting a Consort. The resounding voice of Chen Zhao echoed throughout the hall, instantly drawing the attention of every individual present towards the entrance. Upon recognizing Chen Zhao, many faces shifted in color, surprised by his unexpected arrival. They soon realized that the scandalous footage displayed on the grand screen was orchestrated by him. The awareness that Chen Ling was not a victim of depression-induced suicide cast a heavy pall over their hearts. This despicable man, Chen Zhao, could he not remain quiet for once? Did he not comprehend the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry, feeling compelled to expose everything? Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, they would have felt an overwhelming desire to eliminate him. Thanks to Chen Zhao, numerous unsavory dealings within the Hong Kong entertainment circle had been thrust into the limelight, leaving them hounded by paparazzi and reporters, rendering any pursuit of pleasure utterly impossible. And now, Chen Zhao had returned once more. In their hearts, they yearned to vocalize who would rid them of Chen Zhao. How could he brazenly ride roughshod over them with his revelations? Many attendees turned their gazes toward Li Yu. Mr. Li, we need your support. Take down Chen Zhao. Expel that scoundrel. This was indeed his domain. Chen Zhao, what brings you here? Do not utter nonsense. Chen Ling died of depression. Do not spread falsehoods with your fabricated images, or our company will resort to legal action against you. Li Yu stated, his expression icy, attempting to switch off the content displayed on the grand screen with the remote control in his hand. Please leave. Tianming Company does not welcome you. Security, escort him out, he commanded, not allowing Chen Zhao an opportunity for further dialogue, directly instructing security to remove him. Are you afraid? Chen Zhao retorted with a cold smile. What is there to fear? Li Yu replied, his demeanor composed, bewildered as to why the individuals he dispatched to eliminate Chen Zhao had failed. After all, he had sent skilled professionals. Just as Chen Zhao was about to speak, Li Yu's voice turned low and ominous. Chen Zhao, there are many people here. Think carefully about the consequences of your words. These words, resonating in the ears of many present, prompted frowns. Was this not a veiled threat? In a live broadcast room. One viewer mused, am I misunderstanding? Is he threatening Chen Zhao? Indeed, this scoundrel is attempting to intimidate him. The truth behind our goddess's death is certainly more complex. This wretched Tianming Company is concealing the truth and now seeks to silence Chen Zhao. How despicable. Chen Zhao, stay sharp and do not disgrace yourself. Expose the truth behind Chen Ling's death. I refuse to believe that Tianming Company can wield such power over Hong Kong. We fans will shield you. Please, speak out. I have long suspected foul play in Chen Ling's death. For some time now, I have tried to share that she was not a victim of depression-induced suicide. Yet my attempts have been thwarted. Clearly, there are forces suppressing the truth. Which vile creature has tormented our goddess so mercilessly? If I discover their identity, I shall make them pay dearly. The live broadcast room erupted with outrage. Emotions surged, overshadowing their grief. At this moment, all they saw was the truth behind Chen Ling's demise and the reasons Tianming Company was so fervently trying to stifle it. What powerful figure could possibly instill such fear in Tianming Company, compelling them to abandon their own star, who they had nurtured with care? Today, as I stand here, I have already contemplated the consequences. Chen Zhao coldly scrutinisa Li Yu's labias sumbe visaja. Just as Chen Zhao was about to speak, two individuals swiftly approached, carrying a table, chair, and microphone, arranging them neatly before him, and then obediently took their positions behind him as silent sentinels. Chen Zhao paused for a moment, then, satisfied, cast an approving glance at the two, settling comfortably into his chair. With practiced ease, he set up his live stream on the table, disregarding the rapidly increasing viewer count, and grasped the microphone. The moment he lifted the microphone, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as he declared with commanding authority. Displayed upon a large screen were the images of Chen Ling at the time of her demise, accompanied by the report detailing the circumstances of her death. The report indicated that Chen Ling had succumbed to the effects of a certain stimulant, suffering from severe internal injuries and extensive soft tissue damage. With scarcely a part of her body left unscathed, she had been cruelly tortured to death. Chen Zhao nearly ground his teeth as he articulated this segment, directing his gaze fiercely at Liu, pointing at the large screen as he reproached, "Liu, you claimed that Chen Ling died by suicide due to depression. Is it conceivable that she could have inflicted such harm upon herself?" The journalists present shifted their cameras back toward Liu. "You assert that Chen Ling was tortured to death, yet based solely on this examination report. No one here has seen the condition of her body. Why should we believe your assertions are true rather than fabricated?" Liu recognized that his objective was not to engage in a battle of evidence with Chen Zhao, as doing so would only draw him into Chen Zhao's rhythm, leaving him increasingly at a loss for words, ultimately relegating him to a mere supporting act. He needed to pull Chen Zhao into his own tempo, compelling him to validate himself. If you claim this is true, then prove it. With clarity of thought, Liu felt no panic. The body was in his possession. The doctor was under his control, and Chen Ling's manager was on his side. What could Chen Zhao possibly use to contend with him? Upon hearing Liu's words, the cameras turned back to Chen Zhao, while the live stream chat urged him to present tangible evidence to decisively counter Liu. Yet, Chen Zhao remained silent, merely observing Liu, without any movement. Witnessing Chen Zhao's demeanor, murmurs of speculation arose among the audience, and the live stream chat was flooded with skepticism and comments stirring the narrative. Tianming Company's online supporters seized the opportunity to sway public opinion. Liu smirked slightly, unable to produce evidence. "Are you? You lack proof, yet I possess it. Surely, the words of Chen Ling's manager can elucidate the truth behind her death." As he finished speaking, Jie from the front row stood up and approached the stage. She surveyed the room, and upon making eye contact with Chen Zhao, she quickly averted her gaze, her eyes filled with guilt as she softly began. "Before Chen Ling passed, she sent me a message. I sensed something was amiss and rushed over, but I was too late. Chen Ling had already taken her own life. It was then that I learned Chen Ling suffered from severe depression." Sister He spoke in a low voice, continuing, "My ignorance regarding Chen Ling's physical condition is a grave oversight on my part. As her agent, I have failed to uphold my responsibilities, and to distort the truth surrounding her death is utterly inexcusable." Chen Zhao interrupted Sister He, asserting, "Of course, I am aware of the threats you have faced. However, that does not justify your misrepresentation of the cause of Chen Ling's demise. Evidence? Who claims I possess none?" At his words, both Liu and Sister He's expressions shifted, exchanging glances that seemed to convey disbelief. Did he not assert that Chen Zhao had only a single examination report, devoid of any corroborative evidence? Why then does he appear to have additional proof? Sister He wore a bewildered expression, as if she were equally perplexed. Chen Zhao retrieved his backup phone, deftly accessing software that controlled the large screen, and then uploaded the video concerning Chen Ling's death. His earlier moment of confusion, previously attributed to Liu's probing questions, had been a contemplation of whether to present only those segments that could substantiate the examination report or to unveil the entirety of the footage. Should he choose the latter, he would indeed plunge himself into an irretrievable predicament. Chen Ling would no longer maintain her pristine image before her fans, nor would the numerous artists and admirers within both the Hong Kong and mainland entertainment circles mourn her passing, endlessly replaying and purchasing her songs. By revealing the truth behind Chen Ling's death, he might assist in apprehending those responsible, ensuring they face justice. However, he would simultaneously tarnish her legacy. He pondered whether to preserve her reputation by disclosing only the evidence from the examination report, thereby holding Tianming Company accountable, without incurring the wrath of more formidable figures. Merely having to manage Liu. If he could remove Liu from the equation, he would have avenged Chen Ling, fulfilled his mission, and sent a message to those culpable for her demise, indicating that he was not to be trifled with, while also offering them a semblance of mercy by refraining from further revelations, thus reaching a mutually agreeable resolution. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to disclose everything. After all, they had already sought to eliminate him, and he would no longer cower. With Chen Ling gone, what significance did her image hold? He would not permit this group to continue endangering others. Though many had engaged willingly, some had been coerced, even drugged. Let the entire nation witness the sordid dealings behind the entertainment industry. Once Chen Zhao uploaded the video, the large screen rapidly displayed the footage, nearly 2 hours in length. The audience in the live broadcast was left astounded. Has Chen Zhao filmed a movie? Only Liu and a few others present gazed at the screen, their faces draining of color, their pupils dilating in horror, as if confronted by the supernatural, murmuring, "How could there possibly be a video?" Had they not always ensured the shielding of mobile signals during their escapades, forbidding any electronic devices and implemented detectors? With multiple layers of scrutiny, it was inconceivable that anyone could capture images or videos, let alone the footage Chen Zhao had obtained. When they began to exploit the hidden rules of the entertainment industry. Where was Chen Zhao? They had never even heard of him, nor had he ever crossed paths with anyone in Hong Kong. It was utterly impossible for him to be aware of the clandestine operations that had been ongoing for many years, nor could he possibly know where they were taking place. How could he have access to any videos? Was Chen Zhao some kind of ghost? Liu shuddered, her body trembling as she gazed at the large screen. As the image of the villa faded, the scene shifted indoors to the living room. Beneath the dazzling lights sat 7 or 8 corpulent, balding middle-aged men, laughing heartily as they drank and conversed. Many recognized the individuals depicted on the screen. They were the chairmen of major entertainment companies. The elder man seated at the center caused many faces to pale, their expressions shifting in astonishment. The dominant figure of the underground forces in Hong Kong, although long retired, still commanded considerable respect across both the criminal and legitimate realms of the city. What on earth were these individuals doing gathered here? Was it a social gathering? If so, why not reserve a private room in a restaurant instead of convening in a villa for a familial-style gathering? At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor resonated from the large screen. It was clear there was more than one person. Soon, 10 stunning women, each with a measure of fame in the Hong Kong entertainment scene, appeared, arrayed in revealing attire reminiscent of the hostesses one might find in a karaoke establishment. Among them was Chun Ling, though her demeanor seemed somewhat off. Chapter 69, The Godfather's Support, glamorous in public, but treated like a dog in private. As Chun Ling and her companions appeared on the screen, Chen Zhao pressed the pause button, allowing those present and the viewers in the live stream to scrutinize the images of the men and women in every detail. Apart from the crisp sound of cameras clicking incessantly, the audience had long been rendered speechless, some filled with fear, others in disbelief, and many consumed by envy. The viewers in the live stream quickly regained their composure, bombarding the chat with comments that could encircle the earth thrice. No, it must be an illusion. My goddess, how could she possibly dress like that? I wouldn't dare let her appear like this even in my dreams. Lulu, no, this is all a farce. Weren't you both supposed to be so modest? Why the provocative attire before this throng of older men? I refuse to believe it. Is this truly the entertainment industry? I envy not the lovers or the immortals, but the moguls who bask in this splendor daily, leaving me utterly dazzled. Next, wait, this isn't a KTV. I can accept this batch. I am not picky. Chen Dog's revelations were indeed substantial. This was real gossip. Have those foolish paparazzi and journalists learned anything? With so many present, they still could not match Chen Dog's prowess. I do not expect you to deliver me 100% of the juicy details, but at least give me 50%. Expose a top-tier celebrity. Yet they persist in using those unrecognizable, blurry photos as clickbait. What a disgrace. The paparazzi and journalists lurking in a live stream were met with scornful remarks, their faces paling in fear, forced smiles adorning their lips. What a joke. Exposing a top-tier celebrity like Chen Dog? Do you think the management companies behind these individuals are without power? Have you not seen how many paparazzi have mysteriously vanished over the years? Who would want to become famous overnight? Yet, one must possess the fortune to relish such glory. Chen Dog is resilient and unafraid of peril, but we are fragile and wish to live a few more years. No one pays us well to chase after celebrities. For a meager sum, why risk our lives? Moreover, the scandalous information in Chen Dog's possession is utterly outrageous. Such compromising material should never have surfaced in his hands. This mystical occurrence, Who could possibly orchestrate it? Were this not the real world, they would have reported Chen Zhao ages ago, as if there were a system in place. It is preposterous. Not only the paparazzi, but also entertainers from Hong Kong, mainland artists, and major management companies watching the live stream were thrown into disarray, astonished. How could Chen Zhao have acquired such videos? It is simply unreasonable, especially the leading ladies on the big screen, each trembling in fear. If this footage were to be exposed, their careers would be irrevocably shattered. They scrambled to leverage every resource at their disposal, desperate to quell the rampant speculation online and prevent further revelations from Chen Zhao. However, their efforts proved futile. They were akin to a fallen tree scattering monkeys. Even their benefactors had abandoned them, all scrambling to salvage their reputations and evade the accusations linked to Chen Ling's tragic demise. However, one protagonist on the grand screen remained unfazed. At this moment, countless individuals were present, and the camera focused on the elderly man, Zhao Li, seated prominently at the front of the auditorium. With his eyes closed and leaning on his dragon-headed cane, he appeared tranquil, yet the tension in his tightly clenched hand and the prominent veins on the back of his hand betrayed his inner turmoil. This marked the beginning of Chen Ling's demise, revealing another hidden facet of the entertainment industry. In this realm, without a powerful backing, one cannot progress far. How does one acquire such support? One must either possess a substantial background or, as depicted on the screen, engage in mutual pursuits. This matter falls beyond my jurisdiction. Whether it involves group gatherings is for the police to determine, but why should I refrain from exposing this? Chen Ling's death, even if deemed an accident, involved coercion, and I wish for all to witness the reality behind their goddess, the true nature of the entertainment industry. Chen Zhao spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing a mundane topic. Yet, to the others, his words struck like a sharp blade, piercing their hearts with profound pain, leaving them in a state of complex numbness. The idols they admired, portrayed as innocent, conservative, and pure, were merely aids designed to ensnare individuals like them. Chen Zhao pressed play again. The characters on screen resumed their actions. For nearly 2 hours, the audience present and the nearly 1 billion viewers in the live stream bore witness to the art of seeking benefactors, the pursuit of connections, and the frivolities of life. They observed the stark contrast between the glamorous public personas of the goddesses, who maintained an image of purity and propriety, avoiding excessive contact with men, and the reality of how they amused and catered to older men, engaging in toasts and massages with practiced ease. They realized that everything was orchestrated for their consumption, and that they, the masses, were deemed unworthy of such revelations. Even the slightest glimpse into this world felt like a loss to them. They lamented not the tarnishing of their goddess's image, but rather their own lack of wealth and power, as they watched older men laughing heartily while controlling their idols. Ambition stirred among many in the live stream, both male and female, as a singular thought etched itself deeply into their minds. Power and wealth are the ultimate goals. Chen Ling's fans felt a mix of sorrow and complexity regarding her death. Chen Ling had been ensnared, her mental state compromised. However, from the discourse, it was evident that this was not her first ordeal. She had been coerced into attending this final event, having been drugged under the pretense that it would be her last. While she could not be wholly blamed, Chen Zhao, not being a fan of Chen Ling, could not grasp the sentiments of her admirers, who had no right to express their conflicting emotions. As the video concluded, silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sound of cameras. Many figures from the entertainment industry turned crimson, as if exposed, particularly under the scrutiny of reporters capturing their every reaction. They feared their carefully crafted images might be irrevocably shattered. Even if they are not present in this video, Chen Zhao has mentioned that this is not the first occurrence. He stated that in order to thrive and attain fame in the entertainment industry, one must have a background. For those without such connections, sudden success is merely a fleeting moment of glory with no other possibilities. At this moment, two distinct personas have emerged. Those with connections stand tall and confident, gazing forward, while others, plagued by insecurity, appear somewhat dejected and lacking in assurance. After a brief pause, the room filled with the urgent inquiries of reporters directed at Liu. Yet none dared to question Zhao Li, despite him being one of the protagonists in the video. It seems they have not yet grown weary of their own existence. For someone of Zhao Li's stature, such scandalous rumors would hardly impact him, even if he were implicated as the cause of Chunling's demise. However, they do not dare to pursue this line of questioning. Zhao Li might as well leave the matter to Chen Zhao, while they indulge in the peripheral details. As a buzzing noise filled his ears, Zhao Li furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. Rising to his feet, he cast a murky gaze towards Chen Zhao. Their eyes met, both maintaining a calm demeanor, neither revealing any hint of trepidation. After a few seconds, Zhao Li averted his gaze and, leaning on his cane, prepared to depart. At that moment, Chen Zhao seized the opportunity to speak. "Old Zhao, are you leaving just like that? Wouldn't you share with us how a single drink could intimidate a king, how you inadvertently caused the demise of a rising star, and how you managed to unite certain artists in the Hong Kong entertainment scene against you? How did you resolve these issues and bring them to submission? We, the younger generation, are eager to hear your story. Why not have a seat? Let me use Li Yu as an example for you to critique, and tell us how much of it resonates with your own experiences." Chapter 70. Chen Zhao exposes Hong Kong's past. The mysterious death of the best actor Chen Zhao's words halted Zhao Li in his tracks, leaving the reporters present as if their throats had been constricted, silencing any inquiries into Li Yu. Everyone in attendance held their breath, some regarding Chen Zhao with the gaze of warriors, while others looked at him with a sense of impending doom. Yet they could not deny that in this moment, Chen Zhao exhibited remarkable courage. He dared to confront Zhao Li and even compel them to sit down while disclosing his own affairs. This was akin to presenting the book of life and death to the king of hell, revealing how many lives he had taken. A reckless act indeed. However, considering Chen Zhao's past deeds, it did not come as a surprise. Those who had faced the wrath of the public or found themselves entangled in legal troubles held the most authority to comment on bravery. "What do you wish to hear?" Zhao Li slowly turned around, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Chen Zhao. "Everything, especially that which could lead to your demise." Chen Zhao replied with a smirk that belied his seriousness, unleashing a shocking proclamation. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted both on-site and in the live broadcast. Chen Zhao's audacity was astonishing. Did he not realize he was akin to those who had previously exposed Zhao Li? This promised to be entertaining. Any dirt that could bring Zhao Li down would surely be his own undoing. They remained oblivious to whether Zhao Li had any skeletons in his closet. Anyone who had navigated the tumultuous era of Hong Kong and risen to prominence undoubtedly had blood on their hands or some unsavory incidents in their past. Zhao Li, being one of the foremost figures, commanded respect from the entire underworld of Hong Kong. Who could believe that such a character was untainted? Yet, no one dared to challenge Zhao Li. Even the police treated him with deference, granting him influential roles in various associations and inviting him to numerous events. Now, this very individual was confronted by Chen Zhao, who seemed intent on a direct confrontation, aiming for his downfall. Madness, pure madness. Many artists who held animosity towards Chen Zhao found it prudent to temper their grievances. There was no sense in squabbling with a madman on the brink of destruction. Zhao Li gripped his cane tighter, his gaze towards Chen Zhao growing increasingly frigid, with a desire to eliminate him rising within him. He was not known for his patience. In his youth, killing had been a mundane affair. Now, it was merely age that dulled his appetite for bloodshed, not his capacity for violence. Yet, he could not abide a junior stepping on his dignity. All those who had dared to do so had met their demise, especially someone like Chen Zhao, who publicly embarrassed him. "Let us see if you possess the ability to bring about my end. I have neither the time nor the obligation to engage in your antics." Zhao Li coldly rejected, unwilling to place himself in a situation where he would be outmaneuvered. Chen Zhao thrived on revelations, while Zhao Li was ill-equipped to counter them in this arena. With insufficient bodyguards at his side, he would not willingly expose himself to such peril. After all, within his memory, numerous revered and idolized stars had met their demise at his hands. The fans of these individuals posed no threat. However, one could not avoid encountering the impetuous youth. These commoners were insignificant compared to their own lives. Once he stepped out of this place, Chen Zhao's fate would be entirely at his discretion. Old Zhao wished to depart, and I had no means to impede him. Chen Zhao shrugged and directed his gaze toward Li Yu. Feel free to leave. I shall entertain myself with RCO Li. If old Zhao is interested, he may listen. If not, it matters little. When your day comes, I shall burn something for you. At this juncture, Chen Zhao paused for a few seconds before continuing. 10 years ago, the sudden death of the film Emperor Li Jie should be familiar to both those present and those in the live stream. CEO Li, you surely cannot forget. Upon hearing Chen Zhao mention this incident, Li Yu's expression shifted dramatically. How could Chen Zhao be aware of such a clandestine matter from a decade prior? Zhao Li's steps also faltered, his countenance darkening as he listened intently. A buzz filled the venue, and the live stream erupted in chaos. Li, wasn't he said to have met with an accidental death while filming? This was an occurrence orchestrated by Li Yu and Zhao Li. Surely it was impossible. The police had issued statements, and the forensic reports confirmed it was an accident. Moreover, Li Jie had once been the top star of Li Yu's company, sharing a strong bond. It was laughable to think of discussing relationships with capitalists. Observing Li Yu's expression, Zhao Li halted, realizing that Chen Zhao had struck at their very core. It was indeed astonishing that a film emperor had been disposed of in such a manner. I still do not comprehend why this was necessary. I consider myself a fan of Li Jie, and he maintained an excellent relationship with Tianming Company, yielding profits surpassing even Chen Ling's. How could he simply be discarded? A single remark from Chen Zhao left the minds of those in the live stream and the venue in turmoil. They struggled to grasp his reasoning, since the circumstances surrounding Li Jie's death had been witnessed by hundreds within the crew. How had Li Yu executed his plans? Was it possible that Chen Zhao had no evidence and was solely relying on fabrication to slander them? Faced with their first-hand knowledge of the established truth and the credibility of Chen Zhao's revelations, they leaned toward the former. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao's track record of accurate disclosures compelled them to listen to what he had to say, hoping he could present irrefutable evidence, rational, substantiated, and documented. If he could produce such proof, they would be inclined to follow him into battle against the capitalists. During the time when Tianming Company and Li Jie were in the public eye, you were inseparable. Before the contract's expiration, there were even rumors of a renewal. Is that not so? Chen Zhao inquired, fixing his gaze upon Li Yu. What exactly are you trying to convey? Li Yu retorted coldly, his mood evidently soured. He realized that Chen Zhao possessed all the evidence against him, rendering any attempts at denial futile and only serving to further embarrass him in front of Chen Zhao. Unless one can eliminate Chen Zhao or seal his lips, he can only passively endure as Chen Zhao gradually unveils the secrets harbored within him, leading to his tarnished reputation and inevitable imprisonment. However, for him, this holds little significance. Entering prison is trivial as long as Zhao Li remains unharmed. He could be extricated at a moment's notice. I possess an alternative version. Chen Zhao remarked back in the day. Your negotiations with Li Jie for contract renewal were far from smooth. Li Jie aspired to depart and establish his own studio, leading to a stalemate after 5 discussions. It was only when Li Jie began engaging with a rival company that you resolved to eliminate him. Oh, and let's not forget the subtle influence of old Zhao. Had it not been for him, how could another company have approached Li Jie, prompting Li Yu to act against him? How else could you have avenged your son's violation of Li Jie's wife? Remarkable, isn't it? Our old Zhao, once one to abstain from using others as instruments of vengeance, now resorts to such methods to deal with Li Jie. Your compassion is truly astonishing, Chen Zhao taunted, casting a mocking glance at Zhao Li. Zhao Li's gaze was somber, his expression unyielding, while Li Yu's face shifted, disbelief etched upon it as he turned to Zhao Li. You employ so many subordinates, yet choose to orchestrate a murder through me? Is this how you honor my trust? Your assertions are mere words. Where is the evidence? We must examine the proof. On the day of Li Jie's demise, hundreds in the crew witnessed the circumstances surrounding his untimely death. A voice echoed from the crowd. Evidence, of course, exists, Chen Zhao replied with a smile, activating a backup phone to project the prepared evidence onto the large screen. The video was brief, lasting only a few minutes. Yet upon viewing it, those present, including those in the live broadcast, were struck with dread, their hairs standing on end. Chapter 71. The Secret Tragedy of Hong Kong. The truth behind the death of the action star's son. The treachery hidden within a smile during negotiations. The ruthless decision to eliminate Li Jia's agent following a failed discussion, and the insidious manner in which Liu sought vengeance. Even contemplating the demise of Li Jia's parents has instilled a palpable fear among many artists today. Is it truly necessary to resort to poison and murder over a mere contract, and to annihilate entire families? What is the world coming to? Are they not still the stars that the public admires? It feels as though they have regressed to a time of degradation, becoming mere actors of the lowest rank, easily trampled upon and extinguished. Is a peaceful dissolution of contracts not feasible, especially for the artists of Tianming Company? Reflecting on the dire consequences of not renewing their contracts has drained the color from their faces. With contracts nearing expiration, the threat of familial extermination looms over those unwilling to renew. What recourse do they have? They are in desperate need of a solution, anxiously awaiting an escape. Mr. Li, this video clearly incriminates you, does it not? There is no injustice here, Chen Zhao remarked, pointing at the screen. Of course, if you wish to claim otherwise. That is your prerogative. I possess ample evidence of how you have exploited your power to harm stars, revealing your sordid habits. There is no injustice. This is indeed my doing, Liu interjected swiftly, attempting to silence Chen Zhao. Rest assured, Mr. Li, I shall not divulge your youthful entrepreneurial endeavors, those scant few indiscretions, to anyone else. You have my word. I am a man of discretion, Chen Zhao stated earnestly, maintaining eye contact with Liu. Upon hearing Chen Zhao's words, the atmosphere erupted in shock and disdain, with many casting incredulous glances at Liu, who appeared visibly distressed, his complexion ashen, veins pulsating at his temples, and his jaw clenched tightly as he glared at Chen Zhao with a predatory intensity. What do you call discreet? My apologies, I misspoke. I trust you won't take offense, Chen Zhao replied, lightly tapping his lips with a mock apologetic expression, yet the derision in his demeanor was unmistakable, as if he were deliberately humiliating Liu, turning his pockets inside out to expose his secrets. Enough, enough. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from behind Chen Zhao. He turned to see an unfamiliar elder clad in police attire, a figure he had not encountered in reality but recognized from the realm of Liu's scandals, an individual whose identity held immense weight, compelling even the police chief to stand in his shadow, with several officers dutifully attending to his commands. Let this be the end of it for today, Chen Zhao. If you wish to expose someone, do it away from the public eye. Can you bear the consequences should anything arise from this? Next time, I will have you detained for reflection, admonished Wang Mingzhi, the chief of the Hong Kong Police Department, his brow furrowed, before shifting his gaze to Liu and Zhao Li, locking eyes with Zhao Li for a brief moment before they parted ways. Wang Mingzhi raised his hand and waved. Arrest Liu and Zhao Li. The evidence against them is irrefutable. They are implicated in poisoning, group violence, and the brutal humiliation leading to another's death. Their actions are extraordinarily heinous, and they shall be detained according to the laws of the Great Xia. The officers behind him surged forward, deftly maneuvering past Chen Zhao to apprehend Zhao Li and Liu. Confronted with the impending arrest, Zhao Li and Liu exhibited an air of unfazed confidence, revealing not the slightest hint of emotional disturbance. They were fully aware that being taken into custody would merely be a formality, as the court's judgment would amount to little more than a routine procedure. With their connections and reputation, they could easily secure bail within a short time. Even during their brief incarceration, they would likely lead lives not drastically different from their previous comforts. The chief director was in their pocket. Entering the prison or the police station felt akin to returning home. Why then should they fear? Wait, Chen Zhao interjected hastily. He understood that allowing the police to detain them would be a grave mistake. The revelations he had disclosed regarding Zhao Li and Liu were insignificant compared to their extensive networks cultivated over years in Xinjiang. Within months, perhaps half a year, they would resume their carefree existence, evading the clutches of justice. This was not the outcome he desired. As long as these two lived, he and his family would be plagued by incessant anxiety, perpetually fearing retribution. After all, One cannot maintain vigilance against a thief for 1,000 days without a single lapse, leading to irreversible consequences. With their audacity laid bare, Zhao Li and Liu had to be eradicated. Initially, Chen Zhao had intended to reveal incriminating details gradually, allowing the public to witness the darkness of the entertainment industry. This was not a cradle of dreams, but a realm that devoured souls without remorse. However, he now resolved to unleash his ultimate revelation. What more do you intend to do? Publicizing these scandalous videos that have led to chaos in Xinjiang? I have not yet confronted you about it. Now, acting on your disclosures, I am arresting these individuals, and you dare to obstruct justice? Do you truly believe I will hesitate to apprehend you? Wang Mingzhi admonished Chen Zhao with a stern expression. Arresting me is no issue, Chen Zhao replied, undaunted, locking eyes with the director, who had long since betrayed his own principles. I merely wish to inform the chief director and everyone present that the incriminating evidence against Zhao Li and Liu that I just exposed is merely an appetizer. I possess another dossier of their misdeeds, a scandal that the entire Xinjiang, the continent, and indeed the world yearns to uncover. Upon hearing Chen Zhao's audacious proclamation, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Zhao Li and Liu furrowed their brows, bewildered at the revelation that they were entangled in a scandal of global interest. Any matters should be addressed within the precinct, Wang Mingzhi stated, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized Chen Zhao's unwavering gaze. A premonition of dread gripped him. He sensed that if Chen Zhao were to divulge the information he held, it would inevitably embroil him as well. Thus, for the sake of caution, he ordered Chen Zhao to be taken to the police station, where the nature of the evidence and Chen Zhao's contingency plan would be determined on his terms, affording him ample time to respond. Here, as citizens, we have a right to know. Indeed, you cannot apprehend Chen Zhao. He has committed no crime. If exposing a murderer is considered a crime, then perhaps we should all be taken away as well. The reporters present vociferously defended Chen Zhao. The officers from the police department, intending to seize Chen Zhao, found themselves momentarily immobilized, their gazes shifting toward Wang Mingzhi. With a composed demeanor, Wang Mingzhi was approached by the chief of the precinct, who whispered something in his ear. His expression shifted dramatically. You have only 10 minutes, Wang Mingzhi conceded coldly. Chen Zhao let out a derisive laugh. 10 minutes, you say? Once the video is played, I fear you will be unable to prevent those present, as well as those who will soon arrive, from witnessing it. You may find yourself overwhelmed. Chen Zhao settled back into his chair, surveying the room and those who supported him, mentally preparing himself. With a serious and solemn tone, he proclaimed, what captivates the attention of all Hong Kong, the entire mainland, and indeed the world, is the mysterious death of that illustrious action star's son. I am aware of the repercussions of exposing this scandal, but for decades, the public deserves to know the truth. Chapter 72. The truth behind Lin Hao's death. Wang Mingzhi, in a fit of rage, shot Chen Zhao. Upon hearing Chen Zhao's words, the individuals present momentarily found themselves at a loss. The entire Hong Kong was aware of a singular truth. The son of the action star? They stood frozen, rifling through their memories for the identity of this figure. Suddenly, a long-forgotten visage began to materialize in their minds, and they recalled it. The event was too distant for them to have immediately connected the dots. Yet now, as the realization dawned upon them, they gazed at Chen Zhao in astonishment, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. How could Chen Zhao possibly know about this person? It was utterly absurd. They were significantly older than Chen Zhao, who had been engulfed in confusion regarding this matter, lacking any clear understanding. Yet here was Chen Zhao. When Lin Hao met his demise, Chen Zhao was likely still in his formative years. Could he have possibly retrieved and displayed a video, as he did now? They were not fools. In that era, cameras were virtually non-existent. No one could capture images. If anyone had provided Chen Zhao with evidence, it was implausible. The Lin Hao death incident had stirred up a commotion, with countless Chinese individuals worldwide eager to uncover who had switched out the gun on set and who truly sought to eliminate him. Even Lin Hao's disciples and fervent fans had publicly declared that whoever could provide evidence would be granted a life of wealth beyond measure. In such a scenario, not a single person had come forth. Was it possible that someone in possession of evidence viewed wealth as trifling and fame as repugnant, fearing for their life and reluctant to expose the truth, knowing that decades later, a figure named Chen Zhao would emerge, a madman and a formidable man? Thus, they chose to conceal the truth, all for the sake of elevating Chen Zhao's renown. They were eager to summon this person forth, to see who might harbor such a foolish notion. After the initial shock subsided, the crowd regained its composure and regarded Chen Zhao with complex expressions. They had begun to view him as merely rambling. Wang Mingzhi, Zhao Li, and Li Yu's expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes wide with horror as they stared at Chen Zhao, their hearts churning with tumultuous waves. Previously, Chen Zhao's revelations had seemed trivial to them, hardly worthy of consideration. Celebrities? They were merely actors, after all. They could treat them however they wished. Killing or assaulting them was akin to crushing an ant beneath one's foot. However, Lin Hao, this was no ordinary actor. Should Chen Zhao expose this matter, their survival would be a stroke of luck. For the first time, Wang Mingzhi revealed a murderous intent towards Chen Zhao. Yet, Chen Zhao maintained his gaze forward. Nevertheless, the buzzing red dot in his mind sent a chill through him. These individuals had dared to orchestrate Lin Hao's assassination. They would likely show no mercy to him. After all, sacrificing one to eliminate the threat of exposure regarding that event was a deed they could feasibly commit. Chen Zhao remained fully alert. At the slightest indication of escalating danger, he would strike first. Within a 3-meter radius, he was swifter than a bullet. Suddenly, the buzzing signal has vanished. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows. Did these three not wish to take action? However, it soon dawned on him that they simply did not believe he could produce evidence. And why would they, if not for his connections? Who could have possibly brought this matter to light? While those present may have harbored doubts, it did not imply that the fervor had not spread beyond the immediate vicinity. The truth behind Lin Hao's death unveiled. Will Lin Zhao's reiteration of his father's death lead to the revelation of truth? In a fleeting moment, the online viewership in Chen Zhao's live broadcast surged to a staggering 100 million. Several prominent figures from Hong Kong began making their way to Tiananmen Company. You have 5 minutes left. If you cannot produce anything of substance, you will have to accompany us. Wang Mingzhi spoke in a low tone. Chen Zhao cast a sidelong glance at Wang Mingzhi, a cold smile playing on his lips. Director Wang, if you are so eager, I shan't keep you waiting. I am aware that no one here believes I can present evidence. After all, so much time has passed. Yet, my presence here today signifies that I have something to reveal. Chen Zhao retrieved his mobile phone, uploading the meticulously organized evidence onto the large screen, revealing a series of aged photographs. The individuals depicted appeared youthful, yet many recognized them instantly. Lin Hao, Zhao Li, Wang Mingzhi, and Li Yu among them. In one photograph, Li Yu and Lin Hao appeared somewhat humble, with Li Yu pouring tea, while Zhao Li's backdrop was set within a film crew. And Wang Mingzhi was captured at the police station. The crowd was left bewildered. Were these not commonplace images? Chen Zhao intended to use these as evidence? Chen Zhao, if you cannot produce credible proof, then rise and accompany us. Do not make a fool of yourself here with slander and defamation. Otherwise, you may find yourself behind bars for a long time. Chen Zhao turned to Wang Mingzhi. Director Wang, why the haste? I have not yet finished. With another tap on his phone, several more photos appeared, and as these images emerged, the audience began to grasp the implications of the earlier photographs. Many in the crowd stood in shocked disbelief, their gazes shifting towards Li Yu, Zhao Li, and Wang Mingzhi. One was poisoning, another wielding a gun, yet another swapping firearms within the crew, fabricating the scene. The intricacy of their schemes and their connections to Lin Hao were becoming alarmingly clear. It was no wonder that for so many years, no one had uncovered the identity of Lin Hao's killer. Those who sought the truth were indeed the ones who had acted. If it could be uncovered, there would be a devil at play. These are all fabrications. Wang Mingzhi's voice boomed, tinged with urgency, yet lacking conviction. This matter was under my jurisdiction. Lin Hao died due to an accident. This is the consensus throughout Hong Kong. Chen Zhao's presentation of these evidently manipulated photographs as defamatory evidence aims to wrongfully accuse the three of us as the true culprits behind Lin Hao's demise. If he succeeds in this endeavor, it would indeed be the height of absurdity. Zhao Li quickly followed suit, his cane striking the ground with a thud as he coldly asserted, "I bear no grudge against Lin Hao. He was the lead in several of my films. Our relationship was well known throughout Hong Kong. Why would I kill him? To think that a mere handful of photographs could seal my fate is utterly ludicrous. It is precisely because Lin Hao thrives that I too can flourish. Our fortunes are intertwined, and all that I possess is a gift from Brother Hao. Why would I wish to harm him?" Liu steadied his racing heart and denied the accusation. After so many years, the matter is extensive and deeply convoluted. To hastily label the true culprit based on a few photographs is absurd. Nevertheless, the three of them felt a chill. Zhao Li and Wang Mingzhi exchanged glances, already contemplating the possibility of eliminating Chen Zhao. Just these photographs are sufficient to indicate Chen Zhao's awareness of the past events. Who knows what other contingencies he might have? They were unwilling to speculate, unwilling to gamble. The truth of Lin Hao's death must remain concealed. After all, killing Chen Zhao would not be particularly challenging and would not have significant repercussions. The words of Wang Mingzhi and his companions jolted the stunned onlookers in a room and the live stream audience back to reality, each finding merit in their reasoning. The bond these three shared with Lin Hao was far from superficial. They were confidants, mentors, and cherished friends. The question of whether Lin Hao's demise or survival would yield greater benefit to Wang Mingzhi and his associates was clear to them. Moreover, they had no motive to kill Lin Hao. Yet, what are these photographs? Were they genuine or fabricated? If they were indeed false, they bore an uncanny resemblance to the truth. Bewilderment clouded their minds as a myriad of events intertwined, leaving them utterly confused about whom to trust. Had they been dealing with an ordinary entertainer, they would have undoubtedly sided with Chen Zhao, for they were all too aware of the sordid nature of many contemporary stars. However, Lin Hao, alongside Zhao Li, a titan of the Hong Kong entertainment industry, and Liu, the chairman of a leading entertainment firm, as well as Wang Mingzhi, the director of the Hong Kong General Administration, were all illustrious figures whose reputations preceded them. To hastily label them as Lin Hao's murderers based solely on a few photographs seemed excessively rash. Chen Zhao laughed aloud. "I never claimed that these photographs could conclusively determine your guilt. They merely serve to illustrate what manner of individuals you are, the evidence of your actions towards Lin Hao, and the motives behind his murder, of which I am well aware. Since Director Wang is so eager for knowledge, I shall not delay further. After all, you are not an inconspicuous figure in the events surrounding Lin Long's demise." At this, Wang Mingzhi's expression shifted dramatically, without a second thought. He drew his handgun from his waist. He could not bear to hear what Chen Zhao would say next. The mere mention of Lin Long was enough to ignite within him the resolve to kill Chen Zhao, even at the cost of his own life. That name was a taboo in his mind, especially after Chen Zhao had presented evidence of their involvement in Lin Hao's murder, only to follow it with the utterance of Lin Long. Whether or not Chen Zhao was aware of the truth behind Lin Long's death had become irrelevant. Once that name escaped his lips, Chen Zhao could not utter another word. Chen Zhao was doomed. Chapter 73. The Incident of Lin Long's Death. Who said who would die? A traitor. At the moment Wang Mingzhi drew his pistol, a warning signal blared in Chen Zhao's mind. With heightened focus, he swiftly stepped in front of Wang Mingzhi, seizing his gun-wielding arm as if capturing a dragon. In a swift motion akin to an eagle's grasp, he twisted Wang Mingzhi's wrist. With a cry of pain, the pistol clattered to the ground. Chen Zhao delivered a powerful kick to Wang Mingzhi's abdomen, propelling him backward to collide with several officers from the Hong Kong General Administration behind him. The entire sequence transpired with astonishing rapidity. Those present were still processing the preceding moment when Wang Mingzhi, in a frenzied state, aimed to shoot Chen Zhao. Before they could vocalize their shock, they witnessed Chen Zhao, like a dragon in flight, deftly neutralize Wang Mingzhi. The words they wished to shout lodged in their throats, rendering their faces a deep crimson. Bending down, Chen Zhao retrieved the pistol and declared, "Wang Mingzhi, The director of the General Administration attempts to assassinate me upon my mention of Lin Hao and Lin Long's demise. Gentlemen, I believe the reasons require no further elucidation. Upon hearing this, those who regained their composure turned to the coughing Wang Mingzhi on the ground, the grim-faced Zhao Li, and the trembling Li Yu. It dawned on them why. The demeanor of these three was reminiscent of their earlier denials. What distinguished them from Feng Ming? Chen Zhao had struck at the core of their guilt, unveiling the truth. Yet, confusion lingered as they muttered to themselves. Just moments ago, they had vehemently rejected any implications. Why then did Wang Mingzhi resort to violence against Chen Zhao? Was this not an indirect admission of their involvement? Chen Zhao's mention of Lin Long had to be the catalyst for this sudden aggression. As this thought took root, many recalled Chen Zhao as earlier words, their expressions shifting as they hastily distanced themselves from Li Yu and Zhao Li, as if fleeing from a venomous serpent. Why did they care about the truth behind Lin Hao's death? Was it not due to Lin Hao's father? They yearned to uncover the circumstances surrounding his father's demise, the truth behind it all. Had Lin Hao not threatened to expose the truth of his father's death, they would have remained indifferent to his fate. Yet, as soon as Lin Hao announced his intentions, he met his untimely end. Now, with Chen Zhao poised to reveal the truth about Lin Long's death, Wang Mingzhi sought to eliminate him. Had Chen Zhao not possessed such agility, he too would have perished. It was evident that Wang Mingzhi and his accomplices were entangled in the web of Lin Long's death, with others lurking in the shadows. To remain silent would be to draw closer to danger. At this moment, their curiosity was piqued by Chen Zhao's revelations. What was the truth behind the deaths of Lin Hao and Lin Long? Who was to say who would die? What were the underlying motives? What roles did Wang Mingzhi, Li Yu, and Zhao Li play in this unfolding drama? For now, they chose to set aside their inquiries into how Chen Zhao had uncovered the truth of Lin Hao and Lin Long's fates, or how intertwined the ages of Wang Mingzhi and his cohorts were. They merely assumed the role of spectators, eager to witness the unfolding events. The truth shall inevitably be unveiled by Chen Zhao. There is no need for haste. Chen Zhao, Wang Mingzhi was being escorted by 2 police officers. His attire, once pristine as a police chief, now marred by dust and creases, his meticulously styled hair now disheveled. His eyes were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth while calling out Chen Zhao's name. Regarding Lin Hao's incident, I confess to the exposure. Lin Hao was slain by my hand because he humiliated me and our police force, refusing to apprehend the murderer of his father. I am a man of small-mindedness, harboring grudges, and thus I incited Li Yu and Zhao Li to orchestrate this affair. This is the crux of the matter. The crowd was in an uproar upon hearing Wang Mingzhi's declaration. The downfall of a superstar's progeny reduced to a mere quarrel? How utterly ironic. Do you believe you can shoulder the burden of all the incriminating evidence alone, seeking to shield another from the consequences of Lin Long's demise? Chen Zhao, with a stern countenance, gazed at Wang Mingzhi. Before he could finish his thoughts, Wang Mingzhi interrupted with a vehement admonition. Chen Zhao, I warn you, consider carefully what to say and what to withhold. Think of your parents. You know who is responsible. Thus, you should comprehend that Lin Long's death is far more intricate than a simple vendetta. If you speak, who in all of Xiangjiang can protect you? Who in all of Daxia can safeguard you and your family? Those disciples of Lin Long. Who among them can, if they possessed such capability, would the truth of Lin Long's death be left for you to disclose? Aspiring to be a hero is commendable, yet you must recognize the gravity of your words. Should you speak out, your entire family may face annihilation. Wang Mingzhi's threatening words resonated within the ears of countless individuals across Daxia, igniting their fury and sending shivers down their spines. Wang Mingzhi was prepared to sacrifice his own life for protection, while the truth Chen Zhao dared to utter could spell doom for his entire family. Who else is entangled in Lin Long's affairs? Would Chen Zhao dare withstand the pressure to speak? In that moment, no one uttered words of encouragement to Chen Zhao. No one dared to assure him of their support. The stakes involved were too high. Were they in his position, they would not have the courage either. Therefore, they could not stand on a moral pedestal demanding Chen Zhao to disclose the truth. How disgraceful! Chen Zhao stepped closer to Wang Mingzhi, mere inches separating his gaze from Wang Mingzhi's fierce, bloodshot eyes, and spoke coldly. This is no longer decades past. Do you think the police of Daxia cannot wield a blade? I, a proud son of Huaxia, fear not a traitor like you. As I stand here, I have transcended the fear of life and death. Unleash your underhanded schemes, for I wish to witness how you, a rat lurking in the shadows, intend to silence me. Or perhaps, allow me to expose each of you, so that all may see the heinous deeds you committed in the past, betraying your nation. P.S. A reminder, any resemblance to real persons is purely coincidental. Chapter 74. Zhao leader reveals the truth behind Lin Long's death. Shocking the Sakura Pavilion, Chen Zhao's words resonated with those present and those watching the live broadcast, igniting an intense fervor. This was quintessentially madman behavior, perfectly aligned with Chen's flamboyant style since his debut. Had he shown any timidity, no one would have criticized him. Yet in the future, should they witness Chen Zhao brazenly exposing scandals, exuding confidence, and brandishing evidence, they would merely chuckle, perceiving it as hypocrisy. The incident involving Lin Long would remain a thorn, deeply embedded in their hearts. Initially a mere ache, it might go unnoticed. If Chen Zhao chose an action, this wound could harden into a scar, gradually forgotten. Perhaps, at some point, they would reminisce, recalling a figure named Chen Zhao who had bravely unmasked the sordid characters of the entertainment industry, instilling fear in those artists who now walked with their tails tucked, a sight to behold. Alas, human effort ultimately pales in comparison to the forces of fate. They would lament this, feeling a profound sadness. However, now that Chen Zhao had charged forward, they too could not falter. I declare this, should anyone dare to lay a hand on Chen Zhao, regardless of who it may be, I shall risk everything to avenge him. After all, I consider myself invincible. If our nation cannot even permit the truth of a person's death to be spoken, it is indeed a tragic state of affairs. Chen's insinuations of treason suggest the involvement of foreign powers, a significant reason why Wang Mingzhi and his cohorts remain tight-lipped. How absurd, a group of pathetic individuals, still acting as pawns in the 21st century. While they may engage in idle chatter online, they are also taking tangible actions to support Chen Zhao offline. The streets of Hong Kong have erupted with throngs of protesters waving flags, a phenomenon that has attracted media coverage and ascended to trending topics on Weibo. Witnessing prominent figures like Chen Long and other esteemed artists with ties to Lin Hao leading the charge has garnered immense attention. At the Timing Company auditorium, "Madman, you are truly a madman," Wang Mingzhi exclaimed, his eyes glistening with rage as he struggled against the grip of two police officers who held him firmly to the ground. "Zhao Liu, do you not wish for me to speak?" Chen Zhao directed his gaze towards Liu, already slumped on stage, and Zhao Li, who stood forlornly with his cane, eyes closed. "Let me take the lead." Zhao Li slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of reminiscence crossing his gaze as he met Chen Zhao's. "This matter has weighed heavily on my heart for many years, and I am weary. After this, I must go meet Lin Yi. But before that, I must offer my apologies to him." Zhao Li's voice was feeble, reminiscent of a weary lion nearing the end of its life, utterly devoid of spirit. He understood that, in light of the recent revelations surrounding Chen Zhao, his popularity and significance could no longer be regarded as those of an ordinary individual. Despite Feng Ming, Liu, and their numerous attempts to eliminate Chen Zhao, all of which had ended in failure, even Wang Mingzhi, who had been so close and armed, could not succeed. It became evident to him that Chen Zhao had gained an insurmountable advantage. Today marked his demise. Escape was impossible. This realization allowed him to accept the truth of Lin Long's death being exposed, even contemplating revealing it himself. Previously, he had feared exposure due to his terror of death and the potential loss of everything he possessed. But now, with death imminent, what was there to fear? He might as well use the time he had left to conclude his life with a sense of fulfillment. Upon hearing Zhao Li's words, Chen Zhao grasped his intentions. After a moment of contemplation, he acquiesced and took a seat. Although he possessed ample evidence, it paled in comparison to the first-hand experiences of those involved. Zhao Li needed to speak for himself, while Wang Mingzhi's furious shouts gradually weakened, his eyes closing in a dazed yet relieved manner. The atmosphere grew silent. The live broadcast comments ceased, and the streets of Xiangjiang fell into quietude. Everyone bowed their heads to watch the stream. Zhao Li, with a reminiscent gaze, lifted his head slightly and began to reminisce. It was when I was 20 that I first met Master Lin. He had a slender frame, yet his presence was imposing. His muscles were like steel embedded within him, a phenomenon I have yet to comprehend. How could human muscles be so remarkably hard? Zhao Li stuna reflecta astonishment. The older viewers in the live chat, who had encountered Lin Long, shared knowing smiles, recalling their own similar thoughts. Master Lin spoke of ancient martial arts, which captivated me, leading me to become his disciple. Though he did not formally accept me, I was honored to be a nominal apprentice. The title held little significance compared to the opportunity to train under him. At that time, my family's financial situation was precarious, and following Master Lin's teachings incurred considerable expenses. In my pursuit of income, I strayed onto paths that Master Lin disapproved of, resulting in my expulsion and a broken leg at his hands. I was young and narrow-minded then, a rebellious youth, as you might call it. As Zhao Li spoke, listeners began to piece together the truth, his revelations aligning with their thoughts. Many found it hard to believe that the demise of a legendary action star could stem from a disgraced disciple. How had he enacted such violence? As if anticipating their bewilderment, Zhao Li soon disclosed the true circumstances surrounding Lin Long's death. During the inaugural Asian martial arts tournament, Zhao Li had conspired with an individual from the land of the cherry blossoms, collaborating with Li Yu to administer poison. Yet, Lin Long, relying on his formidable physique, triumphed in the tournament, creating numerous iconic moments. However, shortly thereafter, the poison took its toll, leading to his eventual demise. The intermediary facilitating Zhao Li's collusion with the individuals from the Cherry Blossom Nation was none other than Wang Mingzhi, who had been tasked with maintaining order at the event. In the aftermath of Lin Long's demise, the concealment of the truth surrounding his death and the collusion with individuals from the Sakura Nation, such as Wang Mingzhi, Zhao Li, and Li Yu, has allowed them to flourish in their respective careers. Gradually, they have ascended to prominent positions in Xiangjiang, achieving their current status. Zhao Li spoke for a full half-hour. When he finished, the streets of Xiangjiang fell into an unsettling silence. Many mourned Lin Long passionately, tears streaming down their faces, as they grappled with the shocking revelation of his death. It was caused by a former disciple, whom he had carelessly expelled years ago. Would Lin Long have regretted this knowledge if he were aware? They pondered. The most ironic twist was that Lin Long met his end at the hands of these three individuals, and years later, Lin Hao suffered the same fate. Is it fate that intertwines their destinies? Chen Zhao, suppressing the melancholy in his heart, regained his composure and softly stated, "The truth regarding the deaths of Lin Long and Lin Hao has now been unveiled." This concludes today's live broadcast. Follow me for more insights into the secrets of the entertainment industry. He addressed his audience, brothers and sisters. Zhao Li and his accomplices have been apprehended. But shall we allow those who caused the demise of our illustrious star, Lin Long, to evade justice? With that, the live stream concluded, and he skillfully redirected the viewer's attention before shutting down the session. Rising from his seat, he turned to the director of the Xiangjiang branch, saying, "Director Li, I leave this matter in your capable hands, and I trust in your commitment to justice." Director Li responded solemnly, "There will be no bias whatsoever." Chen Zhao nodded, aware that Director Li was no fool. To protect Zhao Li amidst such fervor would be tantamount to courting death and would obstruct his own path to advancement. With that, Chen Zhao departed, leaving the subsequent matters to others of great stature to address. Outside the Sakura Pavilion in Xiangjiang, throngs of people filled the streets, many holding banners emblazoned with Lin Long's image and wearing his likeness on their faces, united in a fervent outcry for justice. Chapter 75, An Encounter with the United Nations, Awakening as the Leader of Terrorists? At this moment, the Cherry Blossom Pavilion in Hong Kong resembled a rootless floating weed, precariously shaken by the furious roars of countless citizens. Yet, not all of Hong Kong's populace had succumbed to mindless rage. Anyone affiliated with the Cherry Blossom Nation was met with a fierce backlash, their intent to obliterate this presence entirely. They vociferously expressed their demands for justice, insisting that the head of the Fujiwara family must be held accountable. Fujiwara Ken, the patriarch of the Fujiwara family, was the very individual who colluded with Zhao Li to conspire against Lin Long decades ago. Now, in his advanced years, he remained ensconced in his position of power, having lived well into his 70s. The citizens felt their demands were already quite lenient. Lin Long had met with an untimely demise, the truth of which had remained hidden for decades, leaving his spirit restless. Meanwhile, Fujiwara Ken had lingered on, thriving on the legacy of Lin Long's death, elevating the Fujiwara family to great heights, and enjoying the blessings of prosperity and familial warmth. Having lived sufficiently long, they believed it was only just for him to pay with his life for the death of Lin Long. Their uproar reverberated throughout Hong Kong, Daxia, Cherry Blossom Nation, and even across the ocean, gradually becoming a topic of international significance, garnering attention from numerous countries' media outlets. The narrative, however, was twisted by various media with ulterior motives. Yet, when fervent fans of Lin Long abroad discovered the truth behind his death and the circumstances surrounding the assault on the Cherry Blossom Pavilion, their outrage eclipsed that of Hong Kong, igniting further protests. In a hotel, Chen Zhao returned and rested, sleeping soundly until 10:30 in the evening. Groggily, he arose, splashed water on his face, and settled onto the sofa with his phone, responding to messages from friends one by one. He then logged onto Douyin to observe the current state of affairs. Upon seeing the trending topics, Chen Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. He exited and re-entered the app, only to confirm the shocking news he had initially encountered. How could such a trivial matter escalate to the United Nations? What troubled him most was the absurd label affixed to him as the leader of terrorists by the Cherry Blossom Nation. Furthermore, he had been discussed at a United Nations meeting. Watching video clips of a Cherry Blossom spokesperson vehemently denouncing him while showcasing his handsome visage to the world filled Chen Zhao with a mix of pride and amusement. Had anyone ever seen a terrorist emerging from the entertainment industry? He had neither committed murder, nor engaged in drug trafficking, nor harmed society. His actions were all imbued with positive energy. In the entire Daxia entertainment realm, he was regarded with admiration, recognized as a righteous ambassador cleansing the industry. Me, a terrorist? Come forth to face me. However, when he noted the response from his own nation's spokesperson and the support he garnered from various countries, Chen Zhao felt a sense of satisfaction. If his country believed in him, that was enough. He then searched Douyin once more to uncover the situation in the Cherry Blossom Nation and the ultimate fate of Fujiwara Ken. Before conducting the search, Chen Zhao could already envision the angry curses and insults hurled at him by the citizens of Sakura, standing firmly on the side of Fujiwara Ken, completely disbelieving the evidence that came from someone from a nation they viewed with some enmity. However, upon delving into the matter, he discovered that the situation was not quite as he had anticipated. To his astonishment, the populace of Sakura seemed to be advocating for him. Chen Zhao sensed something amiss. The deeper he dug, the more he unearthed. He learned that there existed a paparazzi agency in Sakura boasting tens of thousands of members, who had already exposed several scandals involving entertainers, both minor and major. Countless Sakura netizens were calling for him to come to their country, urging him, as the dragon of the empire, to take the lead in reforming the entertainment industry. Additionally, various gangs were acting as bodyguards to protect the agency's members. Chen Zhao was utterly taken aback. How could he be so sought after in Sakura? A smile crept onto his lips, as if he were wielding an AK-47. While he savored browsing through the social media platforms of Sakura, he saw trending news about Fujiwara Ken being arrested and the Fujiwara family's enterprises being devastated by unknown gangs. Chen Zhao felt no sympathy. Though he wouldn't label himself as a radical youth, he harbored no fondness for the Fujiwara family. After watching for a few more minutes, he turned off his phone and sank into the system. Settled the rewards from these recent exposures. Previously, he had not concluded the rewards for Feng Ming, Li Yu, and others because their outcomes had not yet been revealed and the continuous scandals had led to multiple disclosures, causing him to miss out on several rewards. Congratulations, host for exposing Zheng He, you have acquired the skill of legal expertise and a performance card, billion-level traffic. Congratulations, host, for exposing Feng Ming. You have gained a flash skill. Congratulations, host, for exposing Li Yu and others. You have received a mysterious gift package, the Hand of the Mage, the No. 1 villa in Qingshan Zhuang, Magic Capital, valued at 2 billion, and 2 life-saving talismans, one-time use. Legal expertise, upon usage. The host will possess an intimate understanding of the laws of various countries. Flash skill, allows the host to surpass human limits and achieve the swiftest reaction speed. When used in conjunction with the danger perception skill, it will serve as a lifeline for the host. Note, usable once a week. Monetary upgrades can increase usage frequency. Hand of the Mage enables the host's hands to transform like magic, swift as lightning. In this moment, you are the world's foremost magician, the progenitor of thieves. Life-saving talisman can be given to important individuals. When danger arises, it will shield them from both overt and covert threats. And the host will receive immediate alerts in perilous situations. Chen Zhao gazed at the panel before him, his heart racing with excitement. This trip to Hong Kong had proven to be immensely rewarding. His life-saving skills had significantly improved, and the system had even taken his parents into consideration. Although the talismans were one-time use, they were invaluable for preserving life. One only has one life. An additional opportunity to survive is coveted by even the world's wealthiest. System. Can a life-saving talisman be purchased from the system marketplace? One talisman feels insufficient, especially when it concerns his parents. He seeks more, not less. The life-saving jade pendant will soon be available in the system's marketplace. Until then, it will only appear randomly as part of system rewards. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhao nodded slightly, feeling no disappointment. Compared to the uncertainty he faced regarding his parents' safety, he now harbored a glimmer of hope. All was merging within him, he mused. In an instant, a plethora of legal knowledge surged into his mind, and he noticed subtle changes occurring in his hands. They became more slender and elongated, with distinctly defined bones, and exhibited greater dexterity. Even if he were to become a celebrity gossip source, he could now dominate the nightlife. I must find someone to test this out, Chen Zhao thought, flexing his fingers, his heart racing with anticipation like a child eager to share a new toy with friends. Tomorrow, I shall return to the mainland. My journey to Hong Kong concludes here. Chen Zhao reflected on his plans. He had already divulged enough about Hong Kong, and even if there was more to share, he would have to wait for his next visit. There was no need to leave local artists in a state of anxiety, causing the entertainment industry to languish. Furthermore, during this time, he had noticed on social media that certain stars from the mainland were embroiled in controversies again. He needed to return and set things straight. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up. Shu Dai had sent him a message. When are you coming back to the mainland? A prospective best actor is seeking your help. P.S. The journey to Hong Kong ends here. The upcoming events are thrilling and any resemblance to real persons is purely coincidental. Kindly bestow gifts and follow. Chapter 76. The cult hidden behind the entertainment industry. Upon reading this message, Chen Zhao was filled with confusion and replied, "The potential film emperor? Seeking my assistance? Sister Shu Ku, don't you find that rather peculiar? Nowadays, which celebrity would not avoid him, fearing to forge any friendship with one so notorious? His bizarre method of presenting evidence would appear as ghostly to their eyes." Chen Zhao had heard from Qin Wanluan that many stars in the current entertainment industry were whispering about his ability to see through others' illicit deeds at a glance, advising each other to steer clear of him. It was indeed strange that, with such a reputation, anyone would implore him for help. You will understand once you check the trending topics tomorrow. All right, I shall return tomorrow, Chen Zhao replied, suppressing his curiosity about the unfolding events, and decided to turn off his phone and retire for the night. At Hongqiao Airport in the Magic City, at 9 o'clock, Chen Zhao exited the airport and boarded the car arranged by Shu Ku. Inside the vehicle, he was busy contemplating the trending topics that had ignited a firestorm across the mainland. News of Wang Chong's domestic violence, infidelity, rape, and tax evasion dominated the trending charts. The intensity of this scandal overshadowed even the revelations concerning Lin Long that Chen Zhao had previously disclosed. He was keenly aware that someone must be manipulating the situation behind the scenes to generate such heightened attention. Otherwise, he found it hard to believe that Lu Yunxiu's news could eclipse Lin Long's. Was the objective of such fervor merely to bring Lu Yunxiu down swiftly? His wife must harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him. Indeed, Lu Yunxiu had been reported by his wife under her real name, with compelling evidence, coupled with her diagnosis of depression and severe physical ailments. Simultaneously, his management company announced the termination of their contract with him. Brands began to withdraw their support, and his agent dealt him further blows by releasing recordings of Lu Yunxiu's emotional manipulation of his wife, Li Xiu, as well as videos of him in destructive outbursts. This avalanche of revelations ignited outrage across the internet, with countless individuals denouncing Lu Yunxiu and expressing sympathy for Li Xiu. Within less than an hour, Lu Yunxiu transformed from a revered and accomplished actor into a pariah labeled as a domestic abuser, rapist, and manipulative partner. Various modern derogatory tags were affixed to his name. Comparatively, his situation was no different from when he first traversed into this realm. Without the support of the system, Lu Yunxiu's fate could very well have mirrored his own past. Chen Zhao refocused his thoughts on Lu Yunxiu's predicament. Judging solely by the trending topics, it was evident that Lu Yunxiu was at a significant disadvantage, primarily because the individual exposing him was someone intimately acquainted with him, his wife. Additionally, as a woman, she represented the more vulnerable side, making it difficult for the public not to rally behind her. Despite Lu Yunxiu's attempts to clarify the situation and present evidence disproving the allegations of domestic violence and infidelity, his wife's compilation of evidence was far more comprehensive. Lu Yunxiu's statements of clarification failed to stir any significant reaction. Cornered and with a relatively decent rapport with Shu Ku, he sought her advice to alleviate his circumstances. I possess considerable evidence against Lu Yunxiu, yet the system has not revealed any indications or assigned any tasks. It seems there is a hidden intricacy at play. The truth, as it appears on the surface, is far from genuine. Chen Zhao pondered, contemplating where to begin. The arrival of a driver snapped him back to reality. He glanced at the destination outside the window, opened the car door, and followed the server across a babbling brook and through a wooden corridor adorned with a sea of flowers, arriving at the entrance of a private room. Pushing the door open, he found a modest space occupied by Shu Ku, Shu Dai, and a middle-aged man, whose honest demeanor bore the marks of time's passage. Upon Chen Zhao's entrance, the trio rose, their expressions varying. "Brother Zhao, you're finally back. I was so worried about you in Hong Kong. Had I known, I would have accompanied you. Those people Wu and Ti have dared to act against us." Shu Dai expressed her concerns. Before Chen Zhao could respond, Shu Ku interjected. "They've already committed murder. Why are we still discussing backgrounds? This isn't child's play." Your presence would only add to Chen Zhao's worries, diverting his attention to protect you. And then you two would be reckless lovers on the run. I ain't. Shu Dai was left speechless, her face flushed as she sulked in her seat. Chen Zhao chuckled helplessly, then turned his gaze to Lu Yunxiu, pulling out a chair and sitting down. With a light laugh, he remarked, "I've exposed so many celebrities, and you're the first to seek my help willingly. Aren't you afraid I might uncover evidence of your illegal activities, leading to your total ruin? I have committed no wrongdoing. If you can find even the slightest trace of scandal against me, I will confess and accept any consequences." Lu Yunxiu assured with a serious expression. Chen Zhao regarded Lu Yunxiu intently for several seconds. The system remained unresponsive, and his gaze shifted, intrigued. "Is there truly such purity in the entertainment industry? Do elaborate on the matter," he prompted, not overly concerned, suspecting it to be a case of a divorce leading to disputes over assets, with the woman seeking to gain an advantage by defaming Lu Yunxiu first. She has joined a cult. To Chen Zhao's astonishment, Lu Yunxiu's revelation was shocking, instantly transforming Chen Zhao's weary demeanor into one of keen interest as he straightened in his chair. "Have you heard of the Dark Society?" Lu Yunxiu posed the question without directly addressing Li Xiu's situation. "It's hard not to have heard of it, but can Li Xiu really be involved?" Chen Zhao replied, astonished. This organization had long been a source of rampant speculation within and beyond the entertainment industry, with numerous marketing accounts and paparazzi weaving various conspiracy theories around its influence, as if seeking to overturn the world. However, Chen Zhao's understanding was superficial, lacking deeper insight. Rumors of members within the entertainment circle had circulated before, yet neither his original self nor the persona he had assumed had ever encountered one. The notion of Li Xiao being a member of the dark society seemed far-fetched. If Lu Yunxiu had claimed that Li Zheng was a member, Chen Zhao might have found it somewhat believable, given the sinister methods associated with such an organization. But Li Xiao? Her actions merely mirrored the typical tactics of a woman seeking to divide her husband's assets during a divorce. Could this truly grant her membership? With sufficient funds, anyone can gain entry, Lu Yunxiu remarked. As for how to join, I am unaware. However, I am cognizant of Li Xiao, who has been clandestinely disseminating cult ideologies and has established a small association within the entertainment industry, working to recruit followers. The reasons behind their actions remain a mystery to me. The current turmoil arose when I uncovered her secret. My intent in seeking you is not out of desperation, but rather to expose her deeds. I wish to prevent her from causing further harm to others. Chen Zhao chuckled softly. This is precisely my area of expertise. However, do you possess any additional evidence against her? Who are the members of the association she has formed? What recruits has she cultivated? And what actions have they undertaken? Are you well versed in these matters? At that moment, Xu Dai interrupted with alarm. A crisis has arisen. Li Xiao is dead. Chapter 77. The bizarre death of Li Xiao and Lu Yunxiu. Li Xiao is dead. How could this be possible? Lu Yunxiu stood in shock, incredulously gazing at Xu Dai. Look at the trending news online. Xu Dai pointed at her phone. Lu Yunxiu hastily retrieved his phone to check the trending topics, his body trembling, lips parting in disbelief. How could this happen? How could she die like this? Chen Zhao also pulled out his phone to view the trending news. Just moments ago, Li Xiao had plummeted from a hotel, meeting an untimely demise. Chen Zhao furrowed his brow. The timing of Li Xiao's death seemed too coincidental. He had just returned to the city to meet Lu Yunxiu, and now Li Xiao was dead. Was this a calculated move to eliminate her, having learned from Lu Yunxiu about her involvement in a cult within the entertainment industry? To prevent any leaks? It was hard not to think along those lines, especially given the uncanny timing of her death. However, this notion was not entirely conclusive. He needed further evidence to support his suspicions. Old Lu, I might have some insight into Li Xiao's death, Chen Zhao remarked, observing the dazed Lu Yunxiu, who was muttering to himself. Internally, Chen Zhao sighed. Lu Yunxiu was indeed a master of disguise, having recently starred in the blockbuster Aquaman, which grossed $30 billion at the box office. His portrayal was mesmerizing, captivating audiences with his remarkable charm. At that time, many speculated that Lu Yunxiu might embody the very essence of Aquaman in reality. Yet now, he found himself ensnared by Li Xiao's machinations, facing accusations of domestic violence, infidelity, and even assault, transforming from a revered artist into a